In the once majestic Rose Castle, now reduced to a smoldering ruin, the air is filled with screams and the stench of blood. The proud Ragnar clan's members, servants, and workers lie scattered, slaughtered mercilessly. Amid this chaos, a lone figure stands, Theo, the young lord of the Ragnar clan. He fights desperately, trying to fend off the mysterious faction responsible for this devastation, unaware of which rival house has betrayed his family. Before we dive deeper into this brutal battle, let's take a step back. The Ragnar clan is no ordinary family. For over 1,000 years, they've served as the Empire's northern shield, protecting its borders at the edge of the continent. This family's strength comes from their unique lineage, rumored to descend from dragons. Every Ragnar is born with extraordinary magical powers, stamina, and unmatched swordsmanship. That is, every Ragnar but one. Our protagonist, Theo, the so-called bastard heir of the Ragnar clan. Unlike his kin, Theo was not blessed with the talents that define his family. But that doesn't stop him from giving his all. And now, in the ruins of his ancestral home, Theo's opponent stands before him, a man cloaked in betrayal. This traitor is none other than his own swordsman tutor, the person he trusted most, Master Rendon. Theo's eyes widen in disbelief as Rendon pulls off his mask, revealing the face of his betrayer. Mocking Theo with every word, Rendon sneers, calling him a talentless fool, a disgrace to the prestigious Ragnar name. He watched Theo struggle every morning, training harder than anyone else, yet never getting anywhere. Rendon laughs cruelly, telling Theo his efforts were always in vain. Anger bubbles up in Theo, who can only grit his teeth as the insults keep coming. Gathering what little strength he has left, Theo lashes out, accusing Rendon of betraying him after all those years of teaching him useless techniques. But before Theo can even finish, Rendon's sword flashes, swift and merciless. With one clean strike, Theo's arm is severed. His scream pierces the air as blood splatters the battlefield. Weak, he falls to the ground, his strength draining fast. Rendon isn't finished. Grabbing Theo by the hair, he lifts him up, forcing him to witness the burning ruins of Rose Castle. "Look at what you've caused," Rendon snarls. He tells Theo that all the destruction, the death of his family, rests on his shoulders. Why? Because he's a talentless failure. As if that wasn't enough, another figure approaches, dragging a lifeless body, Theo's mother. She's thrown in front of him, her eyes empty, her body cold. Rendon twists the knife further, telling Theo that even his mother's death is his fault. He's the reason she's nothing more than a corpse. Overwhelmed by grief, Theo can barely stand, but he makes one last desperate attempt. With all the strength he has left, he grabs his sword and charges at Rendon, his mind filled with rage. But before he can reach him, a sword whizzes through the air and pierces Theo's gut, launching him several meters away. The one who threw the sword, another enemy, looks annoyed. "Just finish him off already," he grumbles. Rendon, chuckling, apologizes to his companion. "I was just taking my disciple for a stroll down memory lane," he says with a grin. As Theo lies bleeding out, his vision begins to blur. The world around him starts to fade, and with his final thoughts, he reflects on his pitiful death. He regrets not having the talent to protect his family, to save his mother, to live up to the Ragnar name. Everything he fought for, gone. Darkness consumes him. But this isn't the end. Just as the light leaves his eyes, a sudden system window appears before Theo. A cold, emotionless voice announces that his death has triggered a special trait. The world around him shudders, and the system informs him that he will be sent back to a critical moment, a regression point, this time with a newfound power. And with that, Theo's story truly begins. Theo opens his eyes, disoriented. The first thing he sees is the last person he ever wanted to see again, Rendon, his treacherous instructor. They're in the middle of sword training, just like the old days. Rendon, ever the strict teacher, snaps at Theo for daydreaming. But Theo is frozen, confused. His mind is racing. Is this a flashback? It can't be. The face he never wanted to see again, the one that betrayed him, now stares back at him like nothing ever happened. It feels like some cruel cosmic joke. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of Theo, and he's completely clueless about what's going on. The message? Punch Rendon in the face, part of a tutorial quest. Theo has no idea why or how this is happening, and what's weirder is that Rendon can't see the system window. With a mix of disbelief and irritation, Theo decides he's not going to question it. He drops his training stick, balls his fist, and without warning, delivers a solid punch right into Rendon's smug face. To Theo's surprise, Rendon barely reacts, his face completely blank as if Theo's punch was nothing more than a joke. Our boy, though, is inwardly smirking, thinking about how real this so-called flashback feels. But his satisfaction is short-lived. Rendon, now angry, retaliates with a vicious strike, sending Theo crashing to the ground. As the pain floods his senses, Theo is annoyed. Do I seriously have to endure pain in my flashbacks too? Rendon sighs, completely missing the point of Theo's outburst. He assumes it's all because Theo is frustrated about the upcoming awakening ceremony, a huge event where the members of the Ragnar clan unlock their true power. Rendon explains he understands why Theo's struggling, but he won't forgive a student who lashes out at their master. Then he just walks away, leaving Theo on the ground. At the mention of the awakening ceremony, Theo's eyes widen. That ceremony happened 10 years ago. Now it's all starting to click. As Rendon leaves and the other clan members snicker, mocking him like they always do, Theo begins to process everything. The ground beneath him feels real. The injury, the stinging pain, it's all real. This isn't a flashback, he realizes. I've actually come back in time. He's 17 years old again, reliving a moment from 10 years before his death. Right on cue, another system window pops up, congratulating him for completing the tutorial quest. His reward? Ragnar's talent has been activated. The system asks if he wants to receive it. Without hesitation, Theo hits yes. Immediately, a surge of arcane energy erupts in his chest, and the system confirms his stats are going to increase at an insane rate. For the first time in his life, Theo feels a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, back in the Rose Palace, we cut to that filthy traitor, Rendon, having tea with Theo's mother, Lady Cecilia Ragnar. He's busy reporting to her about Theo's progress, though he's not exactly kind with his words. Rendon sneers, telling her that her son is the most talentless student he's ever seen. But with a broad, fake grin, he assures Cecilia that this is exactly why he is here, to whip Theo into shape before the awakening ceremony, which is now only 5 months away. Lady Cecilia, with her usual grace, smiles warmly and hands over a heavy bag of gold coins, telling Rendon to give Theo a bit of extra attention. Rendon eagerly accepts the money, trying to reassure her that she has nothing to worry about. But Cecilia's response is calm and firm. She's not worried. She believes in her son, Theo, with all her heart. We cut to Rendon, smugly strolling down the castle corridor, a hefty bag of gold swinging in his hand. He grins to himself, pleased with the easy money he's earning. He's being paid handsomely to teach Theo absolutely nothing. As he walks, he chuckles at how both mother and son are complete fools. Not only is he training the direct heir of the Ragnar clan without lifting a finger, but he's also being rewarded by his real master for leaking Theo's secrets and sabotaging his progress. It's a dream opportunity for this traitor. Betrayal never felt so sweet. As he walks, Theo zooms past him at full speed, sprinting down the corridor. Rendon barely glances at him, scoffing under his breath, calling Theo an idiotic loser as he watches him dash away. But Theo's not running aimlessly. He's rushing to see his mother. When he finally reaches her, he calls out to her, gasping for breath. As she turns to face him, Theo can't hold back. Without saying a word, he embraces her tightly and bursts into tears. For the first time, it truly hits him. He's really back, 10 years into the past. The painful memory of Rendon forcing him to watch his mother's lifeless body flashes in his mind. But now, feeling her warmth, hearing her voice, Theo is overwhelmed with happiness. Seeing her alive again fuels his resolve. He swears to himself that this time, things will be different. This time, he'll change the future for her sake. And with the mysterious system backing him and his Ragnar talent awakened, he's sure he'll become powerful enough to face the war for the throne head-on. Most importantly, he's determined to take revenge on that piece of garbage, Rendon. Just as his thoughts solidify, the system delivers his next tutorial quest. Train your body to the limit. It's still the crack of dawn. The sun hasn't even risen yet, but Theo is already hard at work. Fueled by thoughts of revenge and a burning desire to protect his mother, he pushes himself harder than ever before. In his previous life, he was part of the intelligence agency, Blackword, but was always stuck in the background due to his lack of combat skills. Now, with the Ragnar talent, everything is different. He recalls critical pieces of information he had gathered, like the secret elixirs and manuals he never expected to use. One thing stands out: the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir, a potion that enhances the body's strength to terrifying levels. More than anything, he remembers the extreme training methods he once abandoned, believing he didn't have the talent to endure them. But now he's sure he can unlock his true potential. As he runs laps around the training hall, he feels his speed increasing. His body is responding to the intense training, and the system window is there to show his progress. Other clan members watch in disbelief, whispering amongst themselves. Has Theo always been this fit? Every day, he swings his sword faster and stronger than the day before. His confidence grows with each passing hour. A few days later, we find Theo training late into the night, long after everyone else has gone to bed. He's been pushing his body relentlessly with barely any sleep. Enter Evelyn, the manager of the training grounds, who yawns as she watches him. She's starting to wonder if this so-called talentless fool might not be as useless as everyone thinks. She can't help but feel intrigued. Meanwhile, Theo is on the verge of collapse. His body screams in exhaustion, but his determination is unshakable. He's fixated on that progress bar, watching it edge closer and closer to 100%. Just last night, he hit 90%, but the moment he rested, it dipped back down to 89%. That's why he's pushing himself beyond his limits. No rest, no slowing down. Now he's hit 98%, and he knows he's almost there. With every ounce of strength he has left, he picks up speed, determined to reach the goal. His muscles ache, his breath is ragged, but he refuses to stop. Finally, he does it. The progress bar reaches 100%. Exhausted and barely able to stand, Theo collapses to the ground, but the system immediately congratulates him for completing the tutorial quest. His reward? The Dragon Heart, a rare and powerful ability that will increase his strength beyond anything he ever imagined. But before Theo can bask in the details of his reward, he faints from pure exhaustion. As he lies there, barely conscious, the system hovers over him, asking if he wants to receive the reward now. With a trembling hand, Theo manages to press the yes button. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light engulfs him, filling the training hall. Evelyn, standing nearby, watches in complete disbelief as Theo's body undergoes a miraculous transformation. A while later, we find Theo waking up in a quiet room. As he opens his eyes and looks around, Evelyn appears at his bedside. She reassures him that he's in the break room of Training Ground 4, reminding him there was no need to push himself so hard. Theo recognizes her immediately, which takes her by surprise. She formally introduces herself as Evelyn Neville, the manager of the 4th Training Ground, and explains that he lost consciousness while training alone earlier that morning, so she brought him here to rest. Theo thanks her for the kindness, and she offers him some water. As he drinks, Evelyn's tone shifts slightly as she reminds him of an important rule within the Ragnar clan. Opening one's mana hall before the official awakening ceremony is strictly forbidden. Theo blinks confused. He nods along, saying he knows about the rule, but has no idea why she's bringing it up. That's when Evelyn's expression hardens, and with a menacing look, she asks him point blank, "Then why did you break it?" Caught off guard, Theo stumbles over his words, asking why she's questioning him like this. Evelyn narrows her eyes and explains that right before he passed out, she felt a powerful mana wave, one that perfectly matched the opening of a mana hall. She demands to know if Theo had opened his mana hall without authorization. Theo is completely clueless at first, but then it hits him. He remembers the moment just before he collapsed, the reward he received from the system for completing his tutorial quest. He had been granted a Dragon Heart, along with the magic power of 10 past lives. He's at a total loss for words. A Dragon Heart is no ordinary prize. You see, a Dragon Heart is incredibly special because it allows a mana hall, the core of a warrior's power, to be placed directly inside it. Normally, humans place their mana halls in their lower abdomen because the heart can't handle that kind of raw energy. But with a Dragon Heart, the mana hall can operate far more efficiently, granting overwhelming power. In the Ragnar clan, every warrior dreams of obtaining a Dragon Heart, as it's the fastest way to ascend to immense strength. But no human has ever overcome the natural limitations of their heart to use one, until now. Theo realizes the gravity of his situation. Sure, he's received an incredible reward, but it's also put him in a dangerous position, especially with Evelyn Neville standing in front of him, a high-ranking swordswoman who once commanded the elite white armored dragon cavalry. Her skills were so feared, even a demon dragon revered her. But more than her skill, Evelyn was known for her unyielding principles. She was the type who couldn't tolerate dishonesty or cowardice, something Theo knows too well. Years ago, she was briefly his direct master, but when she found him lacking, she relinquished the role. Theo knows that if Evelyn discovers his secret, that he's received a dragon heart and has opened his mana hall, he might lose his head. But instead of panicking, Theo smiles. He's already got a plan in mind. As long as he doesn't get caught, he's safe. With a smirk, he makes a sassy comeback to Evelyn's accusations, questioning how she can accuse him of opening his mana hall without any real proof. Are you really willing to execute me just based on your gut feeling? He challenges. Evelyn falls silent, momentarily stunned by his confidence. Theo doesn't stop there. He presses further, reminding her that he is still an heir of the Ragnar clan. If word got out that she falsely accused him of breaking clan rules, it would be seen as defiling the Ragnar name. You know the punishment for humiliating an heir, don't you? He adds, his voice laced with menace. Evelyn, unfazed by his threats, calmly replies, execution. Theo nods, satisfied that she understands. He warns her to think carefully before she speaks again. Evelyn is taken aback. Is this really the same timid boy I knew? She wonders. Something has definitely changed about him, and it's not just his attitude. She's sure she felt that mana wave. She's certain he opened his mana hall. Despite Theo's threatening words, Evelyn is determined to investigate further. Even if he's a Ragnar, rules are rules, and she won't let him get away if he broke them. But as she probes deeper, something strange happens. After a thorough examination, she realizes there's no mana hall in Theo's body. Her expression falls as the truth sinks in. She was wrong. Meanwhile, Theo, feeling smug, crosses his arms and raises an eyebrow. Satisfied now? He asks, his voice dripping with confidence. Evelyn, bound by the rules and her sense of honor, kneels at Theo's feet without hesitation. She bows her head lower and lower, asking him to execute her, ready to pay for her sins with her life. The weight of her words hangs in the air as she waits for Theo's judgment. But instead of taking her life, Theo reveals something only the audience can hear, the nature of the dragon heart. Unlike ordinary mana halls, a dragon heart is far more powerful and unique. It allows its user to control and hide their mana at will. And since the fact that humans can possess a dragon heart won't be discovered for years, Theo is confident no one can accuse him of having one. Instead of delivering the execution Evelyn expects, Theo places a reassuring hand on her back. With a calm voice, he tells her there's no need for such drastic actions. As he walks away, he praises her righteousness, acknowledging that few would risk their lives to demand the truth from an heir. But in reality, Theo has his own reasons for sparing her. He knows Evelyn is one of the strongest warriors around, and keeping her alive could prove beneficial in the long run. He then casually explains to her that the restriction on opening mana halls before the awakening ceremony exists to prevent mana overflow. He finds it amusing that she's so concerned about him, a mere bastard of the Ragnar clan, but he appreciates her principles. And with that, Theo leaves her sitting there in stunned silence. He walks away confidently, feeling on top of the world. Not only does he have the dragon heart, but he's also gained 10 years worth of magic power from his previous life. With these newfound abilities, his future looks brighter than ever. A few days later, we're back to seeing Theo in training, dealing with the same insufferable instructor, Rendon. This bastard keeps yelling at him, telling him to adjust his sword swings. Theo plays along, pretending to be weak, though it's getting harder to endure Rendon's constant insults. But Theo's sharp eyes pick up on something. Rendon isn't just incompetent, he's subtly teaching Theo weird, ineffective sword techniques. It's becoming clearer to Theo that Rendon is following orders from a mastermind. The pieces start to fall into place. Someone higher up is pulling the strings. Theo remembers the moment of his death in his previous life, and he's convinced the one who delivered the final blow must be the real mastermind. With a sly grin, Theo decides it's time to act. He needs to provoke Rendon into making a move, either to quit or to reveal the mastermind. Rendon's nagging reaches a peak, and Theo snaps the training stick he's holding in two. Turning to Rendon, Theo finally speaks his mind, telling him bluntly that his lessons are utter garbage. The look on Rendon's face is priceless. Theo's not done. He mocks Rendon, asking how someone with such trash skills even managed to become a mid-rank swordsman. Theo takes it further, taunting that Rendon would probably struggle against even low-level demonic beasts. Rendon takes the bait. He's fuming with rage, but Theo doesn't back down. He steps forward, looking Rendon in the eye, and makes it clear his swordsmanship is pathetic. We soon learn that Theo's true goal is to push Rendon over the edge, forcing him to resign from his position. And if Rendon does run to his mysterious benefactor, Theo will finally find out who's been pulling the strings behind the scenes. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace, where a man bursts into a pub with an excited grin on his face. He calls out to someone named Axion, loudly announcing to everyone that the bastard of Ragnar, Theo, will be dueling his master next week. The man, clearly thrilled, starts bragging about how Theo is blaming his instructor for his lack of talent and is convinced Theo will be left permanently disabled after the duel. But Axion, sitting quietly in the corner, doesn't share the man's excitement. His silence is tense, and without warning, the glass in his hand smashes into the loud guy's face, knocking him out cold with a single blow. Axion, clearly annoyed, makes it clear that he doesn't care whether a bastard like Theo ends up half disabled. Why would he? He's just another Ragnar after all. Specifically, one of the four Hounds of the North, known as the Dark Tiger Axion Ragnar. Standing beside him is Remington, another of the four Hounds, known as the Silver Lion. Just then, another man strides into the pub, Ed Trevion, also known as the Nine-Dragon Sky Dragon. Ed looks particularly worried, warning the others that things could go wrong if they let their guard down. But Axion, still annoyed, brushes off his concern. That's true only for people with talent, he says coldly. We don't need to worry about Theo. He's just a muddle-headed nobody. D, ever cautious, points out that with the Ragnar clan, even the slightest possibility can lead to something unprecedented. Axion dismisses the concern, believing that Theo messing with Rendon is actually a good thing. His instructor should be more than capable of handling the so-called bastard. But a week later, the situation escalates far beyond anyone's expectations. At Training Ground 4, the atmosphere is tense. It's not just the usual clan members in attendance. Big shots from across the region have gathered to witness this unexpected duel. Theo stands in the middle of the arena, visibly anxious under the piercing gazes of hundreds of spectators. He curses himself, recalling how he just wanted to get Rendon fired after being humiliated, but things spiraled out of control fast. Still, he isn't too worried. This was bound to happen eventually, and he's fired up to take revenge on Rendon. The system notification confirms his next task, third tutorial quest: fight Rendon and win. As Theo takes a deep breath, the memory of how this duel was set into motion flashes through his mind. We cut to the moment when Theo confronted Rendon, calling out his pathetic swordsmanship and bluntly firing him. You're done. Get lost, Theo had said, but Rendon, desperate, protested that his contract wasn't over yet. Theo shot back, reminding him that since he was fired by the employer, Theo himself, there was nothing left to discuss. Theo would have loved to punch Rendon right then and there, but doubt still lingered in his mind about his ability to take this guy down. For Rendon, this was a disaster. He couldn't afford to be fired. He hadn't completed his true mission yet. As he stepped closer to Theo, trying to convince him otherwise, a system window flashed before Theo's eyes. Fight and win against Rendon. It caught Theo completely off guard. Before he could react, Evelyn Neville stepped in, suggesting they settle this the Ragnar way, through a sword match, letting strength decide the outcome. A duel would eliminate the need for any tribunal. Everything would be decided by the sword, following the will of the victor. Sensing an opportunity, Rendon quickly agreed to the duel, eager to resolve things on his terms. Theo, meanwhile, was left unsure. He wasn't ready to face Rendon in a real fight, but with the pressure mounting and Evelyn insisting it was the best course of action, Theo found himself with no choice but to agree. Now, standing face to face with Rendon, Theo could hear the whispers of the crowd. They mocked him, smirking as they gossiped about how pathetic the bastard of the Ragnar clan was. They were convinced he didn't even know how to properly swing a sword and fully expected him to leave the arena crippled. To them, there was no way Theo, an apprentice swordsman, could possibly defeat a mid-ranked fighter like Rendon. Rendon, brimming with arrogance, tells Theo that if he apologizes now, he'll pretend nothing happened. There's no need to throw your life away over your pride, he sneers. But Theo, always quick with the sass, fires back. Maybe you should apologize, Rendon, he says, voice laced with confidence. Unless you want to end up a one-armed swordsman, I suggest you quietly accept that you've been fired. Rendon simply grins, his mind already set on how this duel would end. To him, this was the perfect opportunity to accidentally kill Theo under the guise of an official match. As the fight begins, he mockingly invites Theo to take the first strike. With a determined shout, Theo charges forward, sword raised. The crowd is stunned as they watch Theo rush recklessly toward his opponent, clearly lacking any proper form or technique. They murmur among themselves, certain this will be over in moments. Rendon smirks, easily blocking Theo's attack and delivering a series of sword strikes in return. But much to his surprise, Theo manages to defend himself, albeit clumsily. The battle continues as Rendon keeps swinging, pushing Theo back with every strike. In his mind, this outcome is inevitable. Theo is still nothing more than an apprentice, barely a swordsman at all. Rendon's confidence grows as he corners Theo, his sword strikes coming down harder and faster. As the crowd watches, Rendon can't help but think that Theo may have improved slightly, but it's nowhere near enough to pose a threat. If Theo were at the level of the Four Hounds of the North, it might have been a different story. But to Rendon, there's no way this imbecile from the Ragnar clan could ever hope to defeat him. The scene shifts to a few days earlier, where Theo, looking bewildered, turns to Evelyn and asks, "What were you thinking when you suggested that match?" Evelyn, ever calm, simply replies that she was trying to help him. She explains that if Theo really wants to get rid of Rendon, he needs to be more strategic about it. Firing him isn't enough. She believes that Rendon has someone powerful backing him up. Theo, curious, asks how she knows this, and Evelyn reveals that it was obvious because Rendon had been teaching him a bizarre, inefficient sword style. She even had someone secretly investigate him. Theo is caught off guard by her revelation. In his past life, Evelyn never bothered to expose Rendon, but now she's digging into the mystery, just because he piqued her interest after the whole Manhua incident. Evelyn's investigation uncovered that all of Rendon's actions trace back to Camellia Palace. While this isn't entirely surprising to Theo, it irritates him to realize that all this chaos is yet another part of the miserable war for the throne. Quickly brushing aside his annoyance, Theo remarks, "I'm surprised you figured this much out." He confesses that with his current skills, he's not confident he can beat Rendon yet. Evelyn, however, offers him a smirk and reassures him. "You can beat him. Stop underestimating yourself," she says with unwavering confidence. Back in the present, the duel rages on. Rendon, relentless, throws blow after blow, but Theo blocks and counters each one effortlessly, as if it's nothing. The tables have completely turned. Rendon, once sure of his dominance, is now the one struggling. As the fight continues, he starts to question what's happening. This isn't the same Theo Ragnar he knew. Something has drastically changed. The crowd, too, senses it. Whispers ripple through the spectators as they watch, stunned by Theo's unexpected prowess. Meanwhile, off to the side, Remington watches from beneath his hood, while Evelyn, watching with pride, enjoys the spectacle. We flash back to the week before the duel, and it's revealed that Evelyn is the one who personally trained Theo. It turns out she bent the rules to help him, even though technically it's forbidden. But she didn't care. Rendon wasn't fit to be a teacher anyway. Theo can't help but smirk at this revelation, feeling a rush of excitement and satisfaction. Having Evelyn in his debt was proving to be worth it after all. However, one thing nags at him. Why is she going so far to help him? He asks her outright, wondering if it's all because of what happened with the Manhua incident. Evelyn admits that played a part, but there's more to it. She mentions there's someone she knows who would be interested in Theo, someone obsessed with collecting talented individuals. Theo takes note of that, filing it away for later. Back in the present, the battle intensifies. Rendon, growing desperate, starts to wonder if Theo has been faking his weakness all this time, acting like a fool just to lower everyone's expectations. Mid-fight, Theo suddenly asks, "Who's backing you?" Rendon freezes, his face twisting in confusion and anger. "What are you talking about?" he snaps. But Theo presses on, casually reminding him that he knows Rendon has been teaching him useless sword techniques on purpose. He finally gets blunt, asking if Rendon is working with Camellia Palace. The moment of silence that follows confirms Theo's suspicions. The truth is written all over the old man's face. Seizing the opportunity, Theo swings his sword, and in a flash, he slices through Rendon's hand. The severed hand flies through the air, and the crowd gasps, completely stunned. Rendon lets out a howl of pain, clutching the stump where his hand used to be. He stumbles, cursing under his breath, while blood splatters across the arena. Theo, feeling a surge of confidence, strides toward his defeated foe. As he stands over Rendon, Theo recalls the painful words this man once said to him in his previous life. that Theo was a weak, talentless fool and that everything was his fault. Now, with a menacing swing of his sword, Theo throws those same words back in Rendon's face. "You're the weakest one here," he growls, reminding Rendon that in the Ragnar clan, the rule of the strong is absolute. Someone as weak as you shouldn't have come here in the first place. With one final, powerful strike, Theo's sword comes down, severing Rendon's head clean from his body. The crowd watches in shock as Rendon's head rolls across the ground, blood pooling beneath him. The arena falls into a stunned silence as everyone processes what just happened. And then, just as expected, a system window pops up, congratulating Theo for successfully completing Tutorial Quest 3. Not only did he win the fight, but he exceeded the objective, earning a bonus reward. The system asks if he'd like to receive his reward now, and without hesitation, Theo hits yes. The crowd? Yeah, they've officially lost it. It's mind-blowing to see our boy, a total apprentice swordsman, just slice through a mid-tier swordsman like it's nothing. Meanwhile, our guy, yeah, the one you're rooting for, he's standing there completely underwhelmed like this old bastard. This is the guy I was sweating over in my past life. He's embarrassed, feeling like he shouldn't have ever been scared of this dude. But hey, life's different this time around, right? Then the system drops the bombshell. It announces that the ability called Observation has been activated as a reward. Oh, and to sweeten the deal, he's also gained a year's worth of magic power. That's when things go from crazy to absolute chaos. Boom! Suddenly, a guy crashes down from the sky like a goddamn meteor, slamming into the ground with enough force to wreck the place. Before Theo can even process what's happening, this guy's already yelling his name, Theo. And oh man, he's grinning like a madman. Who is it? None other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Yeah, that Julius Ragnar. Theo is stunned, completely frozen. He can't believe it. How long has this guy been watching him? Meanwhile, the crowd, they're going absolutely insane, trying to figure out why someone of Julius' rank is even here. They're like, isn't this the dude Evelyn mentioned? The one who's obsessed with collecting talent. And speaking of Evelyn, oh man, she's devastated. The commander has literally destroyed the floor with his landing, and she's standing there like, what just happened to my life? On the other hand, Julius looks like a total beast. His appearance alone is enough to make Theo start sweating, completely unsure of what to do next. But here's the thing, his worries are totally unnecessary. Julius just bursts out laughing, giving Theo a not-so-gentle pat on the back, as if he's some sort of proud older brother. He's surprised, really surprised, by the amount of talent Theo's carrying. Then, without missing a beat, he casually mentions that while it was a bit disrespectful to kill his teacher, Rendon definitely deserved it. And then, get this, he invites Theo to join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Yep, you heard that right. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, just asked Theo to join his elite squad. Evelyn? She's not even shocked. She saw this coming a mile away. But the crowd? Oh man, their jaws are literally on the floor. They cannot believe someone as inexperienced as Theo, who hasn't even gone through his awakening ceremony, is getting scouted by the infamous Julius Ragnar. And guess who else is here? Remington. Yeah, he's lurking in the back, asking some random guy if he's ever heard of an apprentice swordsman being recruited like this. The guy? He's clueless. He's like, no, this has never happened. And of course, Remington knows that. He's just fishing for some confirmation. Meanwhile, we get a glimpse into Theo's head. He's thinking, it's impossible to gauge someone's true potential before their mana hall opens. Sure, Julius can see my swordsmanship, but can he see my magical potential? Even someone like him can't be sure. Despite all that, Theo doesn't even hesitate. He flat out declines the offer like, nah, I'm good. No hesitation, no second guessing, just straight up rejection. And let me tell you, the silence in that hall? Deafening. Julius Ragnar, this legendary commander, just got turned down, and the crowd is left standing there, trying to process what just happened. Their jaws? Still on the floor. News of this spreads like wildfire, and before you know it, everyone's talking about Theo. Half the people think he's being humble. The other half think he's straight up arrogant. But the story doesn't end there. We get a quick shift to Camellia Palace, where we meet Emil Ragnar, who is not happy. She's pissed that things are spiraling out of control and that Rendon got himself killed. But one of her men reassures her, reminding her that Rendon was a complete noob anyway, assigned to his position because, frankly, he wasn't good enough for anything else. Emil brushes it off, not too concerned about his death because, let's be honest, he wasn't much of a loss. So we switch scenes and catch up with Emil Ragnar, who's talking to her brother, the Sky Dragon, Ed Troyven. You might remember him from the pub scene earlier. She's not happy. Emil explains that the demon dragon Julius reached out to Theo personally, which in itself is troubling. But what's even worse? Rumors are flying that Evelyn was behind this whole thing. This means they can't interfere anymore by assigning Theo a new master. If Theo starts making waves, their plan to take control of Rose Palace will get a lot more complicated. And that's when Axion enters the scene, super casual, like nothing's wrong. He asks why they're even stressing over this. According to him, there's no chance the clan head will get involved, so their plan can keep moving forward without any issues. But Emil isn't having it. She makes it clear that for their plan to work, taking control of Rose Palace without offending the clan leader, Theo needs to stay powerless. Axion just nods, acting like he's totally in control. He says he's sure Theo is still powerless. I mean, how much could someone like Theo really have changed, right? He figures that Evelyn and Julius just have a soft spot for underdogs, so there's no reason to freak out. But Ed Troyven? He's not vibing with his nephew's laid-back attitude. He warns Axion to take the situation seriously. That's when Axion pulls out a letter and, with a sly grin, tells them that since they're both so worried, he'll just mess with Theo a little to remind him of his place. What could go wrong, right? Next scene, we're at the training grounds where Evelyn is watching Theo wrap up a training session. She's impressed with how far he's come. Theo thanks her, admitting that it's definitely different learning from a proper master like her. Then, Evelyn drops the question we've all been wondering about. She asks why he didn't join the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Theo pauses, thinking to himself. And here's where it gets interesting. He admits he's got a tiny bit of regret. After all, in his past life, joining them was his dream. But now, things are different. He knows that joining the cavalry too early would limit his potential. He's aiming higher. He's got his eyes on the top, and the awakening ceremony is the key. So he smiles and tells Evelyn he didn't want any special privileges. And besides, he still feels like he's not quite ready. For now, he's happy just training with her, focusing on the awakening ceremony. Evelyn seems to buy it, but she reminds him that Julius will probably be disappointed after getting turned down like that. Big yikes, right? But Theo just shrugs it off. He's got bigger plans. Then something cool happens. Theo decides to use his new observation skill for the first time. He scans Evelyn's stats, and whoa, she's a high-ranking swordwoman, no question about it. But that's not all. He also learns that Evelyn admires his humility and character. Training him has brought her a sense of purpose she hasn't felt in a long time. And here's the kicker. She misses her time in the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo's surprised by this little revelation, and he files it away for later. But before he can think too much about it, a new guy walks in, introducing himself as Sybil Dree. He's from the Southern Inspection Post and says he's got something important to discuss with Theo. And let's just say, Theo's not feeling good about this. Sybil's got a serious, intimidating vibe that instantly makes Theo sweat. Naturally, Theo uses his observation skill again, and he discovers that Sybil's got a strong desire to spar with him. Yup, this guy isn't here for casual chit-chat. Theo's anxiety kicks into overdrive, and he's terrified at the thought of going up against this guy. Right on cue, the system notification pops up with Theo's next tutorial quest. His goal is to shed the title of Imbecile of Ragnar. He's already made some progress, but he's still got a long way to go. Sybil, on the other hand, is blunt about his intentions. He straight up says he wants to follow Theo. He confesses that he was one of those people who used to ignore Theo, writing him off as Ragnar's imbecile. He admits he thought that title was a perfect fit for Theo. And yeah, Theo appreciates the honesty, but he can't help but feel a bit pissed off. I mean, Sybil's practically bad-mouthing him to his face, without even realizing it. But Sybil's change of heart came when he saw something that blew him away. Theo's insane dedication. Every morning, the young master was out there training harder than anyone else. And the results? Oh man, Sybil was thrilled watching Theo take down that fraud, Rendon, in that epic fight. He still couldn't forget the sight of Rendon's head flying through the air and seeing Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar personally invite Theo to join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. From that moment on, Theo became Sybil's idol. Sybil explains that he had pretty much given up on himself, always being called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office. But Theo's rise inspired him to change. All Sybil wanted now was the chance to clash swords with his hero, the guy who gave him hope. Theo's surprised by the young man's straightforwardness. Normally, he'd be skeptical of someone's intentions, but thanks to his observation skill, he can tell that Sybil is genuine. The guy's respect for Theo is real, and all he truly wants is a sparring match. At this point, Theo's starting to realize something big. After taking down Rendon, and now with rumors swirling about Lord Julius's attention, he expected people with massive inferiority complexes to swarm him, looking to test his strength. But instead, people are starting to admire and even follow him. That means some still have Ragnar pride in their veins, and Theo could use that. After all, if he wants to become head of the Ragnar clan, he's going to need loyal subordinates. Plus, this could help him progress on his final tutorial quest, getting rid of that humiliating title, Ragnar's Imbecile, for good. Something he was never able to shake off in his past life. Determined to take full advantage of this opportunity, Theo turns to Evelyn and asks for permission to spar with Sybil. His master? She's all for it. Evelyn encourages him to show off what he's learned. With that, Theo formally introduces himself as Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony under the guidance of Master Evelyn. Evelyn, the one-armed sword master, smiles with approval. Sybil's clumsy but earnest as he salutes back, introducing himself as an apprentice swordsman of the Southern Inspection Post, specializing in Kurai clan swordsmanship, all about speed and precision. And with that, the sparring match kicks off. Sybil blasts off the ground like a madman, going for the kill right from the start. But Theo's ready. He blocks the first attack, and their blades clash, sparks flying. The dude might be known as the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post, but man, his speed is no joke. Sybil's confidence in his quick strikes is obvious. From the first exchange alone, he can already tell Theo's skill is the real deal. Meanwhile, Theo's wondering why this guy even has the nickname Idiot in the first place. If this were his previous life, Theo knows he would have struggled to keep up with someone this fast. But this isn't the same Theo anymore. He's come a long way. With a swift, powerful move, Theo goes on the offensive, and with one solid strike, he sends Sybil flying like a ragdoll. The force is so strong, poor Sybil loses his grip on his sword, and he crashes into the stands of the training area. Sybil? Barely standing. He's almost throwing up from the sheer impact to his solar plexus, but he manages to get up, clearly overwhelmed. Despite the brutal loss, Sybil praises Theo's mastery of the sword and concedes defeat with gratitude. Theo, ever the graceful victor, salutes Sybil, telling him it was a good fight. As he holds his sword up in salute, he catches a glimpse of his reflection in the blade and gets an idea. Could he use his observation skill on himself? Turns out he can. Activating the skill, Theo sees all his talents and stats laid out in front of him. It's a game changer. He's officially a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats and a whopping 190 points in magic power, way higher than he expected. He realizes that with his talents now fully visible, he can keep unlocking more as he progresses through quests. He's got 4 more locked slots to fill. So, after using his observation skill on himself, Theo's pumped about his ability to check his stats whenever he wants. And let me tell you, he's got some serious magic power, thanks to his past life's magic and that dragon heart beating in his chest. But there's one stat that's got him seriously annoyed, his luck. It's sitting at a brutal negative 49 points. Theo wonders if he's cursed or something. Maybe all the misfortunes from his previous life were because of this ridiculously low luck stat. Either way, he knows one thing for sure. He's got to fix this fast. But Theo's so focused on the sparring session with Sybil and checking his stats that he doesn't even notice the crowd of young swordsmen gathering around the arena. They've practically formed a circle, watching him closely, and their intentions? Completely unknown. Theo figures that after beheading Rendon and gaining the respect of Commander Julius Ragnar, this kind of attention was only natural. With Ragnar's rule of the strong, people either become envious of you or they admire you. Evelyn, though, can see things clearly. These guys? They're part of the latter group. They're not here to challenge Theo. They're here to admire him. You can see it in their eyes. They've heard the rumors, and now they're seeing the truth. Theo is the real deal. They're impressed. In fact, some of them are imagining themselves in Sybil's shoes, wondering if they'd even last a second against Theo. The thought alone is making them itch to test their skills against the young master. Among them is one young swordsman, Iodi Nalen. Theo scans the crowd and spots him, which immediately surprises the guy. Without hesitation, Theo calls Iodi forward for a spar. Iodi, a little stunned, steps up and salutes, introducing himself as the third son of Viscount Nalen, specializing in double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returns the salute, ready for a good fight. And with that, they dive straight into battle. Each clash of their blades sharpens Theo's swordsmanship even more. Yodi isn't a pushover, though. He's fast, clever, and even manages to land a slash that seems impossible to counter. But in that moment, something clicks for Theo, time slows down, and he adjusts his grip, blocking the attack with perfect precision. Iodi's blade goes flying from his hand. It's a decisive victory for Theo. Iodi acknowledges his defeat, but more importantly, he gives Theo his eternal respect. And here's where things get interesting. Gaining Iodi's approval actually increases Theo's luck stat. Theo is stunned. Could his luck really be tied to his reputation? If that's the case, he's just found a way to fix his terrible luck. All he needs to do is keep winning, literally fight his way to better luck. Next up, Banat Ramiro. And let's be real, easy dub. With another win, his luck goes up by another point. Then comes Eric Moran. He puts up a decent fight, but it's still not enough to stop Theo's momentum. After that, we've got Manfred Nonbird, and then Manuel Noir, who doesn't stand a chance. Even the thuggish-looking Void Parenk, Theo wipes the floor with him in under a minute. At this point, Theo's on fire. He's totally immersed in the sparring frenzy, and his winning streak is nothing short of impressive. He's beating these young swordsmen one by one. Daniel Riemann is just another name added to the list. And even though he's starting to feel the exhaustion creep in, he's still itching for more. Theo calls for the next challenger, but no one steps up. It's clear he's dominated the arena, but when Theo checks his quest progress to shed the title of Ragnar's Imbecile, he's only made a 1% improvement. 1%. He's frustrated, realizing that the people in this crowd already respect him. He'll need to seek out stronger foes or show off his skills to those who still doubt him if he wants to make any real progress. Just when he's considering his next move, a man steps forward from the crowd. He tells Theo he looks exhausted and should probably rest. Theo brushes it off, arguing that he'll rest when he needs to, but right now he's still got some fight left in him. And just as Theo says that, Remington Narcio, one of the Four Hounds of the North, steps up and formally requests a sparring match. Everyone, including Theo, is completely caught off guard. I mean, this is Remington, the guy who's up there with the strongest swordsman in the entire Ragnar clan, alongside names like Axion Ragnar and Hulkus Lank. Remington says he came early to observe Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony, and with a calm smile, he salutes Theo, thanking him for honoring his request. He's a genius swordsman, known for his keen senses and unmatched work ethic, but right now, he's just excited. He wasn't expecting to find such a worthy rival in the form of Theo. Theo, standing tall, salutes back with pride. This time, he introduces himself as the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. Theo's in awe. He never expected to spar with a legend like Remington, someone he respected even in his past life. He means it when he says it's an honor to cross blades with such a renowned figure. The arena is buzzing, and Theo is fired up. He's ready to show Remington just how far he's come. Both fighters lock eyes, and the tension is palpable. The Silver Lion, as Remington is called, unleashes his aura. It's terrifying. Theo wonders for a second if he can actually defeat someone this strong, but there's no turning back now. And then it begins. They charge forward, their blades colliding with such force that sparks fly across the arena. Each clash is so powerful that it literally shakes the stage. Theo's eyes are laser-focused, while shards of steel rain down around them. Remington? He's smiling, loving every moment of this intense duel. But then, something happens. After a relentless series of strikes, one of their swords gives out. The blade shatters, and the arena goes deathly silent. The only sound is the clanging of the broken blade hitting the ground. It's Theo's sword. In a single, powerful clash, Remington had sliced Theo's blade clean in half. His sword stops just inches from Theo's neck. The result is clear. Theo has lost. The crowd is stunned. Theo had been dominant all day, but no matter how much he's improved, going up against one of the Four Hounds is a whole different level. Sybil. Remember him? Can't believe it. He refuses to accept that his idol, Theo, would lose so quickly. But even he has to face reality. Remington is on a whole other plane. And just when everyone is about to write off the duel, Remington does something unexpected. He declares that the duel is actually his loss. The crowd? Shocked. Remington salutes Theo with impeccable form, thanking him for the spar and explaining that Theo's sword was already worn out from all his earlier fights. Plus, Theo was fighting while exhausted. Remington says that in a more ideal setting, with both of them at full strength, the outcome could have been very different. But Theo, ever the pragmatist, insists that on the battlefield, no one offers such considerations. As soon as he lost his blade, he accepted the defeat. Remington just nods, smiling in understanding. And in that moment, something profound happens. Mutual respect is forged between them. The White Lion and the former imbecile shake hands, and the crowd watches in awe. One of the four hounds of the North had just publicly acknowledged Theo. This wasn't just a sparring match. This was a game changer for Theo. Not only did his quest progress shoot up to 35%, but his luck stat jumped by 10 points and his reputation skyrocketed. The young swordsmen in the arena who had doubted him, they're starting to realize that Theo is built different. From the sidelines, Evelyn lets out a sigh of relief. Things couldn't have gone more perfectly. Theo now understands just how strong the four hounds are, thanks to this duel. Despite all his progress, he's still got a lot to work on. The moment he crossed blades with Remington, he felt true power. A reminder that even though he's grown stronger, there's still a long road ahead. It's a shame the duel ended early due to his worn-out condition, but Theo gained so much from that brief exchange. Now, with a clearer picture of what he's up against, Theo knows he needs to actively seek out more ways to grow, both in strength and reputation. His quest to shake off the title of Ragnar's imbecile is still far from over, and he's going to need to find new challenges, stronger foes, to push himself further. After the intense duel, Remington confesses that he didn't just show up for a simple sparring match. He had another purpose. He hands Theo a letter, an invitation to the prestigious Scaled Dragon Society. Now, just hearing that name sends shockwaves through the crowd of young swordmen watching. The Scaled Dragon Society isn't just any group, it's a high society club with a brutal selection process. For a rising star like Theo, getting invited is a huge deal. Theo, always modest, asks if he's really qualified for something like this. But Remington quickly assures him that Theo is more than deserving of the invite. He downplays the whole thing, saying the society is really just a place for their peers to gather and socialize while waiting for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Nothing too serious, at least that's what Remington says. But Theo isn't sure if Remington has ulterior motives. You see, Theo knows the Scaled Dragon Society is centered around none other than his half-brother, Axion. It's basically a nest of snakes who look at Theo with contempt and ridicule. But Theo realizes this is the perfect opportunity. Not only could it help him progress in his quest, but it's also the ideal chance to do some recon on Axion and Camellia Palace. Knowing there's more to gain than to lose, Theo takes the letter of invitation and thanks Remington, promising to participate and step into the den of his enemies. Remington, thrilled to have reeled in another rising star, shakes Theo's hand, happy to offer any help he can. He tells Theo the meeting will be in 2 weeks, so he's got just enough time to prepare and come up with a plan. As Remington leaves, Evelyn, cool as ever, takes a drag from her cigarette, looking a bit worried about her new disciple stepping into this dangerous game. Meanwhile, word travels fast, and soon, news of Theo's invite to this high society gathering reaches Rose Palace. Theo's mom, Cecilia, practically bursts into his room, beaming with excitement. She was about to deliver the news herself, but well, Theo already knows. Cecilia's overjoyed. This is the first time Theo's been invited to something so significant, and she's not about to let her son show up unprepared. Without missing a beat, Cecilia's already gathered the palace's grooming team. She knows that everything from Theo's appearance to his composure will be under close scrutiny. The Scaled Dragon Society features Axion, the son of the cunning Emil, and other brilliant talents like Remington, so every detail matters. Cecilia immediately grabs a tape measure and starts taking Theo's sizes, all while giving him advice on attire and demeanor. She's confident that Theo can handle himself when it comes to etiquette, but the finer aspects of high society? That's where she can help. After all, she used to be a successful actress, so if anyone knows how to navigate this world of appearances, it's her. Theo knows that, deep down, his mother has always carried the burden of having an illegitimate child with a commoner concubine status. It wasn't her fault, but in the cutthroat Ragnar clan, where strength is everything, Theo can only imagine how hard it's been for her. She raised him while living under the shadow of his weak reputation in his past life. But this time, things are different. Cecilia might be all smiles and excitement on the outside, but Theo knows she's just a worried mother, concerned for her son's well-being. She wraps him in a tight embrace, assuring Theo that no matter what, she believes in him, that he can achieve anything. And for the first time, Theo lets the warmth of his mother's embrace melt the coldness in his heart. He hugs her back, promising himself that this time around, he'll work hard to stop making her worry. But while Cecilia's thoughts are on Theo joining the Scaled Dragon Society and making a good impression, Theo's mind is already on something else. All he can think about is destroying this nest of snakes. He knows that the society is filled with enemies, and if he's going to survive, no thrive, he's going to have to pulverize every last one of them. It's been 2 weeks since Theo's invite to the Scaled Dragon Society, and tonight's the night of the banquet. Remington, ever the gentleman, rolls up to Rose Palace in a lavish carriage to pick up Theo. But the moment he sees him, Remington has to do a double take. Theo? This isn't the same guy who spent days in training clothes. Thanks to his mother and the palace staff, Theo's rocking some seriously exquisite drip. He looks less like a warrior and more like an aristocrat, and Remington's genuinely impressed. Theo tries to brush it off as a joke, but Remington isn't kidding. He's blown away by the transformation. And to be fair, Theo has changed a lot in just 2 weeks. He's taller, his muscles are more defined, and it's all thanks to his relentless training. Interestingly enough, Remington had joined him every day for those 2 weeks, and they've gotten pretty close. Theo also built quite the following during this time. Sybil and the other young swordsmen now practically idolize him. Poor Evelyn has been stuck training what's become a whole battalion of Theo fanatics. Let's just say it's been a lively 2 weeks. But now, Theo's heading into his first formal banquet, and while he's still recovering from dealing with all his overeager followers, he's ready. Remington assures him there's no need to be nervous, but he leaves him with a single warning. His friend, Axion, can be very mischievous. In fact, it was Axion who extended the invitation to Theo, wanting to meet the new rising star. And here's the kicker. The entire banquet was organized for Theo's sake. That changes everything, doesn't it? But not in a bad way. Theo's actually looking forward to it. He's mentally preparing to be insulted left and right, but that's fine. This is exactly the kind of situation he can use to turn the tables. Meanwhile, up at Camellia Palace, Axion Ragnar, also known as the Dark Tiger, is already sipping on expensive booze, just itching to turn the imbecile of Ragnar into his next plaything. The banquet is just one big opportunity for him to mess with Theo. The carriage pulls up in front of the lavish palace, the banquet venue. Theo steps out, immediately scanning the area. This is Camellia Palace, the home turf of the same people who destroyed his life in his past. Axion and his crew. They're the ones who ruined him, his mother, and everything tied to Rose Palace. His mind flashes to thoughts of vengeance, but Remington interrupts, reminding him that Axion will personally greet them at the entrance. Theo knows exactly why Axion invited him. The guy probably thinks it's up to him to stop Theo's growing momentum. But Theo didn't come into this snake's nest without a plan of his own. He's ready to show Axion just who he's dealing with. As they approach the palace, something catches Theo's eye. Up on one of the higher floors of the palace, he spots a strange blue light, the kind that only appears for a system quest. He's momentarily distracted by the possible quest inside, and that's when it happens. Out of nowhere, something comes plummeting from above, aimed right at Theo. Remington tries to act fast, but before he can even get close, it explodes, a cloud of white smog billowing out. Remington, panicked, calls out for Theo, but thankfully, it's not as bad as it looked. Theo's fine. Turns out it was just a sack of flour launched from above, a childish prank. Remington is furious at the prank, while Theo. He's annoyed. He admits that he wouldn't have been able to dodge it, and worse, the outfit his mom painstakingly prepared would have been completely ruined. After the childish flower prank, Theo had a moment of reflection. If this had been his past life, he might have suspected Remington was in on the joke. But this time around, it's clear Remington's just as angry and confused as he is. The White Lion was ready to throw hands over it, furious at the unexpected welcome. As for Theo, he figured this was probably the best those noble idiots watching from the palace windows could come up with. Then, a familiar voice cuts through the crowd. It's none other than Axion Ragnar, finally showing his smug face. He brushes off the incident as a little greeting between brothers, claiming it's just a simple courtesy. But Remington wasn't buying it. He was genuinely pissed. Axion, though, he was loving every second of it. Theo immediately uses his observation skill on his half-brother, and what he sees is as twisted as he expected. Axion's talents include madness, psychopathy, and an overwhelming potential for swordsmanship. In Axion's mind, Theo was just a new toy to play with, and he couldn't wait to see how it would unfold. But instead of snapping back, Theo just smiles and thanks him. Yep, thanks him for the warm welcome. This confuses his psychopathic brother, but Theo keeps up the act, saying that with how welcoming Axion's been, he's really grateful and looking forward to the party. Axion's confusion quickly turns to elation. To him, it seems like Theo's finally becoming interesting, and he's loving it. Finally, they enter the banquet hall, where the Scaled Dragon Society is gathered. It's an exclusive event. Only the most promising nobles are invited to wine, dine, and talk shop. But tonight, everyone's focused on the special invitee, Theo Ragnar. And let's just say, the reaction is far from welcoming. Most of the nobles can't wrap their heads around why Axion would invite someone like Theo, the so-called imbecile of Ragnar. Sure, he's got Ragnar blood, but his reputation as a failure hangs over him like a cloud. Even though he's decked out in some seriously cold drip, credit to his mom and the palace staff, they still see him as trash. The nobles, smug as ever, don't even bother lowering their voices. They openly talk about how Axion must be playing with his new toy, snickering at Theo's expense. Remington, feeling embarrassed by the crowd's rudeness, apologizes to Theo, explaining that these events usually aren't this scandalous. But Theo? He's completely unfazed. He lets them talk trash. In fact, the more they badmouth him, the sweeter it'll be when he crushes them later. While all this is going on, Theo notices the blue quest light he saw earlier. It's nearby. He's pretty sure it's significant, but right now, he can't approach it without raising suspicion. At that moment, Axion, the host of this twisted party, descends the stairs with a smirk, asking his brother if he's enjoying the event. Theo forces himself to stay calm, sticking to the plan. He smiles and thanks Axion again for the invitation, playing along. Axion, grinning like the manipulative snake he is, sarcastically apologizes for the flower incident, admitting that maybe he went a little too far. Then, in a flash, he's right in front of Theo, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He grabs Theo's shoulders tightly, putting on a show for everyone as he demands that Theo accept his apology in front of the entire hall. Remington wants to intervene, but before he can, Theo steps in. He calmly insists that Axion has nothing to apologize for. Using Axion's own words, Theo calls it a simple greeting between brothers. The psycho's at a loss for words. Theo's composure is unshakable. He's too calm, too collected for Axion's mind games to work. After a brief pause, Axion laughs, patting Theo on the back like a proud older brother. He's honestly impressed. Theo's changed so much since they were kids, and now he's becoming fun. The nobles watching this exchange, they're eating it up. They mockingly call Theo Axion's lapdog, whispering about his illegitimate lineage. In their eyes, even though Theo and Axion share Ragnar blood, they're on completely different levels. Theo's mother, Cecilia, was a commoner concubine, while Axion hails from the powerful Troivan clan, a swordsmanship powerhouse from the east. To these nobles, Theo is little more than a nobody, a far cry from Axion's noble, prestigious bloodline. Theo's been taking it all in. The insults, the sneers, the outright disrespect. And instead of getting flustered, he's been letting it fuel the fire inside. But there's one thing that's confusing these snickering nobles: Remington's closeness with the so-called imbecile of Ragnar. As they start throwing insults Remington's way, even going so far as to question his lineage as an illegitimate son of the Narcio family, the White Lion is ready to snap. Theo can tell that Remington is about 2 seconds away from stealing the spotlight, but that won't do. Before Axion can lead Theo upstairs, Theo takes control. He calmly asserts that, since he's just arrived, he should greet his new friends. And with that, he walks straight over to the table where the nobles had been running their mouths. Every pair of eyes in the room is now fixed on him, on the imbecile of Ragnar. Theo quietly grabs a bottle of wine from the table, walking over to the noble who'd been smearing Remington's name. He makes a motion to pour the guy a drink, and the noble, smug as ever, smiles and asks if he said something wrong. That's when Theo shifts his grip on the bottle and smashes it over the guy's head without mercy. Boom. The entire hall goes dead silent. Even Remington, and yes, even Axion, who's usually unfazed by chaos, are stunned by the sudden brutal move. The noble, now bleeding from his head, grabs at his hair in agony as blood stains his blonde locks. Theo stands over him, still holding the broken, bloody bottle, while the noble spits out curses, furious at being humiliated in front of everyone. Before Blondie can finish his rant, Theo sends a brutal kick that breaks the noble's jaw, cutting off his yapping with a sickening crack. Theo's plan has officially begun. His eyes turn cold, almost crazy, as he calmly explains that he was just giving Blondie a little greeting, only to get such a hurtful response in return. The other nobles? Frozen in place, too scared and too confused to process what's happening. Meanwhile, Theo's quest progress quietly ticks up to 43%. Remington, watching this unfold, can't help but wonder if Theo's doing this for his sake. After all, he spent the last 2 weeks training with Theo and knows he's not the type to be a hot-headed thug. But now, as Blondie bleeds on the palace floor, Theo insists this is just his form of welcome. Theo steps on the noble's arm, pinning him to the floor as he begins to apply pressure, the tension building in the room. He leans in, his voice deadly calm, and says, "Since I've sent my hellos, I guess it's time for goodbyes now." Blondie, now desperate, starts shouting for Theo to stop, but it's too late. Theo stomps down hard, and the sound of bones shattering echoes through the banquet hall. The other nobles, who were talking trash just minutes ago, are now utterly tongue-tied, stunned into silence by the sheer ruthlessness of Theo's actions. Blondie, jaw broken and arm shattered, passes out from the pain, his drool mixing with blood on the palace carpet. Theo discards his limp body like the trash it is and turns to the rest of the crowd, casually asking if anyone else wants to say hello. The tension in the room is palpable, and Theo's quest progress jumps again, this time to 66%. Suddenly, knights who had been hiding in the shadows burst into the hall, surrounding Theo on all sides. Their blades drawn, they're ready to neutralize the threat, for swords hover around Theo, trapping him in place. These knights want payback for the insult to their young master and declare that the punishment for such vile actions must be death. But Theo? He smiles. This is exactly what he wanted. His plan is working perfectly. He casually asks the knights who their young master is, and they proudly respond, Ian Hanabi, the third young master of the Hanabi clan. Theo chuckles to himself. The Hanabi clan, one of the 6 snow clans that support Ragnar. It's all falling into place. Theo knew that the bodyguards of these spoiled nobles wouldn't just stand by and watch. They were always the type to look down on the imbecile of Ragnar, waiting for any excuse to put him in his place. But Theo has them right where he wants them. With a voice full of pride, he asks the knights, "So, what's the problem if I roughed up your young master?" The knights, full of self-righteous fury, demand his death. But Theo, undeterred, leans in, eyes gleaming with intensity. He coldly asks if the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans dare to threaten the life of a direct bloodline of Ragnar. And then he drops the bomb. Kyle Ragnar, his father, isn't exactly known for tolerating disrespect to his family. The knights falter, realizing the gravity of their situation. It's one thing to defend their master, but threatening Kyle Ragnar's bloodline? That's a death sentence for them. The knights, who were so confident just a moment ago, felt the weight of Theo's threat sink in. Their grip on their swords loosened, and the rage they felt for their young master's humiliation was quickly replaced by fear. The kind of fear that only the Ragnar clan could command. Theo wasn't the same imbecile they had mocked for years. The oppressive aura he now exuded was suffocating, a stark reminder that Theo, as a direct bloodline of Ragnar, was untouchable. These knights weren't dealing with just anyone. They were dealing with the blood of the dragon, and declaring death upon him could mean the destruction of their entire snow clan. And Ragnar wasn't just any lord. He was the ruler of the north, the one who reigned over the 6 snow clans. To threaten his bloodline was a death sentence. For so long, people had forgotten that Theo, too, carried this protection and prestige, mainly because he had been seen as a useless descendant. But now, that was over. The knights realized their colossal blunder. They needed to apologize and fast, but it was already too late. Theo had issued a silent kill order to a mysterious presence lurking nearby. And just like that, the swift glint of a blade blinded the room for a split second. The next thing they knew, for severed heads flew through the air, and the knight's blood splattered across the palace floor. The entire hall was frozen in shock. And Theo? He stood there, calm as the eye of a storm, while the blood of his enemies swirled around him. The mysterious figure responsible for the slaughter gracefully landed on the blood-soaked carpet. It was none other than his master, Evelyn. The arrogant nobles, who had been so carefree earlier, now felt a looming threat overhead. They had no idea that things would escalate to this point. Theo's quest progress jumped to 70%, and even Axion, the one who orchestrated this twisted banquet, had no choice but to watch as his carefully laid plans crumbled. This was no longer a game. The banquet had become a showcase of Theo's dominance. Evelyn turned to her disciple and asked, almost casually, when he realized she had been tailing him. Theo, not entirely sure himself, admitted that it was a given. He didn't know why she'd followed him all the way to Camellia Palace, but one thing was clear. Thanks to her intervention, Theo now had the upper hand, and the nobles were terrified. The hall was gripped by a tense silence, the kind where everyone is waiting for Theo's next move. All eyes were on him. Moments ago, these nobles had ridiculed him, but now they were scared to even speak. But let's rewind for a second, because this wasn't a random act. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius had paid Evelyn a secret visit. He'd come to nag her about not taking on more disciples while still diligently training Theo every day. The truth is, Julius had been sneaking into Evelyn's quarters for ages, mostly to steal her expensive wine and torment her with his presence. And as usual, Evelyn didn't entertain his games. But this time, Julius had a different reason for showing up. He wanted to know what Evelyn saw in Theo. Why was she training him so seriously? What was it about this kid? After all, even Axion had trained under Evelyn. So saying that Theo was beyond expectations was a bold claim. Julius was curious. Evelyn didn't hold back. She told Julius that Theo was different. His attitude, his work ethic, and his talent were unlike any she had ever seen. In fact, she said Theo had more potential than Axion himself. That's no small statement. Julius, who trusted Evelyn's judgment when it came to talent, after all, she had two eyes while he only had one, admitted that something about Theo didn't add up. How could someone change so drastically overnight? The most logical explanation, he thought, was that Theo had been hiding his strength all along. But why? Why keep his power hidden for so long, only to unleash it now? Evelyn had her own theory. She believed that people who move too fast, who rush their steps, are destined to trip and fall. But with Theo, it was different. It felt like he was being chased by something intangible, like he was pushing himself out of fear. That's why she was worried about him attending the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. Julius, finishing off another bottle of wine, agreed that Axion was indeed someone to worry about. But that's not why he'd suggested Evelyn follow Theo tonight. Julius had a gut feeling that something big was going to happen at the banquet. And here's why. Being a Ragnar himself, Julius knew firsthand that when wolf cubs hungry for blood gather in one place, they'll do anything to establish a hierarchy. Commander Julius had paid a visit to Evelyn, trying once again to convince her to rejoin the white armored dragon cavalry. He wasn't just interested in Theo, he wanted Evelyn back in the ranks too. Julius refused to accept that Evelyn had retired just because she couldn't ride a dragon anymore. Before he left, he laid out a pristine uniform on her table, hoping it would tempt her to come back. And honestly, maybe it worked. Sure, Evelyn lost an expensive bottle of wine that night, but in return, it seems like she's found her purpose again. Back to the present. Inside the blood-soaked banquet hall, Evelyn begins to piece together what's really going on. She realizes that Theo probably noticed her following him from the start and had orchestrated this entire situation on purpose. Maybe he joined the Scaled Dragon Society with this very scenario in mind. Her worries? Unnecessary. She starts wondering, at what point did Theo realize she was tailing him? Turns out, Theo sensed Evelyn's presence the moment he got into the carriage. Thanks to his dragon heart, he can extend his energy perception like a sixth sense. But right now, that doesn't matter. What matters is that Theo's plan for revenge is in full motion. Turning to Evelyn, Theo asks the room a chilling question. What is the punishment for nobles who show blatant disrespect to a successor candidate of the Ragnar clan? The guilty nobles almost faint on the spot. They know what's coming. And Evelyn, ever the rule follower, calmly states that according to clan law, the punishment can be as extreme as immediate execution. Theo grins. He set the stage perfectly. But instead of calling for their heads, he says he's feeling merciful. These nobles are just children after all. Theo announces that he'll settle for taking one arm from each noble involved. The guilty parties start panicking, but it's too late. Evelyn moves like lightning, an unstoppable force. She slices through the room like a deadly machine, aiming at the bratty nobles who dared to insult Theo. The second son of the Byron clan tries to dodge. His right arm is severed cleanly. The first son of the red and white mercenary corps screams as blood pours from his stump. The dainty fourth daughter of the Ceres merchant guild loses her arm in one swift motion. The third son of the Clark clan attempts to flee, only to be caught and cut down in seconds. Even the first daughter of the Howard clan becomes another victim, reduced to a one-armed mess on the banquet floor. Theo's quest progress surges to 79%. One noble, too terrified to think straight, crawls toward Axion, begging for help. But Axion? He simply repeats Theo's words, telling the crawling noble that this is just another greeting between brothers. And as the noble whimpers at Axion's feet, a glint of steel flashes in his peripheral vision before his arm is sliced clean off, his blood nearly splattering Axion's clothes. The first son of the Perink family twists in agony, while Axion, surprisingly, just watches. He and Evelyn exchange glances, a silent acknowledgement passing between former student and master. Even Axion hadn't expected to see his old trainer in action here, but he nods as Evelyn salutes with her bloodstained blade. Axion finally realizes this banquet isn't about him anymore. It's become Theo's show of dominance. Evelyn had only targeted those who insulted the Ragnar bloodline, meaning even as a fellow successor, Axion has no authority to stop what's happening. Theo's revenge is unfolding perfectly. In just a matter of minutes, Evelyn had severed the right arms of 14 nobles. Their status as swordsmen? Ruined. Sure, they can take their arms to a priest and get them reattached, but their reputation is shattered. And with it, Theo's quest progress hits 79%. Everything is going according to plan. Meanwhile, Axion's thoughts shift. He's more curious than angry, wondering how in the world Theo, the imbecile of the Rose Palace, managed to get both Remington and Evelyn on his side. This brother of his? He's evolved into something terrifying. But that's the psycho in Axion talking. Deep down, he's thrilled. He wants to crush this new version of Theo under his boot more than ever. As Theo finishes what he came to do, he calls for Evelyn and Remington to leave with him. Together, they make their way out of the palace, leaving the frightened stares of the remaining nobles fixed on Theo. But before they exit, Theo and Axion lock eyes. Brother to brother, successor to successor. No words are spoken, but the tension between them is electric. Theo pauses for just a second, grabs Axion's arm, and tightens his grip, enough to wrinkle Axion's suit. After a beat, Theo lets go and waves goodbye with a sly grin, telling Axion he had a ton of fun at this bloody banquet. As they walk away, the final system notification pops up. Theo's tutorial quest to escape the title of Imbecile of Ragnar is finally complete. Axion, he's absolutely fuming. After watching his perfect plan blow up in his face, he storms out of his own palace, screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. As much as he wants to make a move right then and there, Axion knows it wouldn't be wise. Not yet. Meanwhile, Theo, he's riding high. With all the tutorial quests completed, no one in their right mind would dare call him the imbecile of the family anymore. His public perception has completely shifted, and his reward for pulling off this transformation? An experience elixir, a tonic that instantly raises your level by 5 if you're below level 30. This is just the beginning. The tutorial might be over, but Theo's true revenge is only getting started. News of the bloodshed spreads fast. Everyone across the palaces is shocked to hear what went down. Axion's prestigious Scale Dragon Society, torn limb from limb, both literally and figuratively. But Theo? He's in a celebratory mood. His subordinates take him to a pub to celebrate his flashy and gory high society debut. Everyone is there. Even Evelyn shows up for a drink. Theo can't help but wonder how the Scale Dragon Society feels now after being humiliated by the man they used to call an imbecile. Meanwhile, back at Camellia Palace, things are tense. Amel Ragnar, Axion's mother, is in disbelief. She's heard about what happened, and she's shocked. Not only did they give Theo justification for his actions, but he also chopped off everyone's arms right in front of Axion. Amel is furious, and she lets her son know it. She had warned Axion not to take Theo lightly, but now they've handed him complete authority to go wild. Axion, trying to defend himself, insists that once Theo gains more recognition, it'll be harder to take over the Rose Palace. He assures his mother not to worry, but Amel isn't having it. She points out his mistakes, frustrated that their great plan has almost fallen apart because of his arrogance. Axion, realizing he's not getting through, backs down and leaves the room. As Axion walks away, Amel reflects on how her son could be so obnoxious. Her brother, Ed Troyven, chimes in, joking that Axion is just like she was when she was younger. But Amel isn't in the mood for jokes. Ed quickly apologizes, then tries to calm her down. He reassures her that this incident, while chaotic, might not be worth worrying about as much as she thinks. Ed explains that while the Rose Palace has been outside of the clan leader's interest for a while, it's still a part of the clan head's harem, meaning it's hard to take ownership of it. Even though it's known as a place where riffraff gather, it still holds the support of the clan leader himself. He reveals his plan. Thanks to Theo's recent chaos at the banquet, they now have enough justification to suppress him through legal procedures. Amel, hearing this, starts to calm down. She realizes that the reason she feared Theo becoming stronger was because she thought his power and influence would expand over time. But now, thanks to Ed's strategy, they can use Theo's own actions against him to keep him in check. She starts to see the bigger picture. The Camellia Palace can legally suppress Theo, and the Rose Palace will have no choice but to bow to them. Ed assures her that everything is already in motion and that by tomorrow morning, she'll hear some great news. He suggests she take the night to relax, even mentioning that he's prepared an aromatic candle from the southern volcanic region for her bath. Amel finally decides to trust in her brother's plan and expresses her gratitude before retreating to her quarters. Meanwhile, back at the tavern, Remington, who's never been one to handle his alcohol, seems drunk, even though he's only been drinking orange juice. He tells Theo how shocked he was by what went down at the banquet. Remington hadn't realized how much Theo cared for him until that night. Theo, a bit confused, asks what he means, finding it funny to watch Remington get all sentimental over some juice. But Remington is serious. He recalls how, despite enduring countless insults himself, Theo didn't hesitate for even a second when the nobles started hurling insults at Remington. Theo stepped up, no questions asked. Remington feels embarrassed that he didn't do more to stand up for himself, especially after everything Theo did for him. He looks at Theo in a new light, realizing just how much his friend had endured in the past. Theo, the untalented, useless child who everyone had looked down on for years, had somehow found the willpower to keep going, to become stronger against all odds. In Remington's eyes, Theo isn't just battling the Camellia Palace. He's battling everything and everyone that ever tried to push him down. So, after everything that went down at the banquet, Remington is getting teary-eyed, overcome with emotion. He genuinely believes that Theo's bold actions, wielding his sword without hesitation and standing up against the nobles, were all for him. Theo, a bit bewildered by this, quickly realizes that Remington has completely misunderstood the situation. Before Theo can clear things up, Remington stands up, inspired. Despite the orders of his clan, he shares that he wants to follow a different path, and that path is to follow Theo. The whole tavern erupts in cheers, with people praising Theo and his friend as if they were some legendary duo. Theo, now a little embarrassed, tries to correct the misunderstanding, but just then, he hears Evelyn's voice in his head, telepathically telling him to just let it be. She's watching from across the room and calmly advises him that this isn't such a bad misunderstanding. After all, it seems like everyone intends to follow Theo now. With that, Theo can't help but smile, but deep down he still feels like he's nothing special. All of his newfound strength? It's thanks to the status window, the mysterious system that's been guiding him. As Theo reflects, he looks at his stats and realizes that every bit of progress he's made comes from this strange system. He recalls thinking, at first, that the status window might be a manifestation of his own regrets from his past life. But the more he studies it, the more he understands it's something beyond him, something bigger. It even gives him a sense of déjà vu, but he brushes it off. Whatever it is, it's helping him improve, and that's what matters. After the Scaled Dragon Society incident, Theo noticed his level had increased, and with each level up, the system gives him points to distribute across his stats. Now, Theo's starting to understand that he has complete control over how he can improve his abilities. The future ahead of him, shining with potential, is both exciting and terrifying. Evelyn catches a glimpse of Theo's sinister smile as he thinks about all of this, and it leaves her feeling a bit concerned. But Theo's got bigger things on his mind, specifically the counterattack from Camellia Palace. He knows they won't sit quietly after what he pulled, so he decides to start preparing. Theo turns to Remington, casually calling him Remy, and asks if he's willing to help with something important. Remington, a bit taken aback by the sudden friendly nickname, assures him that he's ready to help with anything. Theo then pulls out a piece of paper and hands it to Remy, explaining that the war for the throne between him and Axion is about to begin, and he'll need all the help he can get. Remington becomes silent, his mind drifting back to his past life, where he eventually became the clan head of Narcio, and the Narcio forces became powerful enough to challenge the Ragnar clan. Theo recognizes just how valuable it is to have someone like Remington on his side, and in this moment, he's determined to solidify their bond. Remington, now fully committed, reassures Theo that he's pledged his loyalty and will do everything in his power to support him. Theo thanks him sincerely, knowing that with Remy by his side, his chances of success have just skyrocketed. But just as they're starting to plan, the tavern door suddenly bursts open. A group of knights storm in, shouting Theo's name. Everyone turns, startled, as the knights announce that Theo is under arrest for assault, threats, and intimidation. Evelyn immediately calls, but Theo remains calm, telling her to relax. He steps forward to see the arrest warrant, noticing the ink is still fresh, meaning his enemies were in a mad rush to get this out. Despite knowing the charges are a setup, Theo decides to go without a fight. Recognizing this is just another move in the game. He's quickly handcuffed, and as he's being taken away, Theo turns to his friends with a confident smile. He trusts them to handle everything while he's gone. Remington and Evelyn are both in complete shock. Remington, in particular, can't believe what's happening. But then his focus shifts back to the piece of paper Theo handed him just moments before the knights barged in. And now, as Theo is dragged away to face whatever traps his enemies have set, the question is, what's on that paper, and how will Remington and Evelyn respond? Back at Rose Palace, the news of Theo's arrest hits like a bomb. Cecilia, Theo's mother, is completely stunned. When she hears that her son is being taken to the tribunal, she literally falls to her knees in shock. Her servant rushes to her side, worried, but Cecilia assures him she's fine, though the news has clearly shaken her. She asks why Theo was taken, and the servant reveals it's because of the Scaled Dragon Society incident. Theo's being accused of inciting rebellion. Cecilia, trying to process everything, is surprised. She wasn't expecting Theo's invitation to such a prestigious event to lead to such a mess. Her servant even mentions that Theo might be put on trial, and given the damage he caused at the banquet, it won't be easy for him to escape punishment. But Cecilia, despite her shock, believes in her son. She's convinced that Theo can handle this. That's the kind of person he is, resilient. All she can do now is pray for his safe return. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Theo is being escorted to the tribunal. As they arrive at their destination, Theo realizes it's been a long time since he's seen this place. He knows the stakes are high. After obliterating the Scaled Dragon Society, there's no way he'll get a simple slap on the wrist. He's well aware that, as a successor of Ragnar, this trial will likely question his very right to the throne. As the knights order him to get out of the carriage, Theo walks with confidence. His enemies might think they're about to crush him, but Theo's smiling, because everything is going exactly as he planned. The knights announce Theo's arrival, and as he steps inside the tribunal, he's greeted by some of the most powerful figures in the Ragnar clan. Theo feels a bit of anxiety. Who wouldn't, with such legendary figures gathered in one room? Among them is Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon and commander of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Then there are 4 of the 9 dragons who protect Ragnar: Sky Dragon Ed Troyven, the Sword Dragon Lady of Plum Blossom Palace, OSA Ragnar, and the Elder Dragon, Head Counselor Wolfgang Ragnar. Seeing all these formidable figures, Theo admits to himself that in his past life, he would have been overwhelmed by their presence, especially when he notices Wolfgang, the Elder Dragon. Wolfgang has a deep-seated disdain for Theo, and he doesn't even try to hide it. To him, Theo, an illegitimate child, is a stain on the Ragnar bloodline. Wolfgang, with a cold gaze, addresses Theo directly. "Are you aware of why you've been summoned?" he asks. Without waiting for a response, Wolfgang lays out the charges. The Byron clan, the Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanabi clan. They're all cutting ties with the main family because of Theo's foolish actions. Furious, Wolfgang calls Theo a bastard, demanding if he can bear the damage he's caused to the Ragnar name. He makes it clear that Theo will be held accountable for dragging the clan's honor through the dirt. But Theo, cool as ever, agrees with him. He calmly admits that, yes, he was too careless. Instead of merely cutting off their arms, he should have cut off their heads. The room falls silent with shock. Theo continues, showing no hesitation. He reminds the tribunal that the other clans, the ones who have now defied Ragnar, are, in fact, the subjects of Ragnar. The Lord has given them land and honor, he says. Their duty is to offer their loyalty and their lives in return. This is the way of chivalry. Theo's frustration rises as he speaks. He tells Wolfgang that if he had known about their insolence earlier, he wouldn't have stopped at their limbs. He would have severed their heads. And now, he believes they should be punished accordingly to restore Ragnar's honor. Everyone is left speechless, Even Julius, who's never one to mince words, chuckles, calling Theo's performance impressive. He fully expects that Theo will walk away with a lighter punishment after such a bold justification. But Wolfgang isn't convinced. To him, this is nothing more than mockery, a clever ploy. He's about to challenge Theo when OSA Ragnar, the sword dragon lady, steps in. She admits that Theo is correct. Ragnar may be strong, but it is not truly great. For the Ragnar clan to survive, they must listen to the voices of their vassals and knights. If they only rule by force, they will inevitably fall. Power alone won't hold Ragnar together. It requires respect and loyalty. Wolfgang, clearly surprised that OSA is taking Theo's side, falls silent. He wasn't expecting this turn of events, but OSA's words hit hard. She understands that power isn't enough to rule the world. It's about more than just strength. After hearing OSA Ragnar, the sword dragon lady and first wife of the clan head, Theo is surprised to see her taking his side. She's one of the best swordsmen in the north, and her support wasn't something Theo expected. She emphasizes that the punishment he's about to receive is justified and hopes he understands the gravity of the situation. Theo, staying calm, asks what his punishment will be. That's when Wolfgang steps in, sternly informing Theo that he'll be placed under 3 months of probation. But Theo doesn't let that slide. He boldly expresses his wish to participate in the awakening ceremony next year. Wolfgang, angered, thinks Theo's talking back, but OSA once again steps in, giving Theo's words consideration and allowing him to participate. This stirs things up, especially for Ed Troyven, who had been scheming in the shadows. Ed knows that the children Theo injured at the banquet were set to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Now, thanks to Julius Ragnar's influence, Theo gets off with a lighter punishment. But Ed isn't worried. He sees this as an opportunity. If Theo carries the dishonor from this incident, the Camellia Palace can continue its plan to take over the Rose Palace. He smirks, believing everything is going according to plan, and that Theo is trapped. But then, Theo does something nobody expected. He announces that he wants to appeal the decision. The entire room is left stunned, including Ed Troyven. Ed tries to suppress his grin, thinking that Theo's arrogance will be his downfall. He's convinced that things are about to get much easier for him. Julius, ever the sharp one, steps forward and asks Theo if he really understands what it means to appeal. Theo responds confidently. He knows it's not something that can be brushed off with just 3 months of probation. But Theo's not here to settle for a slap on the wrist. In Ragnar culture, appealing means war. Theo states that in the end, only the strong have the right to speak the truth. He's not just asking to defend himself. He believes he should be rewarded for his actions. The room falls into speechless shock. Meanwhile, at the hidden northern branch of the series Merchant Guild, everything is engulfed in flames. Evelyn cuts down the last of the guards as Remington realizes this was the exact hideout Theo had mentioned. They uncover something valuable after destroying the place. Something that could shift the tides in Theo's favor. Back at the tribunal, Ed Troyven's eyes light up with joy. He believes his plan is coming together perfectly. Theo's standing before some of the most important figures in Ragnar, and now he's pushing an issue that could have been resolved in 3 months into a full-blown war. Wolfgang, furious, accuses Theo of arrogance and questions whether he really thinks he can face the forces of 15 clans alone. Theo, unshaken, explains that this is exactly the kind of situation that needs to be handled directly. In their world, power dynamics are everything, and appeals are resolved through proxy battles, a one-on-one sword fight to decide the victor. The representative of each side fights for their honor. In Theo's case, there's a high chance that the opposing side will send Axion as their champion. Julius, always one to think ahead, recognizes the danger here. He questions whether Theo has a plan, warning him that if he's expecting someone to step up as his representative, he's in for a disappointment. But Theo's not backing down. He requests that the proxy battle take place in 1 week, as per the rules. Ed Troyven, thinking he's seen right through Theo's plan, believes Theo is banking on someone like Julius or Evelyn representing him in battle. But Ed knows no one will agree to fight for Theo, meaning Theo will have no choice but to fight personally. Ed, confident in his scheme, prepares to announce Axion as his representative, certain that Axion will easily finish Theo off and show him his place. But then everything stops. Suddenly, the entire room falls silent as they hear someone's footsteps. A voice praises Theo for his cleverness, noting how much he's changed since they last met. Kyle, with an air of authority, and says he's heard all about the situation. He knows that Theo is planning to make an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo confirms this, and his father nods, recognizing the difficulty Theo will face if he enters the battle himself. Kyle then asks the big question: who does Theo plan to choose as his representative? At that moment, Theo realizes his father is testing him. He could ask someone else to fight on his behalf, but Theo chooses to step up, knowing that this is a crucial moment to prove himself. He confidently tells his father that there's no one who can represent him. He will be his own champion in the proxy battle. Kyle Ragnar, impressed but skeptical, believes his son is heading for a loss. But Theo, standing firm, challenges his father's assumption. He argues that no one should come to a conclusion before he's even had the chance to prove himself. Theo is determined to face his challenges head-on, unwilling to bend to anyone's will. Kyle bursts out laughing, clearly enjoying Theo's spirit. He turns to the rest of the trial members, asking if they've heard his son's bold declaration. For the first time, the clan head seems genuinely impressed with Theo's unwavering resolve. He praises Theo's Ragnar spirit, the strength to never lower yourself before others. This attitude, Kyle notes, is the very essence of being a Ragnar. Theo, now grinning, feels the momentum swinging in his favor. Things are going exactly as he planned. The proxy battle was never about winning, it was just bait. In the meantime, Theo knows his friends Remington and Evelyn are working hard to dig up the proof of Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy. If all goes well, Theo's victory will be absolute, and he won't even need to fight. But then, the clan head throws a massive curveball. Kyle Ragnar, with a serious look, tells Theo he wants to test him personally. Forget the trial. Forget the proxy battle. If Theo can endure a single strike from the clan leader, all charges will be cleared, and there will be no punishment. Theo is stunned. The room goes silent. Kyle's challenge is no joke. A single blow from the strongest man in Ragnar could crush him. Before Theo can react, Ed Troyven, ever the schemer, starts shouting in protest. He knows that if Theo somehow survives this test, it'll mean the king himself approves of him. That would be disastrous for Ed's plans to take over Rose Palace. Desperate, Ed tries to stop the challenge, arguing about the rules of the proxy battle and how this isn't fair. But Kyle Ragnar shuts him down immediately. The king makes it clear that if a vassal dares to speak against the Ragnar bloodline, they should be removed. Ed, forced to back down, has no choice but to obey the clan leader, though he's clearly seething inside. He glances nervously at Theo, knowing the stakes have just changed. Kyle turns to Julius, the demon dragon, and asks if he has anything to add. Julius, who's been silently giggling throughout the trial, admits he's just surprised to see the king showing interest after so long. The last time Kyle got involved like this, it was for something huge. Finally, Kyle turns back to Theo, asking if he's willing to take on the challenge. Theo, though caught off guard, quickly recovers. He knows this moment has the potential to make or break him. Refusing would make him look weak, but accepting such a blow from his father could be suicidal. Theo speaks up, calling the situation unfair. Not in a way that backs down, but rather to negotiate. He points out that comparing a single strike from the clan leader to a proxy battle between vassals and bannermen isn't exactly a fair trade. The king, amused, asks if Theo is refusing. Theo smirks and responds that he's not refusing. He's simply asking for a fair compensation if he endures the blow. Kyle Ragnar, intrigued, asks what Theo wants. Theo turns toward Ed Troyven, glancing at him with a look of calculated ambition, and then makes his boldest demand yet. With a cheeky smile, Theo says, "I want something like Camellia Palace." The room falls silent once again. Ed Troyven is left absolutely speechless. His carefully laid trap for Theo has somehow flipped into an opportunity for Theo to shine. His frustration is evident, and as he watches the situation unfold, he can't believe Theo had the audacity to make such a bold proposal to the clan leader. But Wolfgang steps in, calling Theo's demand madness. After all, making an agreement with the clan leader requires equal standing, and in his eyes, Theo is way out of his league. But what really catches everyone off guard is Kyle Ragnar's response. The clan leader actually agrees with Theo, much to the shock of the room. Kyle sees something in Theo's courage and boldness, traits he believes any future successor of Ragnar should possess. He then turns to the Sky Dragon, Ed Troyven, asking if he has any objections. Ed, forced to play along, assures Kyle that everything belongs to his lord, so how could he dare object? Satisfied, Kyle orders a stage to be prepared immediately. He wants to test his son personally, Theo's nerves start to kick in as he faces his father, while the other vassals and bannermen gather on the sidelines to watch this intense showdown. Ed Troyven, although frustrated, tries to stay calm. He's convinced that even with Theo's newfound strength, there's no way he can withstand a single strike from the clan leader. After all, not even high-ranking swordsmen can survive such a feat in Ed's mind. Theo's overconfidence will be his downfall. But Theo knows something Ed doesn't. Thanks to the experience elixir he earned after finishing the tutorial, Theo's strength has tripled, and he's confident he can survive his father's attack. The clan leader quickly notices this change in his son and wonders if Theo consumed an elixir, but even that wouldn't explain such a drastic transformation. Still, Kyle Ragnar decides it doesn't matter. What matters is the test at hand. Kyle turns to Theo and asks if he's warmed up. Theo replies confidently, even though the pressure is mounting. The clan leader comments that, normally, he'd use his great sword in battle, but since Theo hasn't learned to use mana yet, Kyle will go easy on him by using a rusty steel sword. He asks Theo if he has any objections, but Theo, determined, says he's ready. And then the fight begins. As Kyle Ragnar's aura flares, the room becomes thick with pressure. Theo feels the sheer power of his father's fighting spirit, and it nearly overwhelms him. But Theo stands his ground. Kyle, impressed that his son hasn't buckled under the weight of his aura, acknowledges that there's something more to Theo than meets the eye. Inside, Theo is focused. He knows his strength has grown exponentially since using the experience elixir. After gaining 5 levels, he poured all his points into strength, and now he feels like he's finally escaped the realm of the weak and entered the domain of the extraordinary. He's confident he can survive at least a single strike from his father, and that's all that matters. When Kyle Ragnar finally throws his attack, it's like a red beam of light, a massive strike that destroys the entire stage, sending shockwaves through the air. Everyone watches in horror as the dust settles. Ed Troyven is sure that Theo must be dead, but when the smoke clears, there stands Theo, still alive, though barely. The room falls in a stunned silence. Kyle Ragnar, with a wide grin, is impressed. He's finally found a worthy son. Theo, standing tall after surviving the blow, has proven his innocence through his sheer willpower and determination. The trial concludes, and the system window pops up, revealing that Theo has successfully completed the sudden quest, single strike from Kyle Ragnar. As a reward, Theo receives a mysterious blue key and a new inventory slot. But there's no time to focus on that just yet. Later, Theo wakes up, groggy and unsure of where he is. His mother, Cecilia, is by his side, overwhelmed with relief. She holds his hand and, with tears in her eyes, tells him how worried she was when she learned that the clan leader himself challenged Theo. She asks if he's hurt, offering to call a physician if there are any fractures or injuries. But Theo reassures her that he's fine, though he still doesn't recognize his surroundings. Just then, Julius, the demon dragon, enters the room. He shares some shocking news. By order of the clan leader, Camellia Palace has been vacated. Amelie, Axion, and all their loyalists have been removed. Theo is grinning ear to ear as he realizes he's inside Camellia Palace, now fully under his control. The system window updates him, showing that all he needs to do now is uncover the palace's hidden secret to complete the next part of his quest. He's come far, and things are finally falling into place. Meanwhile, in the garden of Camellia Palace, Emil Ragnar, Axion's mother, is causing a scene. Furious at being forced to vacate her own property, she shouts at the servants, who are desperately trying to calm her down. But there's no calming her anger. This is a major loss of power, and she knows it. Watching all of this unfold, Ed Troyven, who's seething with frustration, quietly gives an order to Axion. He tells him to kill Theo once and for all. Axion, who had been planning something for the awakening ceremony, is taken aback by the sudden command, but Ed's intense desire for revenge is burning. He's not willing to wait any longer. Theo has to be eliminated now. Axion sees the rage in Ed's eyes and knows there's no arguing with him. Back in the palace, after things settle down, Theo is reflecting on the unexpected success of his plan. Even though there were plenty of obstacles, he's managed to secure Camellia Palace without using his trump card, and now he holds even more authority than before. He opens his inventory and casually pulls out an apple. The perks of having this magical system at his disposal never fail to surprise him. He munches on it, marveling at how useful the system has been so far. But there's something more pressing. Theo pulls out the blue key he recently acquired and can't shake the feeling that it's connected to something important. As he focuses on a nearby door, the keyhole lights up, and he realizes this is it. He slides the key in, unlocking the door to reveal a deep tunnel. The system chimes in to inform him that he's just discovered his first dungeon, and that all experience gained inside will be doubled. A dungeon inside Camellia Palace? Theo knows there's more to this than just a random underground cave. It must be connected to his quest. Deciding not to miss out on any potential experience, he heads inside. But before entering, he makes sure to prepare, filling his inventory with weapons. As Theo ventures deeper, he comes across a huge wolf, a beast large enough to be classified as a demonic monster. The wolf charges at him with terrifying speed, but Theo is ready. He quickly defends with his shield, but as the wolf pushes him back, he realizes that this isn't an ordinary fight. The wolf's hide is too thick for his attacks to pierce, and its speed is greater than he expected. Theo knows he can't win this fight with half-hearted attacks. He remembers his father's incredible single strike, the devastating attack that nearly obliterated him during the trial. He wishes he could replicate that move and take the wolf down in one blow. But when he tries, nothing happens. He realizes that mimicking his father's strength won't be that easy. It's more than just a single swing of the sword. To land a decisive blow, he needs to put everything into one focused strike. With that revelation, Theo shifts his strategy. He drops his shield, deciding to focus on speed. The sword arts he learned from Evelyn come to mind. As the wolf charges once again, Theo moves swiftly, landing a precise stab into its eye. The wolf howls in pain, taking a step back, and Theo realizes his plan is working. He charges forward again, determined to win this battle. Fast forward 2 months, and back at the training grounds, Theo's absence has not gone unnoticed. Iodi and Sybil are talking about how the number of people wanting to train with Theo is growing. The rumor about the clan leader teaching Theo a single strike has spread like wildfire, and now everyone wants a piece of the action. As Sybil chats about the situation, Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace approaches, arrogant and full of himself. Henry addresses Sybil with disdain, calling him a lackey and demanding to know when the incredible young master Theo is going to show up. After all, it's been 2 months, and he's nowhere to be seen. Henry, obviously unimpressed by the rumors, mocks Theo, calling him a coward and insinuating that he's running away from the attention. Henry's taunts continue, much to Sybil's irritation. He accuses Theo of spreading false rumors about the clan leader's strike, suggesting there were no witnesses to confirm it actually happened. Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace is still running his mouth, assuming that all the rumors about Theo, including the destruction of the Scaled Dragon Society, must be fake news. But Sybil's patience finally snaps. He's had enough of Henry's disrespect, and with all the pent-up frustration from the last 2 months, he punches Henry square in the face, completely destroying it. Henry's arrogance is wiped clean as his face gets rearranged by Sybil's fist. Another guy from Plum Blossom Palace tries to step in, furious that Sybil would dare touch Henry. He throws insults at Sybil, calling him a dropout, but the tables have turned. Everyone in the training ground, all those loyal to Theo, start glaring at the Plum Palace guy, ready to pounce. Sybil doesn't hold back. He calls him a shit face and makes it clear that no one is allowed to insult their young master Theo. Even Iodi is surprised by Sybil's words, especially since Sybil isn't exactly the prettiest guy around. For him to call someone ugly? That's bold. But Sybil brushes it off, still boiling with rage. He's been annoyed by the Plum Palace guys coming around and causing trouble, and he's had it. There's no way he's going to let them walk all over Theo's name. Without hesitation, Sybil and his comrades draw their swords and declare war on the Plum Palace troublemakers. The tension in the air is electric. They're about to clash, and it's going to get bloody. The Plum Palace guys, not backing down, draw their own swords. But just as they're about to fight, someone steps in and freezes all the weapons in place with a single move. Everyone is shocked. Sybil, wide-eyed, immediately recognizes him. Ray Ragnar, one of the 4 Hounds of the North. Before anyone can react, another voice booms with laughter. Hulkus Lanka, also from the 4 Hounds, joins the scene, clearly amused by the chaos. Sybil can't believe his eyes. 2 members of the 4 Hounds have just shown up out of nowhere. Hulkus, always the loud one, starts asking for the Luster Tiger, confusing the Plum Palace guys. Growing impatient, Hulkus demands an answer, clearly looking for the master of the training ground, Theo Ragnar. With a mischievous grin, Hulkus announces that he's here to challenge Theo himself. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Theo is reaching his limit. His sword has shattered, and he's taken on more than he ever expected. The system notifies him that he's leveled up, and multiple windows pop up, showing his stats increasing. He's hunted down 170 demonic beasts, and though exhausted, he sits triumphantly on the pile of monster corpses. But there's still one enemy left, the boss. Theo drinks a healing potion, restoring his strength, and reflects on the brutal fights he's faced. There were many moments when he almost died, but each time, the healing potions saved him. At first, the beast seemed impossible to defeat, but as he leveled up, things got easier. What surprises him the most is how fast time flew by. He's already spent 2 months inside the dungeon, and it's all come down to this. The system informs him that the final boss is waiting. Theo's sure it's going to be a powerful monster as he spots some stairs leading to the final level. He walks forward, ready to face whatever's waiting for him. But as he looks down at his shattered sword, he knows it won't be of any use. He opens his inventory and pulls out another blade. It's his last sword, one his mother gave him as a birthday present. As Theo grips the ceremonial sword, memories of his past life flood his mind. He remembers how, back then, he had a lot of friction with his mother. Leading up to the awakening ceremony, he had tossed the sword aside, thinking it was useless. He had been too focused on his bloodline, convinced that no amount of fancy equipment would change who he was. He had told his mother to leave him alone, but looking back now, he regrets how he treated her. Not this time. Theo vows not to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. With the ceremonial sword in hand, Theo heads for the boss room. The system warns him to be cautious. A strong demonic beast lies ahead. When Theo opens the door, he's surprised to find a dragon taking a nap. His initial shock fades when he realizes it's just a lesser drake. Still, the sight of a draconic creature makes him wonder. The Ragnars are said to be descendants of dragons. Is this just a coincidence? But there's no time for speculation. Theo knows he has to defeat the boss to complete the dungeon and get out of there. Inside the dungeon, the system flashes Theo the quest details. One more monster to defeat. The Lesser Drake, the final boss, is a kind of dragon, and it's no easy opponent. Theo steels himself for the fight, but even with his strength, he questions if he can really take down a dragon, even if it's a lesser one. Drawing on his training, Theo focuses on using his technique, the single flash. The movie's practiced endlessly against the wolves in the dungeon. Although it's nowhere near the level of his father's legendary Dragon Flash, Theo believes that if he uses his dragon heart to the max, he might just land a serious hit. With all his might, Theo charges toward the Lesser Drake, aiming for its eye. His sword pierces through, and the monster lets out a deafening scream of pain. Theo feels a brief moment of triumph, but it doesn't last. The drake's tail lashes out in retaliation, forcing Theo to dodge. He quickly realizes that his strike wasn't enough. The attack didn't reach the brain. The drake is hurt, but far from defeated. The drake roars, its massive form thrashing, and Theo can sense the mounting danger. The beast is preparing to kill him, but Theo, never one to back down, sees the possibilities in the fight. His confidence fuels him as he charges in again, landing several quick blows. It's not enough to take the monster down, but he's looking for its weak point, the reverse scales that all dragons have. Suddenly, the Lesser Drake lets out another piercing scream, but this time, the battlefield shifts. The overwhelming fear that radiates from the drake locks Theo's body in place. He tries to move, but fear grips him tightly, paralyzing him. He can see the drake's attack coming, but he's frozen, only able to block it with his sword at the last moment. The impact sends him flying, crashing into a rock wall. Pain shoots through his body, and he knows he can't keep this up for long. Struggling to his feet, Theo spots the drake preparing to strike again. He knows the key to winning lies in hitting the reverse scales, but he needs to be fast and precise. As the monster charges, Theo leaps onto its massive body, dodging its vicious attacks. With a powerful thrust, he pierces the reverse scales. Blood gushes out, and the drake howls in agony. Theo presses the attack, striking the weak spot again and again, confident his plan is working. But the drake doesn't fall. It's still standing, and Theo's surprise is written all over his face. The beast isn't going down without a fight. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, the tension between the four hounds is reaching a breaking point. Hulkus Lanka, fiery as ever, is furious at Ray Ragnar. Hulkus demands the chance to fight Theo Ragnar, but Ray isn't having it. She mocks Hulkus, calling him a loser, reminding him that he lost 3 years ago. Hulkus defends himself, insisting that he's improved since then. He spent every day honing his skills to close the gap, but Rei isn't impressed. She brushes him off, calling him a loser again, which only fuels Hulkus's anger. He challenges her to a duel, declaring that the winner will get the chance to fight Theo. Their weapons clash, and Hulkus swings his massive weapon at Rei, but she blocks it effortlessly, unfazed. The spectators, Sybil and Henry, watch in shock. They don't understand how these two could be so strong. But seeing two members of the Four Hounds go head-to-head is terrifying enough. Just as they're about to get serious, Remington appears. Remington steps between them, making it clear that this is the domain of young Master Theo, and he won't tolerate any trouble here. Hulkus, ever the warrior, is excited to see Remington and even suggests fighting him. But Remington stays firm, asking Hulkus to respect his words. Then suddenly, everyone feels it. An immense, menacing pressure washes over the training grounds. It's a killing intent so powerful, it makes everyone pause. They all turn to see the source of the energy, and their eyes land on Theo. He's finally arrived, and the air is thick with his overwhelming presence. Even Remington, who knows Theo well, is surprised. He can't help but wonder, what happened during Theo's seclusion? Where did this intense pressure come from? As Theo walks onto the grounds, Rei and Hulkus can barely contain their excitement. The young master, the one they've been dying to test themselves against, is finally here. The entire training ground falls silent as Theo steps into view, dominating the atmosphere with the same fear he learned from the Lesser Drake inside the dungeon. Back in the dungeon, Theo had managed to land the critical blow. After repeatedly attacking the reverse scales, the Lesser Drake finally collapsed. The system flashed a congratulations, acknowledging that Theo had successfully hunted the beast. When he touched the reverse scales, the Drake went into a frenzy, and Theo had thought he was done for. But in the end, the Drake wore itself out, leaving Theo victorious. After finishing his dungeon quest inside Camellia Palace, the system notifies Theo that he's earned some serious rewards. He's gained the Lesser Drake's tooth and claw. The tooth is a material for enhancing weapons, and the claw can be used to increase a weapon's sharpness. Theo's immediate thought is to use these materials to repair his mother's sword, a gift he doesn't want to lose, no matter what. The system also surprises him by awarding a new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear. This skill allows him to inflict fear on any target with weaker magic power, which stuns Theo. He had always believed that only a select few could use such abilities. He's thrilled at the opportunity to try it out, but he wonders whether the skill will be useful in Ragnar, considering the place is crawling with powerful people. After finally clearing the dungeon and completing the quest of uncovering Camellia Palace's secrets, Theo receives another reward, a nest compass. Though he doesn't fully understand what it's for, he assumes it'll come in handy for his next quest. He stores it in his inventory and decides to go rest in his room, completely exhausted after the dungeon run. But before he can catch a break, a maid rushes over to Theo, informing him of an urgent matter. She notices his wounds and offers concern, but Theo brushes it off. There's a brawl happening in Training Ground 4, and she needs him to handle it. Theo, not in the mood for games, heads to the training grounds. As soon as he steps onto the field, he unleashes his new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, and the effect is immediate. The overwhelming aura fills the air, knocking people unconscious as Theo commands them to get lost, declaring that he needs rest. But Hulkus Lanka, ever the battle-hungry member of the Four Hounds, isn't fazed. Instead, he's excited by the sheer killing intent Theo is putting out. Without hesitation, Hulkus charges straight at Theo, eager to test his strength against the young master. Hulkus swings his massive sword, but Theo, fresh from his dungeon training, easily overpowers him with just a single strike. The crowd is left shocked, their jaws dropping as Hulkus is knocked back, unable to comprehend how Theo deflected his attack so easily. Theo, too, is surprised by his own progress, realizing just how much he's leveled up since the dungeon. But Hulkus doesn't back down. He's been known as the weakest member of the Four Hounds, not because of his strength. He's as powerful as a black bear, but because he's a bit dull-witted and never rounds out his skills. Fueled by determination, Hulkus charges in again, challenging Theo to block his next attack. Even though Hulkus is known for his raw strength, Theo is now able to keep up with him. With a well-timed slash, Theo counters Hulkus and defeats him in one move. The impact leaves Hulkus coughing up blood before he loses consciousness and collapses. Theo realizes that he might have been too reckless with his strength, but he's glad Hulkus is tough enough to survive it. Sybil and the others in the training ground are stunned. They never expected Theo to defeat Hulkus Lanka, the black bear of the Four Hounds, so easily. As the crowd begins to cheer for the young master, Theo reassures them that Hulkus is still alive, though knocked out. But before Theo can even process the moment, his mother's sword, already battered, shatters completely. It's a moment of disappointment for Theo, as this was a precious gift, but the crowd seems to be cheering even louder, interpreting the broken sword as a sign of Theo's incredible power. Everyone is thrilled by what they've just witnessed. Theo Ragnar has taken down a four-hound with just a single strike, and his sword even broke from the sheer force of it. But Theo doesn't quite understand why they're so excited. Meanwhile, as the crowd roars, Ray Ragnar stands off to the side, deep in thought. A memory comes flooding back to her. When she was younger, she had been wandering through the cold and thin clothes when Theo found her. Concerned, he asked why she was out in such freezing weather, barely dressed. Seeing how cold she was, Theo gave her his scarf and took her back to his house, promising to take her home once the snow stopped. As she recalls the memory, a smile creeps onto her face, something she doesn't often do. Watching Theo now, she can't help but feel a sense of admiration for the boy who helped her long ago. As she leaves the battleground, Remington, who's been watching the whole scene, catches sight of her smile, surprised to see such an expression from Ray. Back at Camellia Palace, Theo's feeling a little embarrassed as the maids excitedly congratulate him on earning his new title, Luster Tiger. It's clear his hard work is finally paying off. One of the maids, especially proud of him, advises Theo to keep the momentum going until the awakening ceremony. She believes he can do it, and her enthusiasm gives Theo a boost of confidence. Suddenly, Theo's mother, Cecilia, bursts in, armed with a new abalone dish. Without wasting a moment, she starts force-feeding him, determined to stuff his face with as much food as possible. Theo, caught off guard, tries to stop her, but she's having none of it. As she keeps piling food into his mouth, Theo is reminded of his past life, and a warm feeling fills him. It's moments like these that make him grateful for the second chance he's been given. Between bites, he manages to tell his mother the food is delicious, which seems to please her. But then, Cecilia notices something that wipes the smile from her face: the broken sword. Theo starts sweating nervously, quickly explaining that it broke during training. He's deeply sorry, since the sword was a precious gift from her on his birthday. Cecilia's mood shifts from concern to anger, but not at Theo. She's furious at the person who swore the sword wouldn't break. It was made with white snow steel and ebony steel wood, two incredibly rare and valuable materials. Theo, surprised, asks if she means the steel wood from the southern jungles. Cecilia confirms, adding that the materials are incredibly precious, and she's disappointed to find out the sword wasn't as durable as promised. Theo, realizing just how valuable the sword was, is stunned. He never imagined it was made from such rare materials, and wonders how his mother even managed to get her hands on such a weapon. Cecilia, still fuming, declares that she's going to have a word with the sword's maker. And by word, she means she's going to force them to create an even better sword for her precious son. Theo tries to reassure her, saying it's fine and that he can use another sword, but Cecilia won't hear it. She reminds him that people are finally starting to notice his strength and that he needs to be more careful than ever with the awakening ceremony just around the corner. No way is she letting him show up with a shabby sword. Theo, touched by his mother's love and care, can't help but feel grateful. Just as Theo thinks the conversation is winding down, Cecilia tells him it's time to get going. Theo, confused, asks where they're headed. That's when she drops the bomb. They're going to the Basque Workshop, the best smithy in all of Winterra. Now, the Basque Workshop isn't just any ordinary place. It's one of the top 3 manufacturing workshops in Winterra, known for its factory-like size and legendary craftsmanship. But what's truly special about the Basque Workshop is its master blacksmith, Curson, known as the elf of capitalism and one of the few artisans with the title of master craftsman. Curson's reputation is on a whole other level, and even Theo is shocked. He never expected to meet someone of her stature, and he's immediately curious about how his mother has connections with someone like Curson. When they arrive, the first thing Theo hears is Cecilia angrily addressing Curson as her mother, catching Theo completely off guard. Speechless, Theo realizes his mother isn't just any ordinary woman. She's the daughter of one of the most renowned blacksmiths in the region. Suddenly, everything clicks. He's quarter elf, and the reason for his handsome looks finally makes sense. Curson, clearly not fond of being called mother, snaps back at Cecilia, insisting that their relationship is not that of parent and child. Theo recalls that growing up, he was always told his mother was an orphan with no family. But now, here she is, the daughter of Curson, the high elf blacksmith. Cecilia doesn't waste any time. She throws the broken sword down in front of Curson, accusing her of making a defective product. Curson, prideful and a little insulted, doesn't believe her at first, until she pulls the sword out and sees for herself that it's broken. Speechless, Curson can't deny the evidence in front of her. As they bicker, Curson asks who wielded the sword. When Cecilia points to Theo, Curson's eyes widen in realization. "That's the kid behind you?" she asks incredulously. Cecilia wastes no time in defending her son, telling Curson to watch her mouth. Theo isn't just any kid. He's a genius who will one day reign over Ragnar. Theo, ever respectful, steps forward to introduce himself to the legendary blacksmith. He expresses his gratitude for having the chance to meet her, acknowledging her reputation as the master of the Basque workshop. Curson, somewhat surprised by his manners, praises Cecilia for raising such a child. But the conversation quickly returns to the sword. Curson asks if Theo was the only one who used the weapon. When Theo confirms, Curson is even more intrigued. Cecilia believes the sword was defective, but Curson, now realizing this might be more complicated, knows it's going to be a long conversation. She invites them inside to discuss things further, knowing this isn't just a simple repair job. As they walk into the workshop, Theo can't help but wonder about the connection between his mother and Curson. Curious, he asks if his mother is really related to the demon craftsman, and Cecilia confirms that he's right. He asks his mother if Curson is really her biological mother. Cecilia explains that, although she never spoke much about it, Curson took her in as a foster mother for a short time. She shares that Curson has a deep love for anything beautiful, whether it's music, jewels, theater, or even people, which is why she took Cecilia under her wing. But Curson, ever the gruff elf, cuts them off, calling the past pointless. Cecilia rolls her eyes, clearly not buying it, and Theo notices the affection behind the rough words. Curious, he asks how his mother ended up leaving such a place. Curson, with a tinge of frustration, reveals that Cecilia left because of her desire to marry the leader of the Ragnar clan. She never expected Cecilia to willingly walk into such a miserable life, especially with how dangerous the Ragnar clan could be. Yet, to her surprise, Cecilia survived and even returned last year, begging her to forge a sword for Theo. Curson, always the hard one to please, calls her shameless, which only makes Cecilia more annoyed as they start to bicker. As the two go back and forth, Theo smiles, realizing he's never seen his mother talk like this. It's a side of her he didn't know existed. In his past life, Theo had been so focused on the clan that he never took the time to understand his mother. He was too obsessed with status and power to notice the people who genuinely cared about him. Now, watching them argue, he begins to realize that Curson cares about his mother far more than she lets on. He wonders why Curson never intervened in his past life. But maybe things are different now. Eventually, they reach Curson's private quarters, and as they step inside, she abruptly grabs Theo and shuts the door, locking Cecilia out. Cecilia's muffled protests can be heard from the other side, but Curson ignores them completely, focusing her full attention on Theo. Without wasting any time, Curson asks Theo a cryptic question. Does he possess the relic of the primordial dragon? Theo, confused, asks if she's talking about the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protects the Ragnar clan. He explains that he's heard stories about the legendary treasures scattered across Winterra for the descendants of Ragnar, but to him, it always seemed like just a myth. Curson cuts him off, making it clear that the relics are not a legend. She's frustrated, almost on the verge of tears, as she examines the broken sword. It's a piece she had poured her heart and soul into, and it shouldn't have broken, unless it came into contact with something as powerful as a relic. She can't believe the sword failed so easily, and she's convinced that only a relic could have caused such damage. Theo, feeling guilty, apologizes, explaining that the sword broke while he was fighting a lesser drake. He doesn't know anything about relics, but before he can say more, Curson decides to show him instead of explaining. She pulls out a casket, sealed tight with chains, and asks if Theo notices anything unusual. Suddenly, Theo's system lights up, showing the familiar blue glow he saw before, just like the door to the dungeon in Camellia Palace. Realizing it's the same energy, Theo asks if it's part of a quest. Curson, who can't see the glow herself, notes his reaction and realizes that he's sensing something. She explains that inside the casket is a relic of the primordial dragon. She's tried countless times to open the casket, but every attempt has failed. Placing the heavy casket down, she tells Theo the story of the primordial dragon, a being so powerful that it removed one of its own fangs and had it forged into a weapon. This weapon is known as the White Moonlight Blade, a sword said to possess unimaginable power. Curson then drops a bombshell. If Theo can break the seal on the casket and claim the relic, the White Moonlight Blade will be his. But there's a catch. If he fails, the consequences could be fatal. The process could end his life, and there are no guarantees. She asks him if he's still willing to take the risk. Theo's reaction is immediate. He's smiling, his heart pounding with excitement. The danger, the risk, the legendary sword, it's all part of the challenge, and Theo can't back down now. With a confident grin, he tells Curson that the sword is as good as his. The system immediately pops up, revealing the next scenario quest. Be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. As Theo faces the sealed casket in Curson's workshop, the pieces of the puzzle start falling into place. The White Moonlight Blade isn't just any relic. It's the sword of the Black Dragon, one of the 9 dragons. Theo remembers the legendary Black Snow leader, someone who commands fear across Winterra, known as the Black Dragon. Very few know the truth about this sword, and those who've even spoken about it have either vanished or met a grisly fate. Flashes of his past hit him hard. He remembers running into the Black Dragon 4 years ago, and to this day, he doesn't understand why the Black Dragon let him live. It was sheer coincidence that he even saw the true form of the sword back then. Now, standing before the very relic he once glimpsed, Theo is in shock. How could Curson have been in possession of the primordial dragon's relic this whole time? Curson snaps him back to reality, asking if he's ready to open the casket. Theo, fueled by the desire to claim this legendary weapon, smiles, determined to make the sword his own. As he examines the casket more closely, he realizes its design is eerily similar to the dungeon door he unlocked in Camellia Palace. Trusting his instincts, he pulls out the blue key from his inventory and, to Curson's confusion, unlocks the casket. As the chains fall away, a strange, ominous light begins to shine from the casket, and suddenly, Curson's face turns from intrigue to concern. Before Theo can react, a mysterious black fog emerges, wrapping itself around him and pulling him inside the casket's depths. Theo struggles to break free, but the fog is relentless, dragging him into a mysterious world. When he opens his eyes, Theo finds himself in a place he recognizes but can't explain, Rose Palace engulfed in flames. His memories rush back, and he's shaken by the reminder of how weak he used to be. The fire, the destruction, everything he tried to forget is now right in front of him. His desire for power overwhelms him, and the vision of Rendon and his enemies resurfaces. He knows he needs to become stronger, strong enough to crush the Camellia Palace once and for all. But then, something strange happens. Out of the flames, a griffin emerges, its piercing eyes locked on Theo. The creature seems to be playing with his mind, feeding on his desire for power, twisting his thoughts. The griffin attacks, ready to devour him whole. Theo, caught off guard, grabs the griffin's beak just in time, realizing that the monster is trying to take over his mind by exploiting his darkest desires. That's when it hits him. This isn't just a regular monster. It's the essence of the Moonlight Sword, a beast meant to test whoever dares claim it. The griffin's voice echoes, calling Theo insolent for trying to challenge its power. But Theo, unfazed, declares that he's already conquered the despair the creature is trying to show him. He's been through too much to be tempted by false promises of power. As Theo struggles, he notices something odd. The griffin is smaller than he remembers. In his memories, the beast stood at least 10 meters tall, but now they're the same height. Theo smirks, realizing that perhaps the griffin's power has waned from being trapped for so long. With a surge of confidence, he tells the monster that the Moonlight Sword is his now. The griffin thrashes, trying to break free from Theo's grip, but it's too late. Theo's willpower is unshakable, and as he prepares to finish the creature off with a punch, a wicked grin crosses his face. He's already passed the test. Meanwhile, back in Curson's room, things are getting tense. Cecilia, who's been watching all this unfold, is panicking. Seeing her son unconscious, she frantically tries to wake him up, but nothing seems to work. Tears stream down her face as she begs her mother for answers. Why is Theo like this? Why isn't he waking up? Curson, for once, is speechless. She didn't expect things to go this far and admits that she's never seen or heard of anything like this before. She can sense a monster's energy intertwined with Theo's bloodstream, but she doesn't understand how or why. What she does know is that Theo possesses something powerful, another relic, and this is affecting the process in ways she couldn't predict. Cecilia, devastated, warns her mother that if anything happens to Theo, she'll never forgive her. The room is heavy with tension, Cecilia's cries filling the air as she desperately holds her son. Then, out of nowhere, a mysterious light begins to form around Theo's chest. Curson and Cecilia both stop, eyes wide in shock. The moonlight sword begins to pulse with energy as Theo's hand instinctively reaches out to grab it. The light grows stronger, enveloping his entire body. Cecilia rushes to her son, trying to wake him up, and when Theo finally opens his eyes, she hugs him tightly, tears streaming down her face. She was terrified something had gone wrong, but Theo, ever calm and collected, reassures her, telling her not to worry. He's completely fine. Meanwhile, the system congratulates Theo for defeating the Griffin and finishing the quest. His reward? Becoming the owner of the legendary white moonlight sword. Theo reflects on how lucky he was. The Griffin, freshly unsealed, wasn't at its full strength, and its psychological attacks couldn't sway him. It was just a matter of timing. The system then alerts him to something even more shocking. By absorbing the monster energy of the sword, Theo's magic power has skyrocketed, now surpassing 200 points and pushing him to the level of a high-ranking swordsman. His body begins to glow with newfound power, but there's a catch. He can't fully use this magic until after the awakening ceremony. Curson, visibly impressed by what she's witnessed, congratulates Theo on successfully claiming the sword. But Theo, always the practical one, asks if she's going to keep her promise. Curson, with an air of pride, assures him that elves don't lie. However, Theo can't help but notice that the sword seems a bit rebellious. It hasn't fully acknowledged him as its master yet, and this makes him uneasy. Curson, ever the sharp observer, explains that the sword's behavior is to be expected. After being trapped for 400 years, the moonlight sword is like a caged beast. It's ready to let loose. Theo, a little hesitant, wonders if the sword will ever calm down. Curson suggests he take a swing at the wall to let the sword vent some of its pent-up frustration. Theo isn't too sure about the idea, but Curson mocks him a little, saying that even with a legendary sword, someone as inexperienced as him couldn't possibly damage the Basque workshop. Feeling a bit unnerved by the challenge, Theo decides to give it a try. After all, this is a chance to test out his dragon heart ability in a controlled way. He gets into position, readying the moonlight sword as its rebellious energy hums through him. As Theo excuses himself and prepares for the strike, Curson watches with mild curiosity until things take a drastic turn. With a swing powered by all of his magic, Theo lets loose an attack called Single Flash. The result? Complete destruction. The wall of the workshop, 10 feet thick, splits in half, sending rubble crashing down. Cecilia stands frozen in astonishment, while Curson's eyes fill with anxious tears. Contrary to what she thought, Theo didn't just dent the wall. He literally cut the building in two with one swing. And he wasn't even trying to destroy it. Curson, watching the devastation, sinks into despair. She's just witnessed yet another costly loss at Theo's hands. First, he broke the sword she crafted, and now he's leveled part of her workshop. Even Theo himself is stunned by the sheer power of the sword, realizing that it drained almost all of his magic in that single, devastating slash. Before he can fully process what happened, Curson dashes toward him with alarming speed. She reaches him in an instant, laying a hand on his shoulder and immediately giving him mana to help replenish his strength. Theo didn't even notice her move. She's startled to realize that Theo truly has no control over his magic yet. But after seeing what he did to the wall, she's also struck by his raw potential. This kid is something else, a true genius. A sly grin spreads across her face as she places her hand on Theo's shoulder. She proudly declares that she'll be his patron from now on, telling him to spread his wings and show the world his incredible abilities. Of course, Curson isn't just being kind. She's got dollar signs flashing in her eyes. It's clear that in her mind, Theo is about to become a walking, talking billboard for her workshop. If the world sees what Theo can do with a sword from Basque Workshop, it'll bring in massive profits. Theo, ever sharp, immediately sees through her plan. He bluntly tells Curson that he can practically see the dollar signs in her eyes, a statement that catches her off guard but makes her laugh. She doesn't deny it, she's greedy, but she's also proud to have a grandson like him. And in her own way, she's offering to help him reach even greater heights. As the day winds down, and after destroying half a building, Theo and Cecilia prepare to leave the workshop. Before they go, they exchange a few last words with Kirsten, who, despite everything, seems genuinely impressed with her grandson's strength. It also turns out Theo handed over Drake Fangs to Kirsten as wall repair funds after that accidental destruction of the Bass workshop. Kirsten, being the business-savvy elf she is thrilled to have this rare material. She's not only impressed with the fangs Theo snagged from his battle with the lesser Drake, but also swelling with pride at how her daughter, Cecilia, raised such an incredible son. Just as she's basking in that motherly pride, a familiar voice echoes in the workshop, addressing her by her infamous title, Demon Craftsman. Kirsten freezes, recognizing the voice. She turns to find herself face to face with the mysterious crow of Ragnar, a man known for his eerie presence and glowing red eyes. He doesn't say much, just simmers with intensity, leaving us on a cliffhanger as Kirsten nervously asks why he's here. Fast forward 5 days. The much-anticipated awakening ceremony has finally arrived. We find Theo in the middle of yet another sparring session with Evelyn, his one-armed swordmaster. And while they're exchanging blows, it's clear to her that Theo has leveled up. His speed, strength, and precision have all improved significantly. Even the onlookers who've been following Theo's journey are watching in awe and sweating profusely as they realize just how far ahead of them he's gotten. After a solid bout, Evelyn can't help but praise Theo, admitting that he's pushing her back during their spar. Theo, grinning like the cat that got the cream, humbly accepts the compliment, though you can tell he's soaking it up. He never thought he'd hear such high praise from someone like Evelyn, and he's secretly loving every second of it. Evelyn, ever the calm mentor, tells him he's done well, and even hints that he might just be able to become valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Theo, with a cocky smirk, thanks her and jokingly says that if he does make valedictorian, he'll be sure to mention her name in his victory speech in front of everyone. Evelyn gives him a look, a mix of amusement and exhaustion, wondering if that's even necessary. But Theo's fans? Oh, they're all in. His comrades rush over, eagerly asking him to shout out their names during his speech too. Theo, soaking in the attention, can't help but feel a little proud of his newfound popularity, thinking to himself that maybe being adored by everyone isn't such a bad problem to have. But Evelyn just stands there, giving him a creeped-out look, thinking the fame is getting to his head a little too fast. The scene transitions to the central headquarters, where the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Theo walks in, confidently introducing himself as Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace. As he enters, he notices the large crowd gathered for this prestigious event. The awakening ceremony is the annual event for the Ragnar clan, where young swordsmen finally get the chance to prove themselves and earn recognition, not just among their peers, but in front of the entire clan. Everyone who's anyone is here. Big names like the Nine Dragons, and even the former clan head from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. Theo spots Hilda and is relieved to see she's still attending these events, even though she's supposedly over 150 years old. She certainly doesn't look it, though, and her presence only adds to the weight of the moment. Suddenly, a drum sounds, signaling the start of the ceremony. The conductor, Vanna Ragnar, steps forward, a Dragon Gate swordsman and judge of the event. His booming voice commands everyone's attention as he explains the rules for the preliminary examination. The test is simple but brutal. Grab a sword and make a mark on the steel wall in front of them. Of course, this isn't just any wall. It's forged from a blend of white snow steel, a material so strong that ordinary swords can't even scratch it. But there's a catch. If the participants can open their mana halls and channel their magic into their swords, they'll have a chance to cut through the wall. To help with this, Vanna hands out a special soma pill to each participant. This elixir contains the power of 10 years worth of magic, designed to open their mana halls and unlock their true potential. The deeper the cut they leave on the wall, the higher their score. Then, Vanna calls out the first participant, Theo Ragnar. Theo steps forward, taking the soma pill and reflecting on how, in his previous life, his half-brother Axion was the one who took the title of valedictorian. But this time? Not today. This is Theo's moment, and he's ready to rewrite his fate. With renewed determination, Theo grabs a sword and heads toward the white snow steel wall, all eyes on him. He knows this is his chance to prove that he's not the same weakling from his past life. As Theo walks toward the white snow steel wall, a system window suddenly pops up, giving him a new quest: become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. With a smirk, Theo knows this is his moment. No more second chances, no more hiding his power. This time, he's here to dominate. Meanwhile, high above the ceremony, Hilda Ragnar, the 150-year-old former clan head, watches with interest. She turns to Kyle Ragnar, the current clan leader, and asks if this is the boy he's spoken of before. Kyle confirms with a slight nod, and Hilda, intrigued by the story she's heard, admits she's curious to see if Theo truly has what it takes to live up to his potential. Back on the ground, Theo, feeling the weight of everyone's eyes on him, stretches his shoulders, trying to shake off the nervousness. The judge, Vanna Ragnar, steps forward and reminds Theo to swallow the Soma pill, which will help unlock his mana hall. Theo pops the pill into his mouth, but he's not the same kid from his past life. Last time, he couldn't control the Soma's power, and it severely injured his Dantian. But not today. As soon as he swallows the pill, Theo feels an explosion of energy within him. The mana surges through his body, scattering in waves. Vanna is stunned, watching this brat cause a mana wave of this size. He's concerned too much mana can overload a person's system, especially someone with a powerful dragon heart like Theo. But just as quickly as the mana erupts, Theo stabilizes it with ease. Feeling a rush of confidence and power, Theo can't help but smile. It's almost too easy this time compared to his past life. Now, with his mana hall open and the vast power of his dragon heart at his disposal, he's officially unlocked his full potential. No more holding back. Theo gathers himself, leaping into the air, ready to unleash his first true attack. He channels every ounce of magic into his sword, and in a single, powerful flash, a massive dragon made of mana surges forward, slamming into the steel wall. The impact is devastating. A giant crack runs through the wall, leaving the entire arena in awe. Vanna, the judge, is completely boggled by what he's just seen. He announces with absolute certainty, Theo Ragnar has passed. The crowd, bamboozled, doesn't even begin to cover it. Theo's display of power was nothing short of monstrous. A system window pops up in front of Theo, announcing that the curse of bad luck that has plagued him for so long has finally ended. His fame is beginning to spread throughout the world. A wide, genuine smile spreads across his face. He's finally reached the same starting point as everyone else. He's no longer the outcast. As the system continues to update him, it reveals that Theo has caught the attention of some of the biggest names in the Ragnar clan. OSA Ragnar, the sword dragon, wants to take him on as a disciple. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, seems a bit frustrated with all the attention Theo is getting, while Rober Ragnar stays cautious. But most importantly, even Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head with the heart of Garuda, has shown interest in him. For Theo, catching Hilda's eye is a huge win. He knows how powerful she is, and secretly, he's already dreaming of obtaining that Garuda heart one day. Things are looking better than ever. But the ceremony isn't over yet. Other participants try their luck with the wall too. One guy manages to leave only a tiny scratch, no more than a thin hairline, and can't help but cry out in frustration, realizing how far behind he is compared to Theo. Next up, we've got Ray Ragnar, Hulkus Lanka, and Remington. Each of them puts in a solid effort, leaving impressive marks on the wall, but none of them come close to matching the massive cut that Theo left. Even the crowd can't believe it. These are some of the strongest contenders, but Theo's results have left everyone in the dust. Finally, it's time for Axion Ragnar, Theo's half-brother and the one who stole the title of valedictorian in Theo's past life. As Axion steps forward, the crowd begins to murmur. People are already buzzing with anticipation, wondering if this year's contest will come down to the Luster Tiger, Theo, and the Dark Tiger, Axion. Axion is furious at the idea that people are comparing him to Theo. It's clear that the crowd's excitement is getting under his skin. Swallowing his Soma pill, Axion's mana surges, and a massive red dragon bursts forth, slashing at the wall with devastating power. The crack it leaves behind is just as large as Theo's, stunning the audience into silence. Even Vanna, the seasoned judge, is left speechless for the umpteenth time today. He announces that Axion Ragnar has passed as well, and the crowd erupts into cheers. Axion's slash was equally impressive, leaving everyone wondering who will come out on top. Now, the final score will come down to precision. As the sun begins to set, Vanna steps forward and officially announces the end of the first stage of the awakening ceremony. This year, the results are particularly impressive. There are several participants who have significantly improved their scores. However, the crowd is buzzing with excitement over the big question: who will be named valedictorian? Stay tuned, because with the first round over, things are about to get even more intense as the Ragnar clan's best and brightest continue to clash. Will Theo claim the title of valedictorian, or will Axion strike back? Either way, it's going to be an epic showdown. As the scene kicks off, we hear this booming announcement. The first stage of the awakening ceremony is officially wrapped, and the results are about to drop. The camera zooms in on Theo Ragnar and his cousin Axion Ragnar, both standing among the participants, waiting with anticipation. Suddenly, the announcer calls out, "Theo Ragnar." The crowd gasps, and Theo himself? Completely floored. Nobody, and I mean nobody, saw this coming. Theo has been declared the valedictorian of the first stage. The entire place is in shock. And it doesn't end there. The announcer elaborates that Theo scored a perfect 10 out of 10. Every part of his performance, from mastery and technique to magic control and speed, was absolutely flawless. They're calling him Flash Tiger now, and you can hear people murmuring. Did he really beat Axion? They ask. Axion was supposed to be the unbeatable one. But here's the kicker. Theo's sword mark? Nearly identical to the legendary Thorkel Ragnar's record. The crowd is in awe. Now we switch scenes for a moment. Somewhere in the snowy mountains, we see a lone figure walking. That's Thorkel Ragnar himself, one of the top contenders for the clan succession. This guy's a big deal, and you can tell he's going to be a key player in this whole thing. Back to the ceremony. The announcer calls out Axion Ragnar's name for second place. That's right, Axion, who also scored perfectly, gets second because his sword mark was just a little shorter than Theo's. And he is not happy. The crowd goes silent as he lifts his head, eyes blazing. The tension is real. While the announcer keeps naming other winners, the focus stays on Axion, simmering in rage. Eventually, the announcer congratulates everyone and drops a heads up. The second stage of the awakening ceremony will be in 3 days, up in the Winter Mountains, and the 87 examinees who pass better be ready. The scene shifts, and we're now in this cozy little wooden cabin, blanketed in snow. Inside, Theo is celebrating with Remington and a few others, all congratulating him on snagging first place. Theo's grateful, but he reminds everyone that the fight's far from over. The next goal is to ace the second stage together. Theo places a hand on Remington's shoulder, reassuring him. Remington smiles, but you can tell he feels a bit down, maybe even ashamed of his own performance. Theo brushes it off, calling his own win luck and reminding Remington that, as friends, things like that don't matter. It's a touching moment, and Remington feels a spark of determination, joining Theo in a toast to their next stage. Now we cut to the snowy mountains again. Theo is standing alone, reflecting on his victory. Scoring first place, he would have never thought that possible in his past life. But he knows this isn't the end. Winning the first stage over Axion was just a fluke. It wasn't a real battle. His fist clenches as he remembers his true enemies, Axion and Sky Dragon. This is only the beginning. Theo pulls out a strange-looking compass, and a system notification pops up. It's the Nest Compass, which guides him to the direction of the nest. The compass points toward the Winter Mountains, and Theo realizes there's something more to the second stage. Maybe it's going to reveal where this nest really is. Just then, Theo feels someone behind him. In an instant, he vanishes and reappears with his sword at the stranger's throat. The man raises his hands, introduces himself as Getsby Jotun from the Gale Sword Unit, and says his captain was impressed by Theo's performance. They're offering him a shot at taking the entrance test for their elite squad. Theo's a little suspicious and asks why he has to take a test if they're interested in him. Getsby explains that even being invited to take the test is a rare honor. Before they can talk further, a voice cuts through the tension, calling Getsby and his group Sword Platoon fools. Enter Ian So Sorry, Vice Commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, aka the Fire Goblin. She wastes no time, offering Theo a spot in her unit and claiming her offer is way better than what the Gale Sword Unit can give. But wait, more representatives from other elite units appear, each one wanting Theo for their own team. It's turning into total chaos as everyone tries to recruit him, and Ian's getting visibly frustrated. Theo, meanwhile, is just watching the whole thing, wondering if he should quietly slip away before this recruiting battle gets even crazier. Right when he's about to leave, another voice echoes through the air. This one's calm and commanding, and everyone goes silent. Flower petals drift around as Prunus Ragnar, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, steps forward. Everyone is shocked to see her. She just smiles, saying she's here for the same reason as everyone else, to see Theo Ragnar. And then we cut to another scene, Axion Ragnar, in a very different light. Furious and out of control, he's slashing and striking at anyone around him in a fit of pure rage. He's completely consumed by thoughts of Theo's victory. It's brutal, and he's not holding back at all. Then his uncle steps in, calmly stopping Axion's sword with just 3 fingers. Venting your anger like this won't change anything, he says. Axion, frustrated, calls him uncle, and his uncle just tells him to calm down and focus. He leans in and tells him, "Follow me. I'll tell you how to turn the second stage into Theo Ragnar's funeral." So, just as the dust is settling from all that drama on Theo's side, we see Prunus Ragnar, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, arrive with this powerful stride. She's got one goal in mind, to check out this rising star Theo, standing tall, confident, and absolutely radiating strength and elegance. Prunus can't help but question the absurdity of having to impress someone in such a place. Why should a lady of her stature even bother? But seeing the talent in Theo, she's here anyway, making a serious impression on everyone around. And trust me, the onlookers are losing it. Some of them even think it's a bit of a power play and try to hold her back. But Prunus isn't having it. She lets out a surge of energy that practically hums with power, and the crowd is shocked. They start speculating that she might be creating a separate space just for Theo, maybe even teaching him directly. And sure enough, Prunus and Theo are now standing apart from the crowd, enveloped in this mystical energy. Theo's in awe. He can barely believe he's standing alongside Prunus Ragnar, this legendary figure. She mentions something about the Ragnar Lord possibly disapproving of her being here, but that doesn't faze her. She's determined to give Theo a gift. Theo's a bit surprised, but Prunus clarifies by demonstrating her sword style, which is nothing like the destructive power of Lord Kyle Ragnar. Her technique is all about grace, control, and finesse, and she calls it the Celestial's Flower Rain. She executes an elegant, powerful sword move with a flurry of flower petals, leaving Theo speechless. Theo's blown away, soaking in every bit of the technique he just witnessed. But as Prunus finishes, she reassures him that he doesn't need to master it all just yet. What's important is that he's learned something from her. She leaves him with a powerful burst of energy, inviting him to find her after the ceremony for more lessons. Theo, now encouraged and feeling the weight of her gift, reflects on its significance and the responsibility it brings. 3 days pass, and now we're at the Winter Mountains near the Northern Great Wall. The landscape is massive, stretching as far as the eye can see, and it's no ordinary mountain range. The Ragnar clan has protected humanity from the horrors beyond these walls for over 1,000 years. This is where the second stage is set to begin. Jackie Ragnar, the ceremony supervisor, steps up to address the participants. He emphasizes that the Ragnar clan has been humanity's shield against the Demon Sea, a cursed land filled with monstrous creatures, and that one day these apprentices will bear that responsibility. For this test, though, they must stay within the Great Wall. Anything beyond is far too dangerous. The objective? Simple. Hunt down beasts, collect the bells around their necks, and survive in the Winter Mountains for 15 days. The bells vary in color, with the higher ones indicating tougher challenges. Oh, and there's a catch. Jackie mentions a beast so formidable that no one here could take it down alone. That's right, it's worth major points, but teamwork will be essential. Participants are allowed to go all out, meaning they can steal bells from others. It's survival of the fittest, the Ragnar way. Jackie also shows them a totem for safe zones where they can rest and resupply. As soon as Jackie announces the start, everyone takes off into the mountains. Theo's allies are quick to head into the forest, aiming to secure supplies and help Theo as best they can. Meanwhile, we see a pair of red-haired siblings, Hulkus Lank and his sister, brimming with excitement and ready to jump into the action. And then there's Axion. He's already speeding through the mountains, dead focused, remembering his uncle Ed Troyven's words. This test could be Theo's final stage. Axion's face is serious, determined to make this mountain Theo's grave. Just behind him is Ray Ragnar, one of the clan's 4 hounds, watching Axion carefully. Back to Theo. He's about to dive into the forest when someone calls his name. It's Remington, and he's got a lot on his mind. He reminds Theo of their friendship. And after days of thinking, he's decided he considers Theo not just a friend, but a rival. He's determined to surpass Theo, and Theo can see that competitive fire in his eyes. Theo smiles, welcoming the challenge, and admits that he feels the same way. They're friends and rivals. Remington's relieved Theo doesn't take offense, and he vows to give his all in this second stage, disappearing into the forest with newfound resolve. Left alone, Theo is feeling pumped, the thrill of the competition sparking a fire inside him. He takes a deep breath, setting his emotions aside to focus on the task ahead. With a steady hand, he pulls out his compass, ready to follow it to the dragon's nest. The compass lights up, pointing the way through the vast, snowy landscape, and Theo's eyes gleam with excitement. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the mountains, we catch a glimpse of a steep, snow-covered cliff illuminated by a mysterious blue light. It's hinting at something hidden, maybe a secret or a path waiting to be uncovered. So, we catch up with Theo, trudging through the snow in the outskirts of the Winter Mountain Range, muttering to himself. He's following his trusty compass, but he's not exactly thrilled with the situation. It's buried somewhere under all this snow, and he's joking to himself that he should have brought a shovel instead of his prized moon-white sword. The sword, known as Griffin, is silent as ever, until Theo grabs its hilt, and suddenly, the blade trembles as if it's alive. But hey, he's got no choice, so he swings the sword with all his might, aiming in the direction the compass is pointing. With a flash of blue energy, snow goes flying everywhere, clearing a path and revealing a hidden trail beneath. As the last of the snow settles, Theo senses someone watching him from the trees. Without missing a beat, he calls out, daring them to show themselves. From behind a tree, a man chuckles and steps forward, asking Theo when he noticed them since they'd been tailing him for quite a while. Theo turns, eyeing the three figures holding swords. One of them, a fat guy, points at his friend, blaming him for being too loud, while the bald one mutters that they're doomed because Theo's even stronger than they expected. The leader of the group smirks and greets Theo, calling him first place in a mocking tone. And Theo recognizes these guys instantly. They're Hai Chao and Loon, known as the Roughnecks of Book Mountain. These aren't just your average thugs. In his past life, Theo uncovered their dirty deeds while working under Hyuxiol. They'd used their missions as a cover to slaughter innocent civilians, leaving behind a bloody trail of carnage. The whole massacre left over 700 dead, with bodies so mangled and heads so crushed that no one could even identify them. Theo had cleaned up the aftermath, and he'd never forgotten that horrifying scene. Remembering this, Theo immediately realizes he'll have to deal with these three sooner or later. He just hadn't expected it would be today. He asks if Axion sent them after him, but the fat guy just stares while the leader scoffs, saying they don't take orders from someone their own age. Theo squints at them, suspicious, and demands to know who did send them. The three thugs move in closer, taunting Theo, saying he couldn't even imagine who's pulling the strings. Then suddenly it clicks for Theo. These guys were sent by the Senate. His guest catches them off guard, and the leader lets out a sly grin, complimenting Theo's intuition. The fat guy, looking a little nervous, asks if they're in over their heads. But the leader sneers, brushing it off. After all, who's going to know once they've finished Theo off? Smirking, he draws his weapon and taunts Theo, mocking him about ruining his handsome face. But Theo? He's not rattled. He just calmly draws his own sword, and in a flash, a blue dragon of energy surges from his blade, roaring as it charges straight at the Roughnecks. They barely have time to react before a powerful slash tears through the leader. In an instant, Theo unleashes three quick slashes that slice through them like a dragon's claw. Blood splatters across the snow as the three thugs are split in half, their bodies collapsing in a bloody heap. Theo's eyes flash crimson as he gazes down at the severed heads. "I don't want to be like you guys," he mutters, leaving their heads intact as a message. Standing amidst the carnage, Theo thinks back to his past life and realizes that maybe these three weren't as strong now as they were back then. Tossing their heads off the mountain without a second thought, Theo then recalls the technique Lady Prunus taught him, the Celestial Flower Rain. He's managed to replicate it 3 times, but he's still far from mastering it the way Prunus can, executing it with over 100 strikes in a single breath. He shakes his head, focused on the task ahead, and as he turns to leave, he catches a glimpse of something at the edge of the cliff. Peering over, he notices a hidden staircase carved into the rock below, partially concealed. And just then, the system pings with a hidden quest. Find the invisible staircase and explore the blue cave. Without a second thought, Theo leaps down, following the staircase that spirals deep into the mountainside. Meanwhile, back in the monitoring room, things are heating up. A man is holding a scroll and providing updates on the second round, announcing that Axion Ragnar is currently in first place, followed closely by Ray Ragnar. Julius, who's sitting around a large round table, is quick to ask about Theo's progress. The announcer hesitates before revealing that Theo has yet to score any kills or ally himself with anyone. Julius raises an eyebrow, surprised, while the announcer speculates that Theo might be hiding or setting up an ambush. But Prunus, who's also at the meeting, clearly thinks otherwise. Just as she's about to speak, Wolfgang interjects, laughing menacingly as he dismisses Theo's chances in this round. Just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll stand out here. Wolfgang sneers, calling Theo a coward with zero real-world battle experience. He even goes as far as to mock Theo as an illegitimate child, grinning as he thinks about the roughnecks he sent after him, confident they've already taken care of Theo. Ed Troyven, sitting across from Wolfgang, narrows his eyes, growing suspicious. He telepathically asks Wolfgang if he had anything to do with Theo's situation, and Wolfgang just chuckles, admitting he hadn't bothered to give Ed a heads up. Ed's jaw clenches in frustration, thinking Wolfgang's crazy for acting without consulting him. Inwardly, Ed fumes. Ever since Theo took control of the Camellia Palace, he and his allies had been forced to relocate to the Rose Palace. It had given Ed an opportunity to search through it, but despite all his efforts, he still hadn't found the ancient dragon artifact. He now suspects Theo might hold the key to finding it, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to get it from him. Turning to his subordinate, Ed gives a silent, telepathic order to find Axion and tell him to hurry up with a plan to eliminate Theo. Meanwhile, Prunus warns Julius that the Senate must be plotting something in the background and suggests they set up a backup plan. But Julius brushes it off, confident in Theo's resilience. He believes Theo wouldn't just back down, and there must be a reason for his apparent inactivity. Turning to Prunus, he adds, "Besides, I haven't forgotten you met Theo behind my back." But Prunus just laughs, brushing him off, saying that what Theo thinks is what really matters here. Now we're back with Theo, who's made his way inside a dark cave filled with skeletal remains. Bones and skulls are scattered everywhere, and as he moves through, the skeletons almost seem to come alive, letting out eerie roars, trying to intimidate him. But Theo's mental stats are sky high, and he's unfazed by these mental traps, barely sparing them a second glance. With a sigh, he places a hand on the cold cave wall and activates his skill, sensory perception. A surge of awareness spreads through the cave as his senses extend, mapping out the paths ahead. And there it is, a glowing path within the cave. Theo's lips curl into a smirk. This must be the hatchling's nest. He recalls a memory from his past life, remembering how Hyuxiol was rumored to have found a legendary item here years later. But this time, Theo's determined to beat him to it. Following the path, he soon approaches a massive, ancient-looking door. Standing in front of it, he can't help but feel a slight twinge of pity for Hyuxiol. After all, Theo is about to claim the prize before he ever gets the chance. Just as he's about to step forward, the door seems to come alive. Behind it, he senses a presence, and then he sees it, a massive eye, wide open and staring right at him from the darkness. So, Theo is standing there, totally dumbfounded as he pushes open this massive door, stepping into the mysterious space beyond. And what's in front of him? It's something straight out of a fantasy novel. Piles of glittering gold, rare swords, treasures from all over the world. But here's the thing. Theo's not drooling over the treasure. He's actually feeling uneasy. This isn't the hatchling's nest he thought he'd find. No, this is something way bigger. It's the lair of the ancient dragon. He takes a shaky breath, a single drop of sweat rolling down his face. He's hit with the reality that if he even thinks about challenging a dragon of this magnitude, he won't stand a chance. Not if he wants to leave this cave alive. All that legendary treasure might as well be miles away. As he glances around, trying to make sense of how he ended up here instead of the hatchling's nest, a thought pops into his head. Did he somehow get faulty intel from Hyuxiol? Or maybe he's just way too early, arriving 3 years before anyone else? Deciding it's probably best to just leave and regroup, Theo starts to turn away, but then he senses something. His blood runs cold as he feels an intense gaze on him. Turning slowly, he finds himself face to face with a massive, gleaming golden eye, wide open and locked right on him. The dragon's awake, Theo stands frozen in place, heart pounding, as the dragon speaks in a voice that resonates through the entire cave, carrying an air of ancient authority. "You are the first selector in a very long time," it says. The dragon, lounging calmly atop the mountain of gold, watches Theo intently. Theo can hardly breathe as the dragon goes on, introducing itself as Roadbroke, the very being the Ragnar clan reveres as the guardian dragon and the ruler of Winter Mountain. Theo's mind is racing as he realizes who he's dealing with, and overwhelmed by the honor, he drops to his knees, bowing deeply and greeting Roadbroke as his ancestor. Roadbroke, a little amused, tilts its head, echoing ancestor with a raised brow. Theo quickly explains, recalling his clan's history. Wasn't the guardian dragon the lifelong companion of their great ancestor Sigurd, the progenitor of their bloodline? And wasn't it also the mother of the famed dragon Friedrich? The dragon lets out a snort, almost sounding amused, and clears up a few things. "It seems that bastard Sigurd spread some nonsense," it says. Roadbroke explains that while it's true Sigurd and the dragon were companions, it was more a bond of respect rather than blood. There was a contract between them, a deep pact, but no romance or family lineage like the tales suggest. After all, a human and a dragon, that's not exactly a compatible mix. Theo feels his cheeks go red at the implication, but he presses on, asking if that means all the Ragnar families talk about having dragon's blood is just propaganda. With a nod, Roadbroke confirms that it's a bit of a myth, but not entirely wrong either. The contract did result in Sigurd carrying traces of the dragon's power, though it was more symbolic than anything. Getting a little more comfortable, Theo realizes he's been given a rare opportunity, something that doesn't require any fighting. He could actually get some answers here, answers that could help him in his quest to rise to the top of the Ragnar clan. Sensing Theo's excitement, Roadbroke sighs and says that as the guardian dragon, it's bound by an ancient covenant. To any worthy selector who passes its test, it grants the right to ask 3 questions. Theo is practically buzzing now, realizing just how rare this chance is. The scene shifts, and we cut over to Axion Ragnar. He's busy taking down a fierce beast with a powerful technique known as Thousand Dragons Roar. With one strike, he brings down a tiger-like creature, which falls instantly at his feet. He picks up a small green bell from the creature's neck, smirking and muttering that this makes his 57th. As he tosses the bell to one of his subordinates, he asks if there's been any word on Theo. Orion, a loyal member of Axion's gang, says no, they still have no clue where Theo's hiding. Orion can't help but admire Axion, thinking to himself how strong his leader is, capable of taking down beasts others would avoid. In his admiration, he mutters something about Theo's intelligence, but that quickly proves to be a mistake. Axion's expression darkens, and before Orion can react, Axion grabs him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. With a deadly glare, Axion tightens his grip and growls that true strength knows no fear. Orion, gasping for air, manages to stammer an apology just as another messenger arrives. The new arrival reports that the Central Intelligence Bureau has sent orders to speed things up. Axion releases Orion, still clearly fuming, and brushes off the news, telling the messenger to let the Bureau know that no one wants Theo dead more than he does. His body is practically vibrating with bloodlust, making his intentions very, very clear. We return to Theo, who's deep in thought, carefully planning his questions for Roadbroke. He knows each one has to count, so after a moment, he takes a deep breath and finally speaks, starting with what's likely on everyone's mind. "Why are you here?" Roadbroke's eye gleams with approval at Theo's choice. "Good question," it says with a chuckle. Roadbroke explains that a creature lies far beyond the edges of the known world, a monster called the Nameless Monarch. For thousands of years, it's been the dragon's mission to protect the world from this entity. Winter Mountain, as grand as it is merely an outpost, a strategic point in a much larger battle. Theo feels a shiver as he realizes that even this ancient dragon, one of the most powerful beings in existence, harbors a deep-seated fear of this nameless monarch. But he steels himself, pushing his fear aside to ask his second question. What is the ancient dragon's relic? Roadbroke nods approvingly, impressed by Theo's curiosity. The dragon explains that there are 3 such relics, each one a powerful artifact connected to the dragon's soul. But, Roadbroke adds with a hint of mystery, it seems Theo's already in possession of 2 of them. Theo's jaw drops. 3 relics? He quickly recalls that one of these relics is the dungeon in Camellia Palace, while another is his white moonlight blade. But what could the third relic be? Roadbroke reveals that the third relic is named Papnir, a result of the ancient dragon soul being split into 31 pieces, each one entrusted to humans to help them guard against the nameless monarch. The relics, Roadbroke explains, can take any form: an item, a weapon, or even a strange occurrence. Theo's mind is racing now, recalling his impossible return to the past, where he'd lived a full 20 years, only to return to his 17-year-old self. Could his strange regression have been caused by Papnir? The revelation stuns him, making him wonder about the significance of these relics and his own miraculous return to this point in time. After a moment, Theo gathers his courage to ask his third and final question. Why was I chosen? Inwardly, he's wondering what makes someone like him, who was once talentless, worthy of facing the nameless monarch instead of others who might be stronger or more gifted. Roadbroke meets his gaze with a knowing look and asks why Theo thinks he's the only one chosen. Theo's eyes widen in shock, his mind racing as he realizes what the dragon's hinting at. Others must have been selected by the relics too. He thinks of figures like Ed Troyven, Curson, and even the Black Dragon. Did they know about the relics? Did they experience regression as well? Theo feels like he's on the brink of uncovering a much bigger truth. But now he's faced with even more questions than answers. A terrifying nameless monarch, an ancient dragon bound by duty, and other possible regressors. The weight of it all settles heavily on his shoulders. Breaking the silence, Roadbroke announces that Theo's 3 questions have been asked, and the hidden quest is complete. Now, as per their covenant, Theo will be granted a reward. Theo thinks to himself that he came here hoping for Amon's relic, but maybe he can gain something even greater. A system window appears, congratulating him on completing the hidden quest and offering him the opportunity to claim a treasure. Roadbroke gestures toward the treasures surrounding him, saying Theo can choose whatever he wants: gems, relics, elixirs, skill books, or armaments. Anything he picks will be beyond ordinary imagination. With excitement, Theo's gaze sweeps over the treasures, and with a bold smile, he finally says what's on his mind, surprising even himself. I want you, Roadbroke. Roadbroke is stunned into silence, completely bewildered. And that's where we leave it. Roadbroke froze, visibly stunned, as Theo's unexpected request sank in. Her initial confusion gave way to a booming laugh, her voice echoing through the cavern like a rumble of thunder. She called his claim an amusing jest, remarking that her popularity must truly be eternal if someone dared make such a bold request. But her amusement didn't last long. Her tone sharpened like a blade as she demanded to know what he really wanted. Theo stood silent for a moment, his gaze steady. Then, with a cryptic glint in his eye, he hinted that she was standing atop the very treasure he sought. Roadbroke's laughter died instantly. Her golden eyes narrowed, irritation flickering like embers beneath her composed exterior. Her voice dropped, heavy with suspicion. That wasn't a joke, was it? Theo confirmed her suspicions with unshaken confidence, his tone calm yet resolute. Roadbroke's massive wings unfurled, their movement stirring a powerful gust that swept through the cavern. The force nearly sent Theo tumbling backward, but he braced himself. A suffocating aura followed, oppressive and thick, radiating the unmistakable power of dragon fear. Her voice boomed with unrelenting authority. Do you mean to claim all my treasure? My knowledge? Everything that is mine? The weight of her presence pressed down on Theo like an avalanche, but he stood firm. Despite blood trickling from his eyes and mouth, he refused to falter. Summoning his will, he conjured the lair Drake's fear, an ethereal blue smoke emanating from his body. Roadbroke sneered, unimpressed. How foolish, she mocked. Do you truly believe such a minor fear can stand against me? Theo remained undeterred. His voice, though strained, carried the boldness of his conviction. He reminded her of her own promise, that he could claim any treasure within her nest without limitation. And with a daring twist of logic, he declared that she herself, the heart of the horde, could be considered a treasure. The air grew tense as Roadbroke studied him, her fiery gaze unyielding. Theo, his life hanging by a thread, clenched his jaw and pressed forward. He understood the stakes, but he also knew the unparalleled significance of his claim. Roadbroke, the legendary guardian dragon who had once forged a pact with Sigurd, the progenitor of the Ragnar clan, represented the ultimate prize. Summoning every ounce of his determination, he demanded she honor her promise, declaring her as his choice and vowing to stand by her side. For a moment, silence reigned. Roadbroke's eyes flickered with something unspoken, a flicker of recognition, a memory of another stubborn, unyielding soul centuries ago. Slowly, her fiery aura began to recede. Her wings lowered, and she exhaled, her voice tinged with both amusement and nostalgia. "Very well," she said at last. "I accept your request." Theo stood frozen, stunned by her words. Before he could fully process her agreement, a thick fog enveloped her colossal form. Golden light shimmered within the mist, glowing with an ancient, otherworldly brilliance. As the fog began to clear, her shape transformed. From the cloud emerged a humanoid figure, stepping out from the mound of treasure. The mist dissipated entirely, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her horns curled gracefully atop her head. Her eyes shone with a golden hue, and an aura of ancient majesty clung to her every movement. Robroke chuckled softly as she noticed Theo's astonished expression. "Captivated, are we?" she teased, her voice carrying a playful lilt. But her tones soon turned somber. She revealed her age, over 2,000 years, and spoke of the loss she suffered 50 years prior. Without her heart, her life was nearing its end. Bound to her nest, she had only 3 years left to live. Extending a hand toward Theo, she asked, her voice soft yet firm, "Even knowing this, do you still choose me as your reward?" Theo's resolve did not waver. His smile, though bloodied, was unwavering. "My answer remains the same," he said. "I choose you, Robroke." A system notification appeared before him, confirming his choice. "Ragnar's guardian dragon, Robroke, has been selected as your reward." She shook her head, a blend of amusement and exasperation in her expression. "You're a fool," she said, though her words carried a hint of approval. "But such stubbornness suits a chosen one." The system chimed again, granting Theo 2 new titles: Guardian Dragon, Significant Other, and Descendant of the Progenitor Sigurd. Bloodied but victorious, Theo stood tall, his fierce determination lighting his eyes. He vowed to grow stronger and seek out relics of the primordial dragons, determined to find a substitute for Roadbroke's lost heart. His voice, filled with conviction, promised that he would uncover a way to save her. Another system notification flashed before him. "A soul link has been established between you and Guardian Dragon, Roadbroke." His level increased as experience points flooded in, marking a tangible reward for his resolve. "I must accomplish this," Theo declared firmly, "to be worthy of the title Guardian Dragon's Significant Other." Roadbroke smirked, her expression laced with both pride and amusement. "Then take care of me in your new role, my chosen partner," she replied. She warned, however, that her condition would soon force her into hibernation, bound to her nest until a solution could be found. Before retreating to rest, she produced a glowing blue book from the treasure hoard. In an instant, she appeared directly before Theo, pressing the book against his chest. "This will awaken your mind gate," she explained. "Only then will our soul link become true. Use this time wisely." She gestured toward the cavern, noting the abundance of food near the nest, and encouraged him to study carefully. A system notification lit up before Theo's eyes, announcing that he had acquired the Grimoire of Amon. For a moment, he was stunned, his gaze fixed on the glowing book in his hands. The system elaborated, describing the tome as a mystical artifact tied to the sound that resonated at the dawn of creation, a holy resonance embodying universal truths. The weight of the revelation left Theo awestruck. This wasn't just a treasure, it was a link to the origins of existence itself. Marveling at his fortune, Theo turned to Roadbroke, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and urgency. He inquired how long it would take to awaken his mind gate. Perched gracefully on a treasure chest, her golden eyes gleaming with amusement, Roadbroke explained that the initial process would take roughly a month. Theo's expression darkened as the gravity of her words settled in. He recalled the pressing urgency of his current predicament. The second stage of the awakening ceremony was in full swing, and only 15 days remained to complete the trial. Anxiety crept into his voice as he asked if he could return to her nest after finishing the exam. Roadbroke's response came with a teasing smirk, but her tone carried an unyielding authority. "I won't permit you to leave until you've opened your mind gate." Theo froze. She wasn't joking. The realization hit him hard. He now had just 13 days to achieve something others required a month to accomplish. All while his competitors continued their hunt, gathering bells and battling for dominance. The pressure was suffocating, but there was no way to back down now. 3 days earlier, the grounds of the Central Intelligence Bureau lay buried beneath a thick blanket of snow. The frigid air wasn't the only thing chilling the atmosphere. Axion's uncle stood nearby, his malicious grin radiating a sinister energy far colder than the winter frost. Axion watched silently as his uncle rummaged through a container, eventually pulling out what appeared to be an innocent marble. But in this world, appearances were deceiving. With a theatrical flair befitting a villain in a dark fable, Axion's uncle began explaining the marble's purpose. It wasn't merely decorative. It enhanced the energy of fiends trapped within, creating an anti-field zone to repel other fiends. Demonstrating its power, he crushed the marble in his hand. A haze of black and purple miasma swirled out, twisting and condensing into a fiendish creature with a gaping maw large enough to devour Axion whole. Before Axion could react, shadows erupted from his uncle's feet. They coiled and surged upward, forming the shape of a massive dragon. With a single devastating strike, the shadowy dragon obliterated the fiend in an instant. Axion stood frozen, caught between awe and unease. The spectacle was a grim reminder of the monstrous legacy he'd inherited. His uncle, unbothered by Axion's inner turmoil, moved on, detailing the next stage of their plan. The second stage of the trial was straightforward: kill fiends and earn points. But for Axion, the mission carried a far more vindictive twist. His task was to lure Theo out into the open using the marbles. Axion, never one for subtlety, proposed torturing Theo to extract every ounce of information about the Rose Palace relic. His uncle, however, shot down the idea, warning that Theo was not someone to be underestimated. Restraint has never been your forte, he chided, earning a sharp glare from Axion. Instead, the plan was to exploit Theo's emotional ties, targeting his followers from the training grounds to provoke a reaction. Back in the present, Axion's scheme was unraveling. Despite the bait laid out, Theo remained elusive, refusing to participate in fiend hunting like the other competitors. It was as though he had vanished entirely. With only 12 hours left on the clock, Axion brooded in frustration. His rank, 860 points, was a poor consolation. Behind him, the rhythmic hum of footsteps announced the arrival of Felix Ragnar, a swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace and currently ranked 5th with 446 points. Felix, ever the self-proclaimed investigator, suggested Theo might have been captured by the Seal Scoundrels, a notorious band of rogue competitors. Axion's response was cutting, a cold, soul-piercing glare followed by a sneering remark. "Your deductions are as pathetic as your rank," he snapped. To twist the knife further, Axion mocked Felix's association with Lady Plum Blossom. Felix's jaw clenched, his hands trembling with suppressed anger. He wisely chose not to retaliate. Axion dismissed him with a wave, turning his attention back to the matter at hand. It's time to drag Theo out of hiding. Rallying members of the Scaled Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Palace, Axion laid out a new plan: systematically hunt down Theo's companions. The members of the Scaled Dragon Society grinned maliciously, eager for the hunt. But as Axion plotted, an eavesdropper lurked in the shadows. Concealed behind a tree, Ray Ragnar, ranked 3rd with 561 points, listened intently. Deeper within the forest, the dying screech of a forest lizard echoed ominously. A band of hunters stood triumphant over its carcass, the scent of blood mixing with the damp aroma of moss and earth. This wasn't just any lizard, it was a mid-tier fiend. The hunters basked in their inflated sense of accomplishment, oblivious to the grander battles unfolding elsewhere. Among them was Sybil, ranked 68th with a mere 31 points, just enough to avoid being ridden off entirely. He clutched a yellow demon bell, a token of his earlier victory over a fiend so feeble it barely qualified as prey. Sybil's comrades, Gordon, ranked 53rd with 52 points, and Romero, ranked 62nd with 36 points, shared in his fleeting self-satisfaction. Their modest triumphs were enough to keep them alive, but not enough to elevate their standing. If points were currency, they'd still be impoverished. Sybil held up the yellow demon bell, the lackluster emblem of their mediocrity, grumbling. 12 hours left. Where's Theo? His tone carried more irritation over wasted supplies than concern for Theo's safety. Gordon, the group's self-proclaimed strategist, offered his theory. Theo's probably orchestrating something big. He's not like us, scrapping for points just to stay afloat. Romero, the group's resident optimist, chimed in with a spark of excitement. What if he takes the top spot again? His enthusiasm was met with a round of annoyed glances, his companions too jaded to share in his naivety. Their conversation was cut short by the sickening crunch of steel piercing flesh. Without warning, Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 1,173 points, drove his blade through Sybil's back. The sound echoed sharply, and Sybil's victorious grin twisted into a grotesque mask of shock as blood spilled down his front. Orion yanked his sword free with a flourish, his icy voice cutting through the moment. "You're nothing more than fodder." Gordon and Romero froze, their breaths hitching as Orion's frosty gaze landed on them. His disdain was palpable, his raised sword daring them to make a move. Before either could react, chaos erupted in a flurry of blood and steel. Meanwhile, deep within Roadbroke's nest, Theo stood under the penetrating gaze of the ancient dragon. Her glowing amber eyes studied him with an unsettling mix of curiosity and judgment. Her voice, a resonant rumble that seemed to reverberate through the cavern walls, filled the space as she appraised his progress. In a feat deemed nearly impossible, Theo had partially awakened his mind gate in under a month. A timeline so extraordinary it would shatter the confidence of even the most prodigious sorcerers. A system notification materialized before Theo, proclaiming his partial mastery of the grimoire of Amon. Reading the description, Theo couldn't help but smirk wryly. "That's my life," he muttered to himself. Always the overachieving B+ in a world demanding A++. The grimoire was no ordinary artifact. It was a relic shrouded in mystery, its secrets tied to the primordial sound of creation. Unlocking its full potential demanded immense mana reserves and a connection to a dragon's heart, both of which Theo possessed. This allowed him to advance at a pace that most could only dream of. Yet, as always, the system wasn't one to let him rest on his laurels. A new skill, hatching, was granted, an ability that allowed him to manipulate lingering thoughts through psychokinesis. Impressive in theory, but far from the game-breaking power he'd been hoping for. Roadbroke, unimpressed by his momentary grumbling, closed her massive eyes and spoke bluntly. "You've barely qualified to call yourself my consort." Theo blinked in disbelief. Consort? What kind of twisted partnership terms is this dragon operating under? Ignoring his bewilderment, she continued, her tone matter of fact. "You'll need rigorous training to master advanced skills. And don't forget, I have only 2 years left. If you don't restore me, we're both doomed." Her bluntness only fueled Theo's resolve. He met her gaze with a determined grin. "Don't worry, I'll fix this. You're stuck with me now." Satisfied with his conviction, Roadbroke initiated the primordial covenant. Wisps of smoke coiled around Theo as her molten gold eyes burned brighter, her voice resonating with ancient authority. "You are my consort, the first in a millennium." In an instant, Roadbroke vanished, and Theo found himself standing on a snow-covered mountain cliff. The biting cold cut through him as he scanned the frostbitten wilderness stretching endlessly before him. Exhaling a frosty sigh, he muttered to himself, 12 hours, just 12 hours left. And what do I have to show for it? The weight of his situation pressed down on him like the icy winds. First place wasn't just slipping through his fingers. It was sprinting away, leaving him in the dust. He kicked at the snow in frustration, his irritation mounting. Hunting fiends for demon bells was beginning to feel like a glorified scavenger hunt. It wasn't enough, not if he wanted to claim the top rank. Then, an idea struck. Dim and desperate, but an idea nonetheless. Axion had claimed the top spot during this stage in a previous life. If Theo wanted to surpass him, he couldn't rely on standard tactics. Gathering bells from fiends wouldn't cut it. He had to target other participants. Their bells were the real prizes. As determination crystallized into a plan, a darker thought surfaced. One name, one opponent loomed in the back of his mind. The thought of facing him was suffocating, teetering on the edge of outright lunacy. Before the doubt could take hold, a faint rustling broke the silence. Theo's head snapped toward the noise, his heart pounding. A figure stumbled into view, their steps uneven, leaving a grisly trail of blood across the pristine snow. Theo tensed, his gaze darting between the staggering figure and the ominous presence just beyond sight. A voice, soft yet chilling, sliced through the frigid air like a dagger. Theo froze, his blood turning to ice. A figure stumbling through the snow, dragging their feet with uneven steps. "Ray," Theo called out, his voice a mix of relief and concern. Ray Ragnar, a warrior renowned for her indomitable strength, approached, though her usual vigor was absent. Her shoulders drooped, her movements labored, and her face, normally a mask of determination, was pale and drawn. Sweat glistened on her brow, an odd sight in the biting cold. As she came closer, Theo noticed her hands trembling, one clutching the hilt of her sword with a grip that spoke of desperation. "Ray, what happened to you?" Theo hurried toward her, his eyes scanning for injuries. "Were you attacked by beasts?" Ray didn't answer immediately. Her breathing was shallow, her chest heaving with exertion. Theo's sharp eyes quickly caught the dark stain spreading across her side. A wound, fresh and jagged, leaking crimson onto the snow. A chill ran down his spine, colder than the winter air. "This wasn't a monster," he muttered, his voice tinged with unease. "Ray, did someone ambush you?" She tried to steady herself, but her knees buckled. Theo reacted instantly, catching her before she collapsed into the snow. "You need to rest," he urged, his tone firm but gentle. "You can explain everything later." Ray shook her head weakly, her voice rasping through her shallow breaths. "Go west, now," she managed, her words barely audible but charged with urgency. Theo eased her to the ground, carefully propping her up against a tree. Her sword slipped from her grasp, falling into the snow. Without thinking, Theo reached down and picked it up. The moment his hand closed around the hilt, a searing light erupted, enveloping him in a blinding flash. System notification. Hatchling synchronization initiated, accessing memories within the sword, reading the thoughts of its owner, Ray Ragnar. Theo's vision blurred, the snowy forest dissolving into swirling colors. When the scene solidified, he found himself standing in a secluded section of the woods, shadows cast long by the pale light. He wasn't alone. Hidden behind the massive trunk of a tree, he saw Ray Ragnar crouching, her eyes locked on a clearing ahead. Axion stood at the center, his presence as oppressive as the cold. Surrounding him were Theo's comrades, bound and bloodied, their faces swollen from merciless beatings. Axion's subordinates circled them like wolves, their weapons glinting ominously. "No sign of Theo yet," one of Axion's men reported gruffly. "But we've left enough tracks to lure him here." Another henchman snickered, his tone dark and gleeful. "We even let monsters roam the area. If Theo's alive, he'll come running." Axion remained silent, his icy gaze fixed on the hostages. His expression was unreadable, but the chilling aura he radiated spoke volumes. After a moment, his lips curved into a cruel smirk. "Should I execute them?" He mused, his tone casual, as though he were deciding what to eat for dinner. "Why bring so many? 2 or 3 would have sufficed." A subordinate shrugged, his blade already raised. "Why not start now? It'll make the message clear." The blade descended, gleaming in the faint light. But before it could strike, a resolute voice cut through the tension. "Stop this!" Ray stepped out of the shadows, her sword drawn, her stance unyielding despite the odds. Axion turned toward her, his brow furrowing in surprise before a mocking smile spread across his face. "Ray Ragnar," he drawled, his voice dripping with condescension. "What brings you here? This doesn't concern you." Ray's voice was steady, each word sharpened by conviction. "They're Theo's companions. Release them." Axion's smirk widened, his tone turning derisive. "So, you've decided to side with Theo." How predictable. Ray didn't respond. Instead, she lunged, her blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. Axion met her charge effortlessly, his sword flashing in a perfect arc. The clash of steel rang through the clearing, sparks flying with each strike. Ray's attacks were relentless, her determination unwavering, but Axion's skill and strength were overwhelming. With a crushing blow, Axion's blade sent Ray sprawling to the ground. She struggled to rise, her body trembling under the strain, but her strength was nearly spent. Axion loomed over her, his sword poised for the final strike. The memories shattered like glass, and Theo found himself back in the present, the snow-covered forest returning around him. Ray leaned heavily against him, her breath shallow and uneven. Her earlier words echoed in his mind, "Go west now." Theo's heart raced as the gravity of the situation sank in. Axion wasn't just targeting him. He was hunting everyone connected to him. Gritting his teeth, Theo tightened his grip on the sword, his resolve hardening. The snow-covered forest seemed to hold its breath as Theo, his voice taut with tension, questioned Ray Ragnar about Axion's intentions. The weight of the situation was palpable as Ray hesitated, guilt casting a shadow over her features. She admitted quietly that Axion had taken Theo's comrades to draw him out, a desperate attempt to force his hand after Theo had remained elusive. Theo's fists clenched tightly, his nails biting into his palms as anger and determination swirled within him like an oncoming storm. He demanded to know their location, his voice sharp and unyielding, but Ray's fragile voice wavered as she warned him of the danger. The Central Intelligence Bureau supervisors, she revealed, were backing Axion, a force even Theo couldn't hope to confront alone. Her words fell on deaf ears as Theo's jaw tightened, his resolve solidifying like iron. To him, every moment spent deliberating was another moment his comrades remained in peril. He declared that this was no longer a trial. It was something far more critical. Ray's voice cracked with emotion as she shouted that this was a carefully orchestrated trap designed to eliminate him. She pleaded with him to regroup, rally support, and strategize, but Theo's fiery determination blazed brighter. He barked that there was no time to waste and that he would not stand idly by while those he cared for suffered. Ray's frustration boiled over, her voice trembling as she voiced her fears. She couldn't bear the thought of losing anyone else. But Theo's reply erupted like thunder, a declaration of his own anguish. He had already lost more than he could endure, and he refused to let history repeat itself. Elsewhere, in a secluded grove, Axion stood among Theo's captured allies. The once pristine snow was stained crimson, a grim reminder of the violence that had unfolded. One of Axion's subordinates approached cautiously, reporting that Theo had been sighted near the northern cliffs, in communication with Ray Ragnar. A wicked smirk spread across Axion's face as he relished the news. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the opportunity to make Theo pay for defying him. A guttural voice resonated in Axion's ear, a cold whisper that only he could hear. The voice reminded him that a direct confrontation wasn't necessary. Their priority was extracting information about the relics, leaving the task of dealing with Theo to more capable hands. Axion's expression darkened as he acknowledged the directive, though he fully intended to make Theo suffer before handing him over. The voice suggested using the summoning orb to distract the supervisors, a diversion to keep them occupied. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, three figures stumbled upon a grim scene. Supplies lay scattered across the snow, and faint streaks of blood trailed into the distance. Remington, ranked second in the competition, knelt to examine a blood-stained box. His expression turned grim as he recognized the provisions. They had belonged to Theo's team. He called to his companions, Hulkus and Erica, urging them to act swiftly before it was too late. The tension between the three was palpable as they prepared to investigate further. The forest trembled as a massive white beast charged toward Theo, its weapon raised high above its head. Theo's eyes narrowed, every muscle in his body poised for action. The ground cracked beneath the creature's weight as its weapon swung down with tremendous force. Theo sidestepped at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. Dust and debris erupted around him as the ground splintered under the impact. Breathing heavily, Theo tightened his grip on his sword. He couldn't afford to hesitate. In a single fluid motion, he lunged forward, his blade cutting through the air with precision. He targeted the beast's vulnerable spots, his strikes swift and lethal. The creature let out a bone-chilling howl before collapsing with a resounding thud. Theo didn't pause to celebrate. His mind raced as he pressed onward. His comrades' lives depended on his speed and resolve. As he moved through the forest, the sound of rustling alerted him to another threat. 5 identical beasts emerged from the shadows, their glowing red eyes locking onto him. They growled deeply, their menacing presence meant to intimidate and delay him. Theo gritted his teeth, recognizing their purpose immediately. They weren't ordinary foes. They were designed to test his limits and stall his progress. Without hesitation, Theo tapped into the power of his dragon's third claw. Energy surged through his veins, and his sword crackled with a faint blue glow. With a single, sweeping strike, he unleashed an arc of energy that tore through the beasts like a blade slicing through silk. The creatures collapsed in unison, clearing his path once more. Theo's determination burned brighter with each passing moment, his resolve as unyielding as steel. His mind raced, calculating the challenges ahead. Axion was unpredictable, a volatile wild card, but Theo knew the real threat lay in the shadows, the supervisors of the Central Intelligence Bureau. Their calculated interference was the driving force behind Axion's erratic actions. If Theo didn't act swiftly, the situation could spiral out of control. As Theo advanced, the final beast loomed before him, a towering, hulking figure far more menacing than its predecessors. He crouched slightly, his muscles coiling like a spring, then launched himself into the air with explosive force. His sword gleamed as he descended, aimed with unerring precision at the beast's skull. The creature's maw opened wide to counter, but Theo was faster. With a decisive strike, he plunged his blade deep into its head. The beast convulsed violently before collapsing in a lifeless heap. Landing gracefully, Theo exhaled sharply, his focus unwavering. He uttered a single thought aloud. Axion was next. At the same moment, Rey Ragnar stood motionless in the forest, her gaze fixed on the horizon where Theo had disappeared. Memories flooded her mind. Childhood moments when Theo had guided her through a dark forest with the same unwavering bravery he now displayed. She clenched her fists, her determination solidifying like ice under pressure. Theo had always been selfless and fearless, but this time, Rey resolved not to let him face the danger alone. Without hesitation, she set off, determined to lend her strength to the battle ahead. Meanwhile, at the enemy's base, Theo's captured comrades sat bound and battered. Their expressions were grim, frustration and anger etched deeply into their faces. One of them, defiant even in chains, struggled against his restraints and shouted a curse at their captors. Axion reacted with disdain, planting his boot on the man's face and shoving him to the ground with casual cruelty. Tiring of the noise, Axion unsheathed his sword, pressing its cold edge against the captive's throat. His grin was malicious as he taunted the prisoner. But before he could act further, a calm voice from the shadows reminded him of the orders from the Intelligence Bureau. Rash actions, the voice warned, could jeopardize the mission. Growling in frustration, Axion relented, though his anger simmered just beneath the surface. He perched arrogantly on the captive's back, using the man as an improvised seat. Through the dense trees, Axion's crimson eyes caught faint lights in the distance. His expression darkened as realization struck. High-ranking prosecutors had been dispatched to monitor Theo, another sign that even Axion's own family doubted his ability to handle the situation. Theo stepped into the clearing, his presence commanding immediate attention. All eyes turned toward him, including those of his bound and bloodied comrades. Shock flickered across their faces as they saw him. Axion, sitting smugly, lifted his gaze and locked eyes with Theo. For a brief moment, silence hung heavy in the air before Axion's lips curled into a smirk. He taunted Theo with mockery, accusing him of taking his time to appear. Theo moved forward, his steps steady, his gaze sweeping the scene. He took note of every detail. The captives on his left, the guards bristling with tension to his right, and Axion, exuding arrogance from his makeshift throne. Axion's smug remarks rolled off Theo like water off stone. Instead, Theo's focus sharpened on the man beneath Axion's feet, his grip tightening on his sword. Axion stood, his hand moving to his sword hilt, but the shadowed voices once again called for restraint. They cautioned Axion against letting Theo provoke him. Axion hesitated before regaining his composure, shifting to a more neutral tone as he addressed Theo. He urged Theo to see reason, attempting to frame their confrontation as inevitable. Theo interrupted coldly, asking if Axion was afraid. His words were sharp and unrelenting, driving straight to the heart of Axion's insecurities. He mocked the lengths Axion had gone to, hostages, guards, and an elaborate setup, to lure him out, framing it as an act of fear rather than strategy. The accusation struck a nerve, and Axion's composure cracked. His fury bubbled to the surface as he lashed out, calling Theo delusional. Theo pressed on, raising his sword and challenging Axion directly. He demanded a duel, invoking Ragnar pride and questioning whether Axion had abandoned it entirely. Enraged, Axion finally snapped. He declared his acceptance of the challenge, vowing to end Theo once and for all. Above, hidden among the treetops, spies observed the escalating situation. One murmured about the tension rising, while another reminded their companions to stick to the plan, prepared to intervene if Axion lost control. Back on the ground, Axion barked orders at his subordinates, ensuring no one interfered. This, he claimed, was a matter of honor, a duel of pride. He assured that the hostages would remain untouched until the fight concluded. Theo moved first, his speed startling, Axion barely managed to block the initial strike, stumbling slightly as his mind raced to catch up. Theo's taunting smirk only stoked the fire of Axion's anger. In retaliation, Axion unleashed his ultimate technique, Thousand Dragons Roar. A massive red dragon materialized, its jaws snapping at Theo with terrifying force. For a brief moment, Theo stood frozen, awed by the sheer power of the attack. But his hesitation was fleeting. Summoning his blue sword, Theo countered with Dragon's third claw, the blade glowing brilliantly as it cleaved through the roaring dragon's energy, nullifying the attack instantly. Axion stared in disbelief as his ultimate technique was dismantled with ease. Theo stood tall, his confidence unshaken, his sword gleaming in the pale light. A smirk tugged at his lips as he leveled a cold remark at Axion, questioning whether the Elder Ragnar had anything of value to teach him. And that's where we'll leave it for now. Axion, driven by fury, and Theo, standing tall with unshakable resolve. The clash of Ragnar pride is about to reach its peak, but who will emerge victorious? Don't miss the next episode as the stakes rise, secrets unravel, and destinies collide. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell icon to stay tuned for more epic battles and gripping twists. See you in the next one. Reincarnator, the 14th ranked executive of the Scaled Dragon Society, erupts with rage. His face twists in fury, veins bulging as he roars. Damn it all. This isn't going as planned. Across a treacherous, snow-covered chasm, Theo battles his opponent, and Orion watches from a distance. At first skeptical, unease now gnaws at him. Theo is far more powerful than Orion anticipated. How strong is he? The thought tightens a coil of dread in his chest. A bead of cold sweat slides down his temple. His jaw clenches. This fight has grown far more complicated than he'd predicted. To Orion's shock, Axion, arrogant, overconfident Axion, is losing. A dangerous idea sparks in his mind. Should I betray Axion? Throw my support behind Theo? After all, Axion has always been an insufferably cocky son of a. Orion's thoughts swirl. His expression becomes unreadable as he weighs risks against rewards. The idea of betrayal flickers, but resolve quickly hardens in his eyes. He mutters to himself, too late to switch sides now. The Bureau's proctors are here. They'll handle Theo. My priority is creating a diversion. Raising his voice above the icy silence, Orion commands, Scaled Dragon Society, disperse. Now! The order cuts through the frosty air, echoing among the snow-laden trees. Like shadows in the blizzard, his men vanish into the dense forest. We need to get out of here, one hisses urgently. This fight is beyond us. Axion's on his own. Their whispers fade as they disappear into the storm. The scene shifts abruptly. A young Axion stands in a grand, opulent room. His childlike innocence contrasts sharply with the ornate knife clutched tightly in his hands. A voice laden with authority echoes through the chamber. Axion, Emil, draped in a flowing dark gown, stands beside Ed Troyven. Both gaze down at the boy with a mix of grief and determination. The fate of Ragnar rests on your shoulders, Ed Troyven declares, his voice heavy with responsibility. Stepping forward, Ed Troyven's expression blends wisdom with cold ruthlessness. The Ragnar name, he rasps, is nothing but a facade, a carefully constructed illusion. His words hang in the air, weighty and foreboding. Axion's piercing red eyes meet Ed's unwavering gaze. Each word from Ed lands like a hammer blow. You are a Troon. Never forget your true bloodline. This is your birthright. The memory fades. In the present, Axion stands poised for battle, an image of controlled fury. Observing from his vantage point, Orion feels a grudging respect. He's become quite the warrior, Orion admits quietly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, Theo closes the gap. He launches himself across the chasm, landing with a thunderous impact. His sword arcs toward Axion in a blinding strike. Theo Ragnar. Axion roars, meeting the attack head-on. The clash of their swords reverberates through the frozen air, a sharp metallic clang underscoring their deadly duel. Axion retaliates with a relentless flurry of strikes, his blade glowing with an ominous red aura. Every swing crackles with raw power and fury. Theo matches him blow for blow, their blades colliding in an explosion of sparks. The sheer force of their strikes shakes the ground beneath them. Snow flies in all directions as their duel rages on. a whirlwind of steel and determination in the heart of the blizzard. The air crackles with tension as Axion and Theo lock eyes, their grim expressions mirroring one another's determination. Each move is a calculated step in their deadly dance, both vying for dominance. Hidden among the snow-laden branches, Theo smirks inwardly. Everything is proceeding according to plan, he thinks, his satisfaction chilling. Elsewhere, within the confines of a shadowy chamber, figures gather around a massive circular table. The room is silent, save for the voice of a man delivering his report. Theo Ragnar has made his move, he announces. He's currently locked in combat with Axion Ragnar. The news ripples through the room, sparking murmurs of anticipation. Julius throws back his head and laughs, his voice booming. About time, Theo's finally making his move. His excitement is contagious. Wolfgang, however, frowns in confusion. He wasn't eliminated? I thought our men dealt with him. He mutters, uncertainty lacing his tone. At the head of the table, Ed Troon exhales softly, a subtle sigh of relief. He lives, he says, his smooth voice tinged with satisfaction. Excellent. Now the final phase can commence. A sinister smirk stretches across Ed's face. Once Axion has served his purpose and retrieved the information we need, he trails off, his tone dripping with menace. My hand-picked swordsman will be waiting to cut him down. Like a ripe fruit falling from a tree, two guards in ornate golden armor approach the table. One bows respectfully. Lord Troyven, we've received new intel, he says solemnly. What is it? Ed asks, his voice low. The guard hesitates before continuing. Axion and Theo are now in the midst of a duel. Ed mutters under his breath. What in the... Back at the duel, Theo's movements blur as he unleashes a dizzying display of speed and skill. His jester's footwork technique turns his swordplay into a whirlwind of relentless strikes, each aimed with deadly precision. Axion struggles to defend himself, barely managing to parry the onslaught. Theo's blade arcs like a flashing streak of light, singing through the air with every near miss. The relentless barrage pushes Axion to the brink, leaving him breathless and fighting for his life. Gritting his teeth, Axion feels his muscles scream in protest. Through his struggle, a grudging respect blooms in his chest. He's strong, Axion admits, his voice tight with strain. A lot stronger than I thought. Yet, amidst Theo's ferocity, Axion's sharp eyes catch a pattern. A flicker of hope ignites in his chest. He's powerful, but he's not that fast. Focusing intently on Theo's sword hand, Axion analyzes every twitch, every subtle movement. Slowly, he begins to unravel the rhythm of Theo's attacks, predicting the strikes before they land. Axion's confidence grows. With precision, he parries a strike that would have ended him, a smug grin spreading across his face. I've got you figured out, he taunts, his voice brimming with confidence. Every single move. Suddenly, a projectile whizzes past Axion's ear, embedding itself deep into the snow behind him. Startled, Axion freezes. His eyes widen as he stares at the weapon lodged in the ground. What the hell? He whispers, his earlier confidence shaken. A throwing technique? Axion exclaims, surprise flickering in his voice. Where did that come from? Nearby. For trainees from the Scaled Dragon Society gasp, their faces pale. The sudden appearance of the thrown sword has shaken them to the core, rattling their confidence. The memory surges through Theo's mind, his past encounter with a thrown sword. It feels like a ghost from another life. Axion lands lightly on the snow, his movements precise and graceful. The swirling flakes form a shroud around him, an unspoken warning of his lethal intent. His cold, piercing eyes lock on Theo, sharp as shards of ice. There's a fundamental flaw in your strategy, Axion says, his voice dripping with disdain. Theo glares, but Axion continues, his tone carrying the weight of a chilling lecture. Relying on flashy, predetermined sequences only telegraphs your next move, Axion says, smirking faintly. You're making it far too easy for me to anticipate every action. A single drop of blood falls from Axion's blade, splattering onto the pristine snow. The stark red against white is a brutal reminder of the duel's deadly stakes, the fragility of life etched in violence. Nearby, the snow beneath a fallen man is rapidly turning crimson. The silence is deafening, broken only by the howling wind. Theo's eyes narrow, his gaze fixed on the lifeless figure. Recognition dawns like a blade slicing through his thoughts. The uniform, the insignia, it all falls into place. It was you all along, Theo whispers, his voice trembling with realization. Memories flood back. Theo sees the cloaked figure from his final moments before regression. The realization sends a chill down his spine. Axian's gaze lingers on the corpse, his mind racing. The man's face, now frozen in a silent scream, burns itself into Axian's memory. Pieces of the puzzle click together. Above them, the cloaked figure pulls his hood further down, shrouding his face in shadow. He stands motionless, an ominous presence amid the snowy battlefield. Axian's patience snaps. His eyes blaze with an intensity almost inhuman as he growls, "End this." His voice is devoid of emotion, as cold and sharp as a winter wind. A wave of rage washes over Theo, his face twisting into a mask of grief and fury. Memories claw at him, raw and unrelenting. The burning palace, the screams, the overwhelming sense of loss. The monster who did this. "I'll make you pay," Theo growls, his voice thick with venom. The scene shifts again, plunging into Theo's memories. The magnificent Rose Palace is engulfed in flames, its proud spires collapsing into a crumbling inferno. "The day I died." Theo's voice echoes in the memory, heavy with pain and regret. He remembers sprinting through the burning halls, smoke and desperation clawing at his throat. "I was meant to die that day," he thinks bitterly. "I never even knew who was responsible for this atrocity." A single tear rolls down Theo's cheek, stark against the fiery backdrop. His voice cracks with emotion. "All because I was helpless, powerless." The memory fades, leaving a raw ache in his chest. Theo's mind races. Rendon's carelessness was a stroke of luck, he muses, a cruel smile twisting his lips. The image of Rendon's face flashes before him. The moment he removed his mask. A fatal mistake. Thanks to Evelyn's relentless investigation. Theo's voice cuts through the silence, his determination hardening. "I uncovered the truth. Rendon and the Camellia Palace were deeply intertwined. Two sides of the same coin." The burning Rose Palace looms large in his thoughts, its destruction a constant reminder of his tragic past. It was the only logical conclusion. The pieces of the puzzle fall into place. Camellia Palace was behind the attack. Back to the present. The cloaked figure remains still, his face obscured, his motives veiled in shadows. His silent presence adds to the growing tension. Theo's fists tighten around his sword as he glares at the figure. His heart pounds, his memories fueling his resolve. This fight is no longer just survival. Theo's mind races, piecing together the clues. There's one detail he can't ignore, a unique fighting style that stands out among the Troan. His voice takes on a sharp edge as the realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning. Among all the Troan, he mutters, only one person uses the sword-throwing technique. The name echoes in his mind, dripping with betrayal and destruction. Axian Ragnar, Theo whispers, the name tasting like ash in his mouth. He studies Axian's fighting style, his mind sharp and calculating. Throwing a sword is reckless, a high-risk gamble, Theo thinks. Only someone arrogant, someone blinded by their own sense of invincibility, would use such a tactic. The last remnants of doubt vanish from Theo's mind. His eyes harden with cold certainty. "I wasn't sure at first," he admits, his voice steady and filled with conviction. "But now, there's no denying the truth." Theo's bloodied fingers tighten around the shattered remains of his sword. The fractured metal bites into his skin, but the pain doesn't register. The sound of the breaking blade echoes in the air, a mirror of Theo's shattering illusions. The sword finally splits into two useless pieces, falling apart in his grasp. Theo growls, his voice low and raw. "What is it with you people? Why are you so hellbent on ending my life?" Axian stares, stunned. His eyes widen in disbelief as he processes what he just witnessed. He just broke a sword with his bare hand. Axian stammers, his voice betraying a mix of awe and shock. Theo lets the broken pieces fall to the ground, his expression unyielding. He glances down at his bloodied hand, then back at Axian. "This isn't like before," Theo declares, his voice unwavering. "I won't make the same mistakes again." In one swift motion, Theo retrieves a sword lying in the snow, a weapon discarded by one of his fallen comrades. He grips the hilt tightly, the cold steel biting into his palm. A steely glint flashes in his eyes, his face a mask of determination. "I will survive," Theo vows, his voice brimming with strength. "And I will protect those I fight alongside." With a sudden surge of power, Theo throws one half of the broken sword at Axion. Axion scoffs, unimpressed. What was that pathetic display? He sneers, his tone dripping with contempt. A pale imitation of my technique. You're a fool. But as the words leave his mouth, something shifts. Axion's eyes narrow, a flicker of recognition sparking in their depths. His expression falters. Theo's movements blur. His speed accelerates exponentially, catching Axion off guard. Axion struggles to follow the sudden shift in tempo, his senses overwhelmed. What in the world is this speed? Axion thinks, his mind spinning as he tries to process the impossible. A chilling premonition washes over him, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He finally recognizes the aura surrounding Theo, a raw, unbridled power radiating from him. This isn't just killing intent, Axion whispers, his voice shaking. This is something far more sinister. Theo's mana surges, an overwhelming wave of raw energy exploding outward. The air itself seems to warp under the pressure, suffocating and oppressive. Axion staggers, his breath hitching, his body instinctively recoiling under the crushing weight of Theo's power. How? Axion's thoughts spiral in panic. How can his mana levels be this high? A horrifying realization dawns, his blood running cold. Could Theo have been holding back this entire time? Was this all part of his plan? Why was he hiding his power? Axion mutters, his voice trembling. But he doesn't have time to finish the thought. Theo launches a devastating attack, his sword radiating an almost otherworldly light. A wave of pure energy tears through the forest, splintering trees and shaking the earth itself. The ground cracks, the air crackles, and the world becomes a maelstrom of destruction. With a cry, Theo raises his sword high and brings it down with ferocious speed, aiming for Axion's head. Desperate, Axion raises his own blade, barely managing to block the strike. Sparks erupt as steel clashes against steel, the impact sending violent tremors up Axion's arms. Fueled by adrenaline and rage, Axion retaliates with a series of frenzied attacks. Each swing is a desperate attempt to regain control. Every ounce of strength and skill pushed to its limits. One of Axion's wild strikes connects, slicing into Theo's arm. Blood sprays onto the snow, a vivid reminder of the brutal reality of their duel. Theo stumbles, but doesn't falter. Instead, a cruel smile twists his lips as he presses his advantage. So, Theo taunts, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Is this the extent of your mighty power? I must say, I'm disappointed. Axion's face contorts with fury. He snarls, his voice a guttural growl. You'll pay for that. In a bold move, Axion grabs Theo's hand, catching him completely off guard. Theo stumbles, his balance thrown, his eyes widening in shock. Axion seizes the moment. His blade arcs toward Theo's head with deadly precision. A sharp cry tears from Theo's throat as he narrowly avoids the strike, jumping back just in time. But Axion isn't finished. He rolls to his feet, countering one of Theo's lightning-fast kicks. The force of the blow staggers Axion, his arms trembling as he blocks. The battle becomes a brutal, relentless exchange of blows. Each strike carries the weight of their shared history, the unspoken grudges and destinies intertwined between them. Snow swirls around them in a chaotic ballet of death and fury, the silent witness to their struggle. Theo advances, his eyes blazing with cold fire, his sword poised in a ready stance. The snow falls heavily now, its quiet beauty contrasting the ferocity of the fight. Axion pauses mid-stride, his head cocked slightly to the side. His instincts scream at him. Something's changed. What's this? He murmurs, sensing the shift in Theo's demeanor. Theo doesn't answer. His focus sharpens, and with deadly intent, he charges again. Their swords collide, the impact creating a vortex of energy that explodes outward. Snow and debris scatter in all directions, and for a moment, the air seems to distort and bend around them. Theo's face is a mask of grim determination, his gaze fixed solely on Axion. Finally, he utters a single word, a name dripping with venom and hatred. Axion. With a ferocious roar, Theo charges forward, his boots kicking up sprays of snow as he closes the distance. Every ounce of his strength, every drop of his fury is poured into this final attack. Let me give you a taste of your own medicine, Theo growls, his voice chilling and menacing. He pauses, letting the weight of his words hang in the air. Do you know what it feels like? Theo's voice is low, deadly. as his burning gaze locks onto Axion. His face, illuminated by the ethereal glow of his blade, radiates cold, hard fury. To have a sword plunged through your stomach? The question cuts as deeply as the promise of violence it carries. Axion's eyes widen in disbelief, his mind racing. But it's too late. Theo's blade finds its mark, slicing through the air with lethal precision. The glow of the sword arcs toward Axion's head, its radiance burning bright against the snowy backdrop. This doesn't look like a monster attack, a voice observes, surveying the scene. It looks like someone was taken. The only one capable of something like this is Axion, Remington suggests. Hulkus, Erica, and Remington exchange uneasy glances. Axion? Hulkus wonders aloud. But he's in first place. Does he want to get more bells? Remington's eyes narrow as the realization strikes. It seems he took Theo's subordinates as hostages to draw him out. His voice hardens. He's planning to get rid of Theo during the second blooming ceremony. Hulkus bristles, furious. What? You should fight him fair and square. What's he even doing? Ever pragmatic. Erica replies coolly. Turns out Axion is a coward, huh? So what? Hulkus shouts, his frustration spilling over. Erica remains calm, though her words cut. This is Ragnar's blooming ceremony. Situations like this are normal. Remington falls silent, deep in thought, his expression unreadable. Finally, he speaks, disapproval lacing his tone. That's why I don't like Ragnar. Even if it's a battle of strength, this is still unacceptable. Erica's sharp gaze meets his. Your words are dangerous, she warns. Are you being serious, Remington? With newfound resolve, Remington declares, I must save his subordinates. If it were Theo, he would do the same. Hulkus turns to Erica, urgency in his voice. If you come with me, you'd be a great help, he pleads. We must go. Nuna, you're coming with us, right? Erica's response is blunt. No, I'm not interested. She elaborates, her tone cold. I only followed you because I thought I'd meet Theo Ragnar. But I don't see him. Her disdain is palpable. And I really hate weak men. I don't want to save them. Hulkus stares at her aghast. Nuna, are you trash? What? You punk. Erica snaps back. Remington interjects, stepping forward. Erica, he says knowingly. I know why you want to meet Theo. Erica's eyes widen, caught off guard by his statement. Remington presses on, his voice persuasive. If you help me this time, I guarantee it'll help you achieve your goal. A sudden burst of movement shatters the stillness of the snowy landscape. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica sprint through the icy expanse, their mission clear. Remington glances back with determination. Wait just a bit longer, everyone. A sword materializes out of nowhere, blocking their path. A hand grips the hilt, the intent unmistakable. Stop, the sword's owner commands, stepping forward to bar their way. In the distance, a group of figures emerges from the shadows, swords drawn. They form an imposing barrier. Remington's eyes widen in recognition. Scaled Dragon Society. Orion steps forward, a smirk playing on his lips. It's been a while, Remington, he says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I can't believe you threw us away to team up with some dumbass. Orion's smirk deepens as he continues. And now you're hanging out with those stupid bear ranks? Hulkus explodes, fist clenched. What are you saying? That we're just dumb bears who use muscles for brains? Feigning innocence, Orion shrugs. I didn't say all that. Remington's voice cuts through the tension like steel. Move, Orion. I don't want to fight an old friend. Orion's smirk fades. I refuse. Remington's gaze hardens, his grip tightening on his sword. If you won't move, Remington says, his voice laced with menace, then I'll have no choice. The sword swings with deadly force, its intent clear. But to get rid of you. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sybil's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and pain as blood splatters across the pristine snow, a stark contrast to the white landscape. Desperately, he struggles to untie himself using Axion's broken sword, which landed nearby after Theo's throw missed its mark. This is my chance, Sybil thinks, determination blazing in his eyes. Young Master Theo gave me this opportunity. I have to cut it off. As Sybil works on the bindings, his gaze shifts toward the battle. Between Theo and Axion, a hooded figure intervenes, their sword clashing with Theo's in a shower of sparks. The echoing clash slices through the stillness of the forest. Theo, clad in his white uniform, parries a fierce blow from his dark-haired opponent. His eyes briefly soften as he watches the unfolding chaos, a single tear slipping down his cheek. He's finally stepping forward, Theo whispers, his voice filled with an odd mixture of sorrow and resolve. Liam Troyven, he murmurs, recognition settling heavily over him. Liam's grim expression offers a somber apology. Forgive me, young Master Axion, Liam says, his voice weighted with resignation. I'll accept my punishment after the blooming ceremony. The battle intensifies. Theo and Liam's swords clash with deadly precision, their movements a whirlwind of grace and lethality. Escort the young master, Liam barks to his men. Behind them, Axion watches the events unfold silently, his expression unreadable. Liam's forces move swiftly, surrounding Axion with their swords poised, ready to protect him. You've done enough, young Master Axion. Liam addresses him firmly but respectfully. Let us handle the rest. One of Liam's subordinates approaches, presenting Axion's sword. We've retrieved this for you. Axion's hand closes around the hilt, his grip tightening. He stares ahead, his eyes sharp, a hint of seriousness betraying his otherwise stoic expression. Liam's next attack is brutal, his sword cutting through the air with lethal intent. The blade hurtles toward Theo, their swords clashing once more. The impact reverberates through the forest like a thunderclap. Theo grits his teeth, deflecting the powerful blow. His quick parry throws Liam off balance, leaving him momentarily exposed. Theo seizes the opportunity, preparing to counter. But Liam's sword doesn't stop. It continues its deadly arc, aiming directly at Theo's exposed position. Theo braces himself, his eyes blazing with a mixture of determination and defiance. Liam's face is cold and calculating, his mind racing as he commits to the final blow. I have no choice, Liam admits to himself, his thoughts a storm of regret and resolve. He won't be pushed back, not by Axion, nor by the senior prosecutors I brought today. His resolve hardens. We're not at the same level. This is the only chance to kill him without the supervisors nearby. For a moment, regret flickers in Liam's eyes. It's a waste to kill someone this talented. But everything must be for Troyven. With a steely resolve, Liam brings his sword down in a deadly arc. Goodbye, Theo Ragnar, he mutters. Suddenly, Theo's eyes blaze with an eerie red light. The intensity of his glowing gaze freezes Liam in place. A close-up captures Theo's terrifyingly sharp, blood-red eyes as they pierce through the tension. The battlefield erupts with a sickening sound. Blood splatters violently as a blade pierces through Liam's chest. Liam recoils, clutching his chest in agony. His cry of pain echoes through the snowy forest. Young master, Liam stammers, his voice trembling with shock and disbelief. Axion, standing nearby, stares at Theo, his own eyes wide with horror. What is this? Axion whispers, unable to tear his gaze away from the chilling spectacle before him. Axion's voice, distorted and seething with rage, cuts through the chaos. I told you not to intervene. His eyes glow with a malevolent intensity as his sword plunges through Liam's back. A crimson bloom erupts across the snow, staining the pristine white landscape. Liam's body stiffens in disbelief, his sword clattering to the ground. His face contorts in shock and pain, blood trickling from his mouth. His wide, uncomprehending eyes meet Axion's. With a sickening sound, Axion yanks his sword free, sending blood splattering onto the snow, a brutal testament to his ruthlessness. Liam collapses to his knees, clutching at his wound. Axion's subordinates stand frozen, their faces a mixture of horror and confusion. One stammers, speechless. Another cries out in anguish. Axion, what are you doing? Axion's glowing red eyes burn with an almost demonic light. A muscle twitches in his jaw as he spits his justification. You got involved in the fight because you thought I'd lose. That's an insult to me. An insult to the air. Theo watches in shock, realization dawning across his face. Axion, you crazy bastard, he murmurs. That's your own family. Axion turns back to Theo, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. Yes, Theo Ragnar, you are indeed strong, he sneers, his voice dripping with condescension. But not strong enough. In a flashback, where we see Ed Troyven standing before a young Axion, his face partially obscured in shadow. His voice is cold, filled with malice. The weak are useless, Ed declares. But you, Axion, you were born with talent. The scene shifts. Ed's face becomes partially visible, a sinister smile playing on his lips. You must trample upon others and stand above them. Only then can you claim the throne of Ragnar. Young Axian's eyes burn with an unsettling intensity, his small frame carrying a dangerous ambition. Back to the present, Axian's smirk is tight with arrogance. His gaze bears down on Theo with disdain. You must be weaker than me. That is the only logical conclusion. Raising his sword, his stance radiates power and ambition. I will be the strongest. I will claim the throne, and I cannot possibly lose to someone like you in such a place. His grip tightens on the hilt, his knuckles white with tension. A silent promise of violence hangs in the air. Anyone who gets in my way. With a furious roar, Axian unleashes his attack, his blade a red blur against the snowy backdrop. All shall be killed. Theo's face is etched with determination, his gaze locked onto Axian. With precision and focus, Theo meets the attack head-on. Their swords clash with explosive force, sending shockwaves rippling through the forest. Axian's eyes widen in shock. Where is he? Theo has already slipped past his attack, preparing a counterstrike. Blood sprays as Theo's blade finds its mark. Axian staggers, pain and disbelief twisting his features. Nearby, Liam's men rush to his side, supporting his slumped form. Senior Liam, are you okay? One of them shouts, his voice thick with concern. Liam coughs, blood dribbling from his lips as he clutches his wound. One of his men glares at Axian's direction, torn between loyalty and outrage. Damn it, Axian, I know you're reckless, but this is too far. Liam, despite his pain, grits his teeth and gives a desperate order. Don't worry about me. Go help Master Axian. Kill Theo Ragnar. His voice is hoarse, but filled with fanatical determination. One subordinate hesitates, looking back at his injured leader. Why? Why are you so persistent? He asks, struggling to understand Liam's unwavering loyalty after such a betrayal. Liam's face twists with pain and desperation. Now go, he shouts. If Master Axian dies, we're all doomed. Axian spits a mouthful of blood onto the snow, his face a mask of fury and pain. Yet his glowing red eyes remain locked onto Theo, his resolve unbroken. Theo presses his attack, his sword a streak of brilliant blue energy slicing through the snowy battlefield. The glow contrasts sharply with the pale landscape, a beacon of his unrelenting resolve. Axian's eyes widen in disbelief, his breath catching as he witnesses Theo's power. Ridiculous this can't be, he mutters. In another flashback, Ed Troyven, his expression smug and knowing, looks directly at a younger Axian. When it comes to Ragnar, Ed remarks, you can always expect the unimaginable. The scene shifts. A flickering lantern glows in a dimly lit room, its flame dancing precariously. Even a weak lantern before the wind, Ed's voice echoes, can suddenly ignite into a roaring fire. Back in the present, Theo's face is set with determination, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek. His focus is absolute. No way, Axian whispers, his voice tinged with disbelief. Ed Troyven's voice returns, this time cold and dismissive. Why are you so worried about that bastard? He's nothing, just a waste with no talent. Axian smirks arrogantly, holding a card in his hand. I'll toy with him for a bit, he replies smugly, and make him realize his place. But Ed's tone turns sharp, his face partially obscured in shadow. Don't you know? Ed's words cut through the air like a blade. The gap between your skills and his isn't as wide as you think. Back in the battle, Theo's sword slices through the air, leaving a vivid trail of blue energy. Axian's features contort with fury as Theo's attack hurtles toward him. A piece of trash like you, Axian snarls, can easily be torn to shreds, unleashing his full power. Axian roars, crimson energy radiating around him. I will become the Northern Sovereign. I will take Ragnar's throne. Me, Axian Ragnar. Behind him, a massive spectral entity materializes, its jaws wide open in a silent roar, radiating raw, terrifying power. Theo stands firm, his expression resolute despite the overwhelming force before him. Throne this, throne that, Theo growls, his voice shaking with righteous fury. Because of your ambition, so many of my men have died. Clenching his fist, energy crackling around his hand, Theo steps forward. If you refuse to abandon that ambition, then I'll break it myself. Even if I have to do it by force. Brilliant blue energy explodes around Theo, his aura igniting into an intense radiance. Behind him, a magnificent blue dragon materializes, its blazing eyes filled with righteous fury. With the power given to me, Theo declares, his voice booming, I will end this. The dragon surges forward as Theo unleashes his ultimate attack. 3 claws of the dragon. His eyes glow with an unyielding blue light, his focus razor sharp. The monstrous entity behind Axion lets out a silent roar as Theo's dragon races toward it. Theo glares, his resolve unwavering. I will become strong enough to cut down anyone who stands in my way. Liam, despite his injuries, stares wide-eyed at the battle. The raw power Theo wields leaves him speechless. Axion's subordinates watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with awe and fear. From a distance, Remington, Hulkus, and Erica observe, their expressions mirroring the sheer magnitude of the forces colliding before them. Pain and desperation twist Axion's features as he struggles against Theo's onslaught. Their powers clash violently, creating a blinding vortex of energy. The force of the collision erupts in a massive explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the forest. In the aftermath, the battlefield falls silent, thick with smoke and debris. The air hums with residual energy as the dust begins to settle. Axion's boots dig into the snow, the pristine white now marred by drops of his blood. His feet slide backward, leaving a trail of disturbed powder before he crashes onto the snowy ground. A dark silhouette against the pale landscape, Axion lies motionless. His body, limp and lifeless, is surrounded by a growing pool of crimson, a gruesome testament to his defeat. Theo stands over Axion's fallen form, his sword lowered but still radiating power. His silhouette is imposing against the pale sky. Weariness and grim satisfaction mark his features as he gazes down at his defeated opponent. Liam stares in disbelief, his face pale with horror. His voice is barely a whisper, trembling with denial. Master Axion, the cold, sharp steel of Theo's blade hung in the air like a morbid pendulum, dripping crimson onto the pristine snow below. Axion lay sprawled on the ground, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at the unforgiving sky. A chilling silence descended upon the battlefield, broken only by the ragged breaths of the surviving combatants. Liam's subordinates, their faces a mixture of shock and horror, stammered. Young Master Axion. Despite his grievous wounds, Liam struggled to rise, his gaze fixed on Axion's fallen form. Kill, he rasped, his voice a ragged whisper. Kill him. Kill that bastard. Theo stood amidst the carnage, his once white coat now stained crimson with blood. His sword, lowered but still dripping, bore the evidence of his victory. The faces of Liam's subordinates, barely visible beneath their dark hoods, betrayed their inner turmoil. Though weary and wounded, Theo held his ground, his sharp gaze sweeping over the remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau. His mind raced. I'm in trouble. He assessed the situation grimly. Even if I were at full strength, going against 4 senior proctors would be a gamble. In my current state, it's impossible. My stamina is at its limit, and my mana is almost gone from the earlier attack. His grip tightened on his sword, anticipation flickering in his exhaustion. Soon he thought, isn't it almost time for him to appear? 2 cloaked figures approached Theo, their swords unsheathed, the tension rising with each step. Theo prepared himself, his grip tightening further. Soon, suddenly, a blur of motion broke the standoff. Figures clad in dark cloaks moved with blinding speed, their swords flashing in the pale light. A surprised grunt and the sickening thud of a body hitting the ground shattered the silence. Before anyone could react, more figures joined the fray, their movements swift and precise. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica emerged from the chaos, their faces grim with determination. Their swords clashed with the attackers in a whirlwind of steel. That's not who I was waiting for, Theo exclaimed, his voice a mix of surprise and relief. What? You guys? Theo gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. Remington, his silver hair gleaming in the fading light, offered a wry smile. Isn't it natural to save a comrade in trouble, young Master Theo? He said, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. Theo, momentarily speechless, could only stare at his unexpected saviors. Erica grinned. Theo, you look even better in person. Damn, it's my first time meeting someone as strong as you. I like you already. Hulkus laughed, his wide grin cutting through the tension. Finally, Sybil, his face bruised but his spirit undeterred, joined the fight. "We sincerely want to assist young Master Theo," he declared, his voice ringing with unwavering loyalty. "We can't just run away after causing so much trouble." Despite the intervention of the supervisors being strictly forbidden, they stood with Theo, their resolve unshaken. "You do know that directly involving yourself with a candidate is a serious offense, right?" Remington shouted, his voice laced with irony. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken defiance. The tide of battle shifted. The remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau, overwhelmed and outmatched, found themselves on the defensive. Liam's face contorted with pain and frustration as he watched his carefully laid plans unravel before his eyes. "Sir Liam, what should we do?" One of his subordinates pleaded, his voice trembling with fear. "Things have gotten too big. Should we get rid of all these guys too?" Another supervisor, panic etched into his face, begged, "Please, give us your decision." But Liam, defeated and desperate, could only mutter, "We're doomed." His thoughts spiraled. "We failed. We couldn't uncover anything about Rose Palace's artifacts. We couldn't kill Theo. Even Master Axion, he's dead." His mind reeled, bitter realization settling in. And now we've been caught breaking the rules. Liam felt a cold dread washing over him, the precariousness of their position sinking in. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. "There's no way," he began, but then his lips twisted into a sinister smile. "Make it up," he declared, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. "Sir Liam, there's no time," one of his subordinates urged, panic lacing his voice. Liam ignored him, his smile widening. "Then the best way is—" He paused, letting the tension build. "Kill everyone." His calm, chilling voice sent a shiver through his men. Liam's gaze swept over the carnage. What if an internal outbreak occurred? He mused. An extermination of all examinees on site? Disguising this as an accident would erase all traces of Tren's involvement. He pulled out several dark orbs, their sinister energy radiating ominously in the cold air. "These fifth-grade monsters are enough to make it look like an accident. Understand?" His gaze bore into his men, daring them to disobey. One hesitated, but eventually stammered, "Yes, sir." Just as Liam prepared to unleash the monsters, a voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "What is going on here?" Liam froze, his breath hitching as a sudden, sharp pain shot through him. A choked gasp escaped his lips, and his sinister smile faltered. 3 supervisors had arrived, their imposing presence halting the chaos. The representatives of the White Dragon Clan, Plum Blossom Palace, and Daffodil Palace, Selford Gardner, Sally Gardner, Natasha Koppel, and Aaron Backus, stood with expressions of concern and suspicion. Their gazes swept over the battlefield, taking in the devastation. "What's going on here?" Selford demanded, his firm, authoritative voice breaking the silence. Natasha's eyes narrowed as her gaze fell on Liam's fallen form. "Sir Liam," she exclaimed, rushing to his side. The other supervisors moved swiftly, intercepting the remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau. "You 3 stop," one commanded, his tone brooking no argument. "Follow us if you want to save your lives. If you want to end up like Liam, then stay where you are." A tense standoff ensued, the air thick with unspoken threats. Amidst the turmoil, Theo stood silently, his gaze fixed on the unfolding events. He had survived against impossible odds, but the cost had been immense. "Supervisors," Theo said, his voice tinged with relief. "Thank goodness you arrived." Remington nodded, gratitude evident in his expression. "You came just in time," he added, his voice a mix of exhaustion and appreciation. Ray approached Theo, her face pale, but her eyes steady. A faint smile touched her lips. "Theo," she began, her voice soft but firm, "that was reckless. Why would you?" Theo met her gaze silently, his expression speaking volumes. The desolate, snow-covered landscape bore silent witness to the brutal confrontation. Under the pale moonlight, the surviving combatants gathered around Theo. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica stood by his side, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and relief. Sybil and the remaining members of Training Ground Number 4, their eyes glistening with tears, called out to him. "Young Master Theo, you did all this for us. We have no regrets, even if we die." Theo looked at them, his heart heavy with the weight of their sacrifice. Nearby, Ray whispered, her voice filled with admiration and relief. This is the strength I'm after." Theo, her gaze softened as she extended her hand. "All right, give me the bell," she said with a faint smile. "I'll get first place. Theo smirked faintly, his expression a mix of weariness and determination. In the aftermath, under the weak moonlight, the battlefield became a somber tableau of loss and resolve. Far away, at the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troyven sat motionless, his face etched with shock and disbelief as he listened to his subordinate's report. Axion, he murmured, his voice barely audible. The news of Axion's death had shaken him to his core. Around the table, the other council members, Wolfgang, OSA, and Julius, stared in stunned silence. Dead, one of them whispered. Years of scheming, manipulation, and carefully laid plans had unraveled in an instant. Everything they had worked toward was reduced to nothing. The announcement echoed through the snowy forest clearing, a formal declaration that hung in the air like a solemn decree. The second round of the blooming ceremony has concluded. The gathered figures, their faces marked with exhaustion and hardship, exchanged shocked glances. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, uncertainty and anticipation crackling like static. The scene panned downward, focusing on the deliberate steps of the examiner as he moved forward. His boots left firm impressions in the snow, each step punctuating the tense stillness. A deep, resonant voice cut through the murmurs. Everyone has worked hard, it announced. Pharaoh Ragnar, the Ascendant Dragon, stood tall at the center of the clearing. His long white beard framed a face etched with authority and wisdom. His crimson eyes glimmered faintly, his presence alone commanding respect. Pharaoh's voice carried over the crowd. 45 out of 87 candidates passed. The crowd reacted instantly, disbelief, confusion, and murmured questions. I can't believe the Ascendant Dragon himself is here, someone exclaimed. Why would someone who rarely shows up come now? Another whispered. Unfazed by their reactions, Pharaoh continued, his tone steady. The survival rate is not bad. It must be true that this year's talents are the best we've seen in generations. The atmosphere shifted. The air seemed to hum with unseen power as Pharaoh's words carried weight. And the highest score this round is surprising, he added, his crimson eyes gleaming ominously. Pharaoh's gaze swept across the crowd. As you all know, everyone who passed the second round of the blooming ceremony will be promoted from apprentice to entry level. The weight of his declaration sank into the assembled candidates. You are allowed to be proud of yourselves, Pharaoh stated. His solemn tone softened slightly, tinged with a note of acknowledgement. Because now, you are qualified to serve as Ragnar's inspectors. In the crowd, Remington and Sybil stood side by side, their expressions unreadable. Everyone here is qualified, Remington muttered, his calm tone betraying a hint of contemplation. Pharaoh's voice resumed, commanding the crowd's attention. Now, I will announce the scores of the second round of the blooming ceremony. His red eyes glimmered again, a subtle reminder of his unyielding authority. The results: first place, Theo Ragnar, 1,121 points. The reaction was immediate. Gasps and whispers spread like wildfire. As expected, it's Theo Ragnar again, someone exclaimed. 1,000 points? How is that possible? He didn't even have any points until the last minute. What happened? Another voice joined the growing chatter. Didn't you hear? Axion. The sentence trailed off, leaving the name to linger ominously in the air. Pharaoh continued, unperturbed by the crowd's reactions. Second place, Remington Narcio, 926 points. Third place, Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth place, Hulkus, 742 points. Pharaoh paused briefly, his tone shifting as he approached the end of the announcement. 45th place, Isla Lehman, 28 points. With finality, Pharaoh declared, that is all. Everyone has worked hard. Pharaoh's voice took on a sharper edge as he added. However, the blooming ceremony is not yet over. There is still the third round. The tension among the crowd thickened as confusion rippled through the candidates. Pharaoh finished with a solemn directive. Those who have earned the qualification to participate in the third round, raise your hands. Questions and murmurs spread again as the candidates glanced at one another. Did you succeed? Someone asked, their voice tinged with anxiety. No, I didn't have enough bells. Another replied, frustration evident. I don't understand, one muttered. Even after seeing it, none of this makes sense. The snowy clearing fell into an uneasy silence, the weight of the Ascendant Dragon's announcement pressing down on the candidates. A soft thud broke the tense silence as Remington raised his hand. The movement, calm and deliberate, drew attention. Erica followed suit, her expression resolute, while House hesitated, confusion clouding his face. Ray, after a brief moment of consideration, also raised his hand. From the center of the crowd, Theo raised his gloved hand high, the black leather standing out sharply against the pale light. Faro's gaze swept over the candidates who had raised their hands, his expression grim but intrigued. The hidden piece of the second round, he began, his voice resonating. The elemental attribute breathing method, an ancient technique. To master it, one must not only collect bells, but also understand the words etched within them. It's called a hidden piece because of how difficult it is to read, comprehend, and integrate into one's magic. Only those who've truly mastered it during the exam can qualify for the third round. The crowd murmured in awe, some glancing at the raised hands with envy and disbelief. Theo's flashback. Theo's mind drifted to the past. In my previous life, he thought, his expression tightening, I couldn't fully understand the meaning of the words. A vivid image filled his mind. A single bell, its surface adorned with strange, intricate symbols. His bright blue eye filled the screen, glowing with unearthly energy. A blue-bordered system notification appeared. Hatchling synchronization activated. You can read the thoughts of things. The scene shifted to a fierce battle, bright lights and crackling energy illuminating the chaos. The essence of the words appeared in my mind as vivid pictures. Theo narrated inwardly, recalling the surreal experience. And in this life, I was able to understand everything in no time. He let out a soft laugh. It's rare to see even one person master it. But four? That's surprising. In my past life, Ray and Remington never managed to grasp the quality breathing method. Is this the butterfly effect I caused? Faro's expression darkened as he addressed the four candidates. Each of you will now demonstrate what you've gained. Show me the results of your mastery, he commanded, his voice unwavering. First, he announced Theo Ragnar. Theo stepped forward, his thoughts steady and resolute. Since Axion is gone, so much will change, he thought, his heartbeat steady. His gaze turned forward, filled with determination. But I have nothing to fear. The future will be better than before. As his foot touched the ground, a faint blue aura surrounded it, crackling with latent energy. What I've obtained, Theo began, his voice firm. The air around him seemed to hum with power. His blue eyes narrowed as a glowing text box appeared before him. Infusion, manifestation, control, expansion, aura release. Theo's voice grew quieter, almost a whisper. First, grant the mana a thunder attribute. The crowd gasped as the ground trembled beneath him. No way, someone exclaimed, their voice filled with disbelief. He's already at the level of expressing it? Another questioned, on their tone. Blue lightning erupted around Theo, a massive display of power that crackled and surged like a living storm. His figure became the center of a swirling vortex of energy, radiating strength and dominance. Young Master Theo, Sybil's voice rang out, filled with excitement and pride. As expected, most would stop there, unable to push further. But Theo smirked, confidence gleaming in his eyes. Remington's eyes widened as he watched Theo closely. What is he? Suddenly, Theo's chest glowed, pulsing with concentrated energy. The thunderous aura surrounding him intensified, spiraling upward into an electrified storm. As Theo unleashed a massive wave of power, lightning erupted from the sky, illuminating the snowy clearing in bursts of brilliance. Ray watched in stunned silence, his expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. Erica, eyes wide, whispered, I like him. Meanwhile, Hulkus, unable to contain his excitement, yelled, he's so cool. From his elevated vantage point, Faro observed with a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Ha ha ha, that's surprising, Faro said, his tone amused. I didn't expect you to be able to control it as well as I've heard, Theo. Theo's expression remained unreadable, his red eyes fixed ahead. Without a word, energy crackled and swirled around him, intensifying until a massive explosion of lightning ripped through the ground. As Theo lowered his arms, his voice rang out clearly. Thunder Dragon. The crowd gasped as the manifestation of Theo's spell took shape. Lightning coalesced into the form of a colossal dragon, its glowing eyes radiating destructive intent. He's attacking the supervisor, someone yelled in disbelief. But Faro chuckled, his voice calm and entertained. Fufu, this is fun. He's already reached the expand level. Raising his hand, Water began to swirl around Pharaoh's fingers, forming a barrier of shimmering liquid. "You have the qualification to test me," Pharaoh declared, his voice resonating across the clearing. Theo stared ahead, his resolve unwavering, his gaze locked on Pharaoh. The onlookers murmured in shock, captivated by the exchange. "Good, Theo Ragnar," Pharaoh said, his tone laced with approval. "I'll give you an extra 1,000 points." Gasps rippled through the crowd as the updated score appeared. First place, Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. 2,000 points, Hulkus exclaimed, his voice brimming with disbelief. "That's insane," someone muttered, while another voice added. "At this rate, he's on par with Lord Thorkel." Pharaoh chuckled once more, clearly pleased by the outcome. "Impressive." The scene shifted, highlighting the other top contenders as they stepped forward. A blue-bordered system notification appeared. Reincarnator plus 500 points. Next came Ray Ragnar. Ray Ragnar plus 300 points. Finally, Erika Aranka stepped up. Erika Aranka plus 300 points. Pharaoh, holding a scroll in hand, addressed the group with a note of pride. "This batch is exceptionally talented. Normally, surpassing 1,000 points would place you firmly at the top." The rankings updated once more. First place, Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. Second place, Remington Narcio, 1,426 points. Third place, Erika Lank, 1,143 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar, 1,089 points. The scene transitioned to a sweeping shot of snowy mountain ranges under a pale gray sky. Pharaoh's voice echoed ominously. "Everyone has worked hard." Snow fell gently as the crowd began to disperse. "All candidates except those proceeding to the third round may leave," Pharaoh declared. "Prepare for the nomination ceremony happening in 1 week." The remaining candidates, Theo, Ray, Erika, and Remington, stood firm, their gazes fixed on Pharaoh, who stood atop a stone platform. Pharaoh's expression darkened, and a malevolent energy began to radiate from him. A crimson aura emanated from the mountain's peak, growing stronger with each passing moment. Suddenly, a burst of raw energy rippled outward, shaking the ground. The 4 candidates stumbled, crying out in surprise. Pharaoh's voice, now laced with a strange, dark energy, boomed across the clearing. "Shall we start the third round?" Theo's eyes widened as he felt an overwhelming surge of power course through him. His vision blurred as a massive dragon shape began to take form in his mind. "What is this?" Theo murmured, his voice tinged with shock. "How?" The image solidified, a magnificent dragon wreathed in energy, its form burning with intensity. Theo's eyes glowed fiercely, his expression hardening into one of rage and determination. "Roadbroke's energy," he whispered, his voice trembling with both recognition and fury. The massive screen flickered, revealing the image of an imposing man. His eyes glowed an eerie, blood red, sending an unspoken message of power and dominance. Pharaoh's voice carried a weight of foreboding. "Anything can happen during this meeting. The outcome is entirely in the hands of the clan head." The scene shifted. A grand, otherworldly manor loomed in the distance, bathed in an ethereal glow. This was no ordinary meeting. It was the deciding factor, the final step toward nomination. Only those deemed worthy could stand within the manor's halls. Every past candidate who had made it this far had served in the clan head's domain. In the haze of crimson mist, shadowy figures emerged, each gripping a weapon. Their forms were barely visible, swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere. Pharaoh continued, his voice unwavering. "Being nominated to serve in the clan head's manor is proof that one is recognized as a potential successor." Theo's gaze sharpened, a flicker of unease passing through him. "So, the one waiting for us at the top is the clan head," he murmured. His eyes darted around, scanning the area, until a bead of sweat traced a slow path down his temple. His breath hitched. Why? Why am I sensing Lodbrok's energy? His voice was barely above a whisper, edged with suspicion. A realization struck him like a lightning bolt. His heart pounded in his chest. "No, it can't be." A silhouette emerged, bathed in an ominous red glow. Behind him, a massive, pulsating blue heart throbbed with unnatural energy. "The one who took Lodbrok's heart." Pharaoh's voice rang out once more, urging them forward. "Now, then, break through the dragon's fear and greet the clan head." A crushing force bore down upon them. The sheer presence of the clan head's aura was suffocating, making every step a battle against an invisible weight. The four candidates strained against the overwhelming pressure. Erica let out a ragged cry. Damn it, she gritted her teeth, muscles trembling under the strain. How the hell are we supposed to climb in this state? Theo, struggling to push forward, exhaled sharply. I'm giving up on brute force. It won't work. Remington, ever composed even amidst the chaos, glanced at him. Huh, then what do we do? Theo's response was immediate. We need to match the mana's wavelength. Erica, still gasping for air, furrowed her brows. Wavelength? Remington's sharp mind caught on instantly. Ah, you mean an anti-phase wave? Interfering with the mana to cancel out the pressure. Theo smirked slightly. Correct. You never disappoint, Remy. His expression turned serious. But easier said than done. This is their way of filtering us out. If you can't control your magic properly, you don't deserve to meet the clan head. Remington nodded, his gaze hardening. You've got a point. Erica groaned in frustration. Anti-phase? Interference? Are you two speaking some kind of secret mage language? Remington let out a small sigh, a weary smile tugging at his lips as sweat dripped down his face. Listen, he began, his voice steady despite the strain. Magic power moves in waves. It has vibrational properties, just like sound or light. The clan head's aura? It's the same, it's made of waves. If we want to get through, we need to create an opposing magic wave to cancel it out. Erica stared at him, completely lost. The explanation may have made perfect sense to him, but to her, it was just blabber, blabber, blabber. She muttered under her breath, her brain short-circuiting. Erica's confusion twisted into frustration. She clenched her fists and glared at Remington. So what you're saying is, I just need to generate magic power that counters this pressure? Remington gave a small shrug. Something like that. The scene shifted to a desolate mountain peak, the wind howling through the jagged rocks. Erica's patience had officially snapped. You absolute goody two-shoes, she snapped, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Why didn't you just explain it that simply in the first place? Remington raised an eyebrow. Goody two-shoes, he muttered to himself, unfazed. Ray, watching the exchange, nodded in understanding. I see. So that's what I need to do, Light. Erica, still fuming, turned back to Remington. By the way, are you really 17? You talk like a total boomer. Before Remington could respond, a sudden shift in the air drew their attention. A vortex of blue energy swirled around Theo, crackling with raw power. The very atmosphere seemed to tremble. Remington and Erica froze, eyes widening in disbelief. Theo stood at the center of it all, his body radiating a brilliant blue aura. His gaze was unwavering, filled with pure determination. A voice echoed through the scene. It's only natural for the next clan head. From a distance, Faro watched the display, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. Declaring himself the next clan head already? How reckless. As Theo's energy continued to surge, his form glowing like a beacon against the darkness, the tension in the air grew thicker. Remington's voice broke the silence. Young Master Theo, what are you? Erica's concern mirrored his. Theo. Faro's voice cut through their hesitation. You two shouldn't waste time standing around. His tone was sharp. Your ranking is determined by the order you arrive. Every second counts. Snap back to reality. The group exchanged tense glances. The pressure was on. Meanwhile, high above in a rocky outcrop, Faro let out a quiet chuckle. Oh, interesting. The wind whipped around him as he mused. To think I'd be considering taking on a disciple at my age. Scene shift. Palace. Laughter echoed through the grand palace halls. Wahaha, my precious youngest daughter, where are you? The eccentric demon craftsman dashed through the lavish corridors, his excitement radiating like a wildfire. A group of maids trailed behind, whispering amongst themselves. The demon craftsman is here again. The palace has been livelier ever since young Master Theo became a rising star. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, Cecilia Ragnar sat deep in discussion with Taylor. The moment Kirsten spotted her, his voice boomed across the room. So here you are, my dear Cecilia. Cecilia barely suppressed a sigh. Mother, please. At least try to maintain decorum within the palace. Kirsten waved her off with a hearty laugh. Decorum? Who cares about such pointless formalities? He leaned in, eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm about to become obscenely wealthy. Cecilia raised an unimpressed brow. Weren't you already wealthy? Kirsten smirked, their voice practically vibrating with glee. But not obscenely wealthy. At that moment, a caption flashed on the screen. Kirsten, the elf of capitalism incarnate. Kirsten let out a dramatic sigh of satisfaction. Ever since Theo became a rising star, orders have been pouring into my workshop nonstop. His laughter filled the room. Ha ha, my business is finally mainstream. His expression turned momentarily serious, his eyes burning with ambition. This is just the beginning. Cecilia offered Curson a simple smile, but behind that calm facade, her thoughts churned. I always believed Theo would excel. Her mind drifted back to him, a shadow of worry creeping in. But now that I'm seeing it unfold, I can't help but be anxious. What if he gets hurt? What if the pressure becomes too much? She clenched her fists, frustration bubbling to the surface. All I could do is stand by and watch. I hate this feeling. I wish I could do more. Her gaze shifted to a nearby display, a beautifully crafted outfit draped over a mannequin. She sighed. This is all I can do for him, but I wish I could help in a more meaningful way. Curson, completely undeterred by her somber mood, threw their arms wide, their excitement boundless. Haha, the days of crafting only weapons are over. They spun dramatically. I'm expanding my empire. Accessories, clothes, you name it. Cecilia, still lost in thought, barely reacted. Curson, however, was far from finished. Their eyes sparkled with mischief as they turned to her. Mother, they said with a sly grin. Cecilia blinked, startled. Curson leaned in, lowering their voice slightly. Tell me, have you ever made a prosthetic arm? The scene cut to a close-up of a mechanical arm. Intricate, meticulously designed, and gleaming with potential. Scene shift, graveyard of swords. Laughter echoed across the vast, desolate battlefield. Ha ha ha, Kyle Ragnar's voice boomed, his amusement raw and unrestrained. The next clan head, huh? He let out another deep laugh, shaking his head. I like your boldness, Theo. A raven perched on his shoulder, its piercing gaze locked onto the unfolding events below. Kyle's expression shifted, his amusement giving way to something more reflective. I know what you're worried about, he murmured, but a parent has no right to stand in the way of their child's ambition. His gaze hardened. Besides, trying to stop the passion of youth? Impossible. We were the same back in our day. He looked out over the endless field of swords, each one planted firmly in the ground, a solemn tribute to countless past battles. A caption appeared on the screen. Graveyard of Swords. The raven let out a sharp cry. Kyle chuckled. Didn't I tell you? There's nothing to worry about. Then, his expression darkened. His voice carried a quiet but unwavering intensity. What I want is Ragnar's prosperity. The wind howled through the field, making the countless swords tremble. And anything that threatens that, his gaze grew sharper, filled with an ominous resolve, will be dealt with. His eyes remained locked on the battlefield below. Nothing is set in stone yet. There's still time to observe. The raven's unblinking eyes remained fixed on the horizon. Kyle's expression grew even darker, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper. Even if my damn son. His gaze flickered to Theo, who surged forward with blinding speed. His final words were laced with a chilling intensity. Is a regressor. The world was a swirling blur of crimson. You finally arrived, my son. The words came as a low rasp, more of a declaration than a greeting. The clan head stood tall, his presence as imposing as the massive greatsword resting at his side. This was it, the true beginning. The air itself felt heavy, thick with an unspoken challenge. Theo's breath came in ragged gasps. Every step of this climb had drained him, every inhale a reminder of the unbearable pressure weighing him down. His body trembled. He looked toward the ground, his vision wavering. A single tear trailed down his cheek. A vortex of red aura spiraled violently around him, an unrelenting storm of oppressive energy. He had thought it would take him only an hour to reach this point, but in reality, 4 hours. Theo clenched his fists, his knuckles white. It should have taken me 1, but it took 4. This pressure, he murmured under his breath, his voice barely audible. The world pulsed with malevolent energy. The ground beneath him was littered with swords, remnants of past warriors, silent testimonies of those who had come before. A graveyard of steel. The weapons jutted from the earth like forgotten tombstones, shrouded in a blood-red haze. Kyle's voice sliced through the suffocating silence. Do you understand what this place is? Theo had heard the stories, but standing here, seeing it with his own eyes, it was different. This is the graveyard of broken swords. The words left his lips as a bitter truth. A somber realization settled over him. I've been told, these are the swords of those you've defeated, my lord. He forced the tremor from his voice, but his body betrayed him. A chill ran down his spine, his bones rattling under the sheer weight of the scene before him. Kyle's gaze was cold, his voice sharp as a shattered blade. Correct, his words cut like steel. This is what it means to be clan head. He took a slow step forward, his greatsword humming with a sinister glow. A position where you stand alone, facing unending threats, endless challengers. A position where you can never truly rely on anyone. His voice was heavy, final, like a sentence being passed down. A position ruled by strength. His tone hardened, growing sharper, more dangerous. You must stand above everyone else. with your own power. A gleam of something unreadable flashed in Kyle's eyes as he stared Theo down. Do you truly believe you have a right to seize this position? The question hung in the air, suffocating, inescapable. Theo met his father's piercing gaze. His heart pounded. He swallowed hard, then forced the word out, small but defiant. Yes. Kyle's expression darkened. His eyes narrowed, displeased. Do not answer lightly. His voice was ice, laced with something more, warning, or perhaps a challenge. I have slain thousands to stand here. The weight of those words crushed the space between them. Thousands upon thousands of souls, their blood staining my path. His voice echoed with the weight of all the lives he had taken. Can you still answer the same? After feeling their resentment? Before Theo could respond, the air around them crackled. A furious, unnatural energy surged through the battlefield. Then came the voices. A jagged, seething wail of tortured souls filled the space. Kyle! Kyle! I curse thee forever. The cries of the slain rose like a storm, howling with agony, fury, and unrelenting hatred. Spectral figures took form, shadows of those Kyle had cut down, their twisted faces contorted in rage, their eyes burning with vengeance. How dare you? Their tortured screams grew louder, surrounding Theo like a relentless tide. Monster, you will pay for this. The cursed wraiths surged forward, their hatred thick enough to suffocate. I'll tear you apart. The battlefield trembled, and in that moment, Theo realized this was no mere test. This was war. Despite the storm of hatred swirling around him, Theo stood unshaken. The chaotic wails of the vengeful dead were nothing but a backdrop to the unyielding steel of his resolve. My resolve remains unchanged. Kyle's gaze pierced through the turmoil. And why is that? Theo's answer came without hesitation. To avenge my past life. His voice was steady, unwavering. To become the clan head and put an end to this cursed battle for the throne. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. No matter the challenge, I will overcome it. But then, for the briefest moment, doubt flickered in his eyes. I know that's not the answer he's looking for. Theo inhaled sharply, casting aside hesitation. The sword in his grasp felt heavier now, not from fear, but from purpose. He raised it, his voice cutting through the chaos. I shall answer with my sword. A slow, sharp grin stretched across Kyle's face. It was not one of warmth, but of cruel amusement, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Very well. His voice carried a dangerous excitement. From this moment on, I shall not treat you as my son, only as a challenger. He took a step forward, his presence suffocating. Then, his voice dropped slightly, laced with something unreadable. Let's see what you've learned from her teachings. Theo's breath hitched. His grip faltered. Her. His mind reeled, the words throwing him off balance. Did he just say her? His fingers clenched tighter around his sword. As I suspected, Father is the one who took Lodbrok's. His thoughts cut off. A flash of movement. A violent shockwave. Theo barely had time to react before the world erupted into chaos. A sharp gasp escaped his lips. And then, darkness. Am I dead? His vision blurred. His body felt weightless, foreign. It was as if he was no longer part of himself, detached from everything. Then a sudden, explosive force tore through the void. His heart soared. A terrifying surge of power ripped through the battlefield as Kyle unleashed his next strike. His once amused expression had dulled into something almost bored. A black bird fluttered down, perching beside him, its glowing eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. Kyle barely glanced at it. Are you worried our little prodigy might die? He mused. The bird chirped twice. Kyle exhaled through his nose, acknowledging the response with a flicker of seriousness. You're right, he admitted. Only those with an unbreakable will can escape the heart sword. His tone held an unusual mix of pride and doubt. But his voice darkened, turning to ice. It's a cruel trial for a greenhorn, especially in the middle of an awakening ceremony. His fingers curled into a fist. His next words were cold, calculated. If his resolve is weak, if he hesitates even for a second, his gaze hardened. Then it's better if he dies here. His voice was as unforgiving as steel. I have no need for a regressor who will bring only harm to the clan. The world around Theo darkened further, a suffocating blackness seeping into his very soul. I'm dead. The realization settled over him like an inevitability. Makes sense. I was cut down by Father, after all. His consciousness drifted, a strange peace washing over him. I have no regrets. His mind detached, observing his own demise as if watching the final act of a play. I did everything I could. Images flickered before him, a replay of his past deeds, his sins, his victories, his failures. I stole Camellia Palace. I killed Rendon and Axion. And now, the curtain was closing, or so he thought. Theo's mind was heavy with the weight of his past. his crimes, his victories, his regrets. It was all just luck. The realization struck him like a blow, cold and undeniable. His life flashed before his eyes, yet instead of fear, a strange calm settled over him. Compared to my past life, this one was happy. A faint smile tugged at his lips, a rare moment of tranquility. That's right, it's time for me to go. His thoughts faded, slipping further and further into the abyss. Rest peacefully. The words echoed, distant and hollow, as his consciousness dissolved into nothingness. The darkness swirled, consuming everything. And then, a voice, harsh, guttural, unyielding. Hey now, it wasn't gentle. It wasn't comforting. It wasn't even meant for him. A monstrous presence emerged from the void, a magnificent beast, its form shifting between shadow and light. Enough already. Get up. Its voice rumbled like thunder. If you were just going to sulk, you should have let me devour you. A single spark ignited in the void, small but potent. It flickered, then roared into a blaze, flames licking at the edges of the darkness. Theo's heart pounded. You're right. Thanks. Strength surged through his body, the frigid grip of death retreating before his rekindled resolve. I can't let it end like this. His awareness snapped back. His body stirred. His legs moved. The crunch of the ground beneath his feet was real. I made a vow. His head lifted, eyes burning with fierce determination. His thoughts were sharp, his mind clear. His sword gleamed in his grip, power coursing through him. I may break. Pain screamed through his body, stretched to its limits. But still, I will never yield. With a roar, he struck. His body moved on instinct. A symphony of motion and raw power. His sword became a streak of light, cutting through the darkness like a blazing comet. A single, devastating slash. The void shattered. Theo stood still, dazed, watching as the world around him fractured, splintering into 1,000 pieces. His vision cleared. The battle was over. He had survived. Kyle watched from above, his gaze unreadable, his dark brows shadowing his eyes. Then he spoke. You pass. The words were stark, devoid of the cruel amusement from before. But there was something else, an edge of acknowledgement, a sliver of pride. Theo stood, his chest heaving, his muscles screaming in exhaustion. He had been pushed to the brink, but he endured. 1 week later, clan headquarters. The air crackled with anticipation. The nomination ceremony was finally here. The grand hall buzzed with energy, voices blending into a restless hum. Excitement and tension clashed, unspoken yet undeniable. Hulkus stood awkwardly beside Erica, shifting uneasily. He looked visibly uncomfortable, his towering frame rigid as he scanned the sea of people. He groaned, his voice tight. There are way too many people here. It's making me anxious. His fingers fidgeted at his sides, his shoulders stiff. Erica rolled her eyes, a smirk tugging at her lips. How could someone so big be this timid? She teased, her tone laced with amusement. There was something almost fond in her voice, though she'd never admit it. Hulkus bristled at her remark, his voice rising in protest. I'm not timid. You're just overly bold, he shot back. His frustration grew with every name he listed. Commanders from every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, the current clan head, heroes, all of them, gathered here. His words spilled out in a rush, as if trying to justify himself. Erica scoffed. You're such a baby, she muttered. Relax already. She smirked. No one's going to care about someone who couldn't even obtain elemental breathing. Hulkus gaped, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you just say? He sputtered. His face twisted in frustration and embarrassment, his fists clenched at his sides. A strange sensation bubbled inside him, his body trembling. He exhaled sharply, his eyes darting around. Just tell me already, he demanded. What did the clan head give you during the 3rd stage? His voice brimmed with impatience. Erica crossed her arms, her tone cool. It's a secret. Hulkus' face darkened with outrage. You're so stingy, sis, he yelled. My Theo would have already told me everything. His fist tightened in fury. Erica raised an eyebrow at his outburst, unimpressed. My Theo, she repeated, her voice laced with skepticism. What are you even talking about? Hulkus turned away, his expression hardening. You know as well as I do, he said firmly. A Lank exists to be the sword of a Ragnar. Our lives belong to them. His mind flashed to an image, dragons of bone and fire, surrounded by legions of bears. If I have to stake my life on someone, I want it to be someone powerful. Someone with character, strength, ambition. His eyes burned with determination. That's Theo. He's my Ragnar. Erica frowned. And Theo agreed to this? Hulkus hesitated, his brow furrowed. Does he have to? He asked. I was just planning to join the same unit as him. His gaze drifted to the side, uncertainty creeping into his expression. But his fists clenched again. For some reason, the clan head isn't taking Theo into the manor. His voice was tense, but resolve burned in his eyes. That means I can still follow him. Suddenly, a rhythmic thump echoed through the grand hall. A staff struck the stone floor, its metallic clang reverberating through the courtyard. Attention! Vanna Ragnar's voice boomed over the assembled crowd. He raised the staff high, his presence commanding. The nomination ceremony shall now commence. A charged silence followed, then an eruption of cheers. Valedictorian Theo Ragnar, Vanna announced, his tone carrying a forced edge of respect. Step forward. The roar of the crowd was deafening, their chants shaking the very walls of the great hall. Theo stepped into the open, his figure framed against the vast sprawl of the headquarters. The energy of the moment crackled in the air. All eyes were on him. Young Master Theo, a voice rang out from within the crowd, cutting through the tense silence. Where will you choose? The question lingered in the air, a challenge, a plea. Evelyn watched from the sidelines, her gaze fixed on Theo, a strange longing flickering in her eyes. I'd love for him to join our white armored dragon cavalry, she mused silently. But that's just a selfish dream. Standing alone in the courtyard's center, Theo faced the sea of expectant faces. Vanna Ragnar's voice carried over the assembly. Congratulations on being named the overall valedictorian, Theo Ragnar, he announced, his tone filled with weight. Your excellence in every category was truly awe-inspiring. He paused. Now, then, a sharp sound rang out. Movement. The crowd instinctively turned toward the source. Vanna's face twisted in shock, his eyes widening. A figure stepped into view, Ed Troyven, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. His eyes were concealed in the shadows, his presence sending a ripple of unease through the gathered elites. The Sky Dragon, the Central Intelligence Bureau's director, Ed Troyven. Murmurs spread like wildfire. What the? Is he here to avenge Axion? Someone whispered. No way. Another muttered. Not with the 9 dragons and the head of Ragnar watching. Vanna's voice was tight with tension. Central Director, he began cautiously. I don't know what you intend to do here, but please, take your seat. His words carried a firm command, but unease crept beneath them. Ed ignored him. Instead, he turned his gaze on Theo. Theo Ragnar, he called out, his voice ringing clear in the stunned silence. Theo's thoughts raced. The Central Intelligence Bureau. He knew of the Sky Dragon. Is he still reeling from Axion's death? No. Even he wouldn't be reckless enough to disrupt the nomination ceremony over personal vengeance. Ed took another step forward. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he extended a hand. A faint, disarming smile played on his lips. I'd like to offer you the position of deputy director, he announced. The words sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Theo's eyes narrowed. His expression remained unreadable, but suspicion coiled within him. He didn't trust this. Not one bit. Theo's title as valedictorian carried a weight unlike any before him. A Ragnar, starting from nothing at the lowest rank. An image flickered in his mind. A cracked, dark egg resting in a nest of brittle twigs. A fragile beginning, overlooked and dismissed. Yet now he had risen. The vision shifted. A dragon, powerful and majestic, soaring against the endless sky. Whispers rippled through the crowd. I knew he'd gotten strong. But to think he actually killed Axion? Someone muttered. Another voice chimed in, hushed but urgent. I heard he almost took out a Proctor too. Would have finished the job if he hadn't been stopped. Theo's story, his climb from rock bottom to the very top, struck a deep chord among the apprentice swordsmen. The sneers and mockery from before had vanished. The disdain once attached to his name was gone. The imbecile of Ragnar no longer existed. A notification flashed before Theo's eyes. You have become the overall valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Another message followed immediately. Congratulations. You have completed scenario quest number 3. Victor of the awakening ceremony. You have obtained Ether Core as a reward. The reward has been stored in your inventory. Theo blinked. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that quest. He glanced at the panel, his curiosity piqued. Ether Core? Considering the effort this quest took, the reward had to be something significant. His gaze drifted toward Ed Troyven, who remained poised among the gathered elites. The Central Intelligence Bureau. Theo's eyes sharpened. Ed Troyven stepped forward, his smile warm yet unreadable. He extended a hand toward Theo. I'd like to offer you the position of deputy director, he announced. Silence fell. Theo didn't move. His expression remained impassive, but his focus locked onto the man before him. With a subtle flicker of intent, he activated his skill. Observing Ed Troyven, the results flashed before him. Ed Troyven, age 46. Title, Sky Dragon. Talent, wolf in sheep's clothing. Status, aims to take Theo Ragnar under his wing and use him as a pawn to uncover the secrets of the relics of the primordial dragon. Theo's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's his game. He's after the relics, which means he probably knows I already have one. His fingers curled into a fist. Too bad for you, Ed Troyven. Nothing will ever go your way again. The Troyvens will be crushed by my hands. The tension was shattered by a sharp voice. What is the meaning of this, Central Director? Julius Ragnar's demand rang out across the courtyard. Ed remained composed, his tone smooth. I'm merely extending an offer to a talented individual in accordance with nomination ceremony procedures. Is something wrong? Julius's expression twisted with fury. Don't insult our intelligence, he snapped. Everyone can see this for what it is. A pathetic excuse to avenge your nephew. The crowd buzzed once more, the air thick with unspoken tension. All eyes turned to Theo. Would he accept? Or would he shatter their expectations once again? Ed chuckled softly, shaking his head. I can see why you'd think that. He mused, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. But you're mistaken. His voice was smooth, almost disarming. As an individual, I may hold my own grievances. But as the Central Director, my only priority is recruiting the best talent. This snake. Theo's gaze darkened. Even after his nephew's death, his only concern is completing his objective? Stop. Vanna Ragnar stepped forward, raising a hand. I understand your desire for skilled personnel, Director, but we haven't even formally begun the proceedings. He shot at a pointed look. Hold your horses. Turning to Theo, Vanna's expression steadied. Now, Theo Ragnar, have you made up your mind? Or do you need more time to decide? Theo met his gaze. Truth be told, I haven't decided yet. Vanna's features softened slightly. That's why, Theo continued, his lips curving into the faintest smirk. I'd like to hear what offers are on the table first. His eyes swept across the grand hall. A movement caught his attention. A delicate hand raised, fingers adorned with a gleaming ring. OSA Ragnar Plunus stepped forward. OSA Ragnar Plunus. Offer Theo Ragnar more than just mentorship, she declared. I will take him as my personal disciple and grant him the title of Junior Lord of Plum Blossom Palace. The hall erupted in stunned murmurs. Did she just say Junior Lord? Someone gasped. Lady Plum Blossom has no children of her own. Another whispered, eyes wide. That's basically an adoption proposal. A third voice added, filled with awe. Theo studied her. The successor of the Sword Dragon. Across the hall, someone murmured, 2 of the 9 dragons have already stepped up. Remington grinned. You really are something, young Master Theo. Amazing, Hulkus exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. Most commanders and directors won't be able to compete with these offers, Erica added, her arms crossed. Then the air shifted. A lone figure stood atop the balcony, a bird circling overhead. I like to throw my hat in the ring as well. A powerful force crashed down, shaking the very foundations of the hall. Crash! A dark, shrouded form descended from above, shadows rippling around him like living energy. As the dust settled, the figure emerged, long white hair flowing, his face partially obscured by a dark mask. A collective gasp spread through the crowd. The Black Dragon, the head of the Black Snow, Robert Ragnar. Stunned voices filled the hall. Even he's joining in. Robert Ragnar's piercing gaze locked onto Theo. The hall fell into silence. Another powerful contender had entered the fray. Theo Ragnar. Robert Ragnar's voice carried through the hall, steady and unreadable. I've been watching you throughout the awakening ceremony. Theo met his gaze. He's been observing me this whole time. Come to Black Snow, Robert invited. I'll grant you the rank of Null Snow. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Null Snow. The Black Snow was an intelligence agency, their agents working in secrecy, their names never spoken in public. But Null Snow, the highest rank within Black Snow, a position that allowed one to maintain a public identity, to achieve fame and honor while still operating in the shadows. Theo's mind flashed back to his past life. When I was in Black Snow, there were only 8 Null Snow agents. He had strived for that rank, pushed himself to his limits, yet it had always remained just beyond his reach. To think I could obtain it so easily this time. A voice cleared its throat, pulling Theo from his thoughts. If it's prestige you seek, then allow me to remind you of another option. Pharaoh Ragnar stepped forward, his expression warm. Theo Ragnar, your performance in the 3rd stage left quite a lasting impression. He smiled. I hope you haven't forgotten about Zenith Academy. Gasps erupted throughout the hall. Zenith Dragon, the master of Zenith Academy. The proctor who had once saved Theo couldn't contain his shock. Pharaoh Ragnar himself? That makes 4 of the 9 dragons, someone murmured. Let's not forget, Evelyn added, her voice tinged with amusement. There's still one more. All eyes turned toward the last remaining silent figure. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Julius stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. The white armored dragon cavalry will not offer any special treatment to Theo Ragnar. Aaron let out a breath. He's really choosing now to stick to his principles? As expected of our commander, Evelyn said, admiration laced in their voice. Julius's voice was firm. Honor is earned, not given. My desire to recruit Theo is great, but I cannot grant him any privileges over the others. The only thing I can guarantee is full support for his development and the pride of being a Druin. His gaze locked onto Theo. That is my offer. The hall fell into silence. All eyes were on Theo now. He stood in the center of it all, taking a slow, deep breath. His eyes fluttered shut for a brief moment, then reopened, sharp, unwavering. A smirk played at his lips. I will choose. But before he could finish, a voice sliced through the air, laced with an undeniable force. You're a regressor, aren't you? Theo's breath hitched. His eyes widened in shock as he whipped around, scanning the room. His gaze landed on a woman sitting gracefully upon a throne. Her piercing eyes locked onto him. The former clan head, Hilda Ragnar. Theo swallowed hard. His throat had gone dry. Gulp. I have no idea what you mean, he said, his voice carefully measured. Hilda's lips curled into an amused smile. I don't know what kind of life you lived in your previous cycle, she mused, but your acting is impeccable. Her smile deepened. Truly impressive. Cycle? Theo's mind raced. She knows. But what does she mean by cycle? Is there a limit to regression? His pulse pounded as he struggled to piece it together. Vanna Ragnar's voice cut through the haze. Is something wrong? You don't look well. Theo exhaled sharply. Could I be given a moment to gather my thoughts? Vanna nodded. As you wish. The weight of every gaze pressed down on him. Theo clenched his fists. This ceremony had taken a turn no one could have expected. Vanna nodded. This is indeed an important decision, but don't take too long. Hilda leaned back in her throne, a smirk tugging at her lips. There's no need to hide it, she said smoothly. After all, I'm also a regressor. Theo's breath caught. What? Hilda continued, her voice steady. Though my cycles have now ended. Theo stared at her, his mind spinning. She said again. That meant she had regressed multiple times. His eyes narrowed, thoughts racing. But how? Could there be more aggressors? If so, how many? He exhaled sharply. There was no use dancing around it. She's a former clan head. If I want answers, it's faster to ask directly. By cycles, do you mean that one can regress multiple times? He asked. Hilda raised an eyebrow. Then, with a chuckle, she replied, Wait, you don't know? She sighed, shaking her head. Kyle must not have told you anything. Theo stiffened. Kyle? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, Hilda mused. Kyle hates regressors. Theo's eyes darkened. Kyle hates regressors? He clenched his fists. So that's why he gave me such a brutal challenge. You seem confused, Hilda observed, amusement flickering in her gaze. But I'm afraid we don't have time for all your questions. Her smirk deepened. If you truly want to uncover the secrets of this world and our clan, come find me. We'll finish this conversation then. Theo remained silent, his thoughts in turmoil. During the third stage of the awakening ceremony, his father had given him no answers, only the heart sword. He lowered his gaze, recalling this ceremony. So father hates regressors. Then what about Lodbrok's energy? He had sensed it from Kyle back then, and suddenly, a realization struck him. The stolen heart of Lodbrok. Was it really father who took it? His heartbeat quickened. Lodbrok was an ancient dragon that welcomed regressors. A human defeating an ancient dragon? Impossible. His gaze lifted, locking onto Kyle Ragnar, who sat upon his throne, silently watching him. But then again, father is called a demigod for a reason. Theo turned away, his decision solidified. I have no choice. If he wanted the truth, if he wanted to uncover the clan's secrets surrounding regression, he had to take action. Vanna Ragnar's voice pulled him back to the present. Now then, Theo Ragnar, has your heart decided where you will go? Theo inhaled deeply. Then, raising his voice, he declared, I will. Yes, I've made my decision, Theo announced, his voice ringing through the Grand Plaza. He stood firm, facing the gathered dignitaries, his figure dwarfed by the palace's grandeur. But his resolve was unwavering. I will, he declared with certainty. Next was Remington's turn. He stepped forward, his choice clear. I select Zenith Academy, he announced. With that, Remington became the disciple of the Zenith Dragon, Furrow Ragnar. Theo wasn't surprised. He likely chose this path because they both used the water current breathing technique, he explained. In my past life, Remington had chosen differently. He returned to his Narcio clan to grow stronger. The scene shifted, bodies of fallen soldiers littered a desolate battlefield. Amidst the blood-stained ruins, Remington stood tall, his armor drenched in crimson, his presence commanding. Eventually, he led a rebellion against the Ragnar clan. But this time, things are different. The image changed again. Remington stood with power radiating from him, a spectral lion roaring behind him. This time, he did not leave the Ragnar clan. This is another change. Because of me, Theo realized. Remington stepped forward, extending a hand. This is just a temporary farewell. Theo grasped it firmly. Their bond was unspoken, but strong. Let's both grow stronger in our own paths and meet again, Remington said, his confidence steady. Theo nodded. Of course, young Master Remington. I'll be looking forward to it. A slight smile crossed Remington's lips, mirrored by Theo. In that moment, their determination was set. As expected, Ray returned to the Daffodil Palace, the place where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resided. A vision of the palace appeared, an imposing structure sculpted from ice and snow. Ray stood before it, her silhouette outlined against its frozen majesty. There's no better place for her, Theo murmured. Meanwhile, Sybil and the others from Training Ground Number 4 had wanted to follow him. Their faces reflected a mix of disappointment and determination as they clutched their admission papers. Their grades weren't high enough, Theo noted. It was tough parting ways with comrades, but there was no other choice. The nomination ceremony is now concluded. A voice rang out across the plaza. Good work, everyone. You are dismissed. As Theo turned to leave, a familiar voice called out. Oh, hey, Theo. Theo turned at the familiar voice. Hulkus. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't think we'd end up in the same unit. Hulkus let out a booming laugh, waving a hand. Huh, what a coincidence, huh? Nearby, Erica crossed her arms, her usual sharp expression softening. A small smile tugged at her lips. Theo glanced at them both and then at the others standing beside them. Looks like I made some new allies, he thought. With an easy grin, he extended a hand. Hulkus, Erica, good to see you here. Thanks for what you did back at the second stage, Erica said, her cheeks tinged with the faintest flush. Then, with a playful smirk, she added, Don't forget, you owe me. Hulkus, barely able to contain his excitement, slapped Theo on the back. Damn it, Theo, I like you. He then echoed Erica's sentiment. Strong guys are the best. Theo chuckled to himself. Why is everyone suddenly swearing allegiance to me? Before he could dwell on it, a commanding voice cut through the moment. Attention, the commander is approaching. All eyes turned as a figure strode toward them, his presence alone demanding respect. Theo's expression turned serious. No matter what happens, my goal remains the same, he reminded himself. His gaze locked onto the man in white and blue armor, the unmistakable symbol of the most prestigious unit in Ragnar. This is the perfect place to start my rise to become clan head. He took a steady breath. The white armored dragon cavalry, he murmured. The figure stopped before them, his polished armor gleaming under the sunlight. Congratulations, he announced, his voice firm. You are now part of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo clenched his fist. I'll check in with Hilda later. But for now, the commander took another step forward, glancing at the assembled recruits. A smirk played on his lips. Now then, let's hear your declarations. Hulkus, unable to contain himself, spoke first. I want to become an incredible dragon knight. Another recruit chimed in, determination burning in their eyes. I want my name to be known across the continent. Erica stepped forward. I'll become the strongest of my generation. Another voice joined. I want to earn your recognition, Commander. The recruits' voices filled the air, each declaring their ambitions. The commander listened, his gaze steady, but when it was Theo's turn, the energy shifted. Theo locked eyes with the commander. His mind flashed to a battlefield, lightning splitting the sky, warriors clashing, and in the distance, a massive shadowy dragon looming over the chaos. His voice rang out, unwavering. To prepare for the great war coming in 5 years, Theo declared. The crowd stilled. Then, a collective gasp. Aaron muttered under his breath, This guy's got guts. Then he chuckled, saying that right to the commander's face. Oh, the commander, instead of reacting with surprise, let out a deep, booming laugh. Huh, now that's the kind of ambition I like. He turned, his cloak billowing behind him. Good dreams should be grand, he said. Then his gaze landed back on Theo. Very well, you've come to the right place. He walked past the recruits, his words hanging in the air. Whatever your reason for choosing our cavalry, prove you belong. The commander's gaze swept over the gathered recruits. There is only one thing you need to remember, he declared, his voice carrying across the ranks. He raised a fist, his stance unwavering. Every drop of blood and sweat you shed will be immortalized in the history of Ragnar. His eyes burned with intensity as he continued. Today's hardship will be tomorrow's pride. Our shield does not break. Our sword does not yield. The recruits, their determination ignited, echoed his words in unison. The commander's voice rang out once more. Your comrades will always have your back, and in turn, you will always have theirs. He let the weight of his words settle, his gaze steady. Then, with the faintest hint of a smile, he added, and waiting at the end of the road forged in blood and sweat. His eyes flickered to the horizon. His glory. He stood tall, radiating authority. Congratulations, he announced. From this moment on, you are part of the white armored dragon cavalry. At that moment, a colossal spectral dragon materialized behind him, its form pulsing with raw power. Its eyes gleamed with an eerie light before it unleashed a deafening roar, shaking the very air around them. A flying dragon. A recruit gasped in awe. That's the commander's partner, another whispered. The commander's expression was proud as he gestured toward the mighty beast. This is my partner, Gullah, he introduced. A flying dragon, the symbol of dragons. As if answering his words, more dragons appeared, their massive forms soaring effortlessly through the sky. One by one, they descended, their claws digging into the ground with thunderous impact. Then, the commander turned back to the recruits, his sharp gaze assessing them. Now, get on your seniors, dragons, he ordered, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He strode toward his own dragon, mounting it with practiced ease. We will begin the admittance test, he declared. It's time for you to obtain your own partner. With that, he commanded, assemble at the nest. His dragon launched into the sky, its enormous wings cutting through the air with ease. Theo watched in silent awe. So this is a dragon knight. A thought flickered through his mind. Will I be able to get a flying dragon of my own? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Let's go, young Master Theo. His eyes widened in surprise. He turned quickly toward the source of the voice. A dragon rider approached, her presence commanding even in midair. I see you've made it to the white armored dragon cavalry, she said, her tone teasing. Theo's eyes locked onto her. Evelyn, he exclaimed. Why are you here? Have you returned to active duty? Evelyn smirked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Yeah, something like that. But Theo's gaze had already fallen to her arm. His expression darkened. Evelyn, your arm, he muttered. She lifted it slightly, the metal glinting under the sunlight. The craftsmanship was flawless, intricate, precise, a masterpiece in itself. Evelyn simply smiled, her expression unreadable. I came to give my thanks, Cecilia Ragnar, Lady of the Camellia Palace, announced, her voice warm and sincere. She stood before Evelyn, placing a hand over her heart, a picture of graceful gratitude. Beside her, Curson observed the exchange, his expression filled with curiosity. Evelyn, her sword resting casually at her side, seemed momentarily caught off guard. Behind her, soldiers marched in perfect formation, their presence adding to the weight of the moment. Turning to face them fully, she asked, Lady of the Camellia Palace and Curson, if this is about young Master Theo, there's no need, Evelyn replied with a small, knowing smile. I believe he would have grown just as strong without my help. Her tone was light, almost dismissive, but there was a hint of something else beneath it, humility. Cecilia and Curson exchanged a glance. That may be true, Cecilia admitted, but knowing that someone acknowledges him sincerely, supports him, her voice carried genuine emotion. And knowing that person is someone strong and reliable, that alone gives him strength. Evelyn's eyes widened slightly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Cecilia's words didn't stop there. She smiled softly. I heard you were that person for Theo. Evelyn's composure faltered. No, I'm just a retired, one-armed inspector, she mumbled, clearly flustered. Curson, ever practical, interjected. Please, don't diminish yourself like that. Cecilia's expression grew more resolute. There are times when the light that guides others doesn't realize how bright it shines. She took a small step closer. You are that light, Evelyn. Evelyn lowered her gaze, overwhelmed. A single tear slipped down her cheek. Cecilia's voice carried unwavering promise. And I will help you so that your light can spread across the world. Evelyn let out a quiet breath, touched beyond words. A small, genuine smile broke through. Thank you, she whispered. You took special care of it. A familiar voice spoke from behind her. Evelyn turned. Theo stood there, watching her with a quiet sincerity. A grateful smile spread across her face. Thanks to you, I've been able to return to the White Dragon Squad. Theo sighed, a flicker of regret in his expression. I should have taken care of it sooner. His gaze dropped slightly. Seems like my mother shifted the credit to me again. Cecilia chuckled knowingly. That's very much like her. Theo exhaled and murmured, Thank you, mother. His voice was filled with gratitude. Then, Evelyn stepped forward. With newfound resolve, she lifted her head, her pink hair catching the light. I, Evelyn, pledge myself to you, young Master Theo, she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. As your sword. Theo met her gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. The scene shifted, revealing a breathtaking mountainous landscape, its jagged peaks rising toward the sky, vast and imposing. I'll be in your care, Theo said, his voice steady yet soft. His gaze was fixed on the towering peaks ahead, White Dragon's nest. The scene shifted, revealing an immense structure carved directly into the mountainside, its intricate design blending seamlessly with the rugged terrain. Above, dragons soared through the sky, their movements both graceful and powerful. This is White Dragon's nest, the narrator explained, where the wyverns reside. Theo and Evelyn stood at the foot of the nest, their figures small against the vastness surrounding them. As you know, the White Dragon Squad operates with wyverns, Evelyn said. That's why the entrance ceremony is held here. Theo's brow furrowed. If I fail to find a partner, I can't join, right? Evelyn gave a small nod. Yes, it's rare, but it does happen. Theo's thoughts drifted to Hulkus and Erica. Will the rankers be okay? He wondered aloud. Evelyn shrugged. They'll figure it out. Theo, however, wasn't convinced. This kind of thing doesn't really suit their abilities. Evelyn waved a hand. First, just take a look around. She gestured toward the massive expanse of the nest. Usually, you'll feel a connection with a wyvern that's meant to be your partner. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive clawed foot slammed into view, followed by an enormous dragon covered in thick brown scales. A demon species, Opterex, Evelyn said. The narrator continued. A tyrant predator, reaching up to 15 meters in size, covered in tough brown scales. Above them, a sleek, dark purple dragon with an elongated serpentine body twisted through the air. A poisonous species, Aviarai, Evelyn introduced. This dragon releases a deadly purple venom mist and has a venomous needle at the tip of its tail. One strike is enough to end a life. Without warning, the earth beneath them shifted and a stocky, gray-scaled dragon emerged from underground. Its bladed tail gleamed dangerously. A blade dragon, Sigia, Evelyn stated. A docile herbivore most of the time, but it attacks from below when it senses a threat. Above them, several smaller, agile dragons darted through the sky, spitting bursts of fire as they maneuvered in tight formations. Speed dragon, Velociraptor, Evelyn said. Highly intelligent, small but fast, and known to hunt in coordinated packs. She turned back to Theo. The wyverns managed by the White Dragon Squad are generally divided into these 4 types. Then, with a curious look, she asked, So, have you felt a connection with any of them? Theo's gaze swept across the nest, his expression thoughtful. Something, he murmured, eyes narrowing. He paused, then added, I do feel a connection, but I can't see it clearly yet. Theo's voice carried through the scene, pulling the past into the present. 6 years after the Great War, a mutated wyvern infiltrated White Dragon's nest. A flashback unfolded. A massive, shadowy dragon with a demonic presence tore through the nest, its menacing form striking fear into all who witnessed it. It slaughtered hundreds of wyverns that had been carefully raised by the White Dragon Squad, Theo continued. The scene shifted, revealing the grim aftermath. Villages consumed by fire. Fallen inspectors lying motionless. That day, 8 villages burned, and dozens of inspectors lost their lives. The devastation forced Ragnar to take action. They classified the demonic shadow dragon as a second-degree disaster and launched an extermination order, Theo stated. Dark silhouettes appeared, the battle that followed. In the end, it was finally captured, but only after both the demon dragon and the sword dragon intervened. A shadowed figure of the demonic shadow dragon lingered in the vision, its eerie form flickering like a nightmare reborn. They called it the demonic shadow dragon because of its unique ability to hide within the darkness, Theo explained. His thoughts drifted. It would be incredible to have a partner with that much potential. A memory surfaced, the dragon from his past. He focused, his sharp gaze searching the distance. The characteristics, they match, he murmured. Then, a sleek, dark-scaled dragon with piercing blue eyes swooped down from the cliffs. Found it! Theo's voice broke with excitement. As the wyvern stirred in the nest, the scene shifted once more. The commander sat atop his own dragon, watching Theo with a knowing smile. Nearby, OSA noticed Julius's reaction. You look happy, she commented. The commander chuckled. Wouldn't it be weirder if I wasn't? His voice carried a hint of pride. Unexpectedly bringing a dragon under my wing. That's a good thing. OSA nodded with a small smile. I was just about to bring that up. Julius, his gaze unwavering, remained silent. OSA turned to him. Captain of the White Dragon Squad. You plan to make Theo the center of the unit in the future, don't you? The commander said nothing. OSA smirked. Just as I thought. You're always careful with your words. There was a hint of challenge in her voice. Words are the source of all trouble. Anyway, the commander finally replied, his tone calm but deliberate. OSA studied him, her expression thoughtful. You see the bigger picture, don't you? Julius's gaze softened, but his response was simple. I didn't say anything. At that moment, OSA approached the commander, the weight of unspoken intentions lingering in the air. OSA stepped forward, her expression firm. "Don't worry," she said, her voice unwavering. "I came to make an offer for that kid." The commander raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What are you thinking?" he asked, studying her carefully. He thought to himself, Theo already chose the White Dragon Squad. He can't go to the Plum Blossom Palace. So what exactly is she offering? Just then, OSA leaned in, whispering, "Let's share him." The commander's eyes widened slightly in surprise. OSA smirked. "What do you think?" High above, several wyverns soared across the sky, their cries echoing over the vast landscape. There forms a stunning array of colors and sizes. Evelyn's expression turned serious. "They're doing it again," she muttered. Theo glanced at her. "Do you know about that wyvern?" Evelyn's gaze settled on a particular figure among the wyverns. "That one has been an outcast for a long time," she said. "I've tried to do something about it, but it's no use." Theo frowned. "Why?" Evelyn sighed. "Because it's not a wyvern." Theo's eyes widened. "Huh, what do you mean?" She explained. "It was born from a female wyvern and a male viper." Theo gasped. "Wait, a biffer, a first-grade monster, a creature that lurked in the deepest parts of the sea. How is that even possible?" he asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Evelyn shook her head. "That's the mystery." The narrator's voice cut in, explaining the gravity of the situation. A first-grade monster is on the level of a natural disaster, like a typhoon or torrential rain. Even a single one crossing the barrier could cause massive destruction. The scene shifted, revealing the imposing image of a monstrous dragon, its presence alone enough to invoke terror. "Viper is a ghost species," Theo murmured, his mind racing. "A creature that dwells in the shadows of the forest. So the abilities of the demonic shadow dragon must have come from its father, a biffer." The memory shifted again, showing turmoil within the White Dragon Squad. "When it was born, it created a huge controversy," Theo recalled. Evelyn nodded. "At first, we allowed it to stay and simply observed. But," her voice trailed off. Theo's gaze darkened. "The other wyverns rejected it, didn't they?" Evelyn sighed. "Completely. It's been isolated ever since. But keeping it that way isn't a solution either." Theo's eyes locked onto the lonely figure in the distance. "What's that kid's name?" he asked. Evelyn hesitated. "It's, Then, her expression softened. In an ancient language, it means shadow." A slow smile spread across Theo's lips. "Then I have even more reason to choose that kid," he said firmly. Evelyn blinked in surprise. "Young master, wait. What are you doing?" Before she could stop him, Theo moved. With a powerful leap, he closed the distance between himself and the outcast wyvern. "My partner is that kid," he declared. Evelyn's eyes widened. "W, what do you mean?" "I'm going first," Theo called out, his voice unwavering. "Young master," Evelyn shouted, alarmed. Theo landed on a jagged rock formation, his crimson eyes burning with determination. "This time," he murmured, his voice carrying a sense of unshakable resolve, "I'll make sure you live a different life, Umbra." A surge of energy erupted around him, and with a decisive motion, he unleashed a powerful beam onto the ground, sealing his vow. "I'm going ahead," Theo declared, launching himself into the air with a powerful thrust. Caught off guard, Evelyn gasped. "Young master." But Theo was already soaring, his movements precise and controlled, determination radiating from him. As he ascended, a translucent blue system notification flickered into existence before him. Channeling his newfound psychokinetic abilities, he summoned several swords that hovered in the air, their blades gleaming with an eerie blue glow. His eyes shimmered with the same ethereal light. Hatchling Synchro, you can utilize psychokinesis to move designated targets. The message flashed briefly before vanishing. Theo's summoned swords floated protectively around him as he landed gracefully, their presence a testament to his growing power. Without hesitation, he propelled himself upward again, each motion swift and calculated. Evelyn stared in disbelief. When did he learn psychokinesis? And to wield it like this? She muttered, unable to hide her astonishment. His growth is unreal. From within the wyvern's nest, unrest stirred. The creatures watched Theo's display, their cries filled with both unease and hostility. One in particular, Umbra, let out a fierce roar, its eyes glowing with an intense white light. Theo, undeterred, continued his ascent, his gaze locking onto Umbra. He knew this feeling all too well. The whispers, the doubts, the scorn. Imbecile. Is he even really a Ragnar? Too incompetent. Even for an illegitimate child. His eyes narrowed. Sparks of blue energy crackled around him as a surge of power exploded from within. The Thunder Dragon breathing technique ignited, sending a ripple of electricity through the air. The dragon mark blazed to life on his skin, pulsing with raw energy, its radiant blue aura crackling with force. The wyverns shrank back, their cries turning from aggression to fear. Some bolted, their frantic movements betraying their panic. Theo scoffed, shaking his head. Running away the moment you're faced with real power? Bullies are nothing more than cowards in disguise. His gaze followed the retreating creatures before shifting back to Umbra. The wyvern let out a low growl, part fear, part defiance. Theo stepped forward. Are you all right? Umbra hesitated before letting out a sharp cry and flapping its wings, preparing to flee. I'll wait, Theo called after it. Evelyn, still watching from the sidelines, cautioned, he's on edge. If you push him now, it'll only drive him further away. Give him time. But Theo remained steadfast. No, he said firmly. That's exactly why I have to be here. His voice softened as he gazed at the wyvern. Why do you think he lingers near the nest even after being cast out? A bitter smirk crossed his lips. Because loneliness cuts deeper than any wound. Theo turned to Evelyn, concern evident in his voice. He's hurt. He couldn't have gone far. Please help me track him down. Meanwhile, deeper in the mountains, Umbra lay exhausted, his breath ragged as he struggled to recover. His body tensed at the slightest sound, his instincts on high alert. As Theo approached, a strange glow caught his eye, a luminous rock pulsing with energy. The moment his hand hovered near it, the light intensified. Theo, Evelyn cautioned. Many have tried to tame him before, but none succeeded. Even the commander himself couldn't get through to him. Right now, he's even more on edge. If you push too hard, it can make things worse. Theo nodded. I'll take it slow. But first, could you bring me something to feed him? He turned his gaze back to the wyvern. In the meantime, I try to understand him. This is my test, after all. With that, Theo activated wyvern fear, his aura flaring to life. Umbra, in response, unleashed Lesser Drake fear, his own presence surging forth. A tense moment passed. Theo took a step forward. Umbra mirrored him. Another step. Umbra followed. A silent rhythm formed between them. Then, reaching into his inventory, Theo pulled out a small vial. He uncorked it and splashed the healing potion onto Umbra's wounds. How's that? Feels better, right? Umbra blinked in confusion, as if unsure of what just happened. Theo observed him carefully. Maybe it's the dragon heart, but I can feel his emotions. Pain, resentment toward the herd that cast him out, conflicting sorrow and longing, the desire to belong, yet the fear of rejection, and then a wariness toward Theo himself. He doesn't trust me, but he wants to. Slowly, Theo reached out, placing a hand against Umbra's face. Don't worry, he said softly. I won't turn my back on you. Digging into his inventory again, he pulled out something else, a shimmering gem. He smirked. I know you love these. Umbra's eyes locked onto the gem, a flicker of interest replacing his hesitation. You want it? Theo asked, tilting his head. Umbra hesitated but leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the prize. Theo grinned. If you follow me, there's plenty more where that came from. He extended his hand. So what do you say? For a moment, Umbra remained still. Then, with a deep, rumbling roar, he gave a nod. You have been successfully recognized by the Viper Wyvern as its master. A blue system message appeared. New skill acquired. Wyvern taming, rank C. Mastery, 1%. Higher mastery increases a tamed dragon's trust. When mounted, grants a 10% power boost to both rider and beast. With a powerful flap of his wings, Umbra soared into the sky, carrying Theo with him. Back on the ground, Evelyn stood frozen, still dragging the bull she had prepared. She stared up at them, completely bewildered. Hey, Cha! As Theo and Umbra descended, a smirk played on Theo's lips. Umbra, now at ease, tore into the food Evelyn had brought, happily devouring his meal. Evelyn watched in disbelief. He's actually eating? He's never opened up to anyone before. Thanks for the meat, Evelyn, Theo said casually. Evelyn, still flustered, demanded no, seriously. How did you do it? Theo just smirked, watching Umbra feast. Theo chuckled. I just tended to the wound in his heart, he said simply. Once his resolve wavered, the gift sealed the deal. Evelyn stared at him, speechless. Seeing her reaction, Theo grinned. What? You want me to eat that? He teased, eyeing the unfamiliar dish placed in front of him. Evelyn shook her head, deep in thought. That's just like young Master Theo, she mused. Not only can he charm people, but he even managed to win over a wyvern. Then, snapping out her thoughts, she gasped as she noticed something shocking. Wait, young Master, she exclaimed. Congratulations. He's officially acknowledged you as his partner. Theo raised an eyebrow. Oh, a wyvern offering their neck and back. Evelyn paused, realizing what was happening. Her eyes widened in panic. Wait, no. What are you doing? Theo calmly placed a hand on Umbra. He told me to get on. Evelyn's voice rose in alarm. Even if he's accepted you, you haven't had any flight training. Riding a dragon without proper reins in a saddle is incredibly dangerous. Her concern only deepened as she saw Theo preparing to take off. Taking off like that is a shortcut to death, she cried. But Theo simply flashed a confident grin. It's fine. I have my ways. Just then, a system notification appeared before him. Activating skill, Wyvern Taming. Compensating for insufficient riding proficiency. With that, Umbra took to the skies, carrying Theo with him. Evelyn stood frozen, watching in shock and worry as the two soared higher. Hey, Theo. Up in the air, Theo steadied himself, feeling the rush of wind against his skin. Umbra let out a deep cry, flying with newfound purpose. All right, Theo laughed. I get it. You want to show me something, right? He leaned forward slightly. Then let's go together. As they flew, Theo's expression darkened. A thought nagged at him. Something doesn't add up. He glanced down at Umbra. How would a pure-hearted dragon like him end up being labeled as the evil shadow dragon? Then, below them, a waterfall came into view. But something was wrong. Dark liquid seeped into the water, twisting and corrupting it. Theo's gaze sharpened. What is this? Far behind. Evelyn's frantic voice barely reached him. Young Master Theo. But Theo and Umbra had already descended toward a hidden grotto. As they approached, a crystalline cavern shimmered behind the cascading water. I thought I knew every inch of the winter mountains after my time with the black snow. Theo muttered, dismounting. But I had no idea this cave was here. He turned to Umbra, eyes narrowing. You really like shiny things, huh? Umbra rumbled softly in response, his eyes gleaming. Theo stepped further inside, but something in the cave's depths made him pause. His gaze locked onto a cluster of strange purple flowers. So that's it, he murmured, realization dawning on him. This is how you became the evil shadow dragon. He knelt beside the flowers, examining them carefully. You've been eating these, haven't you? A system window appeared. Ghost Spirit Flower, a rare plant found only in the deepest reaches of the Demon Sea. Absorbs demonic energy under moonlight. A highly potent elixir for demonic fiends and demon kin. Theo's expression darkened. Demons and dragons are complete opposites, but you've been absorbing pure demonic energy. A surge of power radiated from the flowers, making the air around him feel heavy. This is dangerous, Theo muttered. I'll have to burn them all later. Umbra let out a low hiss, shifting uneasily beside him. Relax, I won't touch the crystals, Theo reassured him. But then, he noticed something. His gaze darted to the back of the cave, where a shadowy corner concealed something eerie. A skeletal corpse chained to the wall. The faint sound of agony echoed in the cave. Theo's breath slowed. A person. He stepped closer cautiously. No, it's a corpse. From a state of decay, it had been dead for at least a decade. But the body hasn't rotted much, Theo observed. The cold definitely helped, but his eyes narrowed. Whoever this was, they must have had overwhelming magic power. Circling the remains, Theo's expression hardened. A high-level martial expert dead, bound in a place like this? Something wasn't adding up. Theo shook his head. Something's not right. I'll have to come back later and investigate, he muttered. But first, he turned his attention back to the ghost spirit flowers. I need to deal with these before anything else. Suddenly, the corpse jerked forward, lunging at him. A bone-chilling shriek echoed through the cave as the skeletal figure moved with unnatural, jerky motions. Theo's instincts kicked in. He leaped back just in time, eyes wide in shock. Did it just say Kyle? Before he could process what was happening, Umbra let out a thunderous roar, stepping in to protect him. The corpse's eyes glowed an eerie red as it snarled. Kyle, Robert, I will never forgive you both. Theo's breath caught. I wasn't imagining it. He's saying my father's name, and Umbra's. Who is this? Before the undead could lunge again, Evelyn burst into the cave, wielding her blade with practiced precision. Blade barrage. A flurry of strikes rained down, slamming into the corpse and sending it sprawling across the cavern floor. Theo swayed, his vision blurring. Evelyn, he rasped before collapsing. Pain exploded through his chest. His entire body felt like it was on fire. He clutched at his torso, his breath ragged. What is this? The toxin. Evelyn's voice was tense. It's laced with demonic energy. Theo could barely register her words. His strength was fading fast. If we don't get an antidote soon, this will drain your life away, Evelyn said urgently. I'm taking you back to HQ now. She bent down, trying to lift him, but Umbra suddenly roared, blocking her path. What's your problem? Evelyn snapped. I'm trying to save him. Umbra nudged her insistently, his large golden eyes filled with urgency. Stop it, Umbra, Evelyn shouted. If you keep this up, even if you're his partner. Wait, Evelyn, Theo gasped, barely able to speak. His hazy gaze met Umbra's. You have a solution, don't you? Umbra let out a low whimper. Despite the pain racking his body, Theo managed a faint smile. All right, I'll trust you. Evelyn's eyes widened in alarm. Young Master Theo, this isn't just any poison. It's corpse toxin fused with demonic energy. Survival rates are less than 30%, even with treatment. Theo's voice was weak, but his resolve was firm. Umbra, he's evolved into a Class 2 demon fiend after consuming the ghost spirit flowers. He's fought creatures like that corpse before. If anyone knows how to counteract this poison, it's him. His breathing was ragged, but his determination didn't waver. So please trust him. Follow his lead. Umbra let out a deep, rumbling roar before tearing the ghost spirit flowers apart with his claws. He then nudged the shredded pieces toward Theo. Evelyn's brows furrowed. Wait, you want me to blend this and feed it to him? Umbra growled in response. Evelyn hesitated, glancing at Theo's unconscious form. You're seriously telling me this will help? But Theo, barely conscious, clenched his jaw. His eyes watered from the pain, but he forced himself to speak. Fine, I'll do it. Swallowing her doubt, Evelyn followed Umbra's instructions. She blended the mixture as best she could, then carefully fed it to Theo. Moments passed. Then his fingers twitched. Umbra's gaze remained locked on him, his concern evident. Evelyn leaned in, holding her breath. Theo stirred, his breathing steadying. His dragon heart began to glow. Evelyn's eyes widened. What? The energy radiating from Theo intensified, filling the cave with an overwhelming force. Then he roared. A powerful dragon's roar erupted from deep within him, shaking the very walls around them. Evelyn staggered back, stunned. His magic power attribute. It's changing to black. That's impossible. Umbra, equally shocked, took a cautious step back. What's going on? Evelyn exclaimed. A blue system notification appeared in front of them. Commencing body cleansing. Purification in progress. Another message followed. Obtaining the trait of the evil shadow dragon. The scene shifts to Julius's office. Julius sat behind his desk. His fingers steepled as he processed the latest report. His gaze darkened. Has Black Snow verified this information? He asked. A subordinate stood before him, his expression grave. Yes, sir. After cross-checking the facts, they estimate an 89% chance that the intel is accurate. Julius's grip tightened around the report. His fury flared, and in an instant, his surroundings trembled under the weight of his anger. Damn it all. He exhaled sharply, trying to suppress the rage bubbling within him. I knew something would go wrong eventually, but his jaw clenched. This was beyond anything I could have predicted. A narrator's voice cut through the tension. Trainer Isvin, captain of Platoon 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and the 15 men under his command have all perished in battle. A dark stream bled into the waterfall's rush, clouding the clear waters with shadow. Then came a blinding surge of light, radiant energy rippling outward. The ritual had begun, ancient and sacred. This rite was crafted to purify the body and heighten mana control to impossible levels. Only a chosen few even knew it existed, and fewer still had the strength to survive it. It required unyielding power, relentless cooperation between master mana users, and the endurance to last days under its brutal strain. The scene shifted. There stood Theo, his body enveloped in pure energy, glowing, pulsing alive. But there was a catch. This ritual had only ever succeeded in children under 5. For someone like Theo to even attempt it, unthinkable. And yet, as the camera closed in, the mark of the phantom dragon spiraled across his skin in dark, twisting lines. What was happening to Theo wasn't luck. It was the perfect storm of events lining up. First came the venomous core poison, visualized as a red-eyed skeleton, its chains lashing out like death itself. Then, the years of ghost shade mana he'd absorbed, each one symbolized by eerie, blooming black-purple flowers. Umbra stood quietly in the background, surrounded by crystalline leaves and delicate petals, the very image of precise, fragile balance. Inside Theo's soul, light and dark clashed and danced. But instead of being consumed by the poison, he did the unthinkable. He absorbed it. And something changed. Something no one could have predicted. He evolved. The vortex slowed. Silence fell. Theo gasped, his breath ragged, caught between pain and awe. A new power surged through him. Wild, overwhelming, unreal. Evelyn was at his side in an instant. Young master, are you all right? Her voice was tight, her hands hovering hesitantly above him. Theo, a faint smile tugged at his lips. His voice barely carried. Didn't mean to worry you. She blinked, stunned for a second, then visibly relaxed. And right then, a system window blinked into existence before him, outlined in cool blue light. Theo Ragnar, age, 17, gender, male. Title, Flash Tiger. the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Talents, Ragnar, player. He glanced around, eyes sharp. These crystals, they're pure energy. Diluted, their toxins actually healed me. He turned to Umbra and gave a nod of respect. Thanks for believing in me. His voice steadied, strength returning with every word. The Ragnar body's been reforged. Purification, rebirth, and now, the Phantom Dragon's mark. From this point on, my growth, he paused. It won't just be fast. It'll be beyond reason. But his gaze darkened. There was still one piece of the puzzle he hadn't solved. That old man. His eyes locked onto the chained skeleton nearby. Something about it was off. Heavy. Ominous. Together, Theo and Evelyn moved toward the stone wall behind it. Ancient carvings shimmered faintly under the cave's glow, etched with precision only a master could leave behind. What is this? Theo murmured, stepping closer. Evelyn leaned in, fingers brushing the grooves. It's a journal. Someone wrote this here. Theo squinted, reading the faded script. Time had worn it down, but the message was chillingly clear. The writing spoke of a man lost to vengeance. He named two enemies, Kale and Robert, as those who had once brought him down. Theo and Evelyn froze. They kept reading, each entry darker than the last. The man's body had begun to deteriorate, most likely from a wound Robert inflicted, his mana core shattered beyond repair. Desperate, he turned to Ghost Shade just to survive, but it was eating him alive. His thoughts spiraled, his memories flickered, and soon, the journal recorded frequent blackouts, his demonic nature slowly claiming what little was left of his mind. Each word in the carving bled with hopelessness. In a final desperate act, the man had melted down his most prized weapon, the Jade Serpent Blade, using it to bind what remained of his decaying body. A silent plea etched into time, waiting for someone, anyone, to find this place and carry out his dying wish for revenge. Theo and Evelyn traded tense looks, but what came next struck even deeper. The carvings mentioned two lost arts, the Phantom Sword art and the Storm Thunder God technique, fabled skills that had vanished from the world. Evelyn's breath caught. This was the Wind Lord, she whispered. From Tragic Hero, the man who faced Lord Hector Ragnar 40 years ago. Theo stiffened. They told me the Wind Lord died, but he hadn't. Not really. He'd been left here, forgotten, shattered, chained to the dark. Evelyn sank to her knees. Her hands trembled. I heard a rightful Ragnar heir. That's treason. The sentence is death. Theo's voice came sharp and steady. Enough. That man wasn't Ragnar anymore. He was lost to madness. You saved me. There was no other choice. She tried to protest. The law was clear. The consequences, unavoidable. But Theo's words cut through. Then let the truth stay buried. He held out his hand. If guilt still weighs on you, then take his legacy. Claim his techniques. Carry his will. Evelyn looked up, stunned. These arts, they rival the 9 dragons. Why would you give them to me? Theo's answer came without hesitation. Become the Wind Lord's successor. Let his story live through you. Grow stronger. That's how his legacy survives. Still kneeling, Evelyn's body shook. Theo stood over her, calm and resolute. You're his disciple now. Let his soul rest. No one can judge that. She stared at him, wide-eyed. Didn't you once say you become his sword? Realization struck. With slow, reverent motion, the senior swordsman of House Ragnar lowered her head, placing her fist to the earth. My lord, she said, voice steady and full of purpose. Please accept my oath as your sworn vassal. Theo let out a faint smile. Even now, you're still bound to honor. He took her hand in his. Theo Ragnar accepts the oath of Nearville. From this moment, it's etched into my soul. You'll be my first sword on the path ahead. His words echoed, powerful and still. Evelyn rose in silence, the weight of the moment grounding her. Then, a gust of wind broke the quiet. A high whistle followed, and the scene shifted. The camera swept across a vast, thunderous training yard. It buzzed with action, soldiers clashing, commands flying, steel ringing in the air. This was the heart of the White Armor Dragon Corps, where only the elite trained. A booming voice cut through the chaos. Huh, still no sign of Theo, huh? It was Hulkus, larger than life, flexing with a grin. Maybe he really is the best in the whole damn Corps. He puffed his chest, but then stopped cold. His jaw fell open. All eyes turned as Theo stepped into the yard, calm, composed, and far from alone. Beside him marched a dragon, towering, controlled, radiating power with every step. Hulkus froze, his bravado melting away. Theo stopped in front of him, nodding coolly. I brought something back. Evelyn followed close behind. Around them, silence rippled through the recruits. Wait, is that Umbra? Someone whispered, staring wide-eyed. No way. That's the beast no one could tame. This guy, now I get it. Why they call him the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Even something like this is just raw talent. Unreal. One recruit finally stepped forward. Senior swordsman Evelyn. Junior swordsman Theo, Ragnar. Welcome back. We've logged your return from the aptitude trial. But where's the captain? Theo's eyes narrowed. I noticed he wasn't around. What happened? The recruit shifted, clearly uneasy. He got an urgent message. Said nothing, just headed back to his office. Evelyn's expression tightened. Urgent, she echoed, voice low. A sudden gust cut across the courtyard. Static crackled faintly in the air. Someone, was moving fast. Julius stepped into view, his voice carrying a sharp edge. He knows the trial's over, but there's no time to talk. Orders just came in. All of you, prepare for deployment. The words hit like a hammer. Blanky Fortress, he said flatly. The courtyard froze. Evelyn barely whispered, combat? Already. Theo gave a slow nod. It starts now. A system screen flickered to life, displaying a jagged, monstrous maw locked tight around a blade. The dragon slaying sword. Strand of fate. Flames burst across the display. A dragon, roaring, wreathed in fire. This wasn't random. It wasn't an ambush. It was a strategic hit, an attempt to steal a weapon of legend. A rebellion in the making. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Unease turned into a murmur of panic. One recruit finally spoke. Commander, what kind of mission skips training altogether? Julius stood firm. His jaw was tight, his voice colder than steel. Platoon 5, led by Captain Trainer Ispin and his 14 knights, is gone. Theo's stomach dropped. His pulse skipped. Trainer Ispin, the oldest knight in the white armored dragon cavalry, the backbone of the corps. A warrior even Julius looked up to, and now missing. Theo felt a chill spread through him. Was this because of him? A thought clawed at the back of his mind. Did I break something just by surviving? Julius continued. Black Snow intel puts the probability at 89%. They're dead. If not, they're in no shape to fight. He scanned the recruits. We're rebuilding Platoon 5. You'll carry out their mission. Then his gaze fixed on Evelyn. You'll lead. You're the new captain. Deployment in 3 days. Train hard. We're not losing anyone else. His fists clenched tight. I won't accept they're gone. Not without a fight. The next morning, Julius stood at the edge of the yard, eyes locked on the horizon. He didn't say much, just one line, quiet and resolute. We'll bring them justice. Then he turned and walked away, each step heavy with purpose. The narrator's voice returned, peeling back the truth behind the headlines. To the outside world, the Black Skull Bandits' raid on the Sirius Merchant Guild was just an unfortunate, isolated incident. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry had acted fast, protected civilians, prevented disaster. But the reality ran far deeper. The real goal wasn't destruction. It was theft, specifically the smuggling of a mythic blade, the Dragon Slayer sword, Bamong. From the shadows, a single masked man had orchestrated the entire strike. Troyven, a master manipulator, he'd planted explosives and twisted the raid into cover for his coup. While the world looked one way, he moved behind the curtain. Back in the yard, Theo stood frozen in thought, brows furrowed, jaw tight. None of this happened in the original timeline. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. If this shift, this chain reaction, is because of me, then I need to see it through myself. Suddenly, a blue window lit up in front of him, crisp, glowing, alive with power. Hidden quest unlocked. The Dragon Slayer sword, Bamong. 3 days later, cloaked in heavy furs against the biting cold, the recruits stood at the foot of Fort Blanky's towering walls. I'll never get used to this frozen nightmare. One of them muttered, his breath puffing out in a misty cloud. Another tilted his head upward. Why does the moon look twisted? But before anyone could respond, a cry shattered the stillness. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Incoming. A sentry atop the battlements leaned forward. Sound the Aller. His warning never finished. A barrage of shadow-laced projectiles slammed into the tower, swallowing it in an explosion of black fire. Light it up. Evelyn's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and commanding. The recruits exploded into motion. Spells surged. Blades flashed. Dragons roared overhead as magic clashed with steel, and shockwaves tore across the battlefield. The ground shook with each detonation. Every strike sang with fury, raw, violent, relentless. Inside, fall back. Don't die out here, someone shouted, trying to rally the defenders. The fortress, once a towering symbol of strength, was now a war zone. Dragons shrieked in the sky. Blood splattered the snow, staining it crimson. Theo moved like a shadow through the storm, flanked by his squad, every step lethal and precise. Crush them, Evelyn roared. Let them learn what it means to defy us. Under the onslaught, the mighty walls buckled. Fire devoured stone. Smoke curled into the sky. Screams echoed into the night. Amid the burning wreckage, a lone soldier crouched, pale-faced but alive. Another minute and I'd be toast, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. A grin tugged at his lips. Doesn't matter. I delivered it. Job's done. Time to... His words caught in his throat. From the smoke, a figure emerged. Cloak flowing, eyes glowing red like embers. The soldier froze, shaking, and slowly held out a long, carefully sealed object. The figure took it without hesitation. Good. This is the one. His voice was flat, cold, dead inside. We got what we came for. Phase 2, initiate. Yes, sir. Multiple voices answered at once. Emerging from the haze, his team, silent and synchronized like machines. The cloaked figure turned to a nearby group operating strange mechanical instruments. All that remains, he said quietly, is cleanup. Across the field, Theo stood among the wreckage, surveying the ruins with a smirk. Fort secure, he said. Too easy. He let out a short laugh. But Evelyn didn't join him. Her eyes swept the destruction, too calm, too focused. No, that's the problem. It was too easy. Theo's grin faded. Something twisted in his gut. Platoon 5 couldn't have fallen to this. No chance. Without a word, he triggered hatchling Synchro, his mind diving deep into the fallen enemy's memories, scanning for the truth. This one's aware Balmong was taken, but never saw it. Low-level fodder, he muttered. Even the commanders, they don't know where it went. Something's off. Evelyn glanced at him. Something bothering you? He shook it off. Just thinking. Not far away, Sword gave a casual smirk. Flash Tiger or not, even rookies feel it the first time out. Come on, admit it. You were nervous. He gestured to the hostages in the distance. They're safe. Let's link back with the others. Theo sighed. Yeah, let's just get out of here. Sword walked past, but something stopped Theo in his tracks. His nose wrinkled. He went still. Gunpowder. Theo's eyes narrowed. In a flash, he moved, blade drawn, every motion precise and fluid like a dance of instinct and training. What's his deal? Aaron asked, half laughing. Probably just sick of your stink, Sword quipped. But Theo wasn't listening. He moved again, hurling a volley of strikes that landed with surgical accuracy. I knew it, he muttered, a knot of dread forming in his chest. Aaron caught the change in his tone. What is it, Theo? Then she saw it. Rows of barrels, half buried and barely visible, each one humming with danger. The air stank of volatile magic and gunpowder. Her eyes widened. It's a trap. They were going to blow us to pieces. Everyone out. Now, Theo shouted, his voice cutting through the noise. Understood, came the sharp chorus. But it was already too late. The air bent, warping unnaturally. A vortex of swirling shadows tore open nearby. Theo's heart dropped. No, the word ripped from his throat, filled with panic and fury. And then it hit. A deafening blast tore through the fort. The sky lit up in blinding orange as the explosion erupted, ripping walls to shreds and hurling debris in every direction. Reload, came a cold, emotionless voice. The cloaked figure stepped from the smoke, untouched, indifferent. He reached into the swirling void again. Then another wave of destruction followed, shaking the ground like thunder. Erase them. No survivors, he ordered, flat and final. Far from the battlefield, deep in a chamber cloaked in silk and shadow, Amelia rocked gently, cradling an infant wrapped in soft cloth. There, Ashien, she whispered, voice tender yet trembling. My sweet baby. But her eyes, no longer simply sorrowful, flared with a terrifying red glow. Did it hurt? She asked softly, almost breaking. Her tone shifted. Rage seeped into every word. Don't worry. Mommy's going to bring you the head of that monster. I swear it. A silent tide of shadows surged over the war-torn field. Figures of vengeance, moving with ghostly speed, striking without hesitation. Back at the smoldering remains of the fortress, Evelyn stood tall. Her sword was drawn, her gaze unflinching. No one escapes, she said. Her voice was steel. Yes, Captain. Her troops answered, ready to fight. They charged, battle cries ringing across the wasteland. Among them, Evelyn moved straight toward her double, the traitorous mimic. The fake's eyes widened in disbelief. The original 5th unit, wiped out by this supposedly green force? Impossible. No, this can't be, she whispered, staggering back. But fear crept in. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. Then came fire. A storm of burning projectiles rained from the sky, lighting up the battlefield in a storm of chaos. Shockwaves slammed into the earth. Team leader, someone screamed, voice filled with raw fear. Evelyn reacted instantly, blade flashing, deflecting incoming blasts with ruthless precision. Damn it, she muttered, scanning for their attackers. Her eyes locked on the firestorm, closing in. It's a trap. Get to cover. But she was too late for one. A soldier was caught dead center. His scream pierced the night as he was launched skyward in flames. Evelyn reached out, but the explosion hurled him far. His body hit the ground with a dull, final thud. Lifeless. Theo and the others ducked behind cover, adrenaline surging. It's an ambush. Move now, the squad leader shouted. Theo scanned the carnage, making his call in seconds. We'll flank. Opposite direction of the blasts, go. Suddenly, a blue interface flickered into view before him. Mind gate activated. Cognitive restrictions lifted. His pupils dilated. Time slowed. Thoughts snapped into clarity. In a flash, Theo charted a precise escape route. Terrain, angles, risks, all processed instantly. As his awareness settled, he spotted Evelyn still frozen. What are you doing? He barked. We need to move now. Theo didn't hesitate. He grabbed Evelyn's hand and took off. What are you doing? She gasped, stumbling after him. We don't have time. We have to get back to the fortress. But he kept moving, dragging her as the structure behind them buckled and collapsed. I can't believe we're heading back there, she muttered. That place nearly killed us. Theo didn't slow. There are 21 people depending on you. He pushed forward. If we try to escape now, they'll rain down more explosives or catch us in another ambush. That's their plan. He explained fast. The enemy never expected anyone to seek refuge inside the wreckage. Eyes glowing, Theo activated hatchling synchronization. The fortress layout lit up in his vision, showing every hazard in vivid clarity. They think this place will finish us off, he said under his breath. His mind scanned the terrain, gunpowder buried to the left, a stack of cannonballs to the right. Only safe path is dead ahead. Take the stairs. The team bolted, but when they reached the top, they stopped short. Evelyn's eyes widened. It's a dead end. Frustration spread across the team. You told us to follow you. Evelyn snapped. And now we're boxed in. The fortress creaked and groaned, and then the floor gave way. The world spun. They crashed down in a storm of rubble, caught in the crumbling wreck. Theo landed hard beside Umbra and Hulkus, rolling as a wall of fire burst behind them. The cannonballs had gone off. From the shadows, a voice called out, low and venomous. This is for young Master Ashian. I don't care if he's in pieces. Bring me his head. Smoke thickened. Theo, lungs burning, felt the heat closing in. But instinct took over. Break the floor now, he shouted. They didn't argue. The ground splintered beneath their blows. Just as they gasped for breath, more enemies surged in. Theo's eyes widened. Black Skull, what are you doing here? One of them sneered. Wasn't for you. I can't cause this place has tougher foundations than the rest. Theo peered through a crack in the wall. Soldiers scattered across the area. But then he spotted something else. A man, chained and slumped in the shadows. His heart skipped. Trainer Ispin. Evelyn's eyes followed his gaze. You're alive, she breathed, rushing forward. But the moment she stepped into the room, her face twisted in shock. This is Ragnar's Intelligence Bureau, she whispered. The chains clattered to the floor as Ispin collapsed, weak but conscious. I knew a setup like this couldn't happen without help from inside, he said darkly. He stared up at them. But to turn your sword against your own people? One soldier growled, this is treason. We can't let this slide. We owe you everything, trainer. Ispin raised a hand. Hold it. Don't rush in. He scanned the wreckage. This whole thing was bait. They wanted us cornered. We're outnumbered. He looked toward the distant chaos. Our only move now is to make it out and report to the Black Pillar. Theo stepped forward, eyes firm. That's not going to work. He shook his head. If we haven't seen reinforcements yet, it means the Black Pillar was hit too. They're stuck, same as us. He looked at the fractured walls around them. That's why I brought us here. This wreck is our best shot. Theo's voice dropped, steady and calm. We can win this. They buried their own men in the blast. They're desperate to erase what happened here. They'll come back to confirm the kill. He looked each of them in the eye. When they do, we'll be waiting. A quiet fell over the room. Ispin turned to Theo, surprised. He's unlocked the mind gate, and at that age, a faint smile pulled at the corners of his mouth. I would have quit back then, but this group, we chose well. Ispin shot up to his feet. You're right. The White Dragon squad doesn't fold. He faced the others, eyes blazing. You heard him. Get ready. We fight. Location. A battlefield soaked in blood, under a sky the color of spilled wine. Honestly, I didn't expect my riders to drop the ball this hard. After this scene, fire half of them. Back on the field, enemy grunts combed the rubble for bodies, unaware they were marching into their graves. While sifting through the debris, they found one of their own, barely clinging to life. No rescue. No hesitation. That twisted, Barbie doll-looking commander drove a blade straight into the wounded man's chest. He turned, bored. Any signs of the bodies? We've finished sweeping the west, the grunt replied. Heading east next. Barbie's lip curled. The ambush had failed. Only one team wasn't accounted for. The white armored dragon cavalry, he muttered darkly. Then, out of nowhere, a blade whistled through the air, aimed right for his face. He dodged, just barely, twisting aside. Before he could counter, a crack rang out, Evelyn slammed into him with a crushing kick to the chest. She was already inside his guard, dodging his swing like it was nothing. Barbie staggered, snarling. It's them, the white armored dragon cavalry. Form up, now, too late. Half his squad had already been taken out by Theo's team, hitting hard from the shadows in a perfect ambush. Evelyn stepped forward, eyes locked on him. I was hoping this wasn't Central Intelligence, she said coldly. But now it's clear. Under Ragnar law, you'll be executed for treason. Steel met steel. Their blades collided in a storm of sparks. Barbie fought back hard, furious and fast, but Evelyn matched him, strike for strike. How are they still alive? He growled. He roared, unleashing his full strength in one brutal strike, forcing Evelyn to slide back. But she didn't flinch. Reaching into her prosthetic arm, she drew a concealed weapon and slashed, fast and lethal. Barbie ducked the first strike by a hair. The second came instantly, aimed right at his throat. He blocked it, but the impact shattered his guard, and he dropped to one knee, blood pouring from a fresh wound. Evelyn stood tall. Her voice rang out like judgment. The Central Intelligence Bureau is finished. This fortress is surrounded. You lost the moment your ambush failed. Surrender, while you still can. Barbie screamed, wild-eyed. Now, use the secret technique. Everyone froze. Secret what? Then, one of his men began to twitch. His body convulsed, muscles warping, veins swelling grotesquely. He was changing. The soldiers had been enhanced, forced into level 2. One of them, the same one who'd cowered from Theo earlier, charged, his face contorted like he was battling his own organs. Theo's eyes sharpened. Reverse blood surge, a forbidden technique. It burns away life force for a burst of raw power. The enhanced grunt hit harder than expected, forcing Theo back a step. But before he could fully recover, more came at him fast. One of their captured allies threw himself into the attack, shielding Theo at the last second. The hit landed. He crumpled, whispering, "Stay alive." It was unnecessary. Theo was stronger. But watching him fall, Theo's face hardened. Enough. He unleashed Thunderclaw. The force shattered the front line, bodies flung like dolls in a storm. Then, Mind Gate, active. Theo vanished. A blur of speed and precision, cutting through enemies like threads. But they just kept coming. He drew a deep breath. Time for the next step. Triple Thunderclaw. Theo slammed both fists into the ground. An enormous shockwave erupted, ripping across the battlefield. The land split open as streaks of raw energy carved through the terrain like molten veins. The blast threw everyone back. Dozens of enemies didn't even get the chance to scream. They were vaporized on the spot. Barbie survived barely, but his eyes were wide, his stance shaky. He couldn't process it. How had Theo crushed their secret technique like it was nothing? This monster, he can't be allowed to live, he growled. Around him, the rest of the squad stood frozen. Even Glasses muttered under his breath. We've got a long way to go before we can stand beside him. But that kind of power came with a price. Theo stumbled, coughing hard, blood streaking down from his lips. He'd pushed the Mind Gate too far. His body was cracking under the pressure. Barbie saw his chance. Screaming, he lunged at Theo. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. Something was wrong. Theo's instincts roared. He locked eyes on Barbie and saw it. A manicore, rigged for detonation. A walking bomb. But before he could react, Evelyn was there. She stepped between them, raising her hand without hesitation, calling on the divine force of God Tempest. With the technique Theo had entrusted to her, she launched the opening move, Squall. Barbie was flung back like a rag doll. Evelyn dashed in, striking again before he could recover. Then came the real blow. Hey, what are you gawking at, creeps? Someone shouted off screen. Focus. Maelstrom. The attack landed, right on the manicore. Theo watched, stunned, as the detonation didn't happen. It was suppressed. The energy collapsed inward, then burst outward, slamming Barbie into the earth with a shockwave that shook the sky. No question, Barbie's story ends here. Rip, you will not be missed. Hey, Lord Theo. Hulkus's voice rang out. He came bounding over, beaming. Good call making me your first sword. Too late. Evelyn crossed her arms beside Theo, already wearing the title. Gratitude started pouring in from every side. You saved us. We owe you everything. Thank you, Theo. He laughed it off, brushing dust from his coat. Someone help him up. Where'd you learn moves like that? One asked. Theo just smirked. You don't want to know? The team swarmed him, cheering. Victory was theirs. Far away, under a different sky, an old man looked to the heavens. At last, he murmured. The long night is over. A new dawn begins. Location shift. Rose Palace. And there she was, collapsed on the floor, foaming at the mouth. If you know, you know. But no, she wasn't poisoned. It was Ed, holding her down with sheer magical pressure, choking her without laying a finger. He slammed her to the ground like a wild animal, growling through clenched teeth. Where did you get the nerve to act without my command? Stewards rushed in, voices pleading, but Ed wasn't done. He hurled a pile of papers at her feet, seals broken, orders forged. You mobilized my army. Use my seal. You sent them after Theo Ragnar and the White Armored Dragon unit. Her eyes darted, her mouth trembling. Her mask shattered. She broke down, shaking. First laughter, then tears. I just wanted his head, she sobbed. For killing my son. I wanted everyone close to him wiped out, just to make it stop hurting. Ed's face twisted in disgust. His hands clenched. Your son was trash. He slammed his fist into Ashian's cold body, blood splattering across her face. You forgot your place. And now, he stepped back, voice cold enough to freeze steel. You've lost the Dragon Slayer sword. The core of the entire operation, gone. She's no longer family. That cold declaration echoed in the hall as Ed turned his back on her. Panic surged through her. That look in his eyes, it was the same terrifying glare their father once had. He snapped at his men, lock her away, somewhere no one will ever find her, and erase anyone tied to her. No loose ends. The weight of her actions finally hit. She dropped to her knees, begging for mercy, pleading for forgiveness. But it was too late. Ed stormed out, fury radiating off him. Years of careful planning, shattered. The rebellion he'd spent his life building, undone in a single reckless move. And at the center of it all, Theo Ragnar. His hands trembled with rage. I'll deal with him myself. Cut to Theo. The man himself, our battlefield legend, unsheaths a massive greatsword. A system window appears. Status sealed. Unlock conditions. Unknown. He focuses his aura into the blade, and instantly it flares. Wild energy lashes out, slicing across his palms, yanking free from his grip. He catches his breath, eyes narrowing. Thought so. The weapon wasn't forged for mere mortals. It pulsed like a phantom from the mythic age, untouchable unless one unravels its secret. But if mastered, it rivaled the power of ancient heroes. Theo remembered. Ed had uncovered its secret once, in a life now long gone. A memory clicked. Only one place could hold the key. He returned the sword to his inventory. Until then, it was just dead weight. A knock sounded. Evelyn stepped in, composed. Apologies for the interruption. The commanders requested your presence. Inside the war room, the old commander welcomed Theo with a warm smile, his eyes tired but grateful. You made it out. I'm glad. But then came the surprise. I'm stepping down. Theo blinked. What? The old man exhaled deeply. I lost more than just my leg in that last battle. My Drake, my strength is gone. I want to spend my last years honoring the fallen. No arguments. Julius, ever loyal, just sighed. He knew better than a pushback. As they sipped tea, the old man changed gears. Not a replacement. A revelation. A recruit who stood out from the rest. Theo Ragnar. Just 15, and he's already unlocked the Thunder Gate. Julius's eyes widened. That's the threshold. The divide between ordinary and something far more. And he wasn't born with it open, the commander added. He forced it. His aura now runs through expanded vessels, far beyond the human norm. It's absurd. Julius chuckled, leaning back. If his vessel's that vast, then it's time we start filling it. The commander gave a nod. That was all for today. Later that night, under a quiet sky, Julius pulled Theo aside. This road? From here on out, it's yours to walk. Theo stiffened at the words. But Julius changed the tone. I heard you played a major role on that last mission. Theo waved it off. It wasn't just me. The whole team carried the weight. Julius smirked, still so humble. He leaned in. But tell me, how far along your path have you walked? Theo tilted his head. You mean in combat? It's gotten easier, sure. Julius's gaze sharpened. No, I'm not asking how strong your sword is. He paused. I'm asking what your sword means. What kind of life is it trying to speak into existence? The question caught Theo off guard. He paused, uncertain. I don't know yet. Julius unsheathed his sword with a smooth motion. I used to train with a single goal, he said, to mirror the Patriarch's blade. That's how it is for most of us in the beginning. But as he raised the weapon, the atmosphere changed. The sky above shifted, deepening to an eerie, luminous blue. Then it shattered, bleeding into a vivid red. This wasn't the Sword Dragon's realm from the Second Awakening. This was something else entirely. Theo's breath caught. The Magic Dragon's glass realm. A place shaped not by strength alone, but by the inner path of its wielder. The pressure in the air grew heavy. Julius's voice rang out. My sword walks the path of the demon. Before Theo, a massive blade materialized, towering, terrifying. Then Julius moved. With one strike, a rift tore open across space. The shockwave so violent it could have crushed entire armies. But in the next heartbeat, he brought the sword down. The storm froze in place. Absolute control. Julius turned calmly to Theo. Well, did you see it? The martial path of the Magic Dragon? Theo hesitated. I only saw raw force. Chaos. Destruction. but it felt feminine. Julius nodded. Exactly. The demon's path is instinct. Pure, untamed, unfiltered. It might burn out someday, but it tears through everything in its way. That's not just power. That's swordsmanship in its most primal form. Or maybe it's the essence of death. Then Julius shifted gears. What about the Plum Blossom Palace Lord Sword? He asked. Theo's answer came without hesitation. It was beautiful, elegant. Julius smiled faintly. Beautiful, huh? Makes sense. Her sword carries the essence of life. Like a seed, it grows, blooms. It never stays the same, but it never stops reaching forward. It's patient, soft, but relentless. As Theo listened, something clicked. This is what it means to walk the martial path. Even among the 9 dragons, no 2 blades were the same. Every master viewed the sword through their own lens. Julius chuckled, then threw him a deeper question. Do you think life and death are opposites? Theo blinked. Aren't they? But Julius didn't answer. Instead, he dissolved the realm with a wave of his hand and handed Theo a worn book. What's this? Theo asked, opening it, then froze. His eyes widened. It was a dialogue, a back-and-forth exchange between Julius and the Plum Blossom Palace Lord. A written conversation about the sword's true nature. This is real, Theo whispered. Julius nodded. Rare? Incredibly. But you're not just anyone. You're a shared disciple of both the magic dragon and the sword dragon. Theo stood speechless. His thoughts spun, trying to process what that meant. The scene shifted years earlier. A quiet grove, hidden from the world. Julius and the Plum Blossom Palace Lord sat together, deep in conversation. He grumbled, You're being greedy, trying to claim my student. She smirked, brushing off the jab. Don't be jealous. It's for Theo's sake. And truthfully, he couldn't argue. Theo's growth had already outpaced nearly everyone, even those once considered frontrunners for succession. But that kind of speed came with a price. One day, Theo would hit a wall. Hard. And when that time came, he'd need this book. Julius exhaled. Fine. But what if one day, Theo turns against Ragnar? The question stopped her cold. She knew it wasn't far-fetched. Those who climb too fast often fall the hardest. History doesn't ask. It demands. She hadn't expected that kind of foresight from Julius. She always thought his love for Theo was blind, unshakable. But now she understood. He was the right one to entrust with the legacy. She handed over the manuals with a calm intensity in her eyes. Not yet, she said. These are only yours when you truly understand what it means to be a Ragnar, and when every step of your journey matters to you. Back in the present, Hi-Ha placed the manual in Theo's hands. Theo stared at it, stunned. 2 legends, the highest blades of the sword and demon dragon paths. And now he stood as their shared disciple. He looked up slowly, voice barely audible. Am I really worthy of this? Julius didn't hesitate. No need for false modesty. You've earned it. Theo stayed quiet. In his chest, a weight grew of gratitude, of responsibility. He knew he'd made it this far not because of talent alone, but because they believed in him, guided him, even when he had nothing to give in return. He took a breath. I've had help, he admitted. From the beginning. I'll pay it all back someday. His companion grinned and instantly unsheathed his blade. Then let's start right now. It had been a while since he took on a new disciple. He wasn't about to let Theo slack. The room's energy shifted. This was the start of real training. Realizing what was coming, Evelyn made her move. I'm not sticking around for this, she muttered, and bolted, slamming the door behind her. Evelyn, Theo called out. From the other side, her muffled voice came through. Sorry, you're on your own. She kept the door sealed tight. That night, Evelyn finally cracked the door open. She looked satisfied, stretching a little. What she saw made her blink. Theo slumped against the wall like a statue. Blank, motionless, meme-worthy. You okay? She asked cautiously. I mean, the commander might have gone a bit overboard. Theo let out a sigh. No, that wasn't just overboard. Trying to shift the mood, Evelyn brought up something else. By the way, I followed your orders. The prisoner's locked up in the underground cell. She hesitated. But he's tough. Won't talk. Not even a word. Theo just nodded. That's fine. Everything's going according to plan. He leaned closer, then whispered something in her ear. Evelyn's eyes widened. Wait, what? Scene change. Plum Blossom Palace. Training grounds. Theo arrived, greeted by the palace lord herself. I've been waiting, she said. Did the little gift from the demon dragon and me serve you well? Theo nodded. More than you can imagine. With a graceful step, she unsheathed her blade and leapt into the air. A flurry of plum blossoms erupted across the field. She landed softly, blade humming. It wasn't just a display. It was a message. This is the art behind the art. The true foundation of swordsmanship, she said, isn't about technique. It's about how a blade lives in your hands. She smiled. Let me show you how to make your sword bloom. Then, with surprising sincerity, she turned to him. Theo, would you become my disciple? But he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked her in the eyes. Are you asking this as the Heaven Dragon Sword Master? Her brows lifted slightly. That name wasn't one shared freely, even within a clan. But she didn't deflect. Yes, the Heaven Dragon School is passed down to one disciple at a time. I'm the current heir. And now, she continued, do you want to know the real reason I'm offering this? Theo lowered his head. Before that, I'm sorry. She stopped him with a gentle gesture. There's nothing to apologize for. I'm not hiding anything. From the Plum Blossom sword to the Heaven Dragon style. I've always intended to pass them to you. Theo stood there, completely stunned. Words failed him. A while later, Theo stepped out of the hall, only to be stopped by some random guy blocking his path. Hey, the man said. You're Theo, right? The new recruit from the White Dragon Cavalry. Theo didn't break stride. What if I am? He replied coolly. Not your business. That lit a fuse. The guy scoffed, puffing up. Wow, real classy. Can't even greet your seniors properly. He started puffing out his chest, throwing his title around. Now that you're part of Plum Blossom Palace as Lady Plum Blossom's disciple, the least you could show is basic respect. Theo paused, gave him a once-over, then smirked. Oh, so that's what this is. Thought it might be serious, but nah. Just some bruised ego tantrum. That hit. Another guy stepped in, snapping. You talk like rank means nothing. You're not even a formal disciple of this palace. Theo turned, eyes sharp, aura flaring. You've got all backwards, he said. Lady Plum Blossom did offer to take me in. Then he walked away, leaving the group frozen, speechless. Rewind just a little. Back in the training ground, Theo stood before her, stunned. You're really offering to pass down both techniques? He asked. She nodded. Isn't it tempting? Of course it was. But Theo couldn't wrap his head around it. Why? I haven't done anything to deserve this. She motioned for him to stand. There's no complicated reason. It's just you. You remind me of someone. My husband, Kyle, the clan head. Not just in how you look, but how you carry yourself. When Kyle was young, he chased impossible dreams. He never gave up, no matter what broke around him. I see that same spark in you. That's the version of Kyle I fell in love with. And seeing it in you, I can't sit idly by. That's my reason. Now give me yours. Theo took a breath. As incredible as this offer is, I have to decline. She didn't react, just calmly asked why. He met her eyes. Because right now, I already have too many teachers. There's Demon Commander Julius. My teammates. My friends, Hulkus, Erica, even Ed, even Ashian. That one made her blink. Ashian, she repeated. And the Sky Dragon. I know our history's messy, Theo said. But the pain they caused me, it helped shape me. My path, my sword, it was forged by the people who cared for me and the ones who didn't. That's why I'm not the one to inherit your school. I'm not sure I ever could do it justice. She sat there quietly, absorbing every word. Then Theo smiled softly. But if you'd allow it, I'd be honored to be your son. Her expression shattered. Back in the present, Lady Plum Blossom lounged in her garden, swirling wine in her glass. Her assistant approached, a knowing smile on her face. You've taken quite a liking to him, haven't you? She chuckled, leaning back. How could I not? The heavens never gave me a child. And then one day, this boy, who mirrors my late husband, walks in. She took another sip, eyes glinting. And just like that, he calls me mother. What more could I ask for? Her assistant smiled, watching the peaceful glow on her face. For what it's worth, she said gently, you really do look happy. Lady Plum Blossom nodded. I owe it all to him. To Theo, for letting me feel like a mother. Lady Plum Blossom set down her wine and turned to her assistant. Prepare a letter, she said. To the clan head, the assistant asked, surprised. For my husband, she confirmed. It's regarding Theo's promotion exam. The words hit like thunder. The assistant blinked. Theo? He just completed his awakening. Drawing attention to him this early, you know how risky that is. I do, the lady said calmly. That's why we have to act now. If we wait, the Ragnar clan will be caught unprepared. I want to entrust our future to Theo. Deep in the prison's underground chambers, the cocky inmate grinned in the dark. Took you long enough, he said to the approaching shadow. Didn't think you'd actually show. A twisted smile curled on his lips. Hey, don't blame me. It's all going just as he planned. Across from him, the loyal captive gave a quiet nod. I never doubted it, he said. Then, without hesitation, he hurled 2 daggers straight at his own neck. But before they could land, a mysterious force intercepted them midair, stopping them cold. The clown-faced man froze, eyes wide. That wasn't part of the script. Then, boom, Evelyn dropped through the ceiling like lightning unleashed. The moment the intruder saw her, he realized he'd been played. This whole thing was a setup. Evelyn wasted no time. She dove in with a barrage of attacks, strike after strike with brutal precision. Watching her move, the clownish assassin couldn't believe it. She was as strong all along. He'd lost his edge. There was no way he'd be able to eliminate the captive now. Escape was the only option left. But Evelyn wasn't letting him go. I'm not just going to stand by, she said sharply. Then, Wind God's technique. The force of the technique locked him in place, pinned down like a nailed shadow. Desperate, the assassin tried to erase all evidence, activating a failsafe to destroy the mission trail. Too slow. Evelyn stepped in and drove her fist in his gut. Hard. Lights out. At White Dragon HQ, the news spread fast. They had an assassin. Alive. In a secured war room, officials gathered in silence. Julius stood at the head. The prisoner's part of Serpent Season, he said. An Eastern Splinter faction operating under the Trovian clan. A hush fell. It confirmed everything. They were linked directly to the Sky Dragon. And now we know, Julius said grimly, there's a mole inside our ranks. The meeting was held off-grid, deep underground. No transmissions in or out. Their intel was clear. Serpent Season's current base was located inside an ancient fortress in the Calhelm region. 3 hours. That's how long they had before the entire operation vanished in smoke. There would be no second chance. This is a strike mission, Julius said. Surprise is our only card. We hit first, extract everything we can, and finish it before they burn all. A woman stepped forward. Cloaked in quiet authority, she introduced herself. Agent Null Snow. Theo blinked. Wait, why is someone like her being introduced to me? Julius answered, because this isn't just any mission. This is your promotion exam, Theo Ragnar. Theo's eyes widened. I'm eligible for promotion? You are, Julius confirmed. But don't celebrate yet. He leaned in slightly. The higher you climb, the harder the tests get. And frankly, assigning a mission like this to someone testing for mid-rank? Unusual. He wasn't wrong. This mission could spark civil war if it went wrong. Julius continued. You ordered Evelyn to watch the cells. You expected the assassin. You made the first move. Now finish it. Theo bowed his head. I apologize. Planning without clearance was out of line, even as an heir. But I won't back out. I'll see it through. Across the room, one of the senior fighters stepped up, grinning. A true combat veteran. A Chad in every sense. You want solo mission rights? He said, cracking his knuckles. Then get promoted. Let's see what you're really made of. A blue system window flickered to life in front of Theo. Mission. Sever the entanglements of a past life. He stared at it. The meaning was vague, but something deep in his soul stirred. Whatever those entanglements were, he was about to face them. Null Snow turned to him. Any issues? Theo didn't hesitate. None. No matter what, I'll see it through. The old commander rose from his seat. The meeting's over, he said. Operation Snake Extermination begins now. Snow fell softly across the dark forest as 3 figures stood silently beneath the trees. Null Snow spoke calmly. Because of the mole, this mission stays small. Just us. She reminded them. This was an association stronghold. They'd be outnumbered. Head-on combat was suicide. We're swordsmen, she said. We strike from the shadows. No matter what happens, don't even think about quitting. The other 2 nodded, their faces grim with resolve. Inside the mansion, the library flickered with candlelight. 3 men sifted through papers in silence. Take everything, one said. Even the scraps. The man in the Joker mask paced near the exit. Once you're done, we move. No delays. One of them glanced at the door. How long's it been since he left? 2 hours, the masked man replied. You should be back by now. The third man stood guard, sword drawn, eyeing the hallway. Then, click, a small sphere rolled into the room and burst, releasing thick black ash into the air. They coughed, disoriented. Is it an attack? The swordsman shouted, already on edge. Then chaos. The girl burst through the haze. With one fluid sweep of her scale-shaped weapon, she sliced clean through all 3. The Joker-masked man clutched his neck, blood spilling from his throat as his eyes went glassy. One tried to escape. She didn't let him. Steel flashed, and it was over. The room's clear, she said into her comm. Secure the basement. I'll take the upper floors. Her partner nodded, still stunned by the precision in her strikes. Following the intel map, he sprinted down a corridor, eyes scanning for the basement stairwell. Then, thwick, arrows rained down. He dove sideways, barely avoiding a fatal shot. Heart pounding, he dropped to a knee and activated his skill, reading the terrain. Every trap lit up in his mind. Every hidden enemy marked. Theo sprang into motion, his sword gleaming as he launched into thunder dragon breathing. In an instant, he cut through the traps, then through the ambushers. Silent, lethal, unstoppable. When the dust settled, bodies littered the hallway. The Joker-masked man, once barking orders, now reduced to ash. Theo stood alone, eyes locked on the staircase below. The security was overkill. That meant only one thing. Whatever's hidden in the basement, it matters. He descended slowly, scanning every shadow. Blood painted the walls. Skulls were scattered across the floor like forgotten relics. And mounted on the far wall, one skull jaw clamped tightly around sword. Below, while aura clung to the room like mold, the figure in the center didn't flinch. He stood surrounded by carnage, gazing at the mess with quiet contempt. Couldn't even wait, he muttered. TCH. This was no ordinary hideout. This was the domain of the Holy Demon Church, a doomsday cult that twisted salvation into fuel for destruction, devoted to a warped prophecy of apocalypse and rebirth. They believed in a savior, a divine figure who would rise when the world ended. But they corrupted that belief into something far more terrifying. The cult twisted faith into fuel for cruelty. Theo remembered it was this very group that ignited the Great War, nearly bringing the Empire to ruin. From across the chamber, the man called out, asking if Theo remembered him. But Theo didn't answer. Instead, he activated his mana sight. What he saw made his stomach tighten. The man's body pulsed with blood energy, warped by what could only be a demonic eye. His mind, fractured, unstable, and from him, something impossible seeped into the air. A mana that didn't follow any natural laws. It had to be the so-called grace granted by the Blood Christ. The man smiled. Still doubting, he asked before folding his hands in prayer. Then he whispered that Theo would make a fine sacrifice. Suddenly, his body contorted, mutating into a monstrous form. He stepped forward slowly, telling Theo not to resist the god's blessing. Theo's eyes flicked to the creature's hand. Was it even human anymore? He didn't wait to find out. In a blur, Theo unleashed a storm of strikes in every direction. But then, the man caught his blade, just reached out and stopped it. Mid-swing, Theo threw his weight behind the weapon, but it didn't budge. Not even an inch. Before he could react, the man flung him across the room like a rag doll. The impact cratered the wall. Lying in the rubble, Theo stared up in shock. This man was only a blood priest, just a low-ranking cultist. Yet his power was beyond anything Theo had faced. His hands trembled. He thought about using the triple dragon's claw, but that would collapse the entire structure. He'd be crushed along with his enemy. Even a basic energy technique wouldn't be enough. Cornered and overwhelmed, Theo looked down at his sword. Doubt clawed at him. Was this weapon still worth holding? But then, through the chaos in his mind, a thought surfaced. Destruction is part of the sword, just like death is part of life. He remembered, every blade carries both love and ruin. It can protect, it can destroy, it creates, it ends. The contradiction burned in his chest. Theo gripped his sword tighter, whispering about the meeting of two blades, two truths. Across the room, the blood priest raised his hand like a preacher. "This young lamb spills his sacred blood," he chanted. Then he roared, "Accept this offering." With a scream, he charged. Theo dodged just barely, but his focus never broke. His enemy laughed, calling him stubborn. But Theo had changed. He wasn't just reacting anymore. Something deeper had awakened. His movements began to flow. Strike, stillness, strike again, like the rhythm of the sea. That's when the truth hit him. Life and death aren't enemies. They're parts of the same story. One leads to the other. Each gives meaning to its opposite. He no longer needed to choose. He'd wield both. Raising his sword, Theo stood tall. The priest sneered. "That blade won't save you." But Theo was calm now, centered. And then, dragon flash. A whirlwind of dark mana erupted around him, spiraling like a storm. At first, the priest didn't flinch, but then his expression shifted. His eyes widened, because in that strike, there wasn't just destruction. There was life. The impact launches Theo across the room, slamming him into the wall. He crashes down hard, blood spilling as he hits the floor. Gasping for breath, the man chokes out, "You hunt truth with violence. You're corruption itself. I won't let you defile my God's name." Theo steps forward, placing a hand over the man's face. The priest screams in agony as Theo taps into his memory-reading skill, peeling back layers to find the source of the priest's strange power. Images flood Theo's mind, glimpses of the holy demon church's grip on the world. But then, something shifts. This isn't just a memory anymore. Theo feels himself being pulled somewhere else, deep into a place that isn't part of this world. Everything is warped, dark, unreal. A string of incomprehensible symbols flashes across his vision. Then, a warning. Flee. You've come into contact with a powerful entity. Theo steadies himself, eyes searching the void. A voice echoes from the emptiness. "Who are you?" Theo stands his ground. The better question, what are you? That's when he sees it. A vast pit opens before him, bottomless, endless. The weight of ancient, unseen eyes bears down on him like a curse. And from within that abyss, a voice rumbles. "Why do you disturb my sweet slumber?" Theo's thoughts race. Is this the one the church worships? Is this their so-called God? The abyss stares back. And in that gaze, Theo sees the truth. This isn't the grace itself. It's the thing behind it. With a steady voice, he speaks his name aloud. Theo Ragnar. The moment the entity repeats his name, something shifts. Theo's breath catches. This being knows him. It's been looking for him. For a long, long time. Roots, thick and black, rise from the darkness. They wrap around Theo, tightening like chains. The voice speaks again. You are the light of this world. The words send a chill through him. He struggles to process it, bound in place, mind spinning. Then light. A figure bathed in golden aura steps forward. Theo's heart pounds as he sees him. He whispers the name. Lord Bork. Power radiates from him. Power beyond anything Theo has ever known. But even so, Theo warns him. This enemy, this demon, can't be taken lightly. God-tier strength might not be enough. When Theo realizes Lord Bork plans to face the entity alone, panic hits. He shouts, trying to stop him, to take the risk himself. But before he can move, Lord Bork falls, and Theo crashes down too, shouting his name in despair. Then, everything fades. Theo jolts awake, flat on the stone floor, every limb shaking. Somehow he's back, but his heart is still racing. Lord Bork is in that place. Alone, Theo stares at his bloodied fingers. Across from him, the priest lowers his head. His voice cracks. He confesses he spent his life worshipping and never once did Lord Bork bless him. Then his grief turns to fury. Why you? He screams. You, who don't even believe. Why were you chosen? Theo's answer? Steel. His blade flashes. And with quiet finality, he speaks. I want nothing to do with a god like yours. The name returns to him. The nameless sovereign. The true god behind the Holy Demon Church. The one Lord Bork revealed. The one connected to why Theo was sealed away for. Theo remembers now. He was sealed away for thousands of years, all to keep the world safe from demons. But something's changed. Lord Bork, she's fading. Her heart's gone, and her time is running out. 3 years, that's all she has left. And yet, the war, the final clash between the Guardian Dragons and the Holy Demon Church, is 5 years away. It'll begin with a man named Ed Troyven. It's all lining up now. This isn't coincidence. Just as the puzzle pieces fall into place, his allies burst onto the scene. One of them steps forward with a soft smile. You've done well, Theo. She glances at the fallen blood priest, a mix of concern and relief on her face. Rushing in like that, against a blood priest of all people, she sighs, then looks back down at the body. Her expression shifts. She turns to Theo again, her voice firm. That was incredible. You've really proven yourself. The scene shifts. They're now in the library, documents spread across the table. The girl flips through the pages, frowning. The information is dangerous. Explosive, even, but not complete. A lead, not a verdict. That's when Theo steps forward, holding out a sealed box. Everyone stops. One of the girls stares at it, eyes narrowing. Recognition flickers across her face. She remembers this box. She handled it once, back before the weakening ceremony. Inside were the secret trade logs, proof linking the series Merchant Guild to the Troyven conspiracy. She turns to Theo, surprised. Why didn't you bring this up earlier? Maybe you already saw it coming. She opens the file, scans the documents, and freezes. Her eyes go wide. It's all there. Sales records, transactions, everything tied to Ed Troyven. Cold, hard evidence. She looks up impressed. You've really outdone yourself. With this, the picture is clear. The Holy Demon Church is involved, and Troyven is going down with them. She snaps the file shut. They got enough. The moment they file the report, the next move begins. Ceres Guild is finished. Theo stares at the ground, speaking more to himself than anyone else. So this is it, the start of Ed's downfall. Another cut, different guild. Julius, a man with one ruined eye, leans back, speaking with measured calm. I already know Ed Troyven's going to betray us. Another guild member raises a brow. He warns Julius not to jump to conclusions without proof, though he admits Ed's been acting suspicious. Julius isn't buying the caution. Any dealings with the Black Dragons should be enough to sound the alarm. Then a third voice. Smooth, veiled. He suggests they stop speculating and start acting. Julius eyes him closely. You seem calm, he says slowly. Do you already know something? But the man dodges the question, steering the topic elsewhere. Theo Ragnar. He brings up Cleve's report. How Theo took down a blood priest on his own. Julius cuts in, clearly annoyed. But the veiled man doesn't stop. He wants Theo. He says the kid has sharp instincts. Dangerous mind. The kind of person the Black Snow Guild should be recruiting. Julius scowls. Drop it, he snaps. I've already contacted Deep. The message is clear. Theo is off limits. Elsewhere, the tone shifts. A boy laughs, teasing his older brother. He says they're all thieves. Him, OSA, Kyle. Nearby, a girl lifts her cup and smiles. It's been a while since you last reached out. Her mind drifts to the past. She remembers the day they became sworn siblings. To her, it still feels like yesterday. Julius cuts in, voice cold and clipped. Try poaching from my side again, he warns, and you'll regret it. But the veiled boy just smiles, calm, unreadable. You still don't get it, do you, Julius? He says quietly, almost teasing. Older siblings, they always end up learning something from the younger ones. Julius doesn't respond. For once, he's a loss. As the veiled boy turns to leave, he tosses a final parting shot over his shoulder. Next time, bring something with a little flair, yeah? The door clicks shut behind him. Julius shouts after him, voice laced with frustration, but the hallway's already empty. Outside, the boy's expression shifts. Alone now, his smirk fades into a quiet breath of relief. No spies. The white armored dragon cavity is clean, one of the last places untouched by the sky dragons. That give him room to move. He briefly considers walking away from the mission entirely. If he disappears now, no one would chase him. Not yet. Let the others deal with the Ceres Guild. They'll make their move soon. He chuckles to himself. One way or another, today's going to be interesting. The scene shifts. A grand wedding chapel, opulent and glowing beneath chandeliers. This is the heart of the Ceres Merchant Guild. A formal ceremony is in progress. A young man steps forward, introducing himself with practiced confidence. Naven, second son of the Bacchus clown family. Then comes Guild Master Quadric Ceres. Dressed in ceremonial splendor, he raises his voice so all can hear. He declares a new alliance, one sealed by blood. The Ceres family and the clowns join together. As part of the arrangement, Quadric presents his fourth daughter, Lily Ceres, as Naven's bride. The audience watches in silence as Quadric's voice echoes through the chapel. This marriage, he says, will unite two great houses. But behind the polished smile and grand words, Quadric's thoughts are far from romantic. Naven may be young, but his noble blood carries weight. That's leverage. With this union, Quadric tightens his grip on the future, on influence, and most of all, on the Ragnars. They'll be easier to control now, exactly as he planned. A man casually introduces himself as Naven Bacchus, the second son of the Bacchus family. In response, the Viking man introduces himself as Teal, leader of a merchant group. He then says, I am formally proposing a marriage alliance with the Bacchus family. Next, he presents a beautiful young woman and says, this is my daughter, Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of the Ceres family. Teal continues, from this moment on, you two shall form a bond as a couple. Through this union, the Bacchus and Ceres families will be joined by blood. The bald man seethed with disbelief. How dare a merchant speak so boldly, especially after introducing himself with a prestigious Bacchus name, one of the 6 pillars. Gripping his sword tightly, he thought, I have to endure this. If this marriage brings a dowry, I can save my family. His eyes flared with fury as he added, besides, who cares what happens to an illegitimate child? Meanwhile, Naven observed quietly. It's amusing how easily I can read him. Do these calculating merchants really intend to help us? They don't even know their own store is being used as collateral. Then, with a smirk, he slowly dropped to one knee. They won't last long anyway. I must witness how this cursed family falls. He extended his hand to the young woman and said, nice to meet you, Lily. As the Ceres family's son-in-law, and your future husband, I'll treat you well. But Lily remained silent, unmoved. Then she spoke something unexpected. How can you prove that? Naven faltered, clearly thrown off. Slowly rising to his feet, he replied, so you want proof? My family's already bankrupt. Even I'm being sold off in this deal. But if it's what you want, my bride, I'll give you the Bacchus family seal. The bald man cursed Naven in his mind. Lily spoke sharply. If you say it like that, then with a sudden shout, she screamed, bring me the head of Theo Ragnar. She yanked a cloth from her arm, revealing a scar shaped like a goose. The one who did this to me, I want his head. Naven observed silently. She's asking me to assassinate a noble in public. This woman, she's not normal. Around them, the soldiers began to sweat, exchanging nervous glances as they argued over Lily's madness. Cyrus grabbed her by the arm and whispered, don't say such things out here. Then a voice cut through the tension. All right. Everyone turned, stunned. The girls looked up with hope. Naven stepped forward and calmly said, if that's what my young bride wishes, then I'll bring his head myself. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the skies. Sharp winds sliced through the air as 2 dragons flew over the city. People stared, murmuring among themselves, guessing they might be wyverns. Then chaos struck. Figures leaped from the wyverns. 3 fully armored assassins landed in the middle of the street. A bystander broke into a sweat upon seeing the insignia on the flag they planted. It's Ragnar, someone shouted. From this moment, in Ragnar's name, we will enforce justice. Kaliv raised an official scroll and declared, we have discovered that those who attack the Ragnar family have strong ties to the Ceres merchant group. An investigation will now begin to uncover evidence of treason. She continued, anyone who tries to interfere will be seen as a traitor and executed on the spot. Panic spread. People whispered in fear. Is this about immediate execution? Is the Ceres merchant group really plotting treason? The news reached the headquarters of a Ceres merchant group. They want to investigate us? If we're innocent, we must let them. One merchant asked, stunned. Ceres, the head of the family, seethed. Their enemies had moved faster than expected. He knew he had to act strong. The bald man stepped forward, asking for clarification. The rest of his allies pressed him. What now? Even the family members surrounded him, anxiously asking what they should do. Don't panic, Ceres roared. Anyone can forge a paper like that. This is a setup. No matter how dirty your tricks are, the Ceres family will prove its loyalty to Ragnar. We are not guilty. Then, with fury in his eyes, he turned to his soldiers. Crush anyone who dares insult the Ragnar name. The bald man tried to reason with him. What you're saying means you won't cooperate with the investigation. Ceres pushed his arm aside. This marriage is off. Do you really think we'll let this go after all that's happened? He stared coldly at them and finished. This is no mistake. The charge is treason. He stepped closer to the bald man and said, You, a member of the Six Pillars, should understand better what asterism means, right? Do you think you'll die alone? If they really had solid proof, it wouldn't just be the three of them showing up. It'd be an entire army darkening the skies. The bald man's followers shouted back. You don't understand. They're not even confident in their evidence. If we stop them just this once, we might be able to get through this too. The Naven cut in. What are you even saying, old man? You can barely make it to the bathroom on your own. He placed his hand on the elder's neck and added bluntly, Right, elder? The bald didn't like that. You punk, he muttered. But Naven kept walking casually. Isn't this better? What a perfect chance to bring a wedding present for my bride. Then, just as he reached the window, the bald froze, stunned. Without hesitation, Naven leapt out the window, landed on a nearby building, and disappeared like a damned cat. The bald man cursed under his breath, sweating. That bastard. The moment he drew his sword, he became an accomplice. He turned to his men. He's helping Ceres. Get ready. His soldiers rushed outside and took defensive stances in front of the Ragnar patrol unit. Cleve stepped forward and warned coldly. This is your last warning. Move aside, or we'll execute you on the spot for treason. The soldiers hesitated, feeling the immense pressure of the bald man's command. Suddenly, movement was spotted behind the Ragnar unit, from the rooftops. In a flash, Naven appeared among the 3 Ragnar soldiers within human speed. The Ragnars really love executions? Huh, he muttered. The 3 soldiers were stunned. Where did this guy even come from? Naven drew his sword and slashed at them. They managed to block, but the sheer force pushed them backward. Naven smirked. Nice to meet you, Ragnar's elite. Especially you, Theo. Never thought I'd be saying this the first time we met. Theo's eyes widened. He recognized him. During the Great War, the one who brought chaos to Ragnar was the ghost sword from the former merchant group, and that man is Naven. Now Naven was openly declaring that he was after their heads. He leapt again toward our protagonist. The boy narrowed his eyes, realizing just how insane Naven's speed was. Naven launched several slashes, but the boy dodged and countered, deflecting the attacks. Then the boy thought to himself, if I use the knowledge from my past life, this could be my chance to gain immense power. He declared, I'll go with him. Evelyn shouted in protest, Young master, that guy. But Cleve said calmly, It's all right. Let's trust him. The others must be destroying the evidence right now. We can't wait. Let's finish this. The boy nodded. I'll do my best. Naven grinned. Good. As long as they don't interfere, I'm fine. You sure you'll be all right without their help? Even if I look like this, I'm pretty strong. Our hero smirked and said he was about to say the same. He then asked if he could ask one thing first. Naven shrugged and told him to do as he liked. The boy raised his sword. Pointing your blade at Ragnar is an act of treason. Does this mean you're a traitor? Is this the end of the Bacchus family? Or is this revenge for your mother? Naven's expression darkened. Bringing that up, Gradient Master of Ragnar, you're stirring up something irritating. Then, with a deadly calm tone, he added, Now I have one more reason to take your head. I'll make sure to chop it off clean. But the boy cut him off. Listen to me first. Let me help you get your revenge. Let's bring down the ones who destroyed the Bacchus family, together. He extended his hand toward Naven. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Hidden quest unlocked. Recruit the Ghost Sword Naven as your ally. We're introduced to Naven Bacchus, the bastard son of the Bacchus family, and their unofficial strongest sword. Despite having skills rivaling even Thorgal, he was never recognized by his own blood. Why? Because he was born in a brothel. His exceptional talent became the very reason his mother was forced to leave this world. With that in mind, it's obvious he holds a deep grudge against the Bacchus family. And our boy intends to use that grudge to his advantage. If he plays it right, he might just bring Naven over to his side. Without hesitation, our protagonist offers him a deal. With your revenge and the fall of the Bacchus family. I can help, he says. Naven's reply is cold. I don't know how you found out about my mother, but one thing's for sure, he doesn't finish. Instead, he leaps at our hero. Taken off guard, our boy narrowly dodges the sudden strike. Steel clashes. Sparks fly. A blue, luminous light bursts between them, violently repelling both fighters. With his sword pointed at our boy, Naven growls, I have no reason to accept your offer. He makes it clear he doesn't need anyone's help. The Bacchus family is already doomed by their own treason. Our hero acknowledges it. You're right. The Bacchus family will fall. But without me, you're going down with them. Naven scoffs. That's a useless worry. I have no regrets. I don't mind dying with that cursed family. Our boy stares at him, calm but piercing. It's because of ether fever, right? He explains, it's an illness caused when a young body can't handle its own magical talent. If caught early, it's curable. But if not, it becomes fatal and drastically shortens your life. He pauses. The Bacchus family didn't treat you in time, did they? Naven already knows the answer. 5 years, he says flatly. Impressive. A noble young master doing dirty background checks. Then he suddenly charges again, roaring, but knowing that changes nothing. Today, right here, the Bacchus family dies, and so do I as Naven. Their swords collide once more. This time, they glow with a vibrant green aura, the sheer force shaking the ground. But amid the chaos, our hero speaks calmly. What if I told you? I could cure your disease. Naven doesn't believe it. He calls it nonsense, saying there's no known cure for ether fever. The battle rages on. Our boy is pushed back, forced to fight seriously. And he realizes, Naven's right. In his past life, the cure had been discovered just days after his death. It was something straight out of a sci-fi novel, like an Iron Man core. Ridiculous, but real. So now, he says firmly, you're wrong. There's a cure. Naven freezes. It's 100% curable, our hero insists. Just like you said, the Bacchus family will disappear, whether you join me or not. But if you take my hand, you can live. You can become a hero, the one who helped the Ragnar family. Trust me, just once. Now, Naven is soaking in a bath, deep in thought, staring at our boy. Meanwhile, the scene shifts outside. Soldiers raise their weapons. Cannons are ready. Arrows whistle through the air, flying straight toward the 2 Ragnar soldiers. Evelyn grew irritated by the constant barrage of attacks without a single counterstrike. They're not even hitting back, she muttered. Cleve nodded. Yeah, I know. She glanced over at Theo, wondering if he was done yet. But from what she could see, they were still in discussion. Her hands itched to draw her arrows and strike back, to kill them all. But she held herself back, remembering the instructions. Don't kill unless absolutely necessary. Their mission wasn't to eliminate Naven, after all. It was to analyze his potential. They intended to recruit him. So, are you seriously telling me just to observe him? She asked, clearly annoyed. The white-haired commander responded, yes. He did capture the priest, but you didn't witness it directly. That's true, she admitted. That's why confirmation is crucial, he continued. The mission of the Black Pillar is to accurately assess those who will lead Ragnar's future. Never forget that. And right now, gathering more evidence falls under Theo's role. Your focus, Cleve, is to assess Theo's potential. I'll keep that in mind, she said with a nod. Then she asked, what exactly are the limits of this, if possible, you mentioned earlier? It's tied to the demonic cult, he explained. You can interfere if it involves someone of bishop rank or higher. She sighed, knowing that if she got involved in something below that level, she'd be lectured to death by the Whitehead. But if she waited too long, her timing window might vanish. Just then, something fast and sharp sliced past them. It was none other than Naven. As Naven passed, she narrowed her eyes. Did the young master actually lose to this guy? She wondered. But then she noticed Theo running behind him, looking excited. Naven swiftly passed Evelyn without making a move on her. Instead, he intercepted the incoming arrows that had been aimed at her. With swift, precise strikes, he redirected them and sent them flying back toward their attackers. Pardon my earlier discourtesy, ladies, he said smoothly. Will you forgive me with this? We're on the same side now. A hidden quest notification appeared. Ghost Sword Naven has become your ally. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed in the distance. Someone screamed, Stop Naven! Multiple attackers tried to strike him, but Naven moved like a blur, dodging all of them with ease. Stop him! No matter what, someone shouted again. But Naven had already leapt into the air, so high the soldiers believed they had a chance to hit him midair. They launched a barrage, thinking he couldn't possibly dodge. They were wrong. In the next moment, Naven landed atop the cannon, shattering it completely. Then he leapt to the others, cutting their bowstrings and rendering them useless in seconds. He didn't stop there. One by one, he destroyed them all. The soldiers just stared, frozen. And when they tried to move, their heads were already falling, cut down by Naven. A bald soldier shouted at him, furious. How dare you betray the family that raised you? How could you turn your blade on your own? But Naven didn't stop. He cut down more soldiers, blood splashing across his face. He drew his sword and walked toward the bald one. Family, he said coldly, for a filthy, illegitimate child like me. And with that, he slashed his sword, ending the man's life. Chaos erupted. Weapons were destroyed. Soldiers cried out in pain. The Ragnar warriors surged forward. Evelyn watched in awe. He really does live up to his reputation, being able to fight on par with young Lord Thorkel. How did you convince him, young master? Our hero smiled slightly. I just gave him what he wanted. Now, let's not waste time. Follow him. They regrouped and began strategizing to eliminate Quadrix Ceres, the guild's head. Meanwhile, Ceres watched the battlefield unfold in panic. His assistant approached. Family head, our forces are getting pushed back. You think I don't see that? Ceres roared, eyes wide with rage. There's no time. We must burn the documents, especially those related to Trovian, before they fall into enemy hands. But Ceres spun around and grabbed him by the collar. His voice was low and serious. If we burn them, how do we get back the money we invested? You're saying we just abandoned all that because of those bastards? As the assistant struggled to respond, a voice interrupted them. You mortals can't see far ahead, blinded by your greed. A dark figure stepped into the room. His aura was thick with demonic energy. Ceres went silent. The figure grinned. Coincidentally, I need your help, and you've arrived just in time. Outside, the Ragnars continued their push, killing guards and storming the compound. Victory was within sight. Let's keep pushing. We're almost there, someone shouted. Our hero cut down another wave of enemies and muttered, uninvited guests sure know how to cause a mess. As they reached the gate, it creaked open slowly. What stood beyond made our hero freeze. A demonic cult figure appeared, radiating dark power. It's time, he said coldly. Time to put everything you've learned into action. The demonic figure declared, oh, sentient being, blinded by greed. You failed to see the bigger picture. He was clearly struggling. His manager stood speechless. After a moment of silence, the manager said, I just happen to really need help right now. You came at the perfect time. At that moment, towering monster soldiers stood behind the demonic bishop. Ceres spoke up. I knew God wouldn't let me die in vain. To think the holy demon church sent their bishop. Since you're here, help us out a bit. He then extended his arm in a welcoming gesture and added, you're in bed with the Troivan clan, after all. So, we're basically in the same boat. I'm sincerely asking, please help me. Just then, someone emerged from the side. As he observed the situation, he said, we will need you when Judgment Day comes. So, I will help. But before that, there are documents related to Troivan. Ceres asked, why are you looking for them? Of course, I've hidden them properly. They're my cash now. He struggled to continue speaking, but managed to say, if they want money, they better do a good job this time. Before he could finish, the giant figure seized Ceres by the jaw, gripping it so tightly that he was silenced mid-sentence. The figure growled, you're arrogant. Just another fool, huh? Are you trying to defile the Great Lord's grand plan? Worthless non-believer. The bishop then turned to the soldier and said, whatever. Just kill him. We have people standing in queues to fund us anyway. Ceres tried to speak, struggling to free his jaw. He barely managed to get the words out, pleading for forgiveness. He said with sincerity, my deepest apologies. I have committed a great sin. Please extend your courtesy towards the bishop. If you kill me now, Troivan will remain under suspicion. Upon hearing this, the bishop stood still in silence. Then he raised his hand. The soldiers responded by throwing Ceres down to the ground. As they walked away, one of them ordered, burn all documents related to Troivan right now. The bishop turned back, his tone deadly serious, and warned, don't even think about running. That will be best for you, because the Lord is watching everything. Make haste if you want to live. Ceres stood there, speechless and terrified, his jaw broken. As they left, he rushed to carry out their order. Meanwhile, outside, the Ragnars continued their assault toward the tower. They communicated that they would push forward to the entrance while slaying more soldiers. But just as they neared the gate, it creaked open, revealing a horde of demonic church figures looming ahead. The bishop gave his command to the demon cult army. This is your chance. Act now for the holy war. Our hero realized that the bishop had finally revealed himself. From afar, he could see the bishop's face clearly. It was indeed the leader of the holy demon church. The bishop raised his voice and instructed his minions. With our blood, the God shall descend. With our blood, the God shall descend. He kept shouting, rousing their spirits and warming their blood for war. He continued to praise and worship their Lord. As the bishop's cries echoed, the demon church warriors, now fully fired up, charged toward the Ragnars. What followed next was a spray of blood. Our hero began cutting through them like vegetables. He thought to himself, he had already suspected the holy demon church might be hiding here, but he never expected someone as high-ranking as the bishop to show up. In his eyes, the monsters were chiming in for war. He sliced through them with ease, until something unexpected happened. One of them blocked his attack. Without missing a beat, he drew another sword and cut through their bodies in a split second. Meanwhile, Evelyn struggled to fend off 6 members of the demon army that had pounced on her. At that moment, our hero asked Cleve, "If the enemy keeps attacking relentlessly like this, won't we be overwhelmed by sheer numbers?" Cleve stood still, deep in thought. She looked toward the entrance, where countless enemies were storming toward her, and the bishop was standing silently at the window. She realized this would be a far bigger hassle than she had anticipated. Gripping her sword, she thought to herself, or maybe that's a good thing. As she drew out both of her blades, she concluded, "After all, this is more than enough reason for me to step in." In the end, it felt like everything had returned to where it all began. Now, the trio stood together in a defensive stance. Suddenly, something struck with such force that blood splattered and enemy bodies were sent flying. In the next instant, we saw Cleve launch herself toward the enemy using a pole for momentum. She crashed into the center of their forces, causing a cloud of dust to rise and clearing out the enemies from that area. As she landed, she declared, "I'll take point from now on. I won't let anyone standing in the Ragnar's way get away with it. I will annihilate them all, here and now." Just as she prepared to charge again, our hero shouted, "Wait, don't forget why we're here. We have to rescue the documents before they destroy them." She sighed and replied, "Theo, it seems I overestimated you." But when he sliced his sword again, he said, "Now that the Holy Demon Church has shown itself, we don't need any more evidence." She proceeded to cut down enemies with precise strikes. However, our hero didn't agree and ran forward. She remained silent in response. Then a voice echoed, "In fact, since they're trying so hard to stop us now, it means those documents are more important than ever." Cleve understood his point and asked, "Then what are you planning to do? Either way, we need to get through here first before anything else." Our hero agreed, but argued. By then, they'll have already destroyed the evidence. As he cut through more enemies, he added, "But I have a solution for that." Just then, a system notification popped up, expanding Hatchling Synchro Domain by connecting to the Mind Gate. A sudden burst overloaded his vision. Using Hatchling Synchro, he scanned the surrounding terrain. Now, our hero could see the entire area clearly. Cleve still doubted if Theo had any solid proof, but remembering what the Black Dragon had said, she decided to wait and watch while continuing to slay enemies. Suddenly, a giant demon soldier attacked from behind her, shouting, "How dare you get distracted in front of me?" In the very next moment, we witnessed hundreds of precise sword slashes. The enemy was brutally shredded, limb by limb. While attacking, she said, "All right, I'll trust you just this once. We'll handle things here, so go and get the evidence." Our hero immediately leapt off the face of a demon soldier as the army swarmed to stop him. As he soared upward, something shocked him. The demon cult army had also launched upward in unison, blocking his path. Just then, something sped past him in a flash. It was Naven. He struck the cult's airborne formation with such brutal force that the entire structure crumbled under the impact. The damage he inflicted was devastating. Naven turned to our hero and said casually, "My humble self has cleared the way for you. Go ahead, my lord." Our hero was stunned to hear that. He asked, "Since when did you start calling the young master lord?" Then, with a surge of energy, they electrified their movements, racing forward at intense speed, running above the heads of the demon army. Our hero silently thanked his team for their assistance. Then, activating the Thunder Dragon breathing technique, he zigzagged at lightning speed across the sky above the massive enemy forces, swiftly reaching the entrance. Meanwhile, surveying the area, our hero thought to himself, there's no way they'd entrust the destruction of classified documents to just anyone. The only one suited for the task would be Quodrak Ceres, the Guildmaster. As he scanned the surroundings, his eyes locked onto Ceres, who was sprinting away with the keys. Our boy smirked. He had finally found him. At that moment, the system triggered a scenario quest. You now have the chance to confront and resolve all fated ties from your past life by stopping their evil scheme. Now, back to Naven and Evelyn, they didn't retreat or dodge the demon army. Instead, they stood firm at the center of the battlefield, cutting down enemies mercilessly and turning the area into a bloodbath. Naven introduced himself boldly as the Lord's first sword, Naven Bacchus. Evelyn, unimpressed, remarked that his sense of humor was a bit too much. Despite their casual banter, the two continued to slaughter the demon army like they were merely chopping vegetables. While fighting, Naven observed that, judging by Evelyn's movements, she had likely been the first to arrive, which meant he didn't have much to worry about. He glanced over at Cleve and added that if Evelyn was the first sword, he would gladly accept the title of second. Evelyn shot him a sharp look, questioning whether he truly believed he was better than her. Without hesitation, Naven stepped up confidently, raised his sword, and confirmed that he did. Then, with a single devastating slash, he cut down more demon cult soldiers than Evelyn had managed up to that point. Then he grinned, noting that it just so happened they were on the same side, but proposed they settle things right then and there. The one who defeated the most believers would earn the title of First Sword. Evelyn dismissed the idea, stating she was on a mission and had no time for such trivial nonsense. But Naven, wearing a teasing smirk, suggested she might be scared, afraid she would lose. That comment hit a nerve. Evelyn swiftly slipped behind his arms, and Naven smiled, realizing their challenge had now officially begun. Without holding back, Evelyn launched into action, her strikes slicing so sharply that the bodies flew above Naven's head. She dashed past him, determined to prove why she deserved the title of First Sword. Charging straight into the formation of demon believers, she gave a sharp mental warning not to regret provoking her. Naven, not one to be left behind, rushed in right after her, joining the chaos to back her up. The scene shifts inside to the bar. It's completely deserted. Every room it leads to is filled with pin drop silence. Down a dim hallway, there's a hidden door. Here, Ceres quietly makes his entrance. He breaks the lock and, holding a light source, opens the door. Inside the room is a large drum. He heads to a secret box and pulls out the evidence related to the money collected from Troyven. Staring at the documents, Ceres mutters, "All I have to do is burn this, and we'll escape being charged with treason, to some extent." But then he hesitates. Do I really have to burn this? He wonders. All of this is worth so much. It'll be impossible to recover. If we also count the business handed over to the Sky Dragon, I must reclaim all of it, no matter what. Just then, a memory flashed through his mind, the moment the demon bishop killed him. With a grim expression, he made up his mind. Living was better than dying. He loosened his grip on the fire stick, ready to burn the evidence. But suddenly, something shot into the room, snatched the fire stick midair, and saved the documents at the last second. As he turned to see who it was, he realized it was Theo. Ceres staggered back, stunned, wondering how Theo had even managed to get inside. Theo stood with a grave look, silently pointing out that even the reach of Ceres' fourth daughter hadn't been enough to keep him out. Ceres' face twisted in panic. He dropped to his knees, desperate, willing to do anything just to be spared. But there was no room for mercy. Our hero summoned his mana into a focused, powerful strike, declaring that anyone who rebelled against Ragnar must be executed. In a single, precise motion, he beheaded Ceres. A system notification appeared, marking the quest as completed. Now flipping through the recovered documents, the hero's thoughts turned cold. He questioned whether the demon cult had truly been worth mobilizing for something like this. He glanced at the secret ledger that had been handed to Cleve. That document alone was enough to bring down Ed Troyven. But the Sky Dragon still remained a loose end. He knew he had to eliminate not just the Sky Dragon, but Ed Troyven himself. As he studied the documents laid out before him, it became clear that each one was a vital piece of evidence. The sheer volume left him unsure of where to begin. His eyes swept across the library shelves until one book drew his attention. Something about it felt different. He reached out, picked it up, and read the title, Rose Palace Investigation Report. Reading the title, he stiffens. Inside, it warns, be cautious of the Black Dragon surveillance when attempting to retrieve relics. He keeps reading. Troyven's handwriting states, 2 relics have already been recovered. The remaining relics are likely hidden in the Rose Palace. A cold sweat starts to form on our boy's forehead. The mention of relics hidden in the Rose Palace raises more questions than answers. His mind spirals. Memories of discrimination, false accusations, and a tragic downfall in his past life come flooding back. He keeps reading. The plan clearly states that both Cecilia and Theo Ragnar must be eliminated. A shiver creeps down his spine as he realizes that everything may have happened just for the sake of relics that might not even exist. With clenched teeth, he rips out the pages, Ed Troyven's name echoing in his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he slowly shuts the book. Reading this now won't change anything. Revenge must be taken one step at a time. He turns to the bookshelf with renewed determination. Every single relic stolen through lies and blood. He plans to take them all back. A system notification flashes across his vision. 2 relics of the ancient dragon have now been discovered. The scene shifted back to the Merchant Guild's headquarters. Naven and Evelyn stood firm. Evelyn, catching her breath, said, "I remember you, Naven Bacchus." They closed in, their movements calculated, unwilling to give the 2 warriors a moment's respite. Evelyn, with a flash of her blade, dispatched another cult follower and, in a serious tone, added, 7 years ago, you placed second in the blooming ceremony, and then hid yourself, right? Naven, his exhaustion evident, launched himself into another attack. He said, For a guy like me, it's an honor to be remembered. He charged again, cutting down 2 more cult members with brutal efficiency, but now's not the time to care about those things. With a flawless strike, he cleaved an enemy in 2. At this rate, he said through, he'll become the first sword, Evelyn. But before the words could fully leave his lips, a sudden surge of green energy exploded around them. Naven's eyes widened in surprise, swirling in a massive way. He turned to see Evelyn, her eyes glowing with determination as she unleashed her wind thunder god technique. As the whirlwind subsided and the energy faded, he glanced at Evelyn. Her eyes gleamed with a fierce green light, and she spoke, her voice steady and resolute. With this, it's a tie. Naven, still catching his breath, by his own expression, filled with respect. Yeah, I agree. But just as Naven let his guard down, something unexpected happened. The hulking man gripping his sword as he prepared to strike. Naven's eyes widened, but he quickly dodged as the giant's strike shattered the ground. The man rose, eyes glowing red with rage. He warned them not to celebrate yet, tightening his grip on the axe as he questioned whether punks like them could really disrupt the great god's plan. Naven smirked and said they would finish it with that man. Evelyn stepped forward with the same fire in her eyes, agreeing that they would decide the outcome with him. Without hesitation, they both charged. Green energy swirled around Evelyn, while Naven surged forward in a blue glow, ready for the final clash. The hulking giant stood his ground, but just as from above, a senior member of the White Dragon Cavalry, mounted on his wyvern, entered the battlefield. The wyvern descended swiftly, its claws reaching out and grabbing hold of the hulking giant, halting both Evelyn's and Naven's charge in an instant. The beast's powerful claws dug into the giant's body, pinning him in place and sending a shockwave through the battlefield. Naven and Evelyn skidded to a halt, their eyes locked on the new arrival, both surprised and confused by the sudden intervention. The dust and debris from the battlefield swirled in the air, and as the dust slowly began to settle, the hulking giant was found completely immobilized, pinned beneath the claw of the wyvern. The beast stood tall, its claws embedded deep into the giant's body, crushing the life from him. The senior member of the White Dragon Cavalry, a man with yellow hair, stepped forward with a satisfied grin. His eyes gleamed with pride as he looked at Evelyn. He said he came just in time. Both Evelyn and Naven stopped dead in their tracks, their eyes locked onto the senior member, and in perfect unison, they both shouted a single word. Why? Their expressions morphed into pure rage. They both yelled again, asking why he had even touched him. The senior member was completely taken aback, his face going pale as he realized he was being scolded by both of them. He stammered, trying to defend himself, claiming he thought he was helping. Suddenly, the sky darkened as more wyverns filled the air, descending in waves. The White Dragon Cavalry's entire army arrived. Their landing was so forceful that several of the demonic cult's followers were crushed instantly. Another senior member, a woman, she turned to her army and issued orders in a commanding voice. All members of the White Dragon Squad 15 were to get rid of everyone from the Sirius Merchant Guild and the demonic cult. With her orders given, the White Dragon Cavalry soldiers surged forward, attacking the remaining demonic cult forces with relentless ferocity. The remaining wyverns tore through the cultists with their claws, slashing through them as if they were mere paper. The chaos was overwhelming. The battlefield became a maelstrom of fire, poison, and the screams of the vanquished. Meanwhile, inside the Merchant Guild headquarters, the bishop could be seen slumped on the ground, weapons impaled through his body, the wounds deep and bleeding. Despite his injuries, he muttered in a low, reverent tone about hoping for a new sun to rise in the blood-red sky and for the end to come. He spoke of resisting temptation and accepting reverence, blessing God's blood as a milestone and praying that the rest would find peace. Cleve sat in front of the bishop, exhausted from the battle, but her expression was casual, almost indifferent. She rolled her eyes and let out a deep sigh, her voice laced with sarcasm. Measuring things doesn't suit me, she admitted, and after all this, I'm starting to lose my appetite. She glanced over at the bishop, who still sat on the ground, his body riddled with swords. His limbs had been severed, a result of Evelyn's mercy, leaving him in a broken and defeated state. The scene shifted again to the streets of the city, now eerily quiet after the battle had ceased. The White Dragon Cavalry had set up makeshift complaint booths, and citizens lined up in droves to report their losses. Evelyn found herself at the center of the chaos, overwhelmed by a constant barrage of questions. A person approached her, holding a report in hand, asking if they could leave. Evelyn, clearly frustrated, responded with little patience and told them to just submit their Merchant Association certificate. The scene turned into utter pandemonium. White Dragon members were running around, shouting orders to each other. One soldier asked the captain if they really needed the reports. Another voice echoed, calling to bring it quickly. Someone tossed a report to Evelyn, and one of the papers read that a drake had eaten a horse. The confusion was palpable, and Evelyn's frustration only grew. She muttered under her breath, asking who had said that. Another report came her way, and a soldier asked in a half-serious, half-joking tone if this job gave extra pay. Evelyn closed her eyes as questions continued to pour in from all sides. She was overwhelmed, and her patience was wearing thin. Suddenly, something inside her snapped. Her eyes turned into fiery slits. She grabbed the nearest table and threw it into the air with all her strength. The force of the throw sent several members flying, their surprised yelps echoing through the air. Evelyn snapped, her frustration boiling over. "You can handle it yourselves," she shouted. "I am terrible at administrative work." She looked around, trying to locate the black pillars or where he had gone after leaving them in this mess. Her outburst brought an abrupt silence, momentarily halting the chaos. The scene shifted to a calmer part of the city. Inside a modest tent, Theo and Evelyn sat across from each other, deep in discussion. Theo, focused, explained the documents laid out before them, records the merchant leader had tried to destroy, detailing leaks about Ragnar's relics and a full plan for treason. Cleve stood nearby, eyeing the papers. She set them down with care, then smirked and praised Theo with a teasing tone, calling him an impressive intermediate inspector. Theo blinked, caught off guard. He hadn't expected that, especially not from her. He asked in disbelief if she really meant it. Cleve laughed at his reaction, but quickly turned serious. She admitted he'd done well for someone from the Black Pillar, then casually asked if he'd ever considered taking the Black Dragon's offer. Theo scratched his head, avoiding her gaze. His reply was vague and awkward. About that." Cleve sighed, her expression now a little more amused. She told Theo he didn't need to be so flustered, it was just a joke. Theo chuckled, shaking his head and remarking that a joke should be easy to distinguish. Cleve's playful smile faded slightly as she grew more serious. There was one more thing she needed to tell him. Good news. Actually, the operation to capture the Sky Dragon was ongoing. Her voice carried a tinge of excitement. The ledger from last time was enough to prove Sky Dragon's rebellion. She confirmed they had him. Theo's face lit up at her words, his eyes bright with a mix of relief and determination. Before he could finish, Cleve cut him off, her voice firm and confirming. Yes, the elite arrest team from the Black Pillar had stepped up. They should already be on their way to the capital. Just as they were processing the good news, the flap of the tent was thrown open. A member of the Black Pillar rushed in and said, "There's a big problem." Theo and Cleve turned toward the wounded operative, their expressions tightening. Struggling to stay on his feet, the man revealed that Ed Troyven the Sky Dragon had been hiding his true power. The revelation stunned them both. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Ed Troyven erupted with fury, his blade cutting through the air with terrifying speed. One operative was killed instantly, his head severed in a single stroke. Ed's face remained grim as he surveyed the battlefield, bodies of Black Pillar elites lying motionless in the snow. He muttered about the mistake of revealing his full hand too early. A smirk formed as he walked past the corpses, his steps silent on the blood-stained snow. Ed mocked on Theo Ragnar with quiet contempt, his voice thick with sarcasm. Speaking more to himself than anyone else, he listed everything he had prepared: Camellia Palace, the Axion Dragon Sword series. A dark laugh escaped him as he rubbed his forehead, blaming Theo for ruining it all. Then his mood shifted. Determination took over. The Torvin plan was still in motion. Gripping his sword tighter, he reassured himself they had lost the dragon sword, but they had secured something else. That was enough for now. His eyes narrowed as he whispered to the wind. Everything was ready. It was time to call on his father. At Camellia Palace, preparations for a major event were underway. The halls buzzed with activity as nobles moved about, tailors took measurements, and dresses were crafted for prestigious guests. Amid the lively chatter, nobles discussed designs and fabric arrivals with growing anticipation. Across the hall stood the blacksmith, calm and detached, quietly observing the commotion as she smoked her pipe. Her gaze lingered on the frenzy, mildly amused by it all. Cecilile approached with a cheerful greeting. The blacksmith turned to her daughter, momentarily distracted, and asked about the garment cutters. Cecilile excitedly shared news of a new high-end brand launching soon: luxurious fabrics, jewels, everything top tier. The blacksmith stared at her, taken aback, trying to absorb it all. As Cecilile continued, a warm smile slowly appeared on her mother's face. It had been a long time since she'd seen her daughter this happy. To her, that smile was more valuable than gold. Suddenly, Cecilile grabbed her hand and told her, "Don't worry about the damages." The blacksmith blinked, confused, having missed part of the conversation. When she asked, "What do you mean?" Cecilile looked puzzled and asked, "Wasn't that the reason you'd come?" The blacksmith chuckled and shook her head, saying Ceciliel always jumped to conclusions. She hadn't come just for that, she had important news. It was about Rose Palace. Ceciliel's face instantly shifted. Her eyes widened in fear, and sweat formed on her brow as she gripped her mother's arm. Ceciliel asked if something had happened to her son and immediately accused Emile of being behind it again. The blacksmith looked at her with quiet pity, realizing how much her daughter had suffered. She gently placed a hand on Ceciliel's head and told her to calm down. In fact, the situation was the opposite. Taking a slow drag from her pipe, the blacksmith warned her not to be shocked. Emile was no man. Ceciliel froze, stunned by the revelation. Her eyes widened, hands covering her mouth as she struggled to process it. The scene shifted to Rose Palace. Blood covered the walls and floors. Bodies lay strewn across the grounds, and severed heads lined the gate marked as traitors to the Ragnar clan. Among them was the head of Ashian's mother, displayed prominently for all to see. Back in the tent, Ceciliel collapsed to her knees. Her mother's words echoed in her mind, but brought no comfort. Through tears, she said she was just glad it was finally over. The blacksmith knelt beside her, pulling her into a tight embrace as Ceciliel broke down. Between sobs, Ceciliel asked if it was true. Her mother, voice warm but tinged with sadness, asked if she had ever seen an elf lie. Ceciliel's voice cracked as she confessed. The years of silent suffering, false accusations, assassination attempts, and the constant fear for my son's life. Every time, I begged for his safety. Lifting her tear-streaked face, Ceciliel managed a faint smile and asked, "Is it truly over?" Her mother looked at her with pride and sorrow, gently resting a hand on her head. With quiet reassurance, she told her, "It is all over." She praised Ceciliel for going through so much all by herself, told her she had worked hard, and said she was proud of her. The scene shifted to the bustling halls of Camellia Palace, where Theo and Naven had arrived after the battle. Despite the gravity of their mission, the atmosphere felt somewhat lighter. Naven, with his usual carefree demeanor, was the first to speak. He teased Theo, saying he had become quite famous. Theo, in the midst of pouring tea into cups, smiled and replied cheerfully that Naven was later than expected and asked if he had dealt with everything. Naven sank into a nearby sofa, his casual attitude never faltering. He said they told him not to say anything, but Theo already knew everything before he could even open his mouth. A smirk tugged at his lips as he confirmed that the Baku's family would be destroyed starting with the family head. Everyone who had stamped on the receipt would at least be deprived of their status. Naven closed his eyes and grinned, his voice almost playful. They got what they deserved. The Baku's family was finished. Theo, however, wasn't so sure. He leaned forward, his tone serious, and said it wasn't enough. Naven blinked in confusion, taken aback by the statement, and asked what he meant. Theo turned to face him, his expression filled with confidence. He had a suggestion. He asked Naven to become the head of the Baku's family. Naven's face froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He asked if Theo was serious, completely shocked by the idea. Theo leaned over the table, placing his hand down with authority. His expression was unyielding, the weight of his words heavy. He explained that if everyone but Naven was stripped of their positions, there would be no one left to continue the family but him. Theo narrowed his eyes, his voice taking on a more intense tone. He then made another request. He asked Naven to become his power in the war that would soon happen against the Troivan. Naven narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening for a moment, but then quickly returned to his usual carefree demeanor. A war against the Troivan? This punk had he been planning this from the beginning? Theo took a sip of his tea and, with a calm smile, explained, "The continuous psychological battle has now surfaced. An all-out war with the Troivan will begin soon. We have confirmed that the Sky Dragon's rebellion was connected to both the Troivan and the demonic cult. We're working to figure out what is being planned in the north. It is practically a declaration of war between Ragnar and the Troivan." Naven's thoughts turned inward. Since the Troivan and demonic cult incidents had been revealed, they wouldn't stay quiet. He leaned back on the sofa, his relaxed attitude returning. For someone terminally ill, war was the furthest thing from his mind. Didn't he also need something to actually take action? Theo grinned, clearly prepared. With a confident motion, he placed an object on the table in front of Naven. The gesture caught Naven completely off guard. He looked at the object in confusion and asked what it was. Theo, with his usual self-assured confidence, replied that he could cure Naven's illness. Naven stared, his surprise turning into disbelief. Theo continued, pulling out a piece of paper and handing it over. He explained that it was the recipe for treating ether fever. Then, pulling out a glowing core, he said this was the ether core, the key ingredient. Naven was utterly shocked. His mind raced as he processed the information. That was unexpected, he muttered, his eyes darting between Theo and the items on the table. He admitted he thought Theo would cure him just enough to keep him alive, using it as a leash. Theo blinked in confusion, his expression faltering for a moment. He asked what Naven meant, completely taken aback. Naven wasn't done. His voice turned serious as he asked what Theo would do if he gave him everything, and he just ran away with it. Theo, regaining his usual composure, simply gestured with his hand. If Naven wanted to do that, he said he didn't care. Theo narrowed his eyes, setting his teacup down, his expression turning serious. He said there were a lot of problems that came from focusing only on power, just like Ragnar did. His voice filled with quiet resolve. He and Naven were both victims of that kind of culture. His eyes gleamed red as he took another sip of tea, his tone soft but firm. What he wanted was not to overpower others with strength. What he needed was trust. Naven's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Theo, finally understanding the depth of what he was saying. Theo leaned forward, smiling as he spoke about building relationships on trust rather than pressure. Naven paused, caught off guard by the sincerity. His usual carefree attitude slipped for a moment before he let out a short laugh, masking his thoughts with a familiar grin. He had underestimated Theo, thinking him just a kid, but he was clearly something else. Theo, confident, teased, "Do you want in or not?" Naven stared into his tea, considering the offer. After a long silence, he took a sip, set the cup down, and stood. Theo watched him with curiosity. Naven walked to his sword and drew it slowly. Sensing the shift, Theo simply smiled and sipped his tea. Naven held the sword upright and solemnly declared his oath he, Naven Bakuz, head of the Bakuz family, pledged to become Theo Ragnar's sword. Theo's eyes narrowed with approval, a proud smile forming. Naven then broke the tension with a playful grin, asking if that was enough. Theo raised his glass in response. It was Naven soon took his leave, and Theo was left alone, reflecting. A war with the Troivan loomed. Memories of his past life flickered through his mind. Things were accelerating, but everything was falling into place. He approached the table of relics and placed a hand on one. A smirk tugged at his lips. First them, time to see what's inside the treasure chest. A system window appeared before him. Theo reflected on the relics he had absorbed so far. Lesser Drake and Griffin, both now vital assets. He studied the new relic from the Merchant Guild, a ring, and considered its potential. Without hesitation, he opened the box, slipped the ring onto his finger, and grinned at the thought of gaining new power. A system window appeared. Ancient Dragon Relic. Mima Rune Ring equipped. Before he could react, another message followed. Moving to dungeon. Before Theo could react, the ground shook violently. In an instant, he was transported to an unfamiliar place of vast desert stretching in every direction. Nothing but cracked earth, sand, and scattered bones. He stood still, disoriented, eyes scanning the barren landscape. The heat was far worse than he'd imagined. Stripping off his coat, he wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered in frustration, wondering what he was supposed to do in a place like this. A new system window appeared. You have entered the Guardian's domain. Survive here for 72 hours. Theo blinked, stunned. 3 days in this unbearable heat? Before he could fully process it, the ground trembled again. At first, he thought it was an earthquake, but that idea vanished when a massive explosion erupted ahead, sand blasting in all directions. He shielded his eyes, trying to make sense of it. As the dust settled, he looked up. An enormous sandworm-like creature stood before him. Covered in sharp scales, it glared at Theo and let out a low growl. In a deep voice, it declared the intruder had been found. Theo turned and ran without hesitation as the massive desert worm roared and charged after him. Drawing his sword mid-sprint, he spun around just in time to face the oncoming beast. With narrowed eyes and a sharp shout, he activated Lightning Dragon Streak. Black lightning spears burst from his blade, streaking through the air toward the charging creature. The resulting explosion rocked the ground, sparks flying in every direction. But despite the explosive force, the attack did little to no visible damage to the massive creature. Theo gritted his teeth in frustration. The worm was fine even after being hit by the dragon streak. How? His mind raced, trying to figure out how to overcome this unexpected challenge. But before he could come up with a plan, something caught his eye, a sudden flash of lightning. His eyes widened in horror as he realized that the desert worm was now enveloped in its own crackling aura of lightning and thunder. The beast's body crackled with energy, and it unleashed a violent bolt of lightning aimed directly at Theo. Theo's heart pounded as the electricity surged toward him. With a tense expression, he pushed himself harder, sprinting even faster to avoid the incoming attack. The worm roared again, its entire body shuddering with energy as it prepared for another devastating strike. Its massive form shuddered as thunderous energy crackled from it. Thunder properties, so it was fine because it shared the same properties as him. The massive creature, now fully charged with lightning, sent a surge of electricity hurtling toward Theo as it charged with killing intent. The desert worm bellowed, its voice a low rumble that vibrated through the sand. Theo, eyes wide with focus, sprinted away, dodging the oncoming attack as best he could. His heart pounded in his chest as he tried to maintain his pace. Just as he thought he had a moment of relief, the lightning struck the rocky hill ahead of him, shattering it. Massive chunks of rock came tumbling down toward him, blocking his path. What the hell? Theo cursed under his breath, momentarily halted by the rockfall. But before he could recover, the desert worm surged forward, its massive body lunging at him, mouth wide open and ready to crush him with full force. The ground beneath the worm tore apart as it charged, the sheer force of the beast's body ripping through the earth. Theo barely managed to dodge the worm's strike, but the impact from the creature's massive bulk sent him flying backward. He crashed into the sand, but quickly regained his footing, eyes scanning the battlefield, fully aware that the desert worm could appear from anywhere. Theo glanced at his system window, his eyes widening in shock as he saw the time. 5 minutes. Panic crept into his mind. He wouldn't last like this for long. The ground trembled again, the desert worm's thunderous energy building beneath the earth. Theo cursed to himself. It was already hard enough to attack since it moved underground. With lightning surging across its body, the desert worm suddenly erupted from the ground, its massive form emerging like a natural disaster. Theo leapt back. Realizing the creature shared his lightning attribute, his usual techniques wouldn't work. The terrain favored it too. Then an idea struck him. His eyes lit up with a grin. The terrain could work both ways. This might actually work. Without wasting a moment, Theo opened his inventory and pulled out the relic he had obtained from the Merchant Guild during his last mission, a snowflake-shaped relic. The desert worm, however, wasn't giving him any chance to breathe. It kept charging at him with relentless fury, sending blasts of lightning his way and closing the distance with each attack. Theo dodged and weaved, but the attacks were coming too close for comfort. Should he use this relic now? His mind raced with the weight of the decision. With the situation growing more dire by the second, he made up his mind. He had no choice. He quickly equipped the snowflake relic, placing it on his ear. As soon as the relic touched his skin, a surge of energy rushed through him. His heart raced as he braced himself for the unknown. It was clearly a gamble, but it was more than worth trying. As Theo equipped the second relic, a system window appeared. Relic of Ancient Dragon, Ice Flower Butterfly equipped. Before he could react, an error flashed. You are currently on a dungeon mission. Cannot start another. His smile faded. As expected, he thought things weren't going to go perfectly. But before he could think any further, something caught his attention. A massive crack appeared in the sand in front of him, its jagged edges glowing with an eerie light. Theo's eyes went wide in disbelief. This was no ordinary crack, he realized. It was a crack between dimensions. On the other side of the rift, Theo could see an icy, blizzard-filled landscape. The cold, biting wind from the icy dimension swept through the desert, the temperature dropping drastically as the blizzard raged on. Both Theo and the desert worm halted in their movements, their attention now fixed on the strange phenomenon before them. The desert worm, no longer focused solely on Theo, turned its head to look at the crack in the air. The icy wind swept toward them, causing the sand around them to swirl and freeze in the strange, unnatural cold. A system window appeared. The two dungeons attempt to invade each other. Then another followed. The boss of the Ice Flower dungeon has appeared. Theo turned toward a dimensional crack as a massive glowing eye emerged, followed by a creature part icy dragon, part giant butterfly forcing its way into the desert. Both Theo and the desert worm froze, stunned. The two guardians locked eyes, beings from separate realms, now face to face in one they didn't belong to. A voice rang out calm, commanding. It had been a long time since it had served as the selector, and Theo's reckless act had crossed a line. Theo turned to see the fairy dragon, its eyes glowing with mystical energy. Snowflakes gathered around it, the air turning bitterly cold as spears of ice formed and hovered in place. The dragon narrowed its gaze at Theo and declared he must pay for his arrogance. Before he could react, the ice spears turned toward him. With a wave of its wings, the fairy dragon launched them at blinding speed. Instinctively, Theo pulled out his sword, positioning it just in time to deflect the first few spears. His body was rocked with the force of the impacts, but he held firm. God damn it, he had never thought it would turn out like this. Theo gritted his teeth as he struggled to maintain his footing. The overwhelming weight of his situation hit him all at once. He was trapped on one side, the massive desert worm with its deadly lightning attacks, and on the other, the fairy dragon unleashing brutal ice attacks. And the worst part, he had nowhere left to run. What the hell had he gotten himself into? Panic crept in, but then a spark of determination flashed in his eyes. He wasn't going to give up. He braced himself, his grip tightening on his blade as he took his stance. Since it had come to this, he had no choice but to try. Theo waited, expecting the next wave of attacks to come his way. But to his surprise, nothing happened. His eyes darted around, confusion spreading. The air above him shimmered with blue and yellow energies, but they weren't aimed at him. He blinked in disbelief as he realized what was happening. The desert worm had redirected its lightning attack toward the fairy dragon. The fairy dragon, sensing the incoming attack, quickly enveloped itself in a protective barrier. The lightning struck the barrier with a violent explosion, but the creature remained unharmed, absorbing the attack effortlessly. As the dust settled, the fairy dragon's voice rang out, its tone filled with authority. "Explain yourself," it demanded from the desert worm. The desert worm roared in return, its voice low and commanding. "The intruder must be killed." The fairy dragon scoffed, clearly unfazed, and agreed. Theo, standing frozen in disbelief, watched as the two guardians now turned their attention to each other, no longer focused on him. The desert worm and the fairy dragon, once enemies of his, were now locked in combat, their massive forms clashing in the desert sands. The fairy dragon unleashed a barrage of ice spears at the desert worm, its roar demanding the rival guardian's death. There could only be one. The desert worm retaliated, crackling with lightning as it struck back, declaring the intruder must die. A system window flashed in front of Theo. The two relics of the ancient dragon are now fighting for priority. He stared at it, mind racing to grasp what was unfolding. The scene jumped back to the battlefield, where the massive desert worm roared loudly as it lunged toward the fairy dragon. The ground shook as the desert worm lunged, jaws wide, but the fairy dragon's barrier held strong. Theo watched from the sidelines, stunned by the clash of lightning and ice, the earth trembling beneath the chaos. Just imagining being caught between them was terrifying, he thought. He glanced at his sword as a dark energy formed into the shape of a griffin, restless and ready. A smirk touched his lips. White moonlight blade. Around him, sandstorms raged and thunder clashed with frost. Yet Theo stood firm, eyes steady on the fight. Just a little longer, he thought. It looks like they'll be done soon. The desert worm's attacks began to overwhelm the fairy dragon. Bolts of lightning broke through its barrier, one strike tearing holes through its wings. The dragon roared in pain, blood spilling from its mouth before crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. As it struggled to rise, the desert worm gave no pause, charging again. The fairy dragon, frustrated, narrowed its eyes and released its true power. A powerful aura spread across the battlefield, forming a massive snowflake pattern. The ground shook as ice spikes erupted upward, freezing the worm in place. Dozens of spears shot through the air, striking the creature with brutal precision. One pierced its mouth, shattering teeth and drawing blood. The worm thrashed, roaring in agony, but refused to fall. With sheer force, it crushed the spear in its jaws. Both guardians, bloodied and furious, locked eyes again. Then, with a roar, the worm lunged and clamped its jaws onto the fairy dragon. Gritting through the pain, the dragon retaliated, summoning more ice spears and driving them deep into the worm's body without mercy. Despite the relentless ice spears, the desert worm kept its crushing grip on the fairy dragon. The dragon clawed at its hide, but the worm's thick scales held firm. Desperate, the dragon summoned more spears, but the worm bit down harder, shattering the dragon's arm with a roar of fury. Theo saw his moment. Without hesitation, he charged into the fray, sword drawn and determination burning in his eyes. The fairy dragon, stunned, watched as Theo approached. With a sharp swing, Theo unleashed a surge of blue energy from his blade. It slammed into the desert worm, slicing deep and forcing it to release the fairy dragon with a pained scream. Theo didn't stop. He rushed forward again. "Run wild, Griffin," he muttered with a smirk. From his moonlight blade, the griffin burst forth, tearing through the air and severing the desert worm's head in a single, clean strike. The massive body hit the ground with a thunderous crash, blood soaking into the sand. The fairy dragon stared in disbelief. "What the hell is this?" It growled, shaken. Theo landed smoothly, still cloaked in dark energy. A system window appeared. "Congratulations. You have successfully hunted the desert worm. 1 out of 2 recovered relics conquered." He smirked. As expected, killing the boss counted. One of his eyes turned blood red, pulsing with energy. Then the remaining one. He began, but the fairy dragon, still stunned, cut him off with urgency in its voice. The fairy dragon urged Theo to wait and talk. He turned to it, his expression calm, but his intent unmistakable. Unimpressed, he asked what there was left to discuss. Trying to reason, the dragon spoke in a steady yet desperate tone. This wasn't the right way to conquer the ancient relics. It claimed to be the wisest of all guardians, existing to test his wisdom. Closing its eyes, the fairy dragon began to speak solemnly about a riddle, but Theo's dark aura surged before it could finish. His eyes glowed with bloodlust, and his tone turned cold. He advanced slowly, sword in hand, declaring he had already proven his wisdom. The fairy dragon, now sweating nervously, tried to stop him, but Theo cut it off. He reminded it that he was the one who made both guardians clash in the first place. With a powerful leap, he raised his sword, eyes glowing red, and unleashed the griffin's full force once more. If the dragon truly was the most knowledgeable, then it should accept the fate coming its way. The fairy dragon's final words echoed in desperation as Theo's strike descended. A massive explosion erupted from Theo's strike, the shockwave shaking the battlefield for miles. Dust and debris filled the air as the ground trembled beneath the blast's impact. Theo stood at the center, breathing heavily, his sword still glowing with dark energy. A system window flashed before him. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted the fairy dragon. Before he could respond, the world shifted. In an instant, he was back in his chambers, hand resting on the table. The ring was still in his grip, and the snowflake-shaped relic gleamed on his ear. He could feel the weight of both, their power unmistakable. The dark aura still lingered around him, especially in his black and red eye. A slow grin formed as relief washed over him. Another system message appeared. Sub-quest complete. Both relics conquered. Theo exhaled deeply, his voice edged with tired satisfaction. Now, can I finally... Before Theo could finish his sentence, a strange sensation overtook him. His dark aura spread, black lines crawling across the room. He glanced at the moonlight blade. It pulsed with even darker energy. A flicker of shadow appeared at the edge of his vision. His heart dropped. A griffin emerged, its eyes glowing with eerie light. Its voice, low and chilling, echoed in the silence. Theo Ragnar, I want to eat your heart. Theo froze as the griffin's aura twisted, spreading like a toxic cloud. Panic surged as black goo wrapped around his hand, then climbed up his arm, tightening fast. He cursed under his breath, realization hitting him. He had suppressed this once, but forgotten the white moonlight blade craved flesh. And now, it had absorbed both Guardian's powers. The dark mass coiled around him like living ropes, binding him tighter with each movement. The griffin stepped closer, its form engulfed in darkness, eyes locked on Theo. You're mine now, Theo Ragnar. I'll swallow you whole and chase the moonlight again. The chamber dimmed into silence as the griffin's energy sealed Theo within a cocoon of shadow. There was no escape. As darkness swallowed him, Theo's eyes widened, then snapped open in a different dimension. He sat in a gray, swirling liquid that stretched endlessly, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. Confused, he muttered to himself, "Where am I?" A cold voice answered from behind. You were inside the griffin's stomach. Theo's heart pounded as two figures emerged from the shifting dark, the fairy dragon and the desert worm. The fairy dragon explained the situation calmly. The griffin has swallowed all three of us and now seeks Theo's heart. Theo clenched his fist, accepting the grim reality. So I'm really about to be devoured. The dragon's voice turned scornful. This is the result of seeking power without control. A fool of a chosen one. Theo asked what would happen if the griffin succeeded. The fairy dragon answered bluntly only he would die. The desert worm added smugly that as guardians, they wouldn't. They'd simply wait, eventually returning to relic form if needed. Theo blinked at the indifference, then frowned. He reminded them of their mission from the ancient dragon. His voice carried frustration as he questioned if they had already forgotten. Both guardians froze, confusion flickering across their expressions. Theo narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp. Guardians were meant to aid the chosen one against the nameless monarch. If they let him die, the world would fall again. He hadn't realized how irresponsible they were. His mocking tone struck a nerve. The fairy dragon's eyes flared with frustration as it snapped back, furious. Theo smirked, unfazed. In the end, were guardians any different from the griffin, only chasing their own interests? The dragon roared, summoning ice. Shards rose around Theo, the air thickening with frost. It demanded how he dared invoke the ancient dragon. Theo stood firm, unfazed by the growing threat. The dragon sneered, saying he must truly wish to die. Ice closed in, one shard pressing at his throat, drawing blood. Theo's voice remained cold. Then kill me. The dragon froze, startled by his defiance. He met its gaze, bitter and calm. Stop threatening, and do it if they truly wanted to see the world burn with the relics. The words hung heavy. Neither guardian replied. The tension thickened, silence gripping the space. With a swift motion, Theo shattered the ice trapping him and grabbed a few shards, gripping them like makeshift weapons. The desert worm rumbled with approval, acknowledging the young, chosen one's bravery. Even the fairy dragon, though still irritated, admitted Theo wasn't bad. Its eyes lit with reluctant respect, impressed by his confidence. Moments later, the fairy dragon dissolved into blue energy, saying it would open the way out. The desert worm followed, its form turning into golden light as it agreed to assist. The swirling energies merged, forming a powerful portal. But before vanishing completely, their voices echoed this was all they could do. The rest was up to him. Theo faced the portal, a grin forming as he charged forward, gripping the ice shards. With one last confident shout, he leapt into the darkness, ready to teach the griffin a lesson. The scene shifted to another part of the gray liquid dimension. A glowing spear stood silently, and from the shadows, the griffin emerged, eyes gleaming. It had found what it was looking for once it consumed this. Theo Ragnar's body would be his. But before it could act, its body was sliced clean in half. Blood splattered as Theo burst from its stomach, ice weapons still glowing. The griffin cried out in agony, but it was already over. Theo stood before it, gaze cold and focused. The griffin's form weakened, unable to comprehend how Theo had escaped. Theo smirked. He had drawn power for both relics. The griffin should have known better. The fairy dragon and desert worm now stood at his side. The griffin, furious, roared at them, accusing them of betraying their duty as guardians. If they hadn't interfered, Theo stepped in, grabbing the griffin's beak to shut it up. His tone was sharp, reminding the beast how they first met. The griffin growled, demanding to be released so they could talk. Theo held firm. He wasn't expecting cooperation, but he made his point clear. If they kept fighting for dominance, they'd only wear each other down. Theo looked between the fairy dragon, the desert worm, and the griffin, urging them to act more sensibly. Before anyone could respond, a voice came from behind calling it a wise decision. Theo turned to see the drake he had once defeated, still recovering. The drake regarded him with newfound respect. "It has been a while," it said. Stretching its wings, it explained, creating tension between sides was a way to balance power, a method used before. Theo, curious, asked, "Are you referring to other chosen ones?" The drake simply smiled, saying, "It isn't something you need to know yet." A bright light engulfed the room. As the drake's voice faded, it expressed interest in what Theo would do next. System notifications followed. Fairy buff applied. Enhanced immunity. Worm eater applied. Increased attack power. Power surged through Theo as the relics fully awakened. The surrounding darkness faded, and he found himself back in his room, breath heavy, sweat lining his brow. He leaned against the table, processing at all the guardians he thought were dead now lived within him. His gaze fell on the moonlight blade, still pulsing with dark energy. Lifting it slowly, he asked calmly more to himself than anyone if the blade had finally settled down. Theo sheathed his sword, a small smile forming as he reflected. Things might have worked out for the better. This ordeal had deepened his understanding of ancient dragon power. Placing a hand on the table, he looked out the window and muttered confidently that whether it liked it or not, he was now in its hands. The scene shifted to the graveyard of swords. Amid a snowstorm, Kyle, the clan head, stood motionless at the center. Robert approached, questioning if Kyle truly intended to recognize Theo as a successor candidate. Kyle's red eyes flickered. Of course, he said. Theo was on par with the others. But he asked if Robert was concerned because Theo was a regressor. Robert admitted it. Kyle was known for his hatred of regressors. He had personally killed every Ragnar regressor before. Kyle's expression turned cold as he gripped his sword tighter. That was exactly why he would test Theo. Robert froze, understanding the implication. Kyle turned, his sword glowing with blue aura. If Theo wanted to become a candidate, he had to go through the official trial. Kyle glanced at the weapon, the sword of the previous clan head, Dian, whom he had slain himself. He smirked darkly. No other blade was more fitting. Back in Theo's chambers, Julius appeared with urgency. He informed Theo that the clan head had summoned him for a spar. Theo's eyes widened. A spar? The weight of that single word hit him hard. Back at the graveyard of swords, snow and wind swept across the field of buried blades. Theo walked slowly through the rows, each sword a silent mark of Ragnar history. His expression grew grim. The burden he carried now felt heavier than ever. His thoughts drifted to his last exchange with Kyle. His father had warned him not to speak so easily unless he truly understood their resentment. Now Theo finally did. A faint smile touched his lips as he muttered to himself. I realized the meaning behind those words. Then Kyle's voice cut through the cold, halting his thoughts. Theo dropped to one knee, announcing himself as immediate inspector and addressing the head of the family, only for Kyle to stop him mid-sentence. Enough with the formalities, Kyle said flatly. Theo stood firm as Kyle's cold gaze locked onto him. His father spoke, listing one name after another. Theo's instructor, his brother Axion, the Rose Palace Master, the Ceres Merchant Group, the Central Intelligence Bureau. All gone. All had cried Theo's name in their final moments. Theo's stomach sank. His father knew everything. Before he could respond, Kyle waved a hand, scattering the snow with a surge of power. He stepped forward through the swirling frost, his red eyes burning with authority. No excuses, he said. A family head must bear it all in silence. Theo clenched his fists, anger and shame tightening in his chest. Kyle continued, announcing that he was giving him the crazy dragon sword. The weapon landed before Theo with a heavy thud. Theo froze. The crazy dragon, the former family head, a tyrant who'd slaughtered hundreds of thousands. And Kyle had killed him. Seeing his hesitation, Kyle narrowed his eyes. He clearly suspected Theo knew more. Theo lowered his head respectfully and replied that the crazy dragon was the former head, nothing more. But inside, Theo was cautious. The truth about the crazy dragon was forbidden knowledge, and this was a dangerous line to walk. Kyle's gaze sharpened as his tone turned grave. He asked if Theo's past life lacked proper knowledge about the crazy dragon. Theo stiffened. Past life? The words hit hard. He looked up, but Kyle's piercing stare silenced him. A cold sweat broke out as his mouth went dry. Kyle's voice grew harsher. He despised regressors, those who thought they could rewrite the world as they pleased. To him, they were greedy and foolish, treating life like a game they could reset. The air turned heavy with killing intent, red energy flaring around Kyle. His anger was clear and directed. This wasn't test. Theo felt the crushing weight of his father's aura. Kyle wasn't bluffing. He truly intended to kill him. So this is his power without regression? Theo thought, barely able to move. Then Kyle raised his hand, his tone ice cold. Wield the crazy dragon's sword, he commanded. If Theo could withstand its resentment, he'd be acknowledged, but only as Theo Ragnar, the human. The regressor part of him would be erased. Theo's thoughts reeled. His voice came out uncertain. What does that even mean? Kyle's tone turned colder as he explained. Everything Theo had gained since regressing, every bond, every saved life would be erased. Anyone he met only because of regression would vanish. Theo's thoughts raced. He remembered the people he had fought for, the victories he had earned. Losing all of it for his father's approval felt unbearable. His fist clenched as he struggled under the weight of the decision. Still, he met Kyle's gaze and, with quiet resolve, said he refused if that was the condition. But Kyle cut him off sharply. He couldn't refuse. He reminded Theo that regressors must be eliminated. Now, there were only two paths: die as a regressor or survive as the sixth successor by erasing that identity. Kyle's words were final. Theo's frustration boiled over. He admitted he had always wanted Kyle's recognition, but not like this. Gripping the moonlight blade, Theo swung with a shout of defiance. But before the attack even finished, Kyle struck. In a flash, Theo's arm was gone, torn clean off at the shoulder. Blood splattered across the snow as Theo stumbled back, shocked. He looked down, disbelieving, his mind struggling to catch up. Kyle's speed had been impossible to follow. The crazy dragon's sword pulsed nearby, and Kyle's aura grew heavier. He demanded, "Do you truly believe you could rise without sacrifice, without resolve?" Theo lowered his head, the weight of that truth pressing down on him. The gap between us is still this big. Theo thought bitterly, his heart heavy with the realization of how far he still had to go. Kyle towered over Theo, his voice cold. To him, Theo was just like any other regressor. Theo, bloodied and kneeling in the snow, clenched his fist. A blue aura began to rise around him, growing stronger by the second. Even Kyle took notice of the sudden shift. Theo's voice cut through the air, sharp and defiant. He hadn't regressed to run from anything. He had done it to take responsibility, to protect what he had failed to before. Despite the blood loss and pain, his will surged. His aura pushed back against Kyle's oppressive energy, rising with every word. If Kyle wanted to stop him, then Theo would break through even if he had to throw everything away to do it. Focusing his telekinesis, Theo raised the swords buried in the graveyard. With a shout, he declared he would surpass Kyle. Kyle remained still, his expression unreadable. Then he raised his hand. From the ground, 100 swords rose at once, answering his command. Theo recognized the technique. It mirrored his own. Kyle gave a simple downward gesture. The swords launched. Theo moved immediately, meeting them head-on. He blocked, deflected, caught them mid-air, his aura fueling every reaction as steel clashed against steel. Sensing an opportunity, Theo leapt into the air, his blue aura flaring into the shape of a dragon. He charged at Kyle with everything he had, ready to end the fight. But just before impact, a sword struck from nowhere, piercing through his gut. The force stopped him midair. Blood spilled from his mouth as his aura vanished, and he crashed to the ground, struggling to breathe. His vision dimmed as he lay still among the scattered swords. Kyle stood over him in silence. His gaze lingered before Robert appeared from the shadows, kneeling respectfully. He hadn't expected Theo to fight so directly. Kyle nodded. It had been a long time since anyone had done that. Robert looked at Theo's motionless body. Unlike other regressors who used people and moved on, Theo had fought to protect. He was different. Kyle's eyes narrowed, a faint smile forming. A regressor who bore responsibility with his sword something rare. Without a word, Kyle reached for the sword still embedded in Theo. As he grasped it, golden light erupted from the blade. The energy surged into Theo's body, his eyes snapping open, glowing with the same light. Kyle stepped back, watching the transformation. He calmly declared Theo Ragnar, the sixth successor. The golden aura around Theo pulsed with power. Kyle's voice was quiet but firm. He was eager to see where Theo's path would lead. Theo's body radiated golden energy, his aura bursting skyward in a brilliant streak seen far beyond the mountains. The scene briefly shifted to a modern city skyscrapers, busy streets, unfamiliar faces. A voice, faint yet similar to Theo's, wondered aloud what this place was. The figure stared at the skyline in awe, then softly said, "Now everything is over." Back in Theo's world, he jolted awake in bed, disoriented. The morning light filtered in as he held his head, trying to make sense of the vision. His mother stood nearby, relieved. "You've woken up late and look exhausted," she said, smiling. "The family head carried you back unconscious last night. You made me worry." Theo blinked, still piecing things together. His father's words echoed in his mind. Was it all a test? Before he could dwell on it, Evelyn appeared, followed by Captain Julius. Julius congratulated him warmly. "The whole house is buzzing. You passed the family head's test." Theo stared at him, confused. "What test?" Julius grinned. The sixth official successor had been announced, and Theo's name was at the center of it. The realization struck hard. Successor. The responsibility, now tied to his name, was immense. Elsewhere, shadowy figures discussed the news. One laughed darkly, calling it interesting. Another murmured that this would be fun. On a rooftop, a woman holding a scythe noted the arrival of a new successor, her tone measured. Far to the north, a man stood in a snowy field. A subordinate rushed to him, frustrated she hadn't recruited Theo earlier. He told her not to worry, even the Plum Blossom Palace Master had failed. The man's grin widened as he glanced at the report in his hand. "Theo Ragnar," he said. It was time to meet him. The man was Thorkel Ragnar, captain of the Black Iron Cavalry. And for Theo, the next storm was already building. Troyvin missed his appeal deadline. When the gavel came down, so did the last fragile barrier holding back chaos. The world, as if waiting for that one crack, exhaled into open war. Inside the Nine Dragons Council Hall, the air pulsed with unspoken tension, thick and volatile. Whispers overlapped, low, restless currents before storm. Then, a voice sliced through the murmur, sharp and edged with unease. "Reports suggest the northern warlords are moving strangely." A smooth, mocking tone replied, dripping confidence. "So what? A few desperate rebels stirring the dust won't shake the foundations of the continent." A few nervous laughs followed, but all eyes eventually drifted toward one spot, the empty chair at the high table. Stripped bare, condemned by a single act. No one spoke the name that haunted it, yet the silence around that seat thundered louder than any word could. At the head of the table sat the patriarch, unmoving, expression unreadable. But even stone can fracture. From across the chamber, a softer voice broke the tension. "Isn't it too soon to discuss succession?" The white dragon leaned forward, his voice striking like a hammer. "Too soon," he echoed. "No, this is exactly the time. If the heirs start clawing for power before the true war begins, we'll tear ourselves apart before the enemy even arrives. That would be the real disaster." A hand slammed against the table with thunderous force. "Watch your words," another dragon barked. "That borders on heresy." The white dragon's stare stayed cold and unyielding. "Call it what you want," he said, "but chaos grows fast. Either we cut out the rot now, or we'll burn for it later." Before the room could erupt, an older member lifted his hand, weary but firm. "Enough. This isn't a hall for petty defiance. Summon the full assembly. Every voice, every stake must be heard. See the truth first, then decide." The council fell silent again, tension still coiled tight, waiting to snap. Cut to Lodbrok's lair, a vast hall where steel met sweat and determination. Theo moved through the air like a blade himself, every strike deliberate, every breath drawn through clenched resolve. His training bordered on punishment, each swing an attempt to carve out the ghost that clung to him. His father's half-sword sang a dark tune, its whisper threading through his thoughts. "Kill them. Leave none. Take all. Destroy everything they built." Theo's arms shook from strain. The blade slipped from his grip, clattering against stone. He inhaled deeply, steadying himself, forcing the poison out of his mind. Then a new weight filled the room, steady, commanding. A tall figure emerged, presence enough to silence the echo of his struggle. His guardian, a dragon lord, studied him without flinching. Her voice, calm and clear, cut through the silence. "Does it still haunt you?" she asked. "That lingering hunger, does it still bite?" The curse of the mad dragon emperor clung to the air, thick, suffocating, like smoke that refused to fade. Theo's jaw tightened, torchlight dancing across his shadowed eyes. "Yes," he said quietly, the word dragging itself out. "The sword still seeps into me. It's not unbearable, not yet. But knowing it once belonged to him, the mad dragon emperor, it eats away at me." He lowered his gaze, his next words rough and hesitant. "And still, through it, I've seen glimpses of his domain. That power, it's horrifying and addictive." Lodbrok's eyes sharpened. Her voice edged with something ancient and bitter. "The mad dragon emperor," she repeated, the name leaving her lips like venom. "That monster stole my heart once. His shadow never truly dies." Theo's grip on the hilt faltered. "You've said that before," he murmured, frustration pressing at his tone. "But it only makes my burden heavier. Why did my father bind me to this contract?" Lodbrok's composure returned, her voice snapping back into command. "Because you're still charging a power you can't yet control," she said firmly. "Recklessness won't make you stronger, it'll break you." Just like last time, her eyes flicked to his arm, and her tone shifted suddenly. "Has your arm fully healed?" Theo blinked, caught off guard by the change. "Yes," he replied. "The high priest did excellent work." Without warning, Lodbrok stepped forward, her fingers gliding over the scar where his arm had once been severed. Theo froze. Her touch was clinical, precise. Yet beneath it, something unspoken stirred. Concern, maybe? He couldn't tell. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and nodded curtly. "You're recovered," she said simply, meeting his gaze. "And stop staring at me like that." Theo opened his mouth, but before he could reply, Lodbrok turned on her heel. "That's enough training for today," she said briskly. "Someone's looking for you." "And Theo," she added, her back still to him, "try not to destroy my lair again. One person makes the mess, another has to clean it." A faint smile curved at his lips. "Fair enough," he said lightly. The scene shifted, stone giving way to marble, the echo of steel replaced by the quiet grandeur of Camellia Palace. Theo stood in one of its long corridors, facing a messenger holding out a sealed letter. He accepted it, brow furrowing. "So that's who's been after me," he muttered under his breath. The messenger hesitated. "Pardon, young Lord Theo, did you say something?" Theo shook his head. "Nothing, just thinking aloud." He broke the wax seal and scanned the parchment quickly. His jaw tightened, a low growl escaping him. "Damn it, an invitation." The messenger tilted his head, puzzled. "An invitation, my lord." Theo let out a short, exasperated breath. "To a banquet at Daffodil Palace." Recognition flickered across the messenger's face. "For Lady Ray, Ragnar's 18th birthday, correct?" Theo's frown deepened, disbelief cutting through his voice. "A birthday banquet now? When war is already knocking on our gates?" Theo's eyes flicked back to the letter, the edges glinting under the torchlight. His voice was cool, sharp, clear enough to cut glass. "Exactly. That's why it'll be grand. The world outside might be collapsing, but inside those walls, they'll drown it in gold and laughter." His squad member blinked, baffled. Why would they do that? Theo's gaze hardened, his tone calm, but laced with precision. Troyvin's betrayal didn't just crack Ragnar's peace, it shattered its very core. He backed Axion for succession, but the council chose me as the sixth heir instead. Then Ed's betrayal followed, and another of the 9 dragons lost his seat. "So no," he said, lifting the letter slightly. "This isn't about a birthday. It's a show. Ragnar needs to prove it still stands unbroken. And for the heirs and dragons gathered there, this banquet will be their battlefield." His subordinates' eyes widened, admiration spilling out in his voice. "Young Lord Theo, your foresight never fails to amaze. Then you're attending?" Theo's lips curved into a thin, knowing smile. "If they're that desperate to see me," he said, "I'd hate to disappoint." The scene shifted to the dazzling grandeur of Daffodil Palace, a world away from the tension outside its gates. Beneath the golden chandeliers, the banquet hall glittered with luxury, every reflection blinding in its perfection. Conversation hummed across the room, low and charged, spreading like wildfire. "He's here. Finally. That's him. Young Lord Theo Ragnar." Theo crossed the marble floor, steady and composed. The weight of every stare pressed against him, heavy as armor. As expected, he thought, every gaze in this room is measuring me. This wasn't a celebration. It was a contest masked in elegance. The chandeliers, the music the laughter. None of it was for Lady Ray's birthday. It was all a test of power. Every noble, every heir, every dragon in attendance had come to size each other up, to study, to scheme. Theo could feel it, the same kind of attention that clings to a star under unrelenting light. Eyes followed him, searching for the smallest flaw. One wrong smile, one careless gesture, and they'd twist it into a weapon. If I want to make my mark here, he thought, it won't be with charm. One decisive move will speak louder than 1,000 words. A voice broke through his thoughts, smooth and teasing. My lord, you took your time. I nearly caused a scandal waiting for you. Theo turned, a faint smile touching his lips as he met the familiar figure beside him. Naven, he said, half amused. You look different. You actually shaved? Even at the wedding, that beard survived the chaos. Naven's composure slipped. A rare flush crept up his neck. That day was unusually hectic, he muttered, rubbing his chin. Their easy exchange drew attention from nearby guests. Whispers fluttered behind jeweled fans and crystal glasses. Isn't that the one who survived the Bacchus family massacre? One murmured. Indeed, another whispered back. And now he leads them himself. Even after ruin, the Bacchus name still holds as one of the 6 pillars. The air shimmered with tension, thick enough to taste. Every word, every sidelong glance carried weight, each one destined to echo far beyond these gilded walls. Then from the crowd, a voice rose, half mocking, half amazed. Unbelievable. The head of the Bacchus family calling the 6th successor Lord. The whispers spread like fire through dry grass. Envy and fascination tangled together, feeding the hall's restless energy. Naven caught it all, his grin widening with mischief. My lord, listen to them, he murmured. Every tongue here's wagging about us. You've completely stolen the show. Theo's eyes swept across the sea of faces, unreadable, calm, but calculating. Good, he said simply. It means the stage is ready. Then, lowering his voice until it was almost a growl, he added, now comes the part that counts. Before Naven could respond, the crowd shifted. A ripple of awareness swept the hall as a new presence cut through the noise, steady, deliberate, like steel drawn from its sheath. So this is Theo Ragnar. Theo and Naven turned together. A tall man approached, armored in black and gold, his bearing that of a seasoned commander. The light caught on his armor, gleaming like polished obsidian. His eyes, sharp and assessing, met Theo's with the precision of a warrior appraising his equal. I believe this is our first meeting, he said, his tone smooth but unyielding. I'm a 5th successor. Theo's mind sharpened in an instant, though his expression didn't waver. As expected, he thought. He moves faster than I anticipated. The man drew himself up with practiced grace. Thorkel Ragnar, he announced, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Gasps fluttered through the crowd. Someone whispered, at last, the former leading heir and the new successor, face to face. Thorkel's lips curved into a faint smile, polite in form, but cold in spirit. No need to be so tense, Theo, he said, voice smooth as oiled steel. I only wish to see the one chosen as 6th heir. Honestly, I'm just relieved it wasn't that naive child, Axion. Theo studied him carefully. The immaculate posture, the confidence born of discipline and legacy. Flawless, he noted, the ideal heir of the old guard. But in Ragnar, where strength crowns kings, can any man truly greet his rival with warmth? He extended his hand, his grip firm. It's an honor to meet you, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, Thorkel Ragnar, Theo said evenly. I am Theo Ragnar, of the White Dragon Squad. For a brief moment, silence filled the hall. Then Thorkel's smirk deepened, twisting into something darker. A low, amused laugh rumbled from his chest, taunting, dangerous. In the next instant, the air exploded. His aura surged outward, crashing over Theo like a collapsing mountain. The hall trembled, glasses rattled, chandeliers flickered, and murmurs turned to gasps. Thorkel leaned in, his voice a razor's edge. Formality? He scoffed. Don't trouble yourself with manners. His smirk cut wide and sharp. Relax, he said softly. Just call me brother. Theo's lungs burned beneath the crushing weight of Thorkel's aura, but he refused to bend. So this is the true Ragnar spirit, he realized. Overwhelm, or be overwhelmed. A surge of white energy erupted from within him, his own aura roaring to life in response. The air trembled as his power met Thorkel's head-on. Invisible storms collided, and the very air around them cracked under the strain. Gasps broke through the hall. Nobles stumbled back, clutching at their chests as invisible lightning arced between the brothers. The chandeliers swayed, wine rippled in crystal goblets, and for a moment, it felt as if the palace itself might split. Through the pressure, Theo steadied his footing. His lips curved into a grin. If you insist, he said, his voice calm, yet threaded with challenge. Then brother it is. The crowd fell silent. No swords were drawn, yet the clash was unmistakable. Raw will against raw will, air against air. The duel of successors had begun. Elsewhere in the grand hall, the crowd shifted as two new figures arrived, the Ranka siblings. The brother tugged at his stiff collar, scowling. This thing's choking me. I swear, I'm taking it off. Don't you dare, his sister hissed, elbowing him sharply. People already call our clan savages. Try not to prove them right before dessert. From behind them, a light-hearted voice rose above the murmurs. Well, it seems everyone's gathered already. The siblings turned, faces brightening at the sight of the newcomer. Remington Narcio, the brother greeted with a grin. The scholar from the West himself. They say you even rival the Ascended Dragon. Remington chuckled, waving a hand modestly. Rumors tend to make better stories than truth ever can. His eyes drifted across the hall, sharp and curious. By the way, have any of you seen Theo? I've been hoping to speak with him. Something about the white armor dragon cavalry. Before anyone could answer, a calm voice spoke from just behind him. Cool and refined, yet carrying an undertone that silenced conversation. Looking for Theo, are you? Remington froze. Color drained from his face before returning in a rush of crimson as he turned. A Lady Ray, he stammered, fumbling a bow. Forgive me. How could I search for anyone else when the star of tonight's celebration stands before me? Ray Ragnar lifted her wine glass, the gesture elegant, though her tone carried quiet fatigue. It's fine, she said softly. We both know what this banquet really is. But her hand trembled faintly, the calm in her voice cracking for a heartbeat. Her gaze slid past the crowd, past the laughter and the lights, until it fixed sharply on the center of the hall. Across the room, Theo and Thorkel's invisible clash still raged, their auras pressing against each other like waves in a storm. Is that Theo? One of the Ranka siblings whispered, eyes wide. Remington's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. Who else, he murmured, would dare steal the spotlight from the entire Ragnar line? The air between the two heirs shimmered, raw power distorting the space around them. Then, slowly, Thorkel straightened, his laughter breaking the tension like thunder after a storm. I concede, he said lightly, amusement glinting in his eyes. It seems I can't keep up. Theo's grin turned sharp. What's this, brother? He asked, voice low and teasing. Giving up already? Thorkel's chuckle rolled out. Deep, confident, untouched by defeat. Call it surrender if you wish, he said, his tone as smooth as steel. But I meant what I said. If I could return to my youth, I still wouldn't stand a chance against you, standing here now. Theo inclined his head slightly. You flatter me, brother. But Thorkel wasn't finished. Turning toward the hall, his voice rose, commanding, bold, resonant enough to reach every corner. Behold my younger brother, Theo Ragnar, he declared. His strength fills me with pride. Even Theo was caught off guard by the public proclamation. Then, with practiced grace, Thorkel lifted his glass high, his smile gleaming under the golden chandeliers. Now, let us toast to a new era for Ragnar. The hall erupted. Dozens of glasses lifted skyward as voices thundered in unison. To Ragnar, Theo raised his glass as well, expression unreadable. Thorkel leaned in through the chorus of cheers, his words slipping just beneath the noise. Quite the debut for a newly named heir, wouldn't you say? Theo matched his posture, smiling faintly. Thank you, brother. But behind the polite exchange, his mind was already dissecting the move. So that's your game. By declaring his surrender in public and then exalting me, Thorkel redirected the spotlight. He showed the crowd dominance cloaked in humility, maintaining control of the narrative while letting me bask in his shadow. The momentum Naven helped me ignite. He just claimed it for himself. Thorkel Ragnar, Theo thought coolly. A charming mask over a tactician's heart. Dangerous, and never to be underestimated. As the applause waned and the music returned, one of the Ranka siblings approached through the dispersing crowd. You haven't forgotten your vow, have you? They asked with a grin. To make our clan your sword? Theo's lips curved, calm and sure. A promise made is a promise kept. Whispers began to spiral once more, flitting like sparks through dry air. How did he rise so fast? At that age. He's not engaged yet, is he? Maybe I should introduce my daughter. Theo stood motionless in the midst of it all, his name rippling through the golden hall like wildfire. Unstoppable, untouchable. The scene shifted upward to the shadowed balconies of Daffodil Palace, where the light dimmed and the perfume of wine and incense clung to the air. An elder dragon leaned over the railing, his gaze burning with fury as he glared down at the celebration below. That half-breed bastard, he hissed, voice low but dripping venom. I was ready to crush him myself before the night was over. And then Thorkel, acting the noble fool, turns the whole affair into his own performance, treating our family's legacy like a stage for applause. Infuriating. His tirade faltered as his gaze caught movement near the grand entrance. His expression twisted further. He snarled softly. Evelyn, how dare she show her face here? Down below, the tension softened as laughter rippled through a quieter corner of the hall. Platoon leader Evelyn. Aaron called, his eyes widening with genuine surprise. You look incredible tonight. Evelyn froze, completely thrown. Oh, really? She stammered. Aaron grinned, all warmth and sincerity. When have I ever said something I didn't mean? You look beautiful, adorable even. Her face flushed a deep red, her voice trembling as she tried to regain composure. I can't, she muttered. I'd rather change back into my uniform than stay dressed like this. She turned to flee the embarrassment, but Aaron stepped quickly into her path, blocking her escape with a playful smile and a steady gaze. You can't wear a uniform to a banquet, Aaron said. If you can't handle it alone, come with me. His voice left no room to retreat. Before Evelyn could answer, a glass cut the air and shattered against her dress. Dark wine splashed across her skin and gown, the crack of breaking glass ringing through the hall. A voice followed, low and venomous. Just seeing that wretched woman makes my blood boil. Evelyn stopped. Her body began to shake as memories rose, unbidden and sharp. The elder dragon moved down the stairs, every step deliberate. Why crawl back here, Evelyn? He asked. Aaron's hands balled at his sides. Even as one of the 9 dragons, you have no right to treat her this way, he shouted. Evelyn gripped Aaron's arm with both hands. I'm fine, she said, voice forced. Louder, she repeated. I said I'm fine. Tears filled her eyes as she pleaded, voice splitting. Please, Aaron, don't do anything. I'm begging you. Aaron hesitated. He had never seen her like this. The question rose unbidden. What had been done to her? The elder closed the distance. His tone dropped to ice. I warned you before. Never show me your face again. His gaze landed on the mechanical arm at her side. He curled his lip. And this? What is this pitiful contraption? Before anyone could move, his hand shot out. In one brutal motion, he ripped the prosthetic from Evelyn. The shriek of torn machinery tore through the hall. Evelyn's cry was muffled. The metal clattered to the floor like a thrown verdict. The elder's voice finished the deed. Did you honestly believe that attachment would undo what you are? If you're garbage, stay garbage. Crawl where you belong. Broken, crushed. Show your face again, and I'll tear you to pieces. Evelyn gasped. Heat of humiliation pushed through her. Her knees gave. She ran, stumbling down the corridor, barely keeping herself upright. Behind her, the elder's laugh echoed through the hall. At last, the stench begins to lift. Aaron's jaw tightened. I'll take this to the tribunal, he spat. The elder only sneered. Do as you please, the elder said, his words slow and poisonous. But remember Ragnar's law? Learn it properly next time. Evelyn ran. Her thoughts tangled and fell apart as she fled the hall. I shouldn't have come. I swore I could face it. I thought I'd grown stronger, but nothing's changed. The past clawed its way forward. Unwanted, merciless. A small girl thrown to the dirt. The copper taste of blood flooding her mouth. The elder's voice booming like thunder above her. Call me father with that filthy mouth one more time, he'd snarled, and I'll rip you apart. Leave. Never show your face again. The memory had never faded. It clung to her ribs like iron chains. Now, in the present, tears blurred her vision as she stumbled through the corridor. The marble blurred into color and motion. Her knees wavered. Then a steady hand caught her before she fell. Not harsh, not pitying, just steady. The demon dragon stood before her, his eyes calm, his presence grounded like the earth itself. Where are you running to? He asked softly. The banquet's the other way. Something inside her cracked, not from fear, but from the warmth that radiated from him. A warmth she had never known, something that felt like protection, like family. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon. To her, in that moment, he wasn't a legend or a commander. He was what a father might have been. Back in the banquet hall, laughter froze mid-breath as a scream tore through the air. Every head turned, and there, at the center of the grand chamber, Julius Ragnar stood before the elder dragon. His hand gripped the man's arm like iron. Then, with terrifying simplicity, he twisted. The crack of bone echoed like thunder. The elder's howl split the silence as pain contorted his face, veins standing out like cords beneath his skin. Do you know what you've done? He roared, rage and humiliation colliding into one monstrous sound. Julius didn't flinch. He released the broken arm, letting it dangle uselessly at the elder's side. His voice cut through the chaos. Low, resonant, undeniable. I warned you, he said. Touch her again, and this would be the consequence. The elder's color drained, his fury burning cold beneath the humiliation. You dare turn your back on Ragnar itself? He spat. Seize him. At his command, tribunal enforcers surged into the hall. boots striking marble in a unified rhythm. The guests recoiled as the ring of soldiers closed around Julius. Fear rolled through the crowd like a living thing. The tribunal commander stepped forward, his voice trembling with formality and fear. Commander Julius Ragnar of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, you are under detainment for injuring the head counselor. Cooperate peacefully. Julius turned his gaze toward him, and the man's words faltered instantly. That look, cold, absolute, could have stopped a storm midair. The room seemed to shrink beneath the weight of his aura. Every breath grew shallow. Then Julius spoke, quiet, but with a certainty that cut deeper than any sword. Even Ragnar's code is clear, he said. An oath sworn upon the sword is binding. The words carried the weight of law itself. He lifted his head, eyes steady, voice ringing with restrained fury. Years ago, before these same elders, I made a vow. If Evelyn was ever hurt again. He paused, and the silence that followed felt like the breath before judgment. I'd return the pain in full. No mercy, no restraint. The declaration hung in the air. Gasps rolled through the guests. Whispers followed like a rising tide. Julius's killing intent pressed down on the room so tangibly it felt like a weight on every chest. Theo arrived then, taking in the scene at a single glance. Julius snapped the elder's arm. The tribunal won't hold this. A cold prickle skittered down his spine. This hadn't happened before. What shifted? His eyes locked on Evelyn, and the pieces fell into place. Evelyn Nereville, Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate daughter. To Wolfgang, who worshipped bloodlines, she was a stain. He'd plotted her exile. Julius had intervened, seen value in her, and pulled her into the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Under Julius, she rose to vice commander, until Wolfgang used her one mistake to try to destroy her. She barely survived, her left arm gone. She withdrew to the outskirts as a trainer, and now she stood where Wolfgang never expected her to return. Theo's hands clenched. All this because of me. My setback warped the flow of fate. If I set the wrong path in motion, then I must correct it. The elder wasn't finished. Cradling his broken arm, he spat venom into the crowd. Look, see how the demon dragon mocks the elders who guard Ragnar's honor. He hides behind the 9 dragons to threaten his kin. If this isn't treason, what is? Julius's fury flashed again, his reply cutting through the chamber. You dare speak of authority, you wretched coward. The hall trembled under the tension. Glasses rattled. Conversations died on the spot. Then Theo stepped forward. His voice cleared the chaos. Measured, authoritative, the tone of someone who'd commanded order from a courtroom verge of collapse. Both of you enough. This is meant to be a celebration. My sister's birthday, not a night soaked in fear. Julius's aura slackened, dimmed by Theo's steadiness. The elder froze, clearly not expecting intervention from the young heir. Theo scanned the room with a steady sweep. Then let's settle this the Ragnar way, a dual trial. Shock rippled through the guests. The elder recoiled, color draining from his face. Ridiculous. The demon dragon assaulted me openly. The guilt's obvious. No trial is needed. Theo inclined his head, measured. You're right. If we let this spiral, the clan will splinter. We need to end it here, decisively, with deliberate grace. He turned toward the lady of the palace, voice steady and edged with respect. Lady Daffodil, would you agree? The hall fell silent, then colder than silence itself. Frost crept into the air as Neil Ragnar Tun, the ice dragon and mistress of Daffodil Palace, materialized in the chamber. Her arrival swept through the crowd like a blizzard, freezing every murmur mid-breath. Her eyes were glacial, her tone sharper than steel. This is my daughter's birthday celebration, she said, each word slicing the air. Tell me, what exactly do you think you're doing? The elder dragon, still clutching his broken arm, stumbled forward in panic. Lady Daffodil, please. You must understand. Look at what he... Enough. The single word froze him where he stood. I have no interest in your trivial disputes, she continued, her tone heavy with finality. As Theo said, we'll settle this swiftly. Consider this your last mercy. A low ripple of whispers spread through the hall. A dual trial? Someone gasped. But the counselors, they're all Dragon Gate swordsmen or higher. Exactly, another replied. Only the demon dragon could stand against them. The elder dragon hid a smirk, pleased by the murmurs. Perfect. Let them believe the odds favor us. He lifted his chin, arrogance seeping back into his eyes. 3 against 3, he declared. Best of 2 takes the victory. The final match between the accuser and the accused. The first 2 will be their chosen kin. His smirk deepened. And what does Julius have? A crippled woman and that sanctimonious brat. Theo? His thoughts curled darkly. It won't even reach me. I'll crush them before it begins. Raising his voice, he called out across the chamber. If that is your stance, then so be it. Let the purity of the sword decide justice. From the sidelines, Thorkel Ragnar watched silently, a faint glimmer of respect in his eyes. Theo, he murmured, you've done it again. If not for your composure, Julius's rage would have sparked a war. The elder nearly trapped us in a perfect snare, but you turn it back on him. Brilliant. Now both sides are bound, and the clan's honor stands unbroken. This will be worth seeing. The scene shifted. Outside, torches ignited one by one around the duel grounds, their lights spilling across the sand as the tribunal commander raised his voice. By order of the tribunal, he proclaimed, the dual trial of Ragnar shall begin. All magic is forbidden. Only the sword shall judge. His voice echoed across the field. Do both sides swear? No retaliation. No resentment, whatever the outcome. I swear, rumbled the demon dragon, his voice a rolling storm. I swear, the elder dragon replied, pride hard in his tone. The commander nodded once. Then let the first duelist step forward. From Julius's side, Ragnar entered the arena, calm, unwavering, the weight of the moment pressing around him. The torches flickered. The night itself seemed to hold its breath. The dual trial of Ragnar had begun, and the shock that rippled through the crowd struck like thunder over frozen stone. Among the watching crowd, one of the Ranka siblings leaned close to her brother, whispering under her breath, Rem, is Theo really going to be okay? Remington's arms were crossed tight. He didn't answer right away. His silence said more than words. It doesn't look good, he finally muttered. Her brows knitted. What do you mean? Is the elder's fighter that strong? Remington's voice dropped, low enough that only she could hear. Wild Gus Sword Beta, the elder's personal aide. He's not just skilled. He's one of the top-ranked among the elite. If it were one of the counselors themselves, Theo wouldn't even stand a chance. But this matchup, it's still vicious. Across the arena, the elder dragon leaned toward his fighter, voice smooth and venomous. For this duel, he whispered, don't hold back. Use everything, even the techniques meant to kill. Beta's eyes flickered. You want me to kill Theo Ragnar? He's the heir candidate now. The elder's lips twisted into a cruel smile. Relax. Anything that happens in a duel trial is forgiven. At the very least, he said, the grin turning razor sharp, bring me one of his arms. On the opposite side, Julius clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. His jaw locked as he watched Theo step forward into the arena. Can he really handle this? He took a step closer, voice low, almost guilty. Theo, this is on me. My temper pulled you into it. Are you sure about this? Theo didn't turn. His gaze stayed fixed on the dueling ground, eyes reflecting the torchlight like polished steel. Of course, he said calmly. Trust me, this duel ends a grudge that's long overdue. He lifted his sword. The torchlight glinted off the blade, catching in the air like fire, trapped in ice. The first battle of the duel trial was seconds away. The scene shifted to the dueling grounds. The air itself felt tight, every breath drawn like a bowstring ready to snap. Across from Theo stood Beta, the elder's aide, stance sharp and disciplined. His sword gleamed in a high offensive guard, aura burning with unshakable confidence. The tribunal commander's whistle cut through the silence. Theo moved first. He exploded forward, feet tearing through the dirt, speed so sudden it made the front row flinch. Beta didn't back away. He surged to meet him, blade raised, the clash inevitable. Steel collided with steel in a single deafening roar. The impact sent a shockwave racing through the arena, dust spiraling, sparks raining down like stars. The ground cracked beneath their feet as both fighters were forced back, boots gouging deep trails into the stone. Beta recovered first, his figure blurred, gone in an instant, then reappeared at Theo's flank, blade crashing down in a savage arc meant to split him clean through. Theo spun, intercepting just in time. Their blades met again with a burst of light that split the night open. Sparks scattered like fireflies, the rhythm of their blades echoing through the arena, steel clashing, while colliding, neither giving an inch. The duel of Ragnar had truly begun. Gale's stance tightened, his focus sliced through the noise like a blade. He's still standing. Even in direct exchange, Theo didn't break. So this is successor-level strength. Dust thickened around them, spiraling as two figures moved in a single, violent rhythm beneath the torches. Gale flicked a pebble with his foot, small, precise, and it popped up toward Theo's face. Instinct made Theo lift an arm to guard. That split second was all Gale needed. He lunged, red light flaring at the edge of his vision, blade aiming to finish the fight. The successor knows no real craft. This ends now. The sword sliced through Theo's coat, nicking the throat. Gale spoke, voice cold and even. For the dignity of a successor, I'll be merciful. Consider this painless. Theo did not accept defeat. At the last heartbeat, he snapped his head back, the blade missed by a hair. He dropped into a low crouch, sword held, silent, waiting for the opening Gale expected. Gale hesitated, then stepped back to widen the gap. If I followed through, I would be dead, he thought. Why didn't he attack? Pressure rolled out from Theo, dark, heavy, and wrong. He clutched the side of his head as a chorus of voices struck the air. Kill them. Kill them all. Take everything. Theo's eyes flared red. He ground his teeth, fingers digging into his temple as if to force the noise down. The presence behind it pressed like an emperor against a cage. Gale watched the scene, muscles ready. He charged with a roar, blade raised in an overhead arc meant to split Theo in two. Steel fell like fate. Theo's sword shot up and met the blow with a ringing clang, the sound of two wheels crashing. Gale's motion stopped short. Whatever had been riding Theo shifted. The pacing changed. The internal chorus tried to roar again. Theo's voice cut through it clean and low. Kill, kill, kill enough. I'll handle this fight myself. Shut your mouth. Gale spat, voice ragged. You bastard. What are you even saying? Before he finished, Theo's sword blurred, so fast it seemed to tear the air. In a single instant, Gale's arm and leg were gone, severed clean. Blood sprayed across the stone. There was no time to register what had changed. Only the merciless flash of steel aimed straight at him. Panic erupted as limbs vanished and defenses collapsed. Gale's scream was cut off by the next strike. Theo's blade fell like a thunderclap. The impact detonated at the arena's center. The ground split, shockwaves shredded outward, and dust, stone, and debris were hurled in every direction. Guests reached for cover. Nobles ducked behind chairs as robes and banners whipped in the blast. Neil Ragnar Tun raised a pale hand. Her aura formed a frozen bastion. The destructive wave slammed into the barrier and shattered against it. Where the arena split into jagged halves, the ice at her feet stayed immaculate, untouched. The force Theo released had not used mana. When the dust settled, the cost was clear. Gale lay ruined, limbs mangled, blood pooling, consciousness fading. The tribunal commander raised his hand and called out over the stunned arena. Dual trial. First round victor, Theo Ragnar. Noise filled the hall. Theo did not smile. The faint red in his eyes ebbed, but the memory of the moment replayed in his head. The strange compulsion, the power that answered when he trusted it. It felt different from ordinary fury. Something else guiding his hand, pushing him. His breath slowed and the glow faded. He thought of the split arena and the force he'd unleashed. A dry, curious chuckle slipped out, part warning, part calculation. Entrusting himself to grudges was dangerous. If he could learn to control that voice, master it, he could become far stronger. The tribunal commander's voice cracked the silence. Prepare for the second round. Both fighters stepped forward. Theo stepped back into place without hesitation. His boots struck the stone in steady rhythm. His voice cut through the charged air. The defense declares a consecutive battle. The hall erupted into shouts and disbelief. Across the arena, the elder dragon ground his teeth. Theo Ragnar, staying in for the second round as well, he hissed. Arrogant little fool. Fine then. If he wants to die so badly, I'll kill him myself. The man who stepped from the elder's side wasn't the elder dragon. He was something far worse. His presence dropped over the arena like gravity itself. Immense, unyielding, absolute. Every step carried the precision of a veteran who had lived 100 battles, and I'll be counting on you, young blood of Ragnar, he said evenly, voice calm but heavy enough to silence breath. The name spread through the hall like wildfire. Paige Garson, the Sword of Mystics, a former Dragon Gate swordmaster, a man whose legend was enough to stop armies mid-charge. The Ranka siblings froze. Erica's voice trembled as she whispered, that sword. He's wielding it without mana? Halkus's grin broke wide. That blade's a monster. I like him already. But Remington didn't smile. His tone was quiet, drained of hope. This isn't like the last fight. Paige Garson isn't an aide. He's a weapon. They're not trying to defeat Theo this time. They're trying to kill him. Erica waved him off, laughing nervously. Come on, you're exaggerating. Sure, Theo might lose but die. No way. Remington's jaw locked tight. His eyes never left the arena. No, this isn't a trial anymore. His voice hardened. It's an execution dressed as honor. On the field, Theo lifted his sword. His stance was steady, unwavering. Across from him, Paige Garson raised his weapon, a blade that hummed like a storm chained inside steel. The two stood facing each other, still as thunderheads before a strike. The tribunal commander's whistle cut through the silence. Sharp, final. The second round had begun, but before the tension could break, Theo raised a hand. A calm, deliberate gesture. I yield, he said. The words hit like a thunderclap. The entire arena went still. For a heartbeat, even Paige Garson froze. His composure cracked, disbelief flashing into anger. What did you just say? He barked, fury cutting through his control. Theo smiled, quiet, dangerous, calculated. How could a mid-ranked examiner like me hope to match an elder? He said lightly. Even without crossing blades, anyone can see who would win. Any newborn could. He spoke as if moving pieces on an invisible board, sacrificing one to corner the king. Page Garson's face twisted. He slammed his sword into the ground, rage shaking through his shoulders, but there was nothing he could say. The silence that followed was suffocating, heavy as the aftermath of storm. Theo Ragnar just stood there, faint smile on his lips, as if this had been his plan from the very start. The tribunal commander's voice carried across the stunned arena. Official announcement, second round victor, Page Garson. The hall erupted in murmurs and disbelief. Some clapped out of formality. Others whispered in confusion, the sound rising like 1,000 overlapping voices trying to make sense of what they'd just witnessed. And through it all, Theo didn't flinch. He simply lowered his sword and waited, because this game wasn't over yet. It hit straight to the council's pride, someone whispered. Lord Theo's playing chess while everyone else brought swords. Another murmured, half in awe, half in disbelief. Even at full strength, they'd struggle against him. And with that arm of his, the third round's going to be savage. Across the ring, the Elder Dragon's face drained of color. Realization crept through him like ice in his veins. That damn successor, he planned this. Every calculated step of his scheme had crumbled. Each move reversed and turned back on him, as if Theo Ragnar had seen the entire board before the first piece even moved. The scene shifted. At the edge of the arena stood Evelyn Nereville, her eyes locked on the Elder Dragon. There was shock in them, and beneath that, a flicker of fragile relief. I've never seen him falter like that. Guilt clawed up her throat. My lord, she whispered, voice shaking. I'm sorry. All of this happened because of me. Before the words could take root, Theo stepped forward. His voice cut clean through the air, steady, leaving no room for apology. Don't be sorry. Comrades, stand together. Julius turned to her with a fierce grin, warmth burning beneath his fiery gaze. Exactly. Evelyn, watch closely. I'll crush them myself. A small, trembling smile found its way to her lips. Memories flooded back. Echoes from years ago, sharp as blades, alive as the flames behind her captain's eyes. Evelyn Nereville, come to the White Dragon Cavalry. You're too talented to waste here. Another flash, his voice rising with defiance. So what if you can't ride a dragon? Quitting isn't the answer. Come back, and make them regret ever casting you aside. Then, Theo's voice, calmer, gentler, steady like a promise. Didn't you say you become my sword, Evelyn? Let me help you make that real. The memories tangled with the present, threads of guilt, hope, and resolve weaving together into something unbreakable. Both of them, Theo and Julius, they believe in me. I can't stay trapped in the past. I can't be the one who never moved forward. Her grip tightened. Her breath steadied. Something fierce ignited in her chest. She exhaled slowly, eyes bright with resolve, and stepped into the open. Captain, she called, her voice clear and bold. The coat slid from her shoulders as she drew her sword. Clean, fluid, certain. The air shifted around her, humming with purpose reborn. This villain's role, she said, each word ringing like tempered steel. I'll take it on myself. But before that, I have something to say. The tribunal commander's voice boomed through the silence. The third and final round will now commence. Fighters stepped forward. From the far end of the arena, the Elder Dragon emerged. His gait was slow but unbroken, sword in his right hand, his left arm still wrapped in thick bandages. His muttering rolled low, bitter as poison, seething with wounded pride and fury barely held in check. The final battle of the Ragnar duel trial had begun, and the storm was far from over. Damn it, all the way to the third round. The Elder Dragon's voice trembled with rage, his composure cracking like glass. Because of that cursed successor, everything's in ruins. My reputation, the council's authority, shattered. His teeth bared in a feral snarl. Even if I die here, I'll drag Julius Ragnar's arm down with me. Then bang. The tribunal's gavel struck, its echo like a thunderclap through the chamber. The commander's voice rose, calm yet absolute. The court accepts the defense's request. The defense may substitute their third-round fighter. Gasps erupted through the stands, confusion spreading like wildfire. Every head turned toward the defense's side, where Evelyn Nereville stepped forward. Her movement was silent, deliberate. The air around her shifted, the calm before storm. The blade in her hand shimmered faintly under the torchlight, steady, unwavering, alive. Each step echoed like a heartbeat across the stone. Across the ring, Wolfgang Ragnar threw his head back and laughed, a cruel, hollow sound. This is absurd, he scoffed. There's a limit to foolish courage. What next? Will you start begging for mercy? His voice dripped with contempt, but Evelyn didn't flinch. She raised her sword, smooth, fluid, certain. Time seemed to hold its breath. Every scar, every wound, every echo of humiliation she had buried now fell away. What remained was resolve, pure and unshakable. Her gaze locked with Wolfgang's, cold, sharp, and merciless. "Don't be a fool, old man," she said, voice cutting through the arena like a blade. "The one who should be begging is you, father." The word struck like an explosion. Wolfgang's face twisted, muscles locking so tight a vein pulsed at his neck. The daughter he'd cast aside, the child he'd beaten, discarded, erased, now stood before him not as a ghost, but as his judgment. Gasps rippled through the spectators. Did she just say father? Evelyn, wasn't she with the White Dragon Cavalry? Wait, her father's Wolfgang Ragnar? That can't be, look at them. A quieter voice broke through the noise. No, it's true. I've seen Wolfgang's wife before. Evelyn must be the illegitimate one. The whispers spread like wildfire, each one a dagger driven deeper into Wolfgang's pride. His face reddened, humiliation and fury twisting his features. "You wretch," he spat, the words trembling with venom. "Father, you say? Don't spout such nonsense." Evelyn didn't blink. Her eyes gleamed, sharp, cold, and unrelenting. "If I'd known it would please you," she said, her lips curling into a thin smile, "I'd have called you that sooner." The crowd hushed again, drawn into the tension like moths to flame. Evelyn took another step forward, her voice rising, each word clear as steel on stone. "Since you love the past so much, why don't I remind you of it?" Her tone didn't waver. "You beat me half to death when I was a child because I called you father, because I was born your shame." Her voice cracked through the arena like lightning. "You didn't stop there. You tried to kill me again when I served under the White Dragon Squadron, just to bury your own disgrace." The crowd froze. Even the tribunal officials didn't move. Evelyn's words had become her weapon, and this was her strike. The arena froze, utter silence swallowing every sound. Wolfgang's fury twisted across his face. "Silence," he roared. "I am a member of House Ragnar. What's wrong with that?" But the crowd wasn't silent anymore. It was turning on him. "She's the real one. Isn't she?" someone whispered. "A bastard child. And he's the one preaching purity?" Another scoffed. What a joke. Even his own supporters began to murmur, disgust bleeding into their voices. The weight of years of hypocrisy was unraveling in seconds. And there, in the center of the storm, Evelyn Nereville stood tall, blade raised, torchlight flashing along its edge. Every breath she drew was defiance carved in steel. The tension thickened until it was almost suffocating. Faces hardened, eyes narrowed. Somewhere in the front row, one of Wolfgang's men muttered under his breath, voice tight with regret. "You just kept pushing it. Now look at the mess you've made." Another turned toward his master, glare cold and sharp. "I warned you. Be careful, or this day will come. You should have ended it when you had the chance." Wolfgang's rage cracked, slipping into something uglier, desperation. "Damn it," he hissed, knuckles white, Evelyn's words still ringing in his skull. From the sidelines, Julius and Theo watched the chaos unfold. The crowd's noise faded against the pounding of their hearts. "You don't have to do this, Evelyn." Julius called, his voice carrying equal parts pride and worry. But Theo's reply cut through, steady and sure. Instead of worrying, "Captain, trust her. Watch her resolve." And then the ground shook. In the next heartbeat, both combatants vanished into motion. Swords collided in a blast of sound, a thunderclap that rattled the stands. Steel struck steel, again and again, each impact stronger, sharper, faster. Sparks flared like lightning, bursting from every clash. Wolfgang fought like a beast cornered, every blow fueled by fury and humiliation. Evelyn met him head on, not with hatred, but with the strength forged from scars she refused to hide. Her blade didn't just fight, it answered. Each swing carried the weight of legacy and rebellion, generations of silence breaking with every strike. Then, her stance changed. A strange, spiraling pressure began to rise from her. The air rippled, the dust at her feet swirling upward as though drawn into her will. Julius's eyes went wide. "No, that's..." His voice dropped to a reverent whisper. "The wind god technique. Dakart." A roaring gale exploded outward. Wind howled through the arena like a living storm. Sand and banners tore free, the storm swirling around Evelyn in a cyclone of blinding light and motion. The pressure mounted with every breath she took. Her aura surged, alive and untamed. Wolfgang staggered, bracing himself against the gale that tore at his balance. High above, the senior members of the Elder Dragons leaned forward, disbelief etched into their faces. "Wind? Thunder God? That's the sword of windstorm," one murmured. "That's impossible," another hissed. That technique was erased from Ragnar's archives centuries ago. At the heart of the maelstrom, Evelyn stood unbroken. Her eyes locked forward, sharp and brilliant. Her sword moved like pure intent. Each strike measured, perfect divine. She was the storm now. Down in the stands, the spectators could only stare in awe. She's not defending. She's driving him back, one cried. Unbelievable. How does she even know a windstorm technique? Another shouted. She's overpowering one of Ragnar's highest-ranked swordsmen. And as the winds roared, Evelyn's figure remained steady. Each movement a vow, each breath a declaration. The past no longer defined her. She was rewriting it, strike by strike. Theo watched from the sidelines, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. His gaze never wavered, his mind cool and precise, tracing the rhythm of every clash. No surprise, he thought, arms folding across his chest. The duel trial forbids mana. Only pure swordsmanship decides the victor. And when it's blade against blade, he let out a quiet chuckle. The truth can't hide anymore. Wolfgang's strength had always been borrowed, drawn from bloodline, heritage, and status. The kind of power that came from name, not from discipline. Without that inheritance, he was nothing more than a hollow relic. Pride without substance. Power without soul. He was never a swordsman, only the echo of one. In the arena, Evelyn's storm raged on. The wind shrieked like a divine wrath, swirling around father and daughter as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath. Every swing between them wasn't just combat, it was judgment. The ground trembled under the force of their strikes. The elder dragon's disbelief curdled into panic, then fury. His pride, the armor he'd hidden behind all his life, cracked with every clash of steel. His voice broke into a roar. Damn you, I'll kill you. How dare you defy me, you insolent child. Evelyn didn't blink. Her expression stayed composed, every motion deliberate, her focus absolute. She could see his next move before it began. Each twitch of muscle, each surge of anger telegraphed in his stance. Wolfgang leapt high, rage distorting his face, sword raised overhead for a final, killing blow. The air froze. Then the two blades collided. The clash split the silence, a scream of steel tearing through the air. Sparks burst outward in a shower of light. And for an instant, time itself seemed to fracture. Wolfgang's grin twisted into something feral. You wretch, he spat. Did you really think you could escape me? I'll break you again. I'll make you remember your place. But Evelyn's control finally snapped. Her teeth clenched. Her eyes burned with a fury that had waited a lifetime to ignite. When she struck again, the impact was deafening. The force of it sent Wolfgang stumbling back, his footing broken, his breath ripped from him. Go on, she said, voice sharp as the edge of her sword. Try me, father. The word hit harder than the blade. For a single heartbeat, his arrogance faltered. His thoughts splintered into disbelief. How is this possible? Evelyn's voice rose, steady, fierce, alive. When I was small, you were everything to me. I feared you because you taught me I was nothing. Her gaze locked onto him, no longer the eyes of a child, but of an equal. But I'm done being afraid. I have people who believe in me now. People who call me comrade. Her tone hardened. I'm not that weak little girl anymore. Wolfgang staggered back. For the first time, his face showed fear, not of defeat, but of recognition. He'd forged her in cruelty, and now she'd become a blade he could no longer command. Evelyn moved before he could recover. Her sword cut through the air with a sound like thunder breaking. The strike landed clean, unstoppable. Her blade shattered his defense, the impact hurling him backward. Wolfgang hit the ground hard, his roar splitting the arena as blood scattered across. The storm quieted, but its echo lingered in every watching soul. Evelyn stood firm, chest rising and falling with steady breaths, her eyes sharp as tempered steel. Her voice rang out, clear and fierce, slicing through the stunned silence of the arena. I'm no longer your weak child. Wolfgang's sword spun from his grip, clattering across the fractured ground before burying itself deep into the stone with a metallic scream. For a single heartbeat, everything stopped. The crowd gasped in unison, a single collective intake of air that seemed to freeze the world in place. From the stands, Julius and Theo exchanged a knowing look, quiet pride gleaming between them. They didn't need words. This was the moment they'd been waiting for. Below, the once mighty elder dragon lay broken amidst the wreckage, clutching the stump where his hand had been. Blood soaked the floor beneath him, each breath a ragged snarl. Rage burned through him, rage and humiliation deeper than any wound. With a guttural roar, Wolfgang slammed his remaining hand to the ground, forcing himself upright through sheer, stubborn will. Damn it, he bellowed, voice shaking the arena. Don't mock me. This duel isn't over. Then frost bloomed. Crystalline ice spread outward from beneath him, crawling over the shattered tiles in a beautiful, deadly bloom of white. Wolfgang froze in place, literally, his arm locked mid-motion, encased in a shell of glimmering ice. For a moment, Confusion flickered across his face. Then realization struck like lightning. The frost wasn't his. It was hers. From a far end of the arena, Neil Ragnar Tun, the ice dragon, stepped forward. Her presence alone was enough to turn breath into mist, her gaze sharper than the edge of any blade. "If you truly are one of the 9 dragons," she said, each word carrying the weight of absolute command, "then stop disgracing yourself and accept the result." The rage in Wolfgang's eyes faltered, his defiance crumbling under her gaze. His body shook, not from cold, but from the shame he could no longer deny. Then came the voice that sealed his fate. "The tribunal declares, 3rd duel trial victor, Evelyn Nereville." For a heartbeat, silence. Then the crowd erupted. The arena exploded into cheers, shouts, applause, the thunder of boots against stone. A wave of sound rolled through the stands, washing away every trace of the earlier tension. Moments later, the tribunal commander raised his gavel once more. Final verdict, not guilty. Evelyn exhaled slowly, the storm within her finally settling. She slid her blade back into its sheath, each movement deliberate and calm. She turned, walking toward Julius. Every step echoed softly, her composure firm, but her eyes warm once more. When she reached him, her smile bloomed, gentle, genuine, free. "Evelyn Nereville, reporting back." "Captain." Julius's chest swelled with pride, his usual composure breaking for just a moment. His voice trembled when he answered. "You did well, Evelyn. You've made us proud." Her eyelids fluttered shut, and a quiet smile touched her lips. Relief washed through her like a sunrise after a long night. "I'm not alone anymore," she thought. "It's because of them." A faint laugh escaped her under her breath. "It's all thanks to you." Around them, chaos spread through the Elder Dragon's faction. "Elder Council Head, are you all right?" "Your blade, here, sir. You're bleeding heavily. We need to treat you now." But Wolfgang would hear none of it. He batted away their hands, blood dripping from his arm, aura flaring in wild, uncontrolled fury. The chill from Neil's magic hadn't reached his pride, and that pride was burning hotter than ever. The dragon who had once looked down on all others now trembled, swallowed by his own wrath. And amid the chaos, Evelyn stood tall, unbroken, unbowed. For the first time in her life, she didn't need to fight for acknowledgement. She had already earned it. Wolfgang's gaze locked onto Evelyn, his daughter, his disgrace, his defeat. Murder burned in his eyes, raw and wild. He took a step forward, voice trembling with wrath, each word dripping venom. "You, Evelyn, Evelyn, Theo," and Julius turned at the sound of his boots dragging across the stone. For a heartbeat, they thought he would finally retreat in silence. But instead, he charged. Blood still streamed from his wounds, but rage gave him strength. His sword swung in a violent arc, fueled by blind fury and wounded pride. "Evelyn Nereville, you wretched girl, I'll kill you, right here, right now." His blade never reached her. A hand, massive, unyielding, caught his wrist mid-swing. The momentum died in an instant. The entire arena froze. Standing between them was Julius Ragnar, commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. His figure loomed like an iron wall, broad shoulders squared, cloak fluttering in the aftermath of motion. His crimson eyes burned, quiet and terrifying. His aura rolled outward in a storm of raw pressure that made even the strongest soldiers step back. He stared Wolfgang down, voice low and steady, every syllable drenched in controlled rage. "Do you want me to tear off your other arm too?" The words hit harder than any blow. Wolfgang's face twisted, his breath ragged. Fury warred with fear. He knew, if Julius struck now, he wouldn't survive. His grip loosened. The sword slipped from his hand, scraping against the ground with a dull clang. "Why is it always you?" he spat, bitterness bleeding through his teeth. "Always standing in my way?" Before Julius could answer, a voice shattered the tension. "Invasion." A messenger stumbled into the arena, breath heaving, face pale with terror. "The Troivan family," he gasped out. "They've launched their attack. The northern front has fallen. All units, return to your posts immediately." The word struck like thunder. Julius's expression hardened in an instant. His anger shifted to grim focus. He turned sharply, cloak snapping behind him. "Theo, Evelyn, this is wartime. Return to the White Dragon Squad now." Both answered without hesitation, voices steady and resolute. "Yes, sir." They moved at once, urgency cutting through the air like steel. But behind them, Wolfgang's rage reignited, burning hotter than ever. His voice rose in a broken roar. "Those bastards! How dare they look down on me? Stop! The duel isn't over. I said stop." He stumbled forward again, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot with fury. And then the temperature dropped. A wave of frost rolled across the arena floor, swallowing the remnants of his rage in shimmering white. The air itself turned to shards of cold light. From the shadows stepped Neil Ragnarton, the ice dragon. Every movement of hers commanded silence. Her very presence froze the breath in every throat. Her gaze locked onto Wolfgang, glacial, cutting, absolute. Lord Wolfgang, she said, her tone calm as winter's edge. That's enough. The frost at her feet spread, biting into the stone, crawling toward him like judgment made visible. Her voice didn't need to rise. It didn't need power. It was power. Cold, merciless, and final. Hundreds of slender blades of ice shimmered into existence around Wolfgang, suspended in the air like a halo of death. Each one glinted in the torchlight, cold and sharp enough to carve the air itself. Neil Ragnarton's voice carried through the frozen stillness, calm, steady, and lethal. I'll say this once, she said, her tone slicing deeper than any blade. Do not bring shame upon the 9 dragons again. The elder dragon froze where he stood, trembling between fury and humiliation. Lady Ice Dragon, he rasped, disbelief cracking through his composure. Are you defying me? Ignoring the Elder Council's will? Her answer came soft, deliberate, every word weighted with power. Who can say? She murmured. But I doubt his opinion differs much from mine. That quiet dismissal struck harder than any roar. And then, his final blow came not from her, but from the men he once led. The Elder Council members turned their backs to him, one by one. Their footsteps echoed through the arena, measured, final, each one a nail in his pride. One elder stopped at the edge of the dais, his voice echoing like a verdict. Even if the council's dignity has fallen, we will not be represented by one who denies defeat and raises his blade after losing. The words cut through Wolfgang like a sword through bone. His pride shattered. His aura flickered and faded. The weight of disgrace crushed the last of his defiance. And slowly, with a sound like the breaking of glass, Wolfgang Nereville sank to one knee. For the first time in his life, he yielded, publicly, completely. The man who once ruled from the peak of the 9 dragons bowed under the weight of his own failure. Julius watched in silence. He didn't cheer, didn't mock, didn't gloat. He simply let out a quiet breath and allowed himself the faintest of smiles. Mounting his wyvern beside Theo and Evelyn, he cast one last look over the ruins of the duel ground. It's finally over, he said, his voice low, final. A pitiful end. A greedy old man turning his legacy into a farce. The wyverns rose into the sky, wings cutting through the cold night. The arena below faded into distance, swallowed by silence and frost. Cut to the Troivan headquarters, a fortress of black steel and carved stone. Its walls thrummed with the heartbeat of war. Inside, under the flicker of cold lamps, Ed Troivan sat upon his iron throne like a monarch of ruin. His expression was calm, almost detached, but behind his still eyes lay the hunger of a predator who had waited far too long. One of his generals stepped forward, fist pressed to his chest. With this strike, my lord, we've secured the central plateau. Castle Harmon will fall within the hour. Ed's gaze sharpened. And Ragnar's response? He asked, voice quiet but precise, like a blade seeking weakness. The general bowed his head. Their lord's cavalry and the private troops of the 6 pillars are converging on the plateau, exactly as planned. For a long moment, silence hung heavy. Then, Ed laughed. It wasn't joy nor arrogance. It was the laughter of a man watching every piece fall into place. He pressed a hand to his temple, amusement curling into something far darker. Foolish Ragnars, he murmured, his tone like the edge of a knife. They move exactly as expected. His fingers tightened on the armrest of his throne. While they pour everything into the plateau, he whispered, eyes glinting with cruel satisfaction. Our real feast will be served right here. The camera lingered on his smile, sharp, knowing, merciless, before fading to black. The scene shifted to one of the castles belonging to the 6 noble houses, deep within Bacchus territory. Weary soldiers stood watch, waiting to intercept an incoming enemy assault. Leaning against the damp stone wall, one soldier muttered that their new lord was useless. Since arriving, the man had done nothing but lock himself away and drink himself senseless. In times like these, the soldier wondered if their lord even remembered he was supposed to be the head of the house. His companion scoffed, bitterness thick in his tone, saying calling him head of house was a joke. The place was drowning in debt, and anyone who could leave already had. Even knights and vassals who had served the Bacchus name for generations were gone. There was nothing left for the man to lead. Maybe drinking was the smartest thing he'd ever done. A third soldier laughed weakly and asked if Ragnar had sent reinforcements. The first soldier sneered. Reinforcements were a joke, just those freeloaders Sybil Dre and Eody Naren from the Ragnar support squad. He leaned closer, lowering his voice to a growl. All they did was drink and pretend to handle night patrols while passed out drunk. Support, he scoffed. It was all a setup. Ragnar wanted to drive him out. Then he realized what the whole thing was really about. The scene shifted again, this time under the cloak of night. In the dark woods beyond the castle walls, the same soldier knelt before a hooded figure cloaked in shadows. Bowing deeply, he reported that morale inside had already collapsed, the garrison barely functioning. The operation, he said, was as good as complete. The hooded man's lips curled into a cold smirk as he crossed his arms and turned to his men. With mocking ease, he said if the place was already finished, then they would end it quickly and return home before sunrise. The scene cut sharply back to the Bacchus castle. Inside, Sybil Dre lay fast asleep, a half-empty bottle dangling from his hand, his mouth open mid-snore. From the shadows, an assassin cloaked in black emerged, dagger gleaming in the candlelight. He thought how easy his job had become with the guards passed out drunk on duty. As for the rest of the booze, he mused darkly. The man could finish it in the afterlife. Then he swung his blade down. The scene snapped away. A hand slammed down on a table hard enough to shake the room. Inside the White Armor Dragon headquarters, Julius declared that Theo's request to invoke independent operational rights as a mid-tier swordsman was denied. During wartime, combat orders took precedence. There would be no exceptions. Theo stood firm. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out a sealed document and slid it across the table, insisting it was directly related to the war. Julius opened it and scanned the writing. His expression darkened as the color drained from his face. He asked if what he was reading was true. Theo stepped to the map, picking up carved battle pieces and swiftly rearranging them. He explained that Troyvin's main assault points, Harmon Castle and the Central Plateau, were only diversions. Their real targets were the floating archipelago and the Bacchus territory. Julius's eyes narrowed, thoughts racing. The plan fit too perfectly. Everything lined up. Theo continued, his tone calm but sharp. During the series' guild hostage incident, he said the Black Skull Group's movements had matched Troyvin's exactly. It was obvious now they were working together. The Black Skull's predecessor had been the Archipelago Shipping Federation, the very organization that managed all Imperial funds. Julius clenched his jaw as the realization struck. That connection explained how Troyvin's funding had grown so quickly. Their war chest had come from there. Theo nodded firmly. With control over the archipelago's trade routes, Troyvin had gained enough capital to sustain a long war. If they took full control of the island's position, they'd gain a permanent strategic edge. His voice grew cold as he concluded that reinforcing Bacchus territory before it fell was their top priority. The assaults on Harmon Castle and the plateau were only distractions meant to keep them blind. Silence filled the room. Theo stood before the vast continental map, eyes tracing the front lines. His voice was steady and resolute as he outlined the next step. Ragnar had already deployed its main forces to the plateau and Harmon Castle. No troops remained to spare. Theo understood the necessity of holding those positions, but that was precisely why he needed independent command, to reinforce Bacchus territory himself and investigate the archipelago, funding Troyvin's advance. He raised his head, confidence flashing in his gaze, and declared his resolve to end the entire operation once and for all. Julius leaned back, arms crossing as understanding dawned. For a brief moment, his stern expression softened into a faint grin of pride. So this had been Theo's plan all along. A quiet chuckle escaped him as he acknowledged the young man's foresight. Granting approval, he said it qualified as a war-related operation. No one could object. Still, his tone carried warning as he told Theo never to overextend, no matter what happened. Theo straightened his posture and gave a firm nod, promising to remember. As he turned to leave, Julius's gaze lingered on the document resting on the table. The intelligence Theo had brought was far beyond what any ordinary officer could access. Top-tier data filled with movement logs, encrypted communications, and even maritime funding trails. Julius mused quietly that these weren't just reports. This was the kind of intelligence Theo had come to him instead of the Black Dragon, who oversaw intelligence, told him everything. Theo wasn't asking for permission. He was informing him of his plan. Stroking his beard, Julius let out a quiet laugh, pride softening his features as he murmured that the boy had likely prepared for everything already. Back at Bacchus Castle, the blade swung down towards Sybil, only for the bottle in his hand to fly forward, smashing against the assassin's face with a sharp crack. Glass and sticky liquid sprayed everywhere as the man stumbled back, clutching his face in disbelief. A faint citrus scent filled the air. Orange juice. Sybil grinned wide, amused that his attacker had fallen for the act. He confessed he rarely drank and had only pretended to be drunk. His smile turned cold as he warned the man that he was wide awake now. Before the assassin could react, Sybil's blade flashed, swift, merciless. The dagger slipped from the man's grasp as his body dropped lifelessly to the floor. Chaos erupted as more assassins burst from the shadows, but the Ragnar soldiers were ready. Steel clashed, and sparks flew. Within minutes, every intruder lay dead or dying. A soldier stepped forward, panting as he reported that all Vanguard enemies had been eliminated. Their leader nodded, ordering the beacon lit. The flames, he said, would declare that Bacchus still stood. His eyes burned with defiance as he vowed their swords would pierce Troiven's heart. Another soldier chuckled as he lit a torch, saying it was about time they reminded their enemies who they were. As he leaned forward to ignite the beacon, a wounded assassin, bloodied but alive, pushed himself up. Knife trembling in his hand, he lunged at Sybil from behind. Sybil and the others froze, eyes wide, realizing too late that one enemy still lived, until a single, clean slash cut the air. The assassin's head flew from his shoulders and hit the ground with a dull thud. Knave Bacchus stood behind him, sword humming faintly in the silence. His calm gaze fixed on Sybil as he warned coldly to stay alert. If anyone got hurt, how could he face their lord? Sybil straightened instantly, nodding like a scolded student. Knave blinked once before his stern look softened into a faint smile. He told Sybil to relax and make himself at ease. Sybil crossed his arms dramatically and muttered that if comfort was the goal, perhaps their lord should light the fire himself. Turning to the others with mock gravity, he instructed them to tend the beacon while he held a deep discussion with his conscience. Knave stared blankly before Sybil broke into laughter and promised to handle it himself. Their banter carried an easy warmth, but beneath it lingered an unspoken awareness of the coming battle. The torch touched the oil-soaked cloth, and the beacon roared to life. Flames leapt skyward, and one by one, other beacons along the frontier followed, until Bacchus burned like a blazing line in the dark. Archers rushed to their posts atop the walls, bows drawn, their faces flickering in firelight. On the battlements, Knave placed one boot on the parapet, eyes fixed on the advancing enemy. A faint smile touched his lips as he thought that perhaps this was what their lord had foreseen all along. Just how far ahead could Theo truly see? Below, Troiven forces charged, unaware of the trap waiting for them. Sybil's voice rang out over the fortress, shifting from playful to commanding as he shouted orders to defend Bacchus Castle and crush the raiders. Archers fired in perfect unison. The sky darkened under a rain of arrows, and screams tore through the field as Troiven soldiers fell in waves, caught completely off guard. High above the chaos, under the pale moonlight, our guy watched from his mount. A grin curved his lips as he tightened the reins. The fight had already begun, and they'd made it just in time. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked down at the battlefield, proud to see his old crew in action once more. Moments later, the battlefield fell silent as the last Troiven soldier dropped. The victory was hard-won. Troiven's forces had been driven from Bacchus Castle, and word of the defense spread swiftly. Lord Theo's command to secure the Bacchus territory had been fulfilled to the letter. He didn't indulge in celebration. He merely rolled his eyes at the noise, though he appreciated the outcome. Stepping through the ring of soldiers, he placed a hand on Sybil's shoulder and told him he had done well. The word struck Sybil harder than any sword. Tears welled in his eyes as he felt like a boy again, stunned that his lord hadn't noticed him. He stood frozen, soaking in the praise while comrades laughed nearby. One joked about being jealous, another clapped his back, calling him the luckiest of them all. Theo then approached Knave. Knave admitted he hadn't expected Theo to come in person. Theo replied that he had stopped by, just in case, though it seemed they hadn't needed him after all. Knave looked towards Sybil and the others gathered by the beacon, their faces glowing in the firelight. Boys moments ago, now men hardened by battle. He asked curiously where Theo had found men like them. Theo's chest filled with quiet pride. He explained they were the ones he had trained with during his apprenticeship as an inspector, men who later chose to serve under him as part of the Camellia Palace Guard. He added that they had clearly earned Naven's trust as well. Naven's eyes softened as he studied them again. Honestly, he confessed, he hadn't expected much from them at first. They'd been only mid-level inspectors with little battle experience. But after fighting beside them for a few days, he had noticed the difference. Their skills were raw, yes, but their loyalty was absolute. Theo closed his eyes for a moment, letting the praise sink in before murmuring that hearing those words made him proud. When he opened them again, his gaze was calm and sure. He told Naven he had a request. Gesturing toward the soldiers who had answered the beacon, Theo suggested that, now that the knights and vassals had deserted, the Bacchus family's Knight Order was empty. He proposed that Naven train these very men to become the new Bacchus Knight Order. Naven looked over the soldiers as if seeing them anew. He repeated the name Knight Order and smiled, saying it had been a long time since he'd felt such excitement. Theo watched him closely, noticing how naturally he took charge, then nodded and said he would be counting on him. Naven blinked in surprise and asked if his lord was leaving already. Theo replied simply that he had seen all he needed to see. This was only a stop along the way. He smiled and explained that his next task was an investigation into the floating archipelago. Naven lowered his head with a soft laugh, his voice carrying affection. He said he should be used to Theo's boldness by now, yet still managed to surprise him. Half teasing, he added that the archipelago was a place famously hostile to outsiders and nearly impossible to enter. Theo's reply came quiet and smooth, like a conspirator's whisper. He said only that he had his ways. Far from Bacchus, the port city of Dion moved to its own rhythm. A great stone fortress loomed over the harbor like a silent watchman. A hooded figure pushed open a tavern door and stepped inside, shadows wrapping around him. He didn't notice the hulking man who blocked his path until a rough hand clamped down on his shoulder. The brute's voice came low and heavy, warning him to watch where he walked. The hooded figure looked up calmly and replied in a dry, even tone that he must have missed the man down there. The insult landed clean. The brute growled that he'd be glad to stoop down to his level. He squared his stance, ready for fight. In the next heartbeat, the hooded man's hand flashed out, grabbed a beer mug from the counter, and smashed it against the brute's forehead. The room erupted. Silence shattered into chaos. Spectators leaned forward eagerly, drawn by the sudden violence. Someone shouted for a fight, half warning and half thrill. Others laughed, feeding off the energy as barmaids darted between tables, shouting orders and slamming drinks into eager hands. In a smoky candlelit chamber behind the hall, a woman read a report to the man across from her. Starting on the 15th, the floating isles would supply Troivanai with gunpowder and steel as planned, all counted as rent for the dragon's sword. The man slammed his fists on the table, making it groan under the weight. He barked that it wasn't a request, but a damn threat. The man was Antonio Spinola, heir to the Spinola family and next in line to lead their maritime empire. His anger filled the room as he scoffed, mocking the so-called rental fee. They had stolen the sword and still demanded payment to lend it back. What a joke, he muttered, refusing to yield. The woman's voice softened, but held firm as she reminded him they had no choice. Antonio's reflection shimmered in the polished glow beside him as he muttered that without the dragon's sword, the floating archipelago would sink. He rubbed his forehead, frustration sinking into his tone as he cursed under his breath. If they hadn't lost that sword, they wouldn't be at anyone's mercy. His gaze darkened, heavy with the weight of history, as he wondered aloud if any hope remained for their archipelago. Before anyone could answer, loud noise echoes. A tavern brawl spilled into the hall. Antonio's head snapped toward the door as someone yelled to hit them with a chair. Cursing under his breath, he stormed over and kicked the door open, the hinges rattling. His voice cut through the chaos as he demanded silence, complaining that his head was already pounding. And now this. He barked for an explanation. The room froze. Dozens of faces turned toward him, some guilty, some defiant. Antonio glared at them and growled that he never banned drinking, only told them to do it quietly and stop fighting. From across the room, a calm voice replied that Antonio had finally decided to show himself. It was Theo Ragnar. Antonio Spinola, next heir of the Spinola family, Theo thought as he studied him. They needed to talk. Later that night, the fighting had ended. Inside Antonio's office, the two men faced each other across a polished desk. Antonio said dryly that Theo wanted passage to the floating archipelago aboard his ship as a combatant. Theo nodded without hesitation, confirming it. He had heard that sea monsters were appearing more often near that floating scrap of land, and his skills, proven earlier, should be enough. Besides, Antonio was short on men. It would be a fair trade. Antonio rubbed his chin, skepticism in his tone. He admitted Theo wasn't wrong about needing fighters, but then his expression hardened. He declared that Theo wouldn't be setting foot on his ship. Theo raised an eyebrow, amused. Antonio pointed out that for a mercenary, Theo's gear was far too clean. Not a scratch, not a stain. That brawl earlier, he continued, had broken outright. Where Antonio happened to be, and Theo conveniently knew about the ship bound for the archipelago. He asked if Theo, in his place, would let someone like that aboard. Theo laughed softly, saying he'd have been disappointed if Antonio hadn't noticed. He suggested they drop the act and get to the point. Then he drew a small metal emblem from his coat and set it on the table with a metallic click. Speaking evenly, he introduced himself as part of the armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago, the Black Skulls, and addressed Antonio Spinola as their leader. The name struck like thunder. Antonio's eyes widened in shock, but before he could respond, Theo leaned closer, suggesting they make a deal. Antonio's jaw tightened as he demanded to know how Theo had discovered his secret. Theo smirked and said it wasn't how he knew that mattered, but what he knew. Suspicion darkened Antonio's expression as Theo mentioned the dragon's sword Antonio sought so desperately. At that, Antonio's restraint broke. His chair screeched backward as he stood, slamming both hands on the desk and shouting that Theo was a dog of Troyven. Theo's tone stayed cold and precise as he reminded him that composure was the first rule of any negotiation, not to lose it. Antonio glared daggers but didn't speak. Even thinking calmly, he said it made no sense. If Theo wasn't with Troyven, there was no way he could know about the dragon's sword. Before Theo could answer, the door burst open. One of Antonio's guards stepped in, tense and alert, asking if all was well. Antonio waved him off with a flick of his wrist and forced a thin smile, saying everything was under control. The guard hesitated, bowed, and withdrew, leaving the two alone in the dim light. Theo chuckled softly and asked why Antonio found it so impossible. Maybe Troyven, like him, had only claimed to possess the sword. Antonio's eyes widened again, disbelief flashing as his thoughts raced. Come to think of it, he realized they had never actually shown the sword. His gaze dropped to the desk, and his face stiffened with dawning realization. They had been deceived, even with the archipelago's fate on the line. Theo's smile stayed as he leaned forward slightly, tone calm but persuasive. He reminded Antonio that he had nothing to lose and suggested he listen. Antonio exhaled slowly, then sank back into his chair. His tone softened, though suspicion lingered, as he agreed to hear him out. Theo's expression grew serious. His eyes narrowed as he began to speak in a measured, deliberate tone about the legend and mystery of the floating archipelago. It all began, he said, with the tale of the hero Kriemhild. The name made Antonio tense instantly. Sweat formed on his brow as he gave a weary sigh, opened a drawer, and drew out an old leather diary. Placing it on the table, he admitted that Theo already knew the story. Theo nodded as Antonio recounted it. Kriemhild had driven his sword into the head of a sea dragon that once ravaged the oceans, sealing the creature beneath the waves. The hero of legend, Kriemhild. Antonio's voice grew heavier as he went on, explaining that the floating archipelago was said to drift above the sea by strange currents. But that wasn't true. The dragon Kriemhild had sealed lay deep below, and the immense mana it released created the updraft that held the islands aloft. The dragon sword was the device maintaining that seal, the medium that stabilized the mana flow. But ever since Troyven stole it, the currents had grown unstable. If the sword wasn't returned soon, the archipelago would fall. Antonio's fist clenched as his tone turned grim. Massive waves would rise, swallowing everything, buildings, lives, the islands themselves, all gone beneath the sea. He looked straight at Theo, voice tight with urgency, warning that the lives of everyone on the archipelago depended on it. If Theo truly possessed the dragon sword and returned it, they would give him anything he asked for. Theo's eyes darkened as he thought it through. Giving it back wouldn't solve anything. Someone could steal it again, and he'd lose it for good. The sword's dark shimmer burned in his memory. Across from him, Antonio leaned in, his voice low but firm, saying the deal could stay. He asked what Theo wanted. Money, perhaps. Theo said he didn't need money. He already knew what he would do. He would keep the dragon sword and save the archipelago from it. All Antonio had to do was take him there. Antonio's face drained of color at the certainty in Theo's voice. The scene shifted to the sea where a ship sliced through the waves, its bow rising and falling as it carried Antonio and Theo toward a horizon dotted with islands. Theo stood by the rail and spotted the view ahead. The floating archipelago hung above the sea, its harbor packed with ships of every size. From afar, it pulsed with trade and life. Once a proud trade alliance with customs so unique that even the emperor had granted it autonomy, the archipelago now bore the marks of conquest. Under Troyven rule since the Great War, it had been stripped and turned into a factory for military supplies. Theo watched a line of forges and felt a chill grip his chest. Near the war's end, many smaller isles had already sunk beneath the waves, erased from all maps. For Ragnar's sake and the archipelago's, every Troyven trace had to vanish. Before his thoughts went further, Antonio demanded to know if Theo had been serious earlier and reminded him of his promise to save the islands. He pressed on, urgency sharpening his words as he asked again about what Theo had said, the idea of stopping the islands from sinking by moving them. Theo's smile didn't fade. He told him not to worry. It could be done. The sea dragon under the archipelago, he said, was an ancient guardian. Later, Theo drew the dragon's sword and set it between the summoned beasts. The drake leaned close, scales shining, while the fairy dragon hovered and the griffin stood tense. Theo asked what the sword looked like to them. The drake called it a relic. The sandworm said it was a relic of a primordial dragon. When Theo touched it, the blade spat small sparks. He wondered why it clashed with Ragnar. The fairy dragon said it was unclear. Maybe the guardian bound to the sword had abandoned its duty, fleeing from the relic itself. Theo's eyes widened. Did that mean? He began. The griffin shifted uneasily. The fairy dragon said such things had happened before, when a guardian forgot its purpose. The griffin had been the first to break the chain. Theo asked if one could really abandon the relic, pay the price, and still live. The griffin replied, no sane being would. Only that one had escaped and survived, but it wasn't easy. If Theo thought the mana leaking from it could lift an entire archipelago, he was right. Theo wondered aloud if he could move the islands by overpowering the guardian. The drake answered like a scholar. In theory, yes, but only if Theo could seal the creature again. Was he ready for that? Before Theo replied, the fairy dragon warned that, even weakened, the guardian was among the strongest. The griffin questioned whether Theo could even reach the ocean floor. Theo grinned, brushing off their doubts, saying he could handle it. Reaching the depths and sealing the guardian was already part of his plan. The scene shifted back to the present. Antonio asked if the statue truly held the power to save the islands. Power even the natives didn't know. Theo remarked that Antonio was still doubtful even after seeing the Dragon Slayer sword. Antonio clenched his jaw and said he wasn't doubtful, only worried. His homeland's fate depended on it, and he hoped Theo understood. Theo sighed, saying he did, and that Antonio only needed to take him there. He would make sure to save it. A system alert flashed, showing a new subquest, Dragon Slayer's Sword. The goal: return the blade to its resting place, find the site, defeat the Guardian, and earn the right to wield it. The scene shifted again as night deepened. Beneath the calm surface, inside a dim cellar, Antonio had gathered his trusted men, soldiers willing to die for their home. Antonio pointed at Theo and said their mission was simple: guide this man to the Colossus of Cream Hill. Once there, Theo would take over. The soldiers traded tense glances as Antonio continued, warning them that the Troivan had already bribed the clan's head. Security around the Colossus was tight, but they'd use the old route, the hidden path that would bring them close. Every soldier straightened and swore together to protect the floating archipelago. Antonio turned to Theo and said he would leave the task to him. Theo replied calmly that he understood. Among the gathered men, one soldier stayed behind, his eyes gleaming with something not quite loyal. The scene shifted to the archipelago's heart. The dragon statue of Cream Hill towered over the cliffs, moonlight tracing the walls where guards stood watch, unaware of the shadows moving below. Deep beneath the surface, Theo and his group moved quietly through a hidden passage, an ancient stairway slick with sea mist. Theo's eyes narrowed as he brushed his hand along the damp stone, realizing the old tales were true. A secret path really did exist down here. The tunnel opened into a vast cavern where the roar of a waterfall masked their movements. One of Antonio's men whispered that the noise would hide their presence, but urged everyone to stay alert. Theo nodded, then opened his inventory and drew the Dragon Slayer's sword. He turned to the soldiers, thanking them for coming this far, and saying he would continue alone. The men stared in awe at the sword's glow. One muttered under his breath, unable to hide his wonder. It was the real Dragon Slayer's sword, a relic thought lost forever. Theo lifted his gaze to the towering statue of Cream Hill. The blade pulsed with growing energy, its reaction intensifying. The closer they were, the stronger the resonance became. The source had to be there. He crouched, then launched upward with a single powerful leap. Moving like a shadow, he began climbing the colossal monument toward its head. Below, a soldier watched in disbelief, thinking Theo truly wielded the Dragon Slayer's sword and that hope had returned to the islands. The feeling faded as something shifted in the darkness behind him. Before he could react, a hand covered his mouth and a dagger cut clean across his throat. His eyes went wide as blood spread beneath him. The killer stepped back and muttered a vow to Troivan. The time had come, he whispered, to reclaim the dragon's sword, Balmung. At the top, Theo reached the dragon's crown and faced the carved warrior. The sword in his hand trembled with violent force, reacting strongest here. Without hesitation, he drove Balmung into the statue's head. Purple sparks erupted, pain shooting through his arm as steam rose from his skin. Piercing the ground had never caused this. Something was hidden inside. Before he could think more, the air around him shifted. A figure stepped out of the shadows, an assassin radiating pure, killing intent. Without a word, the man lunged, his blade slicing the air with deadly speed. The strike hit nothing. The assassin froze, shock flashing in his eyes. Pain exploded through his gut as Theo appeared behind him, boots slamming into his ribs and sending him crashing into the stone. He coughed blood, disbelief twisting across his face. He couldn't grasp how Theo had moved so fast. Planting his blade in the ground, he tried to steady himself. Two more figures emerged from the darkness. One called to the wounded man, asking if he was all right. The assassin, now identified as Gray, snarled that he was fine and told them not to charge recklessly. Theo, holding a potion in one hand, gave a faint, mocking grin and said 3 against 1 sounded fair enough. Outside, the silence shattered. A thunderous crack split the night as guards shouted in alarm. One pointed upward, voice shaking, telling the others to look. Everyone froze in disbelief as the statue of Cream Hill began to crumble. Massive slabs of stone peeled away and crashed to the ground. The guards below could only stare in horror as the once immovable colossus fell apart under the moonlight. As the camera sweeps across the fortress, the scene shifts to the ground outside the castle walls. Antonio paces impatiently beside his men, the torchlight flickering across his face. His voice cuts through the night, sharp and irritated, demanding to know why it is taking so long and what they're doing inside. A woman beside him, one of his officers, hurries forward, her tone tense as she reports that there is a problem. Gray and his brothers, the ones who entered with them, have turned against the guest. Antonio's jaw tightens. He grinds his teeth, cursing under his breath, convinced that Troyvin's lackeys have already infiltrated this deep. Inside, chaos reigns. The battle rages in a confined space. 3 assassins against 1 man. Blades clash and sparks burst with every strike as the air crackles with tension. Theo moves lightly, his form composed and precise, his balance unbroken despite the flurry of attacks. His expression remains calm, his mind elsewhere even as the enemy presses in. Then it hits him. Something is wrong. Their strikes are measured and deliberate, too restrained. When he opens a gap, they don't push in. They're not trying to kill him, but to stall for time. Theo narrows his eyes, realizing their true intent just as a low rumble echoes through the walls. The castle gates grind open somewhere below, and from the vibrations, he senses that the assassin's allies have already seized the 3rd harbor zone. They plan to hold positions and wait for reinforcements. A sharp grin forms on Theo's face as he raises his weapon, vowing that he will never allow that plan to succeed. The assassins hesitate, confused by his sudden confidence, unable to read his next move. Theo picks up a small stone and hurls it against the ground. It strikes with a loud crack, but the place where Bomung, the Dragon Slayer's sword, remains embedded does not even tremble. Then Theo moves, leaping back, dropping from the ledge as dust swirls around him. The lead assassin, sensing danger, orders his men to stop Theo at all costs. They give chase immediately, their movements swift and silent, dark figures darting through the collapsing chamber. Theo runs flat out, his breath ragged, sweat glistening across his face, but he is smiling, almost laughing to himself, certain that his instincts were right. A sudden chime rings in his mind, and a glowing message appears before his eyes announcing a new quest. The Dragon Slayer's sword Bomung seeks to return to its origin. It instructs him to find its resting place, defeat the Guardian, and prove his right as its master. Theo realizes then that he had once placed the blade in the wrong location. It must return to the place where it truly belongs. Ahead, the path opens into a ruined courtyard bathed in pale moonlight. Ancient runes shimmer faintly beneath the dust. Theo races toward the wide stone platform, feeling the sword's growing resonance. This must be the spot. He leaps high, faster than the assassins can follow, cloak whipping behind him. Midair, he twists his body, draws Bomung, and with a fierce cry, drives the sword deep into the heart of the stone. The impact sends a shockwave across the ground. A blinding light bursts upward, and the assassins, still in midair, are flung back like leaves in a storm. Theo lands on one knee, panting, his eyes wide with awe as the stone beneath him glows with ancient power. The assassins hit the ground hard, fear flashing in their faces as they realize what has been unleashed. A deep rumble shakes the entire fortress. The floor cracks open, dust raining from the ceiling as guards outside stumble in confusion. One of them shouts in panic, asking if anyone else felt the tremor. Another answers that it feels like an earthquake. Then a voice breaks through the chaos, urging everyone to look up. The massive stone statue of Cream Hill trembles, fissures spreading across its surface. A deafening crack splits the night as chunks of rock break loose, crashing down like meteors. Guards scatter, shouting in terror as the colossal monument collapses, breaking apart piece by piece until it finally crashes into the earth in a storm of dust and rubble. The next scene opens quietly. Sunshine filters through the leaves and falls gently over Theo's face. He blinks, groaning as his eyes adjust to the light. It's already morning. His head throbs painfully, and he can't remember when or how he lost consciousness. As he sits up, the world around him feels strange. Towering trees stretch endlessly into the sky, their branches thick enough to walk on. Vines sway lazily in the wind, and faint streams of golden mist drift through the air. He realizes he's in an unfamiliar forest, one that looks far too ancient, too deliberate to be natural. The carved symbols on the bark and the glowing moss beneath his feet confirm it. This is no ordinary place. It's a relic dungeon. Despite his confusion, Theo exhales slowly, grateful to still be alive. Then a calm, otherworldly voice echoes beside him, saying that this must be its domain. Startled, Theo looks down at his sword, Bamong, and sees faint spectral shapes gathering around it. His companions, his summoned spirits, begin to appear, though in strange, distorted forms. His dragons and birds are half-transparent, their shapes flickering like smoke. Theo stares at them in disbelief and asks why they look so odd. One of the birds, its feathers dim and uneven, answers that they have manifested using his mana as a medium. His mana reserves are too low, and that's why their forms appear unstable. Then it adds something curious, that it's fascinating how a relic guardian could hold such pity for a human. Theo frowns, puzzled by that last remark, and asks what it means. The griffin replies that it can only sense lingering thoughts from the place's magic, not the full truth. But if the guardian mentioned was human, perhaps it was referring to someone named Creamhilt. Theo sighs, rubbing his forehead. The name rings a bell, and the context fits. With no guardian in sight, he decides to explore and learn what this domain really is. Before he can move, an arrow whistles through the air. It flies straight toward him, gleaming silver in the sunlight. Theo reacts on instinct. His head tilts slightly, his hand snapping up to catch the arrow mid-flight. He turns toward the source. A figure stands among the distant branches, a skeletal monster cloaked in tattered robes, gripping a huge bow drawn with another glowing arrow. Theo lowers the arrow he caught and mutters that this must be an empty home after all. The skeleton releases another arrow, and as it shoots, countless others rise from the forest below. The sound of bones rattling fills the air as dozens, then hundreds of skeletal warriors climb up the trees. Their hollow voices echo together, chanting to eliminate the intruder in the name of Creamhilt. Theo's griffin lets out a low whistle, remarking that all of this chaos seems to be for protecting the ownership of someone called Creamhilt. Before it can finish, another arrow flies straight at the bird. Theo steps forward, slicing the arrow midair and redirecting it toward sender. The deflected shot pierces through one of the skeletons, shattering it into a burst of bones. The bird stares in shock. Theo just shrugs, saying there are a lot of them, but they don't seem that tough. At that moment, another griffin materializes beside him, shaking its head. It warns that these aren't normal undead. Theo's confident smirk fades slightly as he watches the skeleton he just destroyed begin to reassemble itself. The shattered skull pieces pull back together, forming its face once more. The dragon explains that these are dragon knights, undying soldiers bound by ancient magic. Theo grips his sword tighter, his expression turning fierce. A crooked smile creeps back onto his face. He mutters that this fight definitely won't be easy. Energy explodes across the forest as Theo dives into the fray, cutting through waves of enemies. Bones scatter, branches crack, and bursts of light illuminate the entire dungeon. But even as he fights, the skeletons keep reforming. His griffin companion shouts that they can't fight forever and demands if Theo has a plan. Theo snaps back that unless the griffin has a better idea, he should save the advice. The griffin huffs, feathers flaring, and says that since Creamhilt was once human, Theo should just find him and demand ownership of the place. Theo groans, irritated. Even mid-battle, the griffin's tone grates on his nerves. He shouts back that a legendary hero like Creamhilt couldn't possibly still be human. That remark clearly strikes a nerve. The griffin flares its wings angrily and calls Theo an arrogant fool. But before the argument continues, a new message flashes before Theo's eyes, another system notification. It reads, Leviathan's final gift. Dungeon ownership bound to Creamhilt. Retrieve remaining relics and claim the inheritance. Theo freezes, sweat trickling down his face as realization dawns. The griffin might actually have been right. Before he can react, several skeletal knights leap from above, their weapons crashing down. The ground erupts in a blast of dust, but Theo is already gone. He swings from a thick vine like a Tarzan, soaring across the battlefield. His eyes glow blue as he activates his synchronization with the hatchlings. From the air, he spots something odd. One skeleton glowing faintly red among the masses. That must be the boss. Theo grins. When he notices that the red one isn't attacking but trying to escape, his theory is confirmed. He dives, chasing after it through the maze of branches. Energy coils around his body as he slams into the creature, wrapping his threads of light around it and striking down with full force. The ground trembles as the boss explodes into a shower of sparks and bone fragments. A system message appears again. Thunder needed. Cream Hilts remain secured. Collect all 206 bone fragments to summon the Guardian. Theo looks down at his bloody hand, clutching a piece of the monster's spine, the cervical vertebra. He exhales sharply and mutters that this must be the right path. He just needs to gather the rest. The scene shifts abruptly. Rain pours heavily along a stormy coastline. A man stands near the shore beside a cloaked figure, waves crashing behind them. The first man comments that the other arrived later than expected and asks if something went wrong. The cloaked man answers quietly that nothing serious happened. The rain simply delayed him. But when they look toward the dock, their words fade. The ships that once held soldiers are now filled with lifeless bodies piled atop one another. The air reeks of blood and salt. The first man trembles, demanding to know what happened. The dark figure beside him laughs softly, voice low and cruel. He calls the victims fools, pathetic members of the floating archipelago. He says the dragon slayer sword came right to them, and yet they failed to seize it. He steps forward into the rain, his mask glinting faintly. The system flickers over the screen, identifying him as Noel, ninth pillar of Troyven. From afar, the citizens press against their windows, staring through sheets of heavy rain at the massive tower looming over the city. No one looks away. Their eyes are wide, frozen in disbelief. The colossal tower, guardian of the Colossus archipelago for over 100 years, is collapsing right before them. Stone fractures with deafening cracks as the statue gives way, crashing down in pieces. And then, from within the ruins, a gigantic severed head rolls into view, sealing the reality of what they are witnessing. At the same moment, our boy receives a system notification. All of Creamhild's remains have been fully recovered. The instant he reads it, relief floods his chest, followed by quiet happiness. It's finally over. He's gathered everything. Before he can even process it, another system window appears, asking whether he wants to view the memories engraved within the remains. He presses yes without hesitation. There's no reason to refuse. Somewhere deep inside, curiosity stirs. What kind of hero was the one spoken of in myth? The world around him distorts as the screen expands, filling his vision completely. The system announces that the engraved memories are now playing. His surroundings vanish, replaced by a scene at the seashore. A figure's voice echoes as it calls out for Levi. Footprints stamp into the sand as the person runs forward, breathless, until a cave finally comes into view. Inside, a sword stands embedded in the ground. The figure reaches out, taps the blade, and calls its name, Levi, urging it to wake up. In an instant, power ripples outward. The ground trembles violently as energy surges from the sword. From the blade itself, a massive dragon emerges, as if dragged into the world from nothingness. Before it stands a small child holding food. The dragon roars in irritation, demanding how many times it must repeat itself before a human understands. It declares itself Levi, guardian of the primordial dragon relic, and scoffs at the child, pointing out she isn't even Ragnar and has no right to use such a familiar nickname. The child, however, looks completely unbothered. She complains that the full name is too hard to say and casually decides she'll keep calling it Levi anyway. Realizing the situation is hopeless, the dragon gives up with an exhausted sigh, muttering that arguing with a foolish human only wears out its mouth. Its gaze drifts to the food in her hands, questioning why the innkeeper keeps sending bread every single time. The child nods in agreement, saying she thinks it's strange too. Soon, she begins excitedly rambling about something fun that happened earlier that day. The dragon chews the bread in silence, listening with clear annoyance, convinced that her talking never ends. She chatters on about the florist uncle and the baker Annie, speaking as though she's catching up with an old friend. Time passes quietly like this, the dragon listening while the girl talks without pause. Then the memory shifts. The girl is younger now. The same place appears once more, unchanged. The sword still stands embedded in the ground, waiting patiently. The dragon, irritation written all over its face, complains again that no matter how many times it tells her not to come, she never listens. It asks what happened today, then suddenly stops. Drops of blood stain the ground. Its eyes widen in shock. The girl is badly wounded, her body trembling as she cries out for Levi's help. A rough hand yanks her up by the hair, while strange men pour into the town, cutting people down without mercy. A sword is tossed at her feet as she collapses, sobbing in pain. The man laughs cruelly, mocking her for having no good deeds, calling her a foolish barbarian. He sneers that the great emperor is generous enough to show concern for these backwater waters, and says she should be grateful, even as he indulges himself. As the oppressor turns his back, Levi can only scream her name, Creamhild. From deep within the cave, Levi's eyes blaze red. In the next instant, a violent blast erupts outward, and the oppressor is torn apart without even a chance to react. The memory shifts once more. The city is now engulfed in chaos. Houses burn endlessly, flames devouring streets and rooftops alike. Guards drag captured citizens through the roads, forcing them to march. One of the oppressors shouts angrily, demanding to know what is causing this disturbance, then freezes. Both captives and soldiers fall silent, as they sense something far more terrifying than anything they've ever faced. From above the burning city, dragons descend. Fire rains down, doubling the destruction. Panic explodes as people scatter in every direction, screams mixing with the roar of flames. The oppressor stands motionless, unable to comprehend where such monsters could have come from. Then the scene reveals her. The same girl, her eyes filled with pure hatred, rides atop Levi as he soars through the sky. She is ready to bring ruin upon the world that wronged her. A guard finally spots her and shouts that a girl is riding a dragon, instantly realizing she must be controlling them. He orders everyone to kill her first. On the ground, soldiers and civilians activate defensive magic circles, shields blooming into existence as the command echoes across the battlefield. Above it all, she continues riding Levi, her chest heavy with guilt. She apologizes to him, admitting that he was meant to wait for the chosen one, and that because of her, everything changed. Levi answers calmly, telling her not to cry so bitterly, reminding her that everything ended well in the end. Still, sadness lingers in her eyes as she softly calls his name. Suddenly, she senses something wrong. A massive, blinding light forms above her head. She looks up and realizes a powerful defensive magic circle has been deployed around her. Levi reassures her once again, telling her there is no need to feel sorry anymore. As she looks down, she sees the people below chanting her name, Kriemhild. In that moment, she understands. The attackers have been driven away. The battle is finally over. Later, the people approach her, asking if it was truly her who brought the dragon. When she admits it, a man steps forward and loudly declares that she is the one who saved them, together with the dragon. The crowd's gaze changes. Fear fades from their eyes, replaced by gratitude, as they look at her not as a monster, but as their savior. Then Levi's thoughts echo quietly as he reflects that, just as she once said, he may have truly abandoned his duty. Even so, his heart feels strangely calm. It was not the will of the primordial dragon that guided him in the end, but his own choice. And through that choice, he was able to protect her smile. For him, that alone was enough. The memory shifts to the attacker's territory. A man sits atop his throne, trembling with fury. He cannot accept that the great imperial army was defeated by nothing more than a so-called barbarian girl riding a sea dragon. To him, it is an unforgivable disgrace. He admits his own mistake, realizing he grew careless, assuming the region was too insignificant to matter. Now, filled with rage, he decides to dispatch the royal guard and reclaim the land without delay. Soon after, the royal guard launches a second, overwhelming assault. Levi is nearly fatally wounded before massive chains bind him to the ground. The remaining survivors are captured, and yet the soldiers cannot comprehend how a creature like Levi still refuses to die. One of the imperial generals steps forward, coldly reasoning that if the girl is truly Levi's master, then she must know how to kill him. He presses his sword against Kriemhild's neck, forcing her into an impossible choice. Levi speaks calmly, his voice steady despite the chains. He explains that he is a guardian and cannot truly die. Instead, he will fall into a deep slumber. When the time comes, and with the magic still sealed within the relic, the chosen one will be able to put him to rest properly. The imperial captain listens briefly, then dismisses his words without concern. Around them, soldiers raise their spears, aiming them toward the captives' throats. Levi falls silent for a moment before softly remarking that it seems they were given more time together than he ever expected. Overcome with emotion, Kriemhild drives her sword into the ground and begs him to stop, insisting she can endure it herself. Levi gently tells her that perhaps her fate was sealed the moment he broke the rules. He urges her not to blame herself for protecting her people and promises to help her one final time. He tells her, honestly, that he truly had fun. Tears stream down Kriemhild's face as she finally understands what he intends to do. With trembling hands and a heart on the verge of shattering, she lifts the blade and drives it into Levi's neck, sending him into deep slumber. Levi collapses, and the imperial soldiers freeze in shock. Moments later, that shock turns into relief, believing the greatest threat has finally been eliminated. Then the air changes. One soldier notices something wrong and stiffens. Without warning, the sea begins to roar. Massive waves rise as the water surges forward, and a monstrous tsunami crashes onto the land. People scream as walls of water close in, dragging countless lives beneath the surface. The imperial troops are swallowed whole, trapped like ants in a flood. In their desperation, they cry out to Levi for salvation, but his sword stands planted in the ground, and he remains lost in slumber. From afar, history continues to move forward, and the truth becomes clear. Kriemhild was never the fairy tale hero that later generations would describe her as. Instead, she raised a protective barrier around her people, lifting them high into the air while the invading forces were swallowed by the raging sea below. She was never a hero born from glory or praise. She was simply an unfortunate girl who wanted nothing more than to befriend a lonely guardian. The memory shifts once again. Someone suddenly appears behind our boy. He turns around and finds Kriemhild standing there, looking at him quietly. The moment her eyes meet his, she understands. She tells him that he must be the chosen one Levi waited for all those years. Her voice trembles as she admits that because of her, Levi was never able to fulfill his duty, and that burden must have weighed heavily on him for a very long time. With both hands, she offers the sword to our boy, asking him to make Levi happy in her place. Our boy answers calmly, saying it doesn't seem like that's necessary. Kriemhild looks at him in surprise as he explains that Levi already looked happy enough. He lifts the sword slightly, letting her see it clearly. In that instant, realization dawns on her. Her eyes widen, then slowly soften, and a gentle, peaceful smile spreads across her face for the first time. The scene returns to the drowned battlefield below. Warning shouts echo through the air as officials warn of further collapses and order everyone to stay back. From above, a mysterious figure surveys the entire area. The citizens gasp as they notice someone standing in the sky, confused about what he could possibly be doing there. Only then do they realize it is our boy himself, quietly speaking with Kriemhild as the long-buried truth of the past finally comes to light. The meeting takes place inside a floating archipelago hall, suspended high above the ground. Representatives from various factions stand gathered in a wide circle when 3 figures step inside. One of them wears a mask, the 9th novel servitor of Troyvin, Noel. He glances around and casually remarks that everyone gathered faster than he expected. Spinola immediately snaps back, questioning how Noel can remain so calm. He points out that their plan is already falling apart. The Dragon Slayer sword was supposed to stay in Troyvin, yet an outsider appeared carrying it. Because of that outsider, the entire archipelago has surged toward the Colossus, chanting his name as the legendary hero Kriemhild. At this rate, all the power of the 3 maritime families will end up in his hands, completely violating their agreement. Noel responds coldly. He says Troyvin did promise to preserve their status in exchange for the Dragon Slayer sword, but watching them panic over something so minor is nothing short of irritating. One of Spinola's men steps forward, slamming a hand onto Noel's shoulder in anger, demanding how this could possibly be considered trivial, and asking what Noel truly thinks of the 3 maritime families. No one even has time to react. In a single motion, Noel cuts the man down from bottom to top, killing him instantly. The body collapses to the floor before anyone could scream. Noel looks around calmly and asks what they think now, making it painfully clear that to him, they are nothing more than insects, things he can crush whenever he pleases. Spinola panics, shouting at Noel, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Noel's voice remains steady as he declares that they are traitors who sold out their own country for personal gain, and that their only remaining purpose is to follow orders. He sneers at them, mocking their dreams of ruling the floating isles while everything beneath them is already sinking. Spinola snaps back, insisting that if the capital of the archipelago falls, then Troyvin will fall alongside it. Noel steps closer, his presence crushing, and calls Spinola a fool to his face. He tells him flatly that he still doesn't understand anything. If they wish to avoid being slaughtered where they stand, they should keep their mouths shut and obey him without question. Cold sweat breaks out across Spinola's face, and the words die in his throat. As Noel turns and leaves the hall, he delivers a final warning over his shoulder. If they value their lives, they will retrieve the Dragon Slayer sword and bring it back to him. After Noel departs, a young man cautiously steps forward and bows deeply, asking for permission to speak. Noel allows it without turning around. The boy carefully asks whether Noel truly intends to entrust the retrieval of the sword to them. Noel admits he understands the concern and says he would much rather handle it himself, but circumstances won't allow it. One of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the Overlord Dragon, has appeared, and restraining it has now become their top priority. The scene shifts to the chaotic Colosseum. Smoke coils into the sky as massive crowds gather, completely surrounding the area. The moment they catch sight of our boy, the chanting erupts. Kriemhild, Kriemhild, over and over again. Our hero can't help but smirk. He knew the people revered Kriemhild like a god, but he never imagined their devotion would be this intense. Yet the Kriemhild he knew was never a god, nor a symbol of heroism. She was just a normal girl with a kind heart. Even the Dragon Slayer sword itself was merely a relic of the primordial dragon, a weapon only a Ragnar could wield. That truth, however, had been completely lost to history. A man forces his way through the crowd and falls to his knees, desperately begging Kriemhild for salvation. Because of the Trovian scoundrels, the entire floating archipelago is on the brink of collapse. Countless people have no way to escape. If she has even the slightest mercy, he pleads, She must save the archipelago. Our hero finds the situation oddly entertaining and decides to play along, for now. He raises the sword high and declares that he will do whatever it takes to save the floating archipelago. With those words, he leaps down from above, landing firmly on the ground below. A young woman steps forward with deep respect and says they have been waiting for him. She introduces herself as Marty, the highest priestess of the Cream Hill Temple. From this moment on, she explains they will personally attend to his needs. With that, the group begins making its way toward the Dream Hell Temple. As they walk, the priestess explains that for generations, priests and priestesses maintained the temple, firmly believing that the prophecy of his appearance would one day be fulfilled. Our hero is genuinely surprised by just how deeply rooted their faith is. She then presents a necklace, explaining that it was once worn by the hero of Dream Hell. At the same time, a system notification appears, revealing that the necklace is a magic enchanted accessory, a gate link key. The priestess adds that it is the only keepsake left behind by the hero of Dream Hell and the essential key needed to reach the sea dragon dwelling in the deep seas. Our hero accepts the necklace, and the priestess urges them to keep moving. He studies it quietly for a moment before saying there is something he needs to tell her before they part. She gently reassures him not to worry. Surprise flickers across his face, and he asks how she already knows. The priestess explains that the Dragon Slayer sword is a primordial dragon relic, so it is only natural that a Ragnar would awaken it. Our hero then asks why she refers to this moment as the return of Dream Hell. She answers calmly that after protecting this place for generations, she can feel it. The sorrow of being forced to harm a dear friend, and the pain Kriemhild endured while trying to protect the island, still remain in the air. Kriemhild acknowledged him, and because of that, he deserves to be treated as a true hero. At last, they reach their destination. The priestess tells him this is the place. If he walks to the end of the stairs and throws the necklace, the gate linked to the sea dragon will open. She then hands him another item, explaining that it will allow him to breathe and move freely underwater as long as he keeps it with him. She promises to pray for his safety as he prepares to descend beneath the floating archipelago. Back at the temple, the people continue worshipping what they believe to be their god. Suddenly, a weapon slams into the ground with a deafening crash, silencing the crowd. A barbaric-looking man steps forward and shouts for everyone to stop. He announces that the three maritime families have completed their investigation and concluded that the person seen earlier was a terrorist who falsely impersonated the hero Kriemhild. Shock ripples through the crowd as disbelief spreads. The man continues, declaring that an operation is already underway to recover the Dragon Slayer sword that was stolen. He orders all citizens to disperse immediately. This decision comes directly from Spinola, who believes he has chosen correctly. Anyone who dares to resist is crushed without mercy, forced to accept the decree. Spinola knows his reputation will be stained, but without the Dragon Slayer sword, his life is already forfeit. Compared to that, reputation means nothing. If necessary, he is prepared to kill everyone present. He draws his sword and gives the order that from this moment on, regardless of reason, anyone who stands in their way is to be eliminated. His army surges forward, cutting down anyone who shows even the slightest resistance. All of this bloodshed is for a single purpose, retrieving the Dragon Slayer sword. Meanwhile, our hero walks calmly down the stairs, completely unaware of the chaos erupting behind him. As he steps into the water, a strange sensation courses through his body. He pulls out the necklace and throws it forward. At first, faint ripples spread across the surface of the water. Then the pendant reacts. The sea begins to boil violently, waves twisting as if seized by an unseen force. The water tears itself open, forming a hollow passage directly in front of him. Without hesitation, he moves forward and enters. The moment he passes through, the water closes behind him like a sealed gate. He continues descending deeper into the sea, gliding through the dark waters as strange creatures slowly drift into view. With the sword in hand, he realizes he has made it inside, but he has no idea where to go next. Suddenly, he feels something. He turns sharply, yet there is nothing behind him, only clear water. The sensation doesn't disappear. His instincts scream again, this time from the front. The instant he turns, he finds himself completely surrounded. Massive dragon sharks emerge from the darkness, their enormous bodies circling him, red eyes glowing ominously. He recognizes them immediately. The sea serpent guardians of the deep sea, infamous for their hostility. Their jaws open wide, rows of teeth ready to tear him apart. Instead of panicking, our boy simply grins. He stares at them calmly, amused by the sight. If creatures like these are already appearing, then there's no doubt about it. He's on the right path. Outside, chaos erupts as Spinola's enforcement armies clash with the resisting crowd. The people form a rough defensive wall, desperately blocking the soldiers from pushing forward and entering the temple. Confusion spreads rapidly. Voices rise as they question why the maritime families are suddenly acting this way. and it doesn't take long for them to realize that the claim of terrorism sounds like an obvious lie. At that moment, the priestess steps forward and shouts for everyone to stop. Her voice cuts through the noise as she demands answers. How dare they label Creamhill a terrorist without a shred of evidence? She swears upon the spirits of the priests who protected this temple for generations that Creamhill is a true reincarnation. Then she turns her gaze on them, accusing them in return. Why are Troyvan forces trespassing inside Creamhill's sacred sanctuary? Her voice trembles as the truth dawns on her. They even stole the Dragon Slayer sword. Was it not Troyvan who ambushed the 3 maritime families to obtain it? The crowd explodes in rage. People scream at the guards, accusing them of siding with Troyvan after stealing the sword. And now they want to hand Creamhill over as well. This time, the people refuse to back down. They swear they will protect Creamhill no matter what. Spinola snaps. A woman standing behind him hurriedly suggests that the crowd has gone too far and that they should retreat for now. Spinola rejects the idea without hesitation. He gives a cold order to the Troyvan mercenary squad to eliminate anyone who stands in their way. With that command, the heartless army moves. Civilians are slaughtered without mercy. The people have no armor, no real weapons, barely anything to defend themselves with. The temple guards, armed only with spears, are forced to watch as innocent lives are cut down one after another. One of Spinola's men urgently warns him that such brutality will destroy his reputation and trigger massive backlash. Spinola shuts him down instantly. He coldly asks whether reputation will save their lives now. Rumulon freezes as the realization hits him. Spinola has completely lost himself. Spinola roars that they already betrayed the archipelago once, so there is only one path left now, to become Troyvan's loyal dogs. He repeats the order, screaming for them to kill anyone who stands in their way, promising to take full responsibility for the bloodshed. With madness burning in his eyes, he declares that they will reclaim the Dragon Slayer sword at all costs. The enforcers surge forward again, treating the people like nothing more than livestock. Temple guards and civilians fight side by side, shouting that they will never let anyone lay a hand on Creamhill. They form another desperate defensive wall, refusing to retreat. One brave man charges straight ahead, only to be met by a merciless volley of thrown spears. Then everything changes. A man who looks exactly like Spinola leaps into the battlefield, narrowly avoiding a spear as metal crashes violently against metal. With swift, decisive strikes, he cuts through the front line, forcing the army to halt. Spinola watches in disbelief as his forces are suddenly unable to advance even a single step. He curses them furiously, screaming that they are useless. And then he sees the man clearly. Antonio Spinola. While deflecting another spear, Antonio calmly greets his father, as if it had been a long time since they last spoke. Spinola explodes in rage, accusing him of abandoning the hero's path just to make such a pathetic choice. Antonio shatters a spear with his blade and fires back, demanding to know if this is what Spinola calls pathetic, betraying their own country and slaughtering innocent civilians. The word strikes Spinola like a blow. His own son is standing against him. Antonio raises his voice and orders the Black Skull members to subdue every one of these cruel men. With that command, the battlefield finally balances, and the real fight begins. Antonio shouts for everyone to protect the people at all costs. Deep down, Antonio knows this won't last. Their numbers are fewer, their strength lacking, and their equipment inferior. They can't hold out for long. Silently, he prays that our hero finishes his task quickly, unaware that the danger awaiting him is just as great. Far below, our hero faces the sea serpent dragons. He draws his sword, fully aware that he never expected guardians like these, especially not in such overwhelming numbers. Yet something feels wrong. The serpents don't attack. They simply surround him, watching in complete silence. Slowly, he relaxes and lowers his stance. A thought crosses his mind. Is it the dragon-level energy flowing from the sword? Trusting his instincts, he slightly opens his arms. One sea serpent cautiously moves closer and nudges him, almost as if asking to be petted. A system notification appears. The sea serpent trusts you. The sea serpent has recognized you as its master. A cool glow spreads through the water as another message follows, announcing that his taming skill has activated and a sea serpent has been successfully tamed. A familiar sensation washes over him, the same feeling he had when he tamed Umbra. Emotions flow through the dragon's heart, linking them together as one. The emotions carried through the bond are curiosity mixed with fear. Our hero immediately understands. It is Levi's energy that drew the sea serpents to him, and because he carries that same presence, they allow him to move freely among them. It almost feels as if they're speaking to him, or perhaps he's hearing them in his own way. A faint sense of warmth settles in his chest as he realizes he's gained allies in this deep, dark blue sea. He gently pats them, assuring them that he'll handle everything. Then he gives the order for one of the serpent dragons to take him to Levi. The creature immediately lowers its massive body, allowing our boy to climb on, before plunging straight down into the abyss. They travel for a long time at an insane speed. Water tears past them violently, blurring his vision. The pressure is so intense that his gloves rip apart, and brutal shockwaves crash against his body. He quickly notices that the deeper they descend, the more twisted the mana currents become. The pressure keeps climbing, clear proof they're nearing their destination. Suddenly, a system alert flashes. The hatchling synchro has been activated. Our hero's eyes shine as he finally sees it. At the very bottom of the sea rests a colossal blue dragon, breathtaking in scale, calmly lingering in the depths. This is Levi. He expected Levi to be this deep, and the sheer magnitude of its magic is overwhelming, on par with his own. But something feels wrong. The mana is distorted. It doesn't match the memories of Dream Hell. It feels corrupted. At that moment, his two minions appear and warn him that Levi is no longer the same. The being lying on the seabed is far more dangerous than anything they've encountered before. Our hero asks if it's really that bad. One of them reminds him that he already carries similar energy himself, so he should understand how volatile it truly is. His eyes widen as realization strikes. That energy, demon shadow toxin. The minion confirms it. That dragon is the source. Before them, Levi's once majestic form is now engulfed in pitch-black energy, radiating something deeply unsettling. The minion explains that Levi has completely lost reason after being overtaken by the demon shadow dragon's influence. Levi is no longer himself. The scene shifts to a ruined temple steeped in an eerie atmosphere. The interior looks as if it was torn apart by an unknown catastrophe. Standing calmly amid the destruction is Noel, who states that even if their nations are on the verge of war, there is something that must be addressed first. He faces a man lounging casually on a throne, wearing a smug, relaxed smile. Noel addresses him as the Overlord Dragon. The man responds lazily, saying it really has been a long time. This Overlord Dragon is Roll. Noel reminds him coldly that he is Troiven's 9th noble servitor. His patience finally snaps as he demands to know if this is really the time for pleasantries. He asks whether Roll has already forgotten the terms of their agreement. Troiven was supposed to take control of the north while Ragnar was occupied, and in return, Troiven's takeover of the archipelago was meant to remain hidden. Roll puts on an innocent expression and claims he doesn't remember breaking any promises. Noel steps forward, and the ground beneath his foot shatters under the pressure alone. He asks Roll if he truly intends to feign ignorance. That outsider, the Ragnar candidate, is not something Roll could have possibly overlooked. Noel's eyes blaze berserk red as killing intent floods the ruined temple. He demands the truth, warning that if Roll is lying, their agreement ends here and now. The scene shifts back to our hero, who is still struggling to process the reality of the demon shadow toxin. He cannot understand how something like this could have happened and begins to suspect Troiven's involvement. His minion agrees, explaining that once the Dragon Slayer sword was drawn and the seal broken, Levi should have protected the archipelago. What makes no sense is how anyone managed to poison a guardian dragon in the first place. Whatever method was used, it was unnatural. The demonic energy has completely consumed Levi's reason. He's on the verge of going berserk. They watch Levi's erratic movements carefully. One minion suggests retreating while Levi still hasn't noticed them. Barahio immediately disagrees. He draws his sword and says this is their best chance while Levi remains unaware. Activating hatchling synchronization, he senses the toxin spreading at an alarming rate. The source is clear, Levi's head. The corruption has nearly engulfed the entire forehead. Our hero makes his decision. He'll destroy the source first. He surges forward, aiming straight for the core with the very tip of his blade. Just before he can strike, violent electric shocks explode outward from the core, blasting him back through the water. A swirling vortex of energy slams into him like a fired bullet and drives him straight into the seabed. Pain shoots through his body as he realizes the dragon possesses a terrifying defensive mechanism. Even so, one thing is now certain. He's found the critical point of the demon contamination. As he forces himself back up, Levi, completely consumed by dark energy, charges toward him. In that instant, our hero knows he could be devoured whole. He barely slips aside as Levi smashes the surrounding area into drifting dust. A minion urgently warns him that escape is impossible. The only option left is to attack the forehead again. Underwater, his speed and strength are heavily restricted, while Levi takes full advantage of the deep sea's resistance. Our hero desperately searches for an opening when Levi suddenly opens its jaws, charging a devastating attack. A green, tearing wave of energy erupts toward him. He barely manages to evade it, shifting fully into a defensive stance. The blast grows darker, more violent, and then something changes. A sea serpent dragon rushes in, wrapping around our hero and yanking him out of harm's way. Relief floods his chest. With the serpent's support, the situation finally begins to shift in their favor. He immediately gives the order. Charge straight for Levi's forehead. The demonic energy is densest near the crystal embedded there. As they close the distance, Our hero leaps off mid-charge and attacks once more. Recalling his battle with the Griffin, he activates Griffin Talon, pushing his limits as he prepares to subdue an overwhelmingly powerful enemy. He follows it up with Fury Buff, reinforcing his body to withstand the demonic backlash. Every resistance he possesses stacks at once. Demonic resistance, reduced Drake fear, everything, just to endure the crushing magical pressure bearing down on him. He swings the Dragon Slayer sword and unleashes Hyopo's quintuple dragon claw. A colossal beam of blue light erupts forward, towering like a massive laser. The impact is catastrophic. The core begins to fracture as our hero strains to remain upright, continuously pouring his power into the attack. At last, the core shatters completely. Relief washes over him. Behind him, a blinding yellow light bursts outward as Levi's corruption dissolves. The dark mist drains from the dragon's eye, and clarity returns at last. Levi gazes forward and sees his true master. He calls out Kriemhild's name, then freezes. As his vision clears fully, he realizes the one standing before him is not her. Our hero lowers his blade and apologizes, explaining that he is not Kriemhild. His name is P.O. Ragnar, the Chosen One, and he has come to deliver the news of Kriemhild's passing. Images of her satisfied smile flash through his mind as he speaks. Levi understands. He realizes that Kriemhild endured everything for his sake. Before the weight of those emotions can settle, the minions urgently push him to move. There is no time left. They must return to the relic. Another minion asks Levi to lend what remains of his strength to the Chosen One, as a guardian's final duty. Levi explains that he once defied the will of the primordial dragon and abandoned the relic. From the moment he left, he ceased to be a true guardian. After being infected by demonic energy, his destruction became inevitable. Even though our hero restored his reason, Levi's end was already sealed. Before that happens, Levi offers to give all the power he has left, warning that the burden will be immense. Our hero accepts without hesitation. Levi admits he likes that confidence and asks him to use this power to protect those Kriemhild wanted to save. Our hero swears it upon his sword. Levi thanks him, his form slowly turning spiritual as he says he can finally return to his friend's side. The ocean trembles as an enormous surge of energy spreads outward. Levi's presence rapidly begins to fade. The minions panic, sensing the Guardian sequence collapsing. At this rate, the entire archipelago will sink. They urge immediate absorption. Our hero remains calm. He tells Levi not to worry and begins absorbing the power, promising that he will move the entire floating archipelago himself. Above the surface, the land shakes violently as the world responds to what is unfolding deep beneath the sea. As mentioned before, a circle of power forms, designed to seize Levi's strength and move the entire floating archipelago. As the hero approaches the core of that energy, his body cradles it directly. The pressure is unbearable. His skin tears as dense power crushes him, and only then does he realize how arrogant he had been. The Guardian had warned him. Levi existed on an entirely different level. Suddenly, the energy erupted violently. In that instant, the hero understood just how foolish he had been. He never imagined Levi's power would reach this level. At this rate, his body would be torn apart. Just as despair crept in, a faint signal reached him, an instinctive warning urging him to use the sword. With alarm flashing through his mind, he raised it with the last of his strength and drove it straight into the raging energy. The swirling tornado of power shuddered at the blade's impact. Slowly, the violent chaos stabilized, transforming into a calm, controlled circle. Watching from a distance, the minions realized he had made an incredibly sharp decision. One of them voiced agreement, though the pressure inside the core was still surging dangerously. It seemed the Dragon Slayer sword was absorbing the brunt of the force, blocking and reducing the damage to his body. Levi had resisted until the very end. Even in his final moment, the sword proved to be the hero's true lifeline. The energy was fully absorbed into his soul. As the brilliant core vanished, the hero felt as if Levi itself now resided within him. After everything he had endured, the struggle suddenly felt distant and unreal. A minion appeared behind him, warning him not to let his guard down yet. Levi's power was finally complete. Now was the time to move the island. Without hesitation, the hero shot toward the surface, a blinding trail of force tearing through the sea behind him. He already knew what had to be done. Midway through the ascent, a minion reminded him that he needed a destination. The hero answered without pause. He had already chosen one, Ragnar's northeast barrier. As he broke through near the forest, the eastern surface came into view. Below, chaos ruled the battlefield. Warriors clashed violently as two forces collided without restraint. Then, without warning, a massive ripple surged outward, freezing everyone in place. Gasps echoed across the land as confusion spread. Some believed Kriemhild had acted once more. Others feared the archipelago itself was beginning to sink. The oppressors were struck with even greater shock. In the distance, towering walls of water surged forward. Someone screamed as they realized the shoreline itself was moving. The archipelago was moving. A colossal wave slammed into the temple as roaring water tore through the air. Elsewhere, Noel and Roll stood facing each other. Noel struggled to grasp what was happening, wondering if the hero had truly absorbed the Dragon Slayer sword's power this quickly. Roll admitted that this was no longer the time for conversation. He offered a rare apology and suggested ending things there. Noel rejected it immediately, warning Roll not to think he could escape so easily, calling him out as the Overlord Dragon. Roll calmly admitted that even he could not predict what Thea Regner was capable of. The plan was finished. Since the secret of the Dragon Slayer sword had already been exposed, perhaps this outcome was inevitable. He ordered Neo to kill Noel at once and reclaim control. He mocked the idea of borrowing the future from another. Rose brushed it aside, saying it was pointless to argue any further and that leaving now would be the smarter choice. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Antonio watched the violent waves crash through the land and finally understood the truth. The archipelago was truly moving. He immediately understands it. The hero has finally succeeded. Someone shouts for everyone to stop fighting, announcing that the danger of the archipelago sinking is finally over. Antonio raises his voice and declares that it's time to save him. Before he can say anything else, the air explodes. A sword shatters as the hero arrives at the last possible moment, intercepting an attacker who is about to strike Antonio down. In a single motion, the hero draws his blade and cleaves the soldiers in half. The battlefield freezes, then erupts. Voices roar as people begin chanting Grimhild's return. The seal of the sea dragon has been lifted. Antonio asks if the archipelago is truly safe now. The hero answers calmly that it will never sink again. Antonio bows his head in thanks and, despite his shame, asks for one final favor. The hero tells him to relax and leave it to him. As the noise fades, the aftermath becomes horrifyingly clear. Bodies are scattered everywhere, soldiers brutally cut down where they stood. The hero acknowledges what they did to protect him and the archipelago and declares that he will take responsibility for what comes next. The remaining enemy soldiers tremble as he slowly walks toward them. Spinola snaps, screaming at his men, demanding to know why they're frozen in place. He shouts that the dragon's hair sword is finally on their side and orders them to stop hesitating and kill the hero immediately. The warriors rush forward. Dark energy erupts from the hero as rage surges through him. He curses the sea of blood they created while he was gone. His eyes dull as he launches forward at terrifying speed. Then, something registers. His instincts scream, and he roars for everyone to get down. A razor-thin red line slices across the battlefield. Everything in its path is severed. Spinola and the charging warriors are cut apart instantly, crimson marks flashing across their heads before their bodies collapse. The slash doesn't stop. It continues onward, cleaving buildings, stone, and steel alike. Seconds later, everything touched by that line gives way. Structures split apart. Severed heads hit the ground. The battlefield is reduced to ruin. A strange, wave-like distortion lingers in the air, as if space itself had been cut open. Our hero stares at the devastation in disbelief. He curses the nobles and guardians, calling them foolish pirates, blaming them for the chaos for failing to handle a single child properly. Behind him lies Spinola's severed head. His son staggers toward it, trembling as he calls out to his father, sweat and tears streaming down his face. The hero tells him to pull himself together and evacuate the civilians. The archipelago will need him. The boy nods, understanding the weight of that duty, even as grief crushes his heart. The hero turns and walks away, thinking that even after coming this far, all he could do was stop the attack. From another direction, a dark figure slowly approaches, overflowing with hatred. It curses the hero's arrogance and declares that this is the end of his smug act. It vows to tear him into so many pieces that even his father wouldn't recognize him. Something far more dangerous is approaching.